I, once a renowned Dark Lord, find myself in a perplexing predicament. In my former world, I valiantly battled my way to the designated point, and with a mere blink of my eyes, I traverse dimensions. The heavens have collapsed, and the great Salazar, Slytherin, appears disinclined to bless his descendants any longer. How has this world become so chaotic and inverted? In this realm, I am known as Tom Riddle, bearing the rather juvenile moniker of Voldemort. Even more juvenile is the notion that his followers refer to him as the Dark Lord. I shall refrain from commenting further. Yet why do you all seem afflicted with love-stricken minds? Have you not considered the allure of abstaining from romantic entanglements? Do you not comprehend the immense value of my prowess in traversing the heavens? Do you not realize that both men and women merely impede my swift ascent? While I do not expect you to understand, I implore you, do not let your love-stricken minds become enamored with me. I desire no romantic entanglements. I simply do not. Tom was left speechless, gazing mournfully at the sky, attempting to resist being ensnared in the bubble of romantic folly. Whether he can escape this fate remains uncertain. Chapter 1. I refuse to accept this world. I am in this ludicrous state. Tom Riddle Marvolo Gaunt, the illustrious Dark Lord, master of the magical realm. One fateful day, he opened his eyes to find himself not awakening upon a 30-square-meter bed adorned with emerald silk, but rather in the student dormitory of Hogwarts. Tom was somewhat bewildered. Upon closer inspection, indeed, it was the Slytherin dormitory, where he had resided for many years. He could not possibly be mistaken. This room bore a striking resemblance to the one he had previously inhabited, albeit appearing somewhat more dilapidated and aged. What on earth is happening? Has Merlin finally realized he has foul-smelling feet and decided to bring about the apocalypse? While one could comprehend the concept of temporal anomalies and transdimensional magic, how could he have traversed his own world? After having unified the realm for but a few years, how could he find himself thrust back to square one? Moreover, he has been transformed into a student. Fortunate he is a Slytherin, or else he would have obliterated everything around him, feeding both the living and the dead to an Avada. Do not misunderstand. Tom does not discriminate frivolously. He equally discriminates against every house save for Slytherin. Ravenclaw, a mere bookworm. Hufflepuff, a collection of fodder. Gryffindor, a band of blatherers. Accepting his fate, Tom glanced at the clock on the wall, contemplated the detrimental effects of late-night slumber on his health, and silently returned to bed, pulling up the small quilt adorned with pumpkin motifs. The small quilt embroidered with pumpkins. The pumpkin quilt. Pumpkins. He harbored grave suspicions that the original owner of this body secretly wished to attend Hufflepuff. Otherwise, why would there be pumpkins embroidered on the quilt? When in doubt, sleep it off. Once asleep, it is akin to being dead, and one is spared from troubling thoughts. Tom mused to himself that his mental state was indeed commendable. Yet, ultimately, there was no returning to the past. Could he truly contemplate death? Perhaps slumber would be the better option. At that moment, he chose to bury himself in a deep sleep. Had he risen to seek a mirror then, he would have discovered that the visage of this body bore an uncanny resemblance to his own youthful face from years past. The body that Tom had traversed into remarkably resembled his own 11-year-old self, with a similarity rating of an astonishing 90%. It was only the following morning, as his biological clock roused him, that Tom awoke and, while groggily attending to his hygiene in front of the mirror, came to this realization. Initially in a daze, upon catching sight of his 11-year-old reflection, his eyes widened in shock. Overwhelmed by the revelation, he inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of toothpaste. Tom exclaimed to himself, "This is absurd." Consequently, with a face marred by confusion and numbness, he exited the dormitory, drifting toward the Slytherin long table in the hall, mechanically consuming his breakfast. It seemed the owner of this body had no friends. Not a soul appeared inclined to engage him in conversation. This was somewhat fortuitous, as Tom had little desire to converse. He feared that any prolonged interaction might lead him to unleash an unforgivable curse. But he was merely 11 years old now. At this tender age, he was incapable of casting such a spell. With his present age and magical capacity, he could not even conjure a killing curse. At best, he might render a person momentarily dazed. This contemplation only intensified his frustration. Thus, Tom chewed his breakfast with fervor, the sound of crunching resembling the gnawing of flesh. Nearby, two robust boys, seemingly twins, frequently glanced in Riddle's direction. After a while, one of the larger boys approached, standing beside him with an imposing presence, yet his words were surprisingly endearing. "Gunter, I feel your bread appears to be more delectable. Might we exchange?" Oh, it dawned on Tom that the owner of this body was indeed a Gunter, something he had overlooked during the morning. "Gunter?" Tom's pupils dilated in astonishment, and he raised his chin slightly, indicating that if he desired it, he could simply take it. The larger boy, displaying commendable politeness, expressed his gratitude to the astonished Tom before taking the plate, leaving behind a dish of chocolate pie. The advantage of his new mind was evident. The bewildered Tom spent the better part of a day comprehending his current predicament. He learned that he was Tom Morphin Gunter, born in 1980, with a birthday on September 24th, and it was now 1991, during his first year of schooling. His great-grandfather was Morphin Gunter, and through a convoluted tale rife with incomprehensible ethical dilemmas, by the time it reached Tom, he was the sole descendant left. The family was impoverished to the extent that they relied on the Ministry of Magic for welfare assistance. Fortunately, Hogwarts did not charge tuition, otherwise he might have been unable to attend. His uncle had transformed into his great-grandfather. Tom, no, we must now refer to him simply as Tom, found himself grappling with this chaotic familial relation, all while poverty mocked him. In his world, although the Gunter family was dilapidated, they still boasted descent from the illustrious Salazar Slytherin. How had they fallen to such destitution in this realm, almost to the point of extinction? He sat in the library, staring at the scant references to himself and this world's riddle within the books, feeling a surge of indignation. What on earth had this world's riddle gotten himself into? The notion of blood purity warranted no further comment, as it represented a political perspective. Yet, what was the purpose of a reign of terror? Could fear truly win the hearts of men? And that repulsive, grimy emblem along with those dark robes. What had transpired to so drastically degrade my aesthetic sensibilities? It was utterly grotesque. It was said that I had even undergone magical alterations. But could one truly modify oneself in such a manner? Why do St. Mungo's healers wear glasses? Why don't they alter their own vision? After all these modifications, what monstrosity would I become? Why do I lack a nose? How can I be represented by this noseless visage? That noseless figure is me. How could I possibly have been defeated by an infant swaddled in blankets? How did that happen? Being vanquished by a mere baby is so humiliating. Moreover, you managed to survive for years without even escaping England. By Merlin's tattered trousers, the embarrassment is unbearable. I cannot possibly acknowledge that you and I are one and the same. Help me. Tom remained seated in the library, pondering whether he might simply return to slumber, perhaps awakening to find himself back where he belonged. This was profoundly embarrassing, utterly humiliating. He supported his forehead, feeling as though his spirit had been extinguished. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder. It was a Hufflepuff boy, looking several years his senior, with brown curls and honey-colored eyes, expressing concern as he furrowed his brow. "Are you all right, Tom?" Tom longed to confess that he was not, but upon meeting that worried gaze, he managed to muster a smile. "No, I'm fine. I'm doing well." The boy, who appeared to radiate joyfulness, was Cedric Diggory, a genuinely good person. When he first entered the school, he had accidentally dropped his handkerchief. This kind soul had spent 3 days searching for it, ultimately stopping Tom in the hallway to return it. He had even washed the handkerchief, which now exuded a delightful fragrance infused with the sweetness of honey. "Oh no, I'm perfectly fine. I was merely engrossed in a book and feeling a tad drowsy." Tom, having resigned himself to reality, displayed a smile. "Thank you for your concern, Senior Cedric. Since I have come this far, the prospect of death does not guarantee a return. I might as well make the most of my existence." Tom wore a compliant, businesslike smile. It merely implies starting afresh, and the low-level boss could very well be myself, nothing more. Despite my physical limitations, my spirit remains unyielding. I am certain I can prevail. Although I still wish to nitpick, is the name Tom truly so commonplace? Even in this new world, I'm still called by this name. If I could return, I would undoubtedly change it to something extraordinarily grand and impressive. Chapter 2. This world seems to be a realm dominated by romantic notions, and thus, it poses no significant trouble. Once one recognizes the reality, everything appears considerably more manageable. Our freshly minted comrade, Tom, resolves to cultivate a friendship with Harry Potter. There is no alternative. This peculiar situation must be rectified. He is exceedingly curious about the nature of the individual who could so effortlessly vanquish his counterpart in this world. Although this version of himself seems somewhat unhinged and clearly lacking in mental acuity, to be so easily defeated by a mere infant? Help! SOS. Tom's mind feels on the verge of exploding, and he remains utterly perplexed regarding how this was accomplished. Consequently, he begins to endeavor to approach Harry Potter. To his surprise, it proves far easier than anticipated. Slytherin and Gryffindor share a plethora of overlapping classes, allowing Tom to encounter Harry daily without expending much effort. However, mere proximity does not guarantee conversation, as Harry is evidently accompanied by a rather close friend, together navigating the trials of tardiness and facing the reprimands of Professor McGonagall. Fortunately, Tom possesses considerable patience. He waits 3 days, and then during a serendipitous history of magic class, he casually initiates their first dialogue with Harry, who is seated to his left. This is rather dull, isn't it? With a natural demeanor and a familiar tone, Harry pauses momentarily before nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is quite boring. How about we play tic-tac-toe? You know, the one with O's and X's. Tom opens his notebook to a fresh page and inches it toward Harry, suggesting a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who goes first. As they reach the third round of their game, Ron Weasley, Harry's red-haired companion, joins in, attempting to strategize for Harry. Yet, his efforts yield no success, and by the end of the class, Harry has yet to secure a single victory. The way Harry gazes at Tom has transformed. His eyes now sparkle with admiration, reminiscent of a puppy's gaze. Upon the ringing of the dismissal bell, Harry hurriedly flips through his textbooks and reveals a somewhat joyful expression. Ah, it's Charms class. We can still attend together. Can we sit at the same table? Of course. Tom replies with a beaming smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction at his initial goal being realized. However, Ron Weasley furrows his brow, scrutinizing Tom with a critical and discerning expression. You're a Slytherin, he states with a hint of skepticism. Is that so? Tom pauses. Is there a rule against Gryffindors and Slytherins sitting together? If so, I shall find another place to sit for the next class. Harry lets out an exclamation, tinged with a hint of regret. It is not easy for boys of their age to remain still in class, and the prospect of losing a companion with whom to play is undoubtedly disheartening. Even Ron, a product of the wizarding world and steeped in inter-house prejudice, hesitates, murmuring, You don't seem to be like those other Slytherins. Perhaps it's permissible for you to sit with us. The two 11-year-old boys have fallen into Tom's grasp, akin to two docile puppies, completely ensnared within his control. Yet, Tom remains focused on his objective, subtly probing Harry regarding the riddle of this world. Harry's responses are tentative. He claims ignorance, having grown up with his aunt and uncle and only recently learning of the existence of magic. Conversely, Ron Weasley animatedly recounts a wealth of information, clearly well-versed in the subject. However, his tales seem to lack substance, mere folklore devoid of any depth for Tom to explore further. Perhaps I am being too hasty. Tom muses with a sigh. It has been said that when the incident occurred, Harry was merely a child. He knows nothing, perhaps truly nothing at all. At that moment, Harry suddenly recalls something, sheepishly raking his fingers through his hair, his vibrant green eyes glistening. Hagrid told me that my mother sacrificed herself to protect me. I think it might be because of her that I survived. Ron Weasley appears bewildered by this revelation, muttering indistinctly, while Tom responds with genuine sincerity. Your mother was incredibly brave. She must have loved you dearly. This sentiment is heartfelt. In Tom's world, his mother, Merope Gaunt, was a frivolous woman who abandoned him shortly after birth, leaving him to be raised by house elves and his own resourcefulness. Yes, in his world, the Gaunt family, though somewhat dilapidated, was not entirely destitute. They did not rely on welfare from the Ministry of Magic as he does in this world. Truly remarkable. Once again, Harry gazes at Tom with those bright, sparkling green eyes. Tom, however, averts his gaze, reluctant to engage with such a look, one he has encountered frequently, filled with admiration, reverence, and an unspoken understanding. Typically, when he seeks to draw close to someone, such expressions signal that his endeavors are likely to succeed, as the individual is poised to consider him a confidant. Yet, he is not eager to suddenly find an 11-year-old confidant in this world. It feels unsettling. Moreover, he has begun to form some conjectures regarding how Harry managed to survive at his hands. Harry's mention of his mother sacrificing herself for him hints at a form of magic rooted in love. Love is the most potent magic in existence. Even Grindelwald fell victim to its power, and Tom has yet to comprehend its true meaning. Perhaps he has yet to encounter someone capable of enlightening him about love, leaving him with an emptiness regarding this aspect of magic. Where might I find the capacity to love someone more than I love myself? Tom contemplates, the notion appearing utterly implausible. Chapter 3. You children are so exuberant that it frightens me. Yet, it is evident that Tom has underestimated the magnetic allure he holds for an 11-year-old. Harry has already come to regard Tom as an exceptionally close friend. Whenever they share a class alongside Slytherin, Harry eagerly rushes to sit with Tom, bringing Ron Weasley along as well. This is rather conspicuous. Ron Weasley, where is your house prejudice? Shouldn't you be exhibiting it now? Tom muses to himself, wishing to remain inconspicuous, preferring to observe the myriad distinctions between this world and his own. In a world where Dumbledore and Grindelwald shared a profound camaraderie, it was only after they had essentially unified the magical realm and established administrative authority that he chose to retire to a secondary role, teaching at Hogwarts. In stark contrast, this world witnessed a tumultuous love-hate relationship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore, culminating in the latter's imprisonment within the towering confines of Nurmengard. Nevertheless, Dumbledore still ventured to Hogwarts to impart his knowledge. The situation bore a resemblance to diverging paths leading to the same destination. However, the journeys were markedly different. As Harry Potter gazed at Tom, his eyes sparkled with clarity, evoking a sense of innocence that made it difficult for Tom to maintain his aloof demeanor. Although he had occasionally adopted a cold disposition, Ron Weasley, somewhat oblivious, seemed to perceive Tom as a rather distant individual. This was a common trait among their Slytherin cohort. Ron, with a carefree spirit, clapped Tom on the shoulder and attempted to reassure Harry, who was slightly anxious, believing that Tom had lost interest in their companionship. Yet, Tom was indeed a commendable Slytherin, and there was no need for worry, Harry. Tom thought to himself, you can understand me like this? However, he refrained from voicing such sentiments, as expressing that he preferred solitude would only make him appear unhinged. Moreover, these were just children, and it was unnecessary to speak harshly to them. Paradoxically, this led to an increasingly amicable relationship between Harry and Tom, even surpassing Ron's companionship, blossoming into a profound bond. When Harry extended an invitation to Tom to join him at Hagrid's little tea gathering for the care of magical creatures, Tom sensed potential trouble brewing. Yet, Harry's intentions were genuinely innocent. He truly believed Tom was a wonderful person. Tom was patient and gentle, regaling them with captivating stories, excelling academically, and willingly allowing Harry to borrow his assignments. Furthermore, Tom lacked parental figures, a reality that seemed rather grim. However, in stark contrast to Ron's harmonious and complete family, Harry found himself drawn closer to Tom, who, in essence, had no family to speak of. Harry's affection for Tom was palpable, prompting him to carefully peruse the class schedule to ensure that Tom was free on Wednesday afternoons. With earnest determination, he stationed himself by the door of the Charms classroom during lunch to extend his invitation. Tom hesitated for a moment. He was reluctant to attend, but Harry's bright eyes made it challenging to conjure a reasonable excuse for refusal. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. Harry beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Let us meet at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Don't eat too much for lunch. Hagrid promised us some pies." After sharing his excitement, he dashed off, leaving behind a lively image of his retreating figure. Tom found himself at a loss for words, contemplating the simplicity of Harry's nature, a typical 11-year-old boy grappling with homework, concerned about his professor's perceptions, and occasionally wrestling with self-doubt, likely stemming from his upbringing under his aunt and uncle's roof. Well, I have no pressing engagements this afternoon, Tom rationalized. I might as well accompany Harry. He dared to think this only because he was unaware of the culinary disaster that Hagrid's pies would turn out to be. Although he understood that British cuisine was not renowned for its excellence, famed for its rather lackluster dishes, he believed that preparing something edible was not an insurmountable task, such as ensuring food was cooked properly. How could one be so unfortunate as to create a pie that was inedible? I thought Yorick pie was merely a quirky name, but it turns out to be an accurate description. It truly is rock-like, Tom mused, grimacing as he recalled the experience. His smile became strained. Yet neither Harry nor Hagrid appeared to notice, revealing their obliviousness. I'll bring you some Coca-Cola next term, Harry enthusiastically suggested, gesturing animatedly about the fizzy drink, which he claimed was delightful, especially when chilled in the refrigerator. The inedibility of Hagrid's rock pie prompted Harry to chatter more, animatedly describing the wonders of sharing the subway, electric lights, and all the joys of a non-magical life, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Tom nodded, considering the prospect of visiting Harry during the holidays. Would that be permissible? He inquired. Harry's expression turned to one of surprise, although he acknowledged the likelihood that his aunt would disapprove. Despite the dilapidated state of the Dursleys, Tom mused that it wouldn't be too difficult to traverse the Muggle world to visit Harry, laughing at the currency exchange rates in his mind. After all, in the magical realm, galleons were genuine gold. Once exchanged for Muggle currency, a handful could last quite a while. Yet, He felt no need to divulge such details to Harry. Observing Harry's sparkling, admiring gaze, Tom likened him to a small puppy, wishing to ruffle his hair. However, he successfully restrained himself, recognizing that if he expressed such a desire, Harry would likely agree, but it would be rather impolite and immature. Tom endeavored to maintain a semblance of his dark persona from another world, though he found it challenging to uphold. Hagrid, with his characteristic warmth, generously provided each of them with several rock pies to take back, bidding them farewell as they returned to Hogwarts Castle. Hagrid is a good man, Harry remarked. He was the one who first introduced me to magic, rescuing me from my aunt and uncle's home and whisking me off to Diagon Alley. As they strolled toward the castle, Harry's cheerful chatter continued, recalling his inaugural ride in the Gringotts cart, exclaiming, "It felt just like a roller coaster." Have you ever been on a roller coaster? I can start saving money now, and if you visit during the holidays, I'll treat you to an amusement park. They walked until they reached the entrance to the Great Hall, bidding each other farewell as Harry headed towards Gryffindor Tower while Tom descended into the Slytherin dungeons. As Tom watched Harry's figure recede, he contemplated sharing the rock pies with Ron, realizing he had no one else to share them with. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name, both first and last. Tom Riddle. To be honest, it took Tom a few moments to comprehend that the call was directed at him, for he had not been known by that name previously. Chapter 4. Child, you are quite the spendthrift. This sentiment likely resonated universally. Being called by one's full name typically heralded unwelcome news. Turning around, Tom initially anticipated trouble, only to find Draco Malfoy standing before him, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, who resembled loyal bodyguards ready to spring into action at Draco's command. An atmosphere of awkward tension enveloped them as Tom halted, scrutinizing the trio, his mind swirling with unspoken questions. You, Gunter, and Draco Malfoy stood there, slightly raising your chin, exuding an air reminiscent of a proud little peacock. Are you quite close with that Potter? Tom observed Draco Malfoy in this peculiar state, feeling a bit dazed. It was a genuine sense of bewilderment. After all, in his own world, he had once cradled Draco. With the passage of time, Tom had begun to comprehend the reasons for the chaos that enveloped this realm. It was a world consumed by infatuation. His mother, Merope Gaunt, had fallen for the Muggle Riddle, and after administering a potion of infatuation, their fleeting romance echoed certain aspects of his own world, where he too was a product of such ephemeral affection, albeit without the aid of enchantments. However, the subsequent events diverged drastically. In this world, Merope resolutely chose to remain with the Muggle Riddle, severing ties with her family and ultimately giving birth to him, only to later dispel the effects of the potion in a futile attempt to earn Riddle's genuine affection. Mother, did you not consider the implications of drugging someone into submission? How could you expect to win his heart after such an act? If you were both Muggles, he might have reported you to the authorities. In contrast, his mother in his own world, Merope Gaunt, was nothing short of a wayward butterfly, a description that felt somewhat blasphemous, yet it was the truth. Muggle Riddle was merely her favored pretty face, easily replaceable once the novelty wore off. The sole distinction was that this time, Merope became pregnant, and upon experiencing the pains of childbirth, decided to sterilize herself. After all, she already had a child to secure her future. At that moment, Merope was conversing with her brother Morphin, her nails painted a vivid green. She lamented, "Had I known childbirth would be so excruciating, I would have chosen not to have any children. I might as well dance in the rain on the street and grant myself a peaceful release." If your corpse were to appear in the street, it would undoubtedly frighten people, Morphin remarked, cautioning her that Tom was present and that such talk might disturb the children. Merope raised her hand to admire it in the light and tilted her head. "Why should I concern myself with frightening others when I am already dead? Moreover, a child with a frail mind does not deserve to be my son." They continued their banter, seemingly oblivious to Tom's feelings. In his world, Grindelwald and Dumbledore were two career-driven individuals, embroiled in a turbulent love affair that often led to physical confrontations, ultimately unifying the magical world under a new regime that demanded tributes from the Muggle world. Conversely, in this realm, Grindelwald and Dumbledore were purely infatuated, and Tom, having sought information over the past few days, had heard countless versions of their love story, all filled with passion and heartache, leaving him utterly bewildered and apprehensive. Not to mention, Harry Potter's parents had married at the tender age of 19, barely out of school, and before turning 20, Harry was already born. Tom struggled to comprehend this. He was profoundly shocked. In truth, he was still unaware that in this world, his counterpart had faltered due to Professor Snape's affection for Lily. As Snape had pleaded with Riddle, who, upon entering, had first slain James Potter while sparing Lily Evans, thus sealing his own fate. This world was awash with love, so much so that it bordered on catastrophe. Tom's gaze returned to Draco Malfoy before him. In his own world, Lucius Malfoy was a promising junior colleague, happily married, with a single son, Draco Malfoy. For Draco's first birthday, the Malfoys had sent invitations to everyone they knew. Tom, as Lucius Malfoy's superior and a friendly senior, had attended and delivered a speech. Afterward, he had been handed 1-year-old Draco, a cherubic child blissfully sucking his thumb in Tom's arms, a stark contrast to the rather haughty boy before him now. Yet, in this world, Tom and Draco were peers. And in terms of social standing and familial influence, Draco Malfoy far surpassed him. This was somewhat disconcerting, but Tom maintained a smile. As for Harry and me, our relationship is rather amicable, he replied. Don't play with Potter anymore. Draco frowned, his displeasure evident. Play with me instead. Tom was taken aback. Is this reasonable? It sounds as though you're saying, forget him, talk to me. As if you're a spoiled rich kid trying to steal someone else's partner. Tom's pupils widened in disbelief. And he cleared his throat. What? I didn't quite catch that. Surely, I must have misheard. Great Salazar Slytherin above, I must have misheard. Yet Draco continued to look at him with furrowed brows. I said you mustn't get too close to him. Be my friend, Draco insisted, his tone somewhat unreasonable. Tom's astonishment deepened. At this moment, he felt fortunate that Draco hadn't suggested they become boyfriends. But was this how friendships were formed among children? Was there something amiss? Tom's mind raced with thoughts of rejection, but Draco anticipated his refusal with uncanny accuracy. I'll give you money, he declared decisively. What had become of the Gaunt family's reputation? Why did Draco Malfoy believe he could sway him with money? Chapter 5. Perhaps it's time to take a dip in the Black Lake. This day seems increasingly unbearable. This isn't about money. Tom attempted to redirect the conversation. No, it is, Draco countered, grandly waving his hand. Here, take this checkbook. Fill in any amount you desire. Tom's eyes widened in shock. Is this appropriate? Does your father know of your extravagant spending? He looked rather foolish, mouth agape. Is the check not sufficient? Draco queried. Wearing a perplexed expression, it seems the Gaunts are quite knowledgeable. You may select one item from my family's collection, but only one. Otherwise, my father will accuse me of squandering. You are already quite the spendthrift, Draco Malfoy. Lucius, you ought to discipline your son. How are you raising him? No, thank you. Tom stammered, attempting to halt Draco's reckless display of wealth. I don't need the check, nor do I wish to collect anything. Friends do not operate this way, Draco. Upon realizing his choice of address, he felt it was too familiar. He should have referred to him as Malfoy. Indeed, Draco narrowed his eyes, strikingly similar to his father. It appears you are quite adept at friendship, he remarked, lifting his chin. Teach me, and I shall consider the check as tuition. The child was resolute, seeking a different method to squander his wealth. Tom fell into thoughtful silence for a few moments before finally nodding his agreement. He feared that Draco Malfoy would soon utter some outrageous statement, a thought that made his middle-aged heart quiver. By the time he established a new regime in another world, he was already an elderly man. He was 54 when Draco was born and had just celebrated his 60th birthday when the new regime was formed. Although he could maintain his eternally handsome and youthful appearance with the aid of magic, it did not change the fact that he possessed the mindset of a weathered elder. His thought processes seemed utterly incompatible with those of these younger children. I'm old. For heaven's sake, spare me, will you? I'm no longer a young man. This sentiment grew particularly poignant when, the next day, Draco indeed fulfilled his promise and humbly sought to attend classes with Tom, insisting on sitting beside him during meals. The expressions on Draco's pureblood friends' faces were so exquisite that Tom felt an overwhelming urge to plunge himself into the Black Lake. However, that would be quite a challenge. Given that Tom could swim and might instinctively resurface, making it difficult to drown unless he were weighed down with lead. Yet even with lead weights, death was not guaranteed. As the instinct for survival tends to flourish in dire situations, causing one to forget the act of suicide and instead free oneself from the weights to swim ashore. Do not inquire how Tom knew this. It was from a prior escapade involving a wand, some unfortunate souls, and a leap into the sea with weights tied to them. Not particularly friendly, but certainly something Tom was capable of doing. Is Draco the friend you bought with a check? Blaise Zabini, a child from a pureblood family who had known Draco since childhood, remarked upon witnessing such an unprecedented display from him. He spoke bluntly, yet his tone bore no hint of mockery, thus saving himself from potential wrath. Had Tom detected any sarcasm, he might have resorted to stuffing Blaise into a sack under cover of night. While the formidable killing curse was off limits, other minor spells posed no issue. Tom had even concocted a miniature fiend fire in their dormitory, an endeavor that proved remarkably effective and could likely incinerate a student into charcoal within a minute. Do not concern yourself overly with Draco, Blaise said, casually draping his arm over Tom's shoulder. Draco's merely in a frenzy at the moment. Take his money graciously. For he has plenty, and soon enough, his madness will pass. I did not accept his money, Tom replied, eyeing the hand Blaise had draped over his shoulder, feeling a sudden impulse to sever it with a cutting curse. The Gunter family, though impoverished to the point of requiring welfare from the Ministry of Magic, had not yet sunk to the depths of accepting any sum. What has driven Draco to this madness? Is no one addressing it? You underestimate the preciousness of the Malfoy heir, Blaise continued. Even if he were to bring the heavens crashing down, Mr. Malfoy would merely blame the sky for its fragility, never attributing fault to Draco. Tom blinked slowly, pondering how Lucius Malfoy could be so indulgent of his child. Why would Draco act this way? Is there any insight? Tom inquired, deliberately taking his time to spread maple syrup on his muffin. What has provoked them? Harry Potter, of course. Why else would he become agitated upon seeing you in close proximity to Potter? Blaise chuckled, leaning closer to whisper conspiratorially. You were not present to witness it. But when Draco learned Harry Potter was on the train, he was eager to speak with him and make a friend. Alas, Potter rejected him, opting instead for that Weasley boy, ignoring Draco entirely. His voice trailed off, drawing closer to Tom's ear, his breath warm and ticklish against his skin. Very well, very well, Tom replied after a moment of silence. He resolved not to probe into Draco's intentions of befriending Potter. The thought felt perilous. What if it turned out to be true? He might find himself grappling with despair and contemplating another plunge into the Black Lake. He found himself inexplicably entwined within Draco Malfoy's elite Slytherin circle for consecutive days. Whenever he attempted to extricate himself from the group, Draco would pull him back with vigilance akin to that of a jealous partner fearing infidelity. This filled Tom with a sense of despair. However, after 2 days of hopelessness, he decided to forego any turmoil over friendships that could disrupt his life. After all, who he befriended was ultimately inconsequential. Friends from Slytherin were perhaps closer at hand. Yet Harry Potter evidently believed the world was crumbling around him. Seizing a rare opportunity, Harry appeared unexpectedly to whisk Tom away, his emerald eyes brimming with concern. Has Draco Malfoy been bullying you? Chapter 6. Who understands family? Why are children in this world so misguided at such a tender age? Tom wished to clarify that he had not been bullied. And he did express this clearly. I haven't, really. But I've seen it. You've been eating less lately. It must be Malfoy intimidating you. Harry's eyes widened, his face contorted with righteous indignation. You haven't even been sitting with us. My reduced appetite is due to my desire not to waste food. I just can't seem to finish that deadly rock pie, Tom replied, his expression dulled by the weight of the conversation. No, I'm genuinely doing well, Tom attempted to assert once more, but Harry had already convinced himself that Tom was merely putting on a brave face. Ron Weasley shared this sentiment, and together they approached Tom with an earnest determination to seek an explanation. Tom, feeling cornered, resorted to feigning illness and played dead in the Slytherin common room. House elves would dutifully deliver food to his room. Though it might not be as lavish as the Great Hall's offerings, it was still quite ample. He was grateful for the diligent and devoted house elves of Hogwarts. Draco Malfoy had not yet focused on Tom to that extent. His current mindset was simply one of competition, desperate to draw Tom away from Harry Potter. As for Tom's claim of illness and desire to eat in his dormitory, Draco seemed unconcerned. Blaise, however, approached him, knocking on Tom's door. What brings you here? Tom asked, frowning at Blaise's presence in the doorway. You're not well, are you? I came to check on you. Blaise replied cheerfully, leaning against the doorframe. I've even brought you some sweets. Aren't you going to let me in? Tom paused, then stepped aside to allow Blaise into his room. Among this small Slytherin clique, Tom found Blaise Zabini to be the most troublesome and least desirable companion. Draco Malfoy was in a phase of defiance and indulgence, while the son from the Knott family was reserved and somewhat aloof. Daphne Greengrass and Pansy Parkinson, being girls, had not grown particularly close to Tom. Only Blaise Zabini, with his perfect inheritance of his mother's social grace, lacked the boundaries that a mature adult should uphold. His intense interest in Tom was a source of considerable discomfort for him, a classmate whom he could neither strike nor reprimand. The indignities Tom had not faced in his past life had begun to manifest in this one. The atmosphere in your room is quite desolate. Uninvited. Blaise made himself comfortable at the dining table, unceremoniously unwrapping the cake he had brought along. Care for a taste? I specifically requested it from the house elf in the kitchen. Tom joined him at the table, expressing his gratitude. The cake was a sumptuous chocolate delight, featuring a soft sponge and a sweet, flowing filling. As Tom took a spoonful of the cake, he found himself exercising a modicum of patience regarding Blaise's uninvited presence. Silence enveloped them, with Blaise resting his chin on his hand, observing as Tom devoured the entire chocolate cake. When Tom finally set down his fork, feeling the need to utter some polite pleasantries, Blaise broke the silence with an unexpectedly candid remark. You truly dislike me, don't you? The bluntness of the statement left Tom momentarily speechless, yet he managed a bemused smile, perplexed. How could that be? I simply lack eloquence, Blaise. Blaise chuckled, raising a finger in a playful gesture. No, my instincts are never wrong. It's a gift. You simply do not favor me. Tom inwardly sighed at the childishness of Blaze's assertions, but before he could voice his thoughts, Blaze leaned forward and gently brushed his thumb against the corner of Tom's mouth. Startled, Tom instinctively recoiled, the chair scraping against the floor with an unpleasant sound. "Yet I find you rather likable," Blaze remarked, retracting his hand with a hint of regret. "You had a bit of cake residue at the corner of your mouth, and I helped you clean it off." The insignia of Slytherin hung around Tom's neck, sending a chill down his spine. Surely, this boy wasn't attempting to court him, was he? "Please, spare me from such antics." However, Blaze made no further moves. Instead, he cheerfully advised Tom to take care of himself. "It would be wise to keep your distance from Potter. After all, you are still a Slytherin. If you offend Draco, your time in Slytherin may become quite unbearable." Tom feigned a smile as he expressed his thanks. Blaze departed, lightheartedly bidding Tom farewell, while Tom resolutely closed the dormitory door behind him. "Oh dear," Blaze mused, slightly taken aback, claiming not to dislike me while practically slamming the door in my face. He found himself genuinely fond of Tom, though the term like felt somewhat inadequate. Perhaps interested would be more fitting. After all, Tom was unlike anyone else. Blaze's familial structure was rather conventional: a perpetually unchanged mother, a father who frequently reinvented himself, and a seemingly superfluous son. Growing up with a salon queen for a mother exposed him to a myriad of characters. Some were vain, others greedy for wealth, and some were driven by more primal desires. The desires of those around him were often glaringly evident, some well concealed. Yet he could always discern their intentions with a mere glance. This ability, while praised, bore a sense of monotony. But Tom was different. Blaze found himself perplexed for the third time by the eyes of those around him, first with his mother, then with Professor Dumbledore. He considered it normal not to comprehend them. Yet Tom, the last scion of the fallen Gaunt family, why could he not fathom him? The more curious he grew, the more he wished to draw near. When Blaze realized he was becoming overly concerned with the emotions reflected in Tom's dark eyes, he found those very eyes invading his dreams. Yet, Tom's eyes were mostly tinged with impatience and resignation, nothing more. Chapter 7. I like you, now leave, truly. Tom remained oblivious to the convoluted thoughts swirling in Blaze's mind. Even if he were aware, he would likely dismiss it as youthful triviality. Nevertheless, under the guise of feigned illness, Tom maintained a semblance of stability in the outside world. Days were spent either in the dormitory or in some obscure corner of the library, where time seemed to stretch endlessly. People around him appeared to possess a generally poor sense of judgment, leading Tom to believe that he could swiftly ascend to the position of Dark Lord without resorting to dark magic. After all, the world seemed excessively cautious, especially concerning the use of dark arts. It was in the library that he encountered Hermione, an enthusiastic young witch from Gryffindor. Their relationship blossomed rapidly, as Hermione's eagerness to learn matched Tom's willingness to impart knowledge, relishing the opportunity to guide the younger generation. Consequently, Hermione spent her free time in the library, frequently by Tom's side. "Don't you wish to play with your friends?" Tom inquired, noting Hermione's frequent library visits. She deftly changed the subject, prompting Tom to refrain from pursuing the matter further, instead opting to provide her with companionship in the library. The girl seemed somewhat pitiable, perhaps due to her directness in conversation, which did not endear her to her peers. Hermione, perceptive to this, began bringing Tom little homemade gifts, scarves, hats, and gloves crafted from yarn. When her eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Tom, he felt a strange sensation, an internal conflict brewing. At his age, he found himself feeling a protective fondness for the younger students. Yet such affection could be misconstrued or misinterpreted, potentially leading to premature romantic entanglements. Another day arrived when he felt the urge to leap into the Black Lake. Thus, Tom feigned illness once more, withdrawing to his dormitory for several days. Avoiding Hermione in the library, Blaze, undeterred, continued to bring small cakes daily, cheerfully knocking on Tom's door, which Tom eventually grew tired of answering. "You're becoming quite the celebrity," Blaze remarked, peeling an apple at Tom's window. "I overheard Daphne and Pansy whispering about you, speculating whether you might be a potions prodigy concocting love potions to bewitch Gryffindor and dismantle them from within." Tom, half sitting on his bed, wore a blank expression. "I would have preferred not to hear that," he replied, his face devoid of emotion. Blaze burst into laughter, thoroughly entertained. In this atmosphere, Tom genuinely wished to excuse himself from the upcoming flying lesson with Gryffindor and Slytherin. What a bore, he thought. "Go on, it will be lively," Blaze cheerfully offered, presenting the peeled apple to Tom's lips. "Draco and Potter are bound to clash, and witnessing the spectacle would be quite delightful." Tom remained expressionless, ignoring the invitation. Blaze pondered for a moment before suggesting, "What if I refrain from troubling you in your dorm for an entire week? Would that be acceptable?" Such an alluring proposition. It granted Tom an entire week of tranquility. Really? Tom hesitated, his dark eyes fixed intently on Blaze. "You see, you claim not to dislike me," Blaze chuckled, his laughter always carefree and lighthearted. "I assure you, I speak the truth." Tom felt a flicker of excitement and nodded in agreement, feeling quite satisfied. However, soon after, he found himself lying in the infirmary, expressionless, observing Blaze, who was cheerfully peeling an apple for him. "What happened to that promise of a week without bothering me?" Tom's face remained impassive as he regarded Blaze. "A week of peace. Remember, what I meant was a week without disturbing you in your dorm. But here you are in the infirmary, so I'm not technically bothering you," Blaze replied with a grin, diligently continuing to peel the apple. "How about I carve a little rabbit for you? Do you like rabbits?" "I'd prefer if you would just leave," Tom stated flatly. Yet, Blaze feigned ignorance to his request. For Blaze, there was nothing more delightful than witnessing the subtle hues of annoyance in Tom's eyes. It brought him immense joy, regardless of whether those colors stemmed from irritation. Tom opted to close his eyes, lying flat on the hospital bed, pretending to be blind, deaf, and mute. He began to recall the moment when he was unceremoniously thrown off his broom during the flying lesson. He seldom used the broom, as he could fly independently and had no need for it. However, in that brief moment when his broom lost control, Tom still had the opportunity to stabilize his body, at least enough to avoid serious injury, perhaps a gentle brush against something to ensure safety. After a few seconds of contemplation, Tom surrendered to the inevitable, choosing to let himself fall like a true 11-year-old child, experiencing the chaotic descent after his broom malfunctioned. Nevertheless, he managed to exert some control, as he did not wish to ascend to the heavens just yet. He felt like a good child who should be permitted to remain in this world before eventually reaching paradise. Thus, he managed to cling to a protruding knight's flagpole of the castle, only to fall and adjust his position, resulting in a mere broken leg. Yet, the pain was still quite excruciating. Lying on the ground, Tom considered whether it might be prudent to contemplate his potential ascension to the afterlife. The truth was, the pain was so intense that his expression turned numb. Madame Pomfrey rushed over, her face filled with concern and with a levitation charm. She lifted him from the ground and transported him to the infirmary. Upon lying down on the bed, Tom still had the energy to inquire why his broom had suddenly malfunctioned. "Do our Hogwarts brooms possess such a mind of their own? It sounds rather terrifying," Tom mused slowly. "What if it hadn't been me today, but some other unfortunate student who met their demise?" Madame Pomfrey assured Tom that she would provide him with an explanation, offering a few comforting words before departing, leaving Tom to rest. Nurse Pomfrey soon arrived to examine Tom's injury and prepared a dose of Skillgrow. She informed him that the bone would heal overnight, though there might be some discomfort. Thoughtfully, she placed 2 lemon drops on his bedside. "I will check your bones in the morning, and if all is well, you may attend class in the afternoon. But refrain from any vigorous activities. I will provide you with an excuse for the upcoming flying lessons." Tom nodded and obediently lay back on the bed, soon welcoming his first visitor. "Blaze, I suppose I am your solace here," Blaze remarked, eyeing Tom on the bed while continuing to carve his little rabbit apple. "Draco and Potter will likely come to see you later. They're still caught up in a dispute over a memory orb from Longbottom since Madame Hooch left, creating quite a ruckus." Tom responded with silence. Noticing Tom's disinterest in conversing about such matters, Blaze shrugged lightly. "Your out-of-control broom charged straight into the Whomping Willow, smashing it to bits. We may never know why it lost control." At this, Tom finally turned his gaze toward Blaze, intrigued enough to engage in conversation. "It flew directly into the Whomping Willow? It certainly seems as though someone wished to obliterate evidence," Blaze chuckled. "If I were you, I would prioritize safety. At least keep someone by your side." Tom maintained his stoic expression, continuing to observe Blaze. "I heard that person," Blaze lowered his voice, "the one whose name cannot be mentioned, your uncle by blood, seems to have returned from the forests of Albania." Chapter 8. Some battles can be lost, while others cannot. Tom paused. "He hasn't perished? Wouldn't it be preferable if that other version of me were gone instead?" "He is not so easily vanquished," Blaze replied, his tone still soft, tinged with awe and admiration. "Everyone says he suffered a grave injury years ago and has been in hiding, recuperating for the day he would return and reclaim his power." Given Blaze's evident admiration, Tom scrutinized him a moment longer. "You admire that, Voldemort?" Tom thought, incredulously questioning why he had to utter such a melodramatic name. It was a rather poor moniker compared to the more appealing title of the Dark Lord that other wizards later adopted. "Do not utter his name," Blaze corrected Tom. "Though he has committed many heinous acts, he has also achieved great things. It's not surprising to hold a degree of admiration for him." While they were engaged in this discussion, the door to the infirmary suddenly swung open, accompanied by a potent aroma of garlic that swiftly filled the room, assaulting Tom's senses. Upon inhaling the scent, Tom immediately recognized its source. Professor Quirrell. The most peculiar faculty member at Hogwarts, whom Tom had once thought was merely a filler among the staff, had made him fear for the school's future. Convinced it was on the brink of collapse, Professor Quirrell's classes were utter disasters, although defense against the dark arts was not particularly rigorous during peacetime. And with strict regulations against dark magic, few would need to employ it. With no practical applications, how could one even discuss defense? Yet, paired with a professor who was even more theoretical than the subject itself, there was little to learn. Students merely listened to him stammer, recount tales, and endure the pervasive stench of garlic. Tom still felt a sense of discomfort upon encountering Professor Quirrell in the infirmary. "Oh, hello, you two," Professor Quirrell stammered, addressing Tom and Blaise. "I am here to retrieve some burn ointment. I accidentally scalded myself while brewing a potion to ward off vampires." The smile on Quirrell's face was more unsettling than a frown, and in an effort to spare him further embarrassment, Tom and Blaise feigned ignorance, exchanging polite smiles before diverting their gazes. Tom watched as Professor Quirrell stumbled out of the medical wing, bidding him a silent farewell. "What's the matter? Is it smoky?" Blaise observed Tom's pensive demeanor and offered him a freshly cut slice of apple. "Shall I open a window for some fresh air?" Tom shifted his gaze from the doorway. A little ventilation would be appreciated. However, his visit to Professor Quirrell was not motivated by the odor. Rather, he had suddenly sensed an odd yet strangely familiar scent emanating from the professor. "What bond do I share with this Quirrell?" Tom cast another glance toward the door, then, slightly perplexed, withdrew his gaze. "Do you know much about Professor Quirrell?" Tom ultimately decided to inquire directly of Blaise. After all, he was merely a student with limited information channels, and it was far more prudent to seek knowledge from Blaise, who was better informed. Would I ever find myself resorting to such beguiling tactics? Tom noted the glimmer in Blaise's eyes and felt a sudden pang of unease. Yet, after a brief hesitation, Tom concluded that it mattered little. He had previously leveraged his good looks, occasionally deceiving others and taking shortcuts. What harm was there in that? As long as he refrained from crossing certain boundaries, they could maintain a friendship, however ambiguous it might be. Yet, contemplating such matters felt premature, he mused. Reflecting on his mere 11 years of age, perhaps it was indeed too early for such maturity. Quirrell? He had once been a student at Hogwarts, Blaise confirmed, revealing that the professor had ventured abroad to enhance his credentials. He had traveled to Albania and returned somewhat disoriented, allegedly encountering vampires and zombies during his travels, which had nearly cost him his life, resulting in his current mental instability. Tom expressed a soft "oh," pondering the coincidence of Albania. He continued to nibble on the apple Blaise had provided, then declared his fatigue, indicating a desire to rest. Understanding the hint, Blaise promptly gathered his belongings. "I shall return tomorrow. I'll be discharged by then," Tom replied, reclining beneath the covers as he regarded Blaise. "I'll visit you in your dormitory tomorrow." Blaise readily acquiesced. "You mentioned you wouldn't come to my dorm for a week," Tom remarked, his expression neutral. Blaise laughed and ruffled his hair. "You certainly remember that well." "Very well, I shall visit you next week. I'll mark it on my calendar." With a wave, Blaise departed, and Tom nestled deeper into his blankets, pulling them up to his chin. Despite possessing a soul that transcended age, he remained an 11-year-old child, fatigued and in pain. His legs ached from the discomfort of growing bones. As he curled up in bed, he drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, the sky had darkened, and Madame Pomfrey had delivered a meal, a bowl of pumpkin porridge and milk, both covered to maintain warmth, though their unappealing appearance did little to whet his appetite. Tom propped himself against the pillows and slowly brought the porridge to his lips. Moments later, the door swung open, and Draco entered, taking a seat on the chair beside Tom's bed, observing him as he consumed his meal. "Can you manage such a bland diet?" he questioned. "Had I known, I would have asked Crab to bring you a piece of cake." In truth, Tom found it difficult to eat, managing a faint smile. For the hospital fare was hardly extravagant. Draco sat stiffly, seemingly struggling to conjure a topic of conversation. Their lack of familiarity rendered the silence somewhat awkward. Tom noticed a flicker of irritation in Draco's eyes. "I'm doing well, Draco. You should head back. Thank you for visiting. I should be able to attend classes normally tomorrow. Perhaps you could lend me your notes for the classes I missed?" Draco's eyes brightened discreetly, and he responded with a satisfied hum. Tom had unwittingly provided him with an excuse to justify his visit while also facilitating an easy exit. "Excellent." Draco nodded, preparing to rise and politely bid farewell, but at that moment, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley burst in with unrestrained enthusiasm, causing a ruckus that made the medical wing door jingle. "Tom, we've come to see you." Consequently, Draco Malfoy found himself seated once more. Chapter 9. Life is hard. But look at the handsome boys and reduce the size. What followed was an absurd competition for Tom's affection. "How can you eat such bland food, Tom?" Ron exclaimed. "I'll fetch a couple of chicken legs from the kitchen. You're still a patient. Don't indulge too much. Finish your porridge and rest well. I'll bring dessert later," Do you prefer chocolate cake or pudding? This gentle suggestion stood in stark contrast to Ron's earlier exclamation. I discovered today that I'm exceptionally good at riding my broom, Tom. Harry interjected, squeezing into the space beside Tom's bed and grasping his free hand. I'll show you during our next flying lesson. Draco, noticing this, promptly took the milk from Tom's hand and placed it on the bedside table, holding Tom's other hand instead. Rest is paramount. If you're unwell, don't push yourself. For the next flying lesson, I'll speak to my godfather about getting you an excuse. Ron, glancing around, noticed both of Tom's hands were occupied, leaving no room for him. He then seized Tom's unencumbered left leg. I can take you to watch my brother's Quidditch practice. Tom. Seriously. You boys are acting like children. I'm the innocent one here. Why are you teasing me? Especially you, Ron Weasley. Could you please loosen your grip? You're starting to look like a creep. Tom's pupils dilated, feeling somewhat shattered by the absurdity of it all. By the time Hermione visited him in the evening, Tom appeared utterly drained. The bedside table was cluttered with chicken legs, desserts, and a handful of Weasley fireworks. Hermione, observing Tom's expression, hesitated slightly. Are you all right? Living in a state of near death is possible, I suppose, Tom replied, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, somewhat vacant. Thank you for visiting, Hermione. She smiled, placing her backpack on the empty bed across from him, producing a loud thud. Tom turned in surprise at her sudden movement. I want to finish my homework here, Hermione admitted, a hint of bashfulness in her smile. I don't want to return to the common room. It's too noisy. Tom remained silent for a few moments, ultimately refraining from suggesting she should leave. During his conversations with Daphne, he had gleaned some insights regarding Hermione's recent circumstances. It seemed that the young witch's overly earnest demeanor and her relentless dedication had rendered her somewhat socially isolated, as she lacked friends and was not particularly well-liked by her peers. That Granger from Gryffindor? Have you heard? They call her Miss Know-It-All, Daphne mimicked in a teasing tone, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Thus, it appeared that Gryffindor was not as virtuous as it seemed, as they too were quick to belittle those they deemed unworthy. Malice, it seemed, was omnipresent, particularly among students, where it often manifested in insidious ways. The bullying one might envision, characterized by physical violence or coercion, was not the sole form of cruelty. Sometimes, it was simply the act of ensuring that someone was utterly alone. Each day, the individual faced the rigors of academic life and the accompanying pressures, yet they did so in solitude, devoid of companionship. Such a state could drive anyone to madness. Hence, Tom's acquiescence to Hermione's request to linger a while longer was born out of concern. It would be rather disheartening to witness such a bright young mind languish in isolation. Should some affection arise from his attentions, that could be addressed later. Hermione quietly occupied herself with her homework on the bed, the gentle moonlight filtering through the curtain seams, casting a serene glow. Tom indulged in the pudding at his bedside before retreating beneath the covers, gradually succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, he found Hermione had already departed, yet she had left a charming card nestled beneath his snacks, adorned with a cheerful smiley face and a message wishing him a swift recovery. Tom examined the card repeatedly, finding it quite endearing. Shortly thereafter, Madame Pomfrey arrived to assess his recovery, and soon enough, Tom was gingerly navigating back to his dormitory with the aid of a cane. Eager to escape the confines of the infirmary, remaining there any longer would surely invite scrutiny, akin to a zoo exhibit, and he could only imagine the outrageous comments Blaise would make about his predicament. As anticipated, Blaise had indeed heard about the incident in the hospital wing, where Draco and Potter had reportedly treated Tom's leg as if it were a mere toy. Don't you think you resembled the heroine of a Mary Sue novel back then? Blaise smirked, reclining on the common room sofa as the fireplace crackled with warmth. The others had gathered around the hearth, vying for Tom's attention. Tom shot Blaise a glare and delivered a playful kick. Oh, have you two become so chummy? Daphne remarked with delight, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered a new world. Feel free to kick him a few more times, Tom. Blaise certainly invites it with that mouth of his. Tom nodded in agreement and gave Blaise another kick. Blaise laughed and dodged, rolling over to Daphne's side, only to be playfully rebuffed and sent tumbling toward Theodore Nott. Theodore, a man of few words, made room for the unwelcome guest, shifting slightly to accommodate Blaise. Isn't it nearly time for dinner? After a brief lull, Blaise sprang from his seat, exclaiming, "Let us go eat." It seemed he could hardly remain still. If you think 40 minutes is a short while, I wouldn't mind if you set off to the Great Hall right now, Theodore replied, his gaze returning to his book. Theodore Nott, the epitome of an aloof beauty, quietly served as a backdrop, yet his melancholic aura and handsome visage never failed to attract attention. At merely 11 years of age, Theodore was already strikingly handsome, and Tom could hardly fathom the throngs of admirers that would undoubtedly flock to him in the future, provided he didn't succumb to the awkwardness of adolescence. Having seen Mr. Nott One could surmise that Theodore would weather the trials of youth quite well. Tom, blissfully unaware, took a moment to admire Theodore's striking features before redirecting his focus to the book in his hands. Witnessing beauty invariably brings joy to the heart. Chapter 10. I truly admire your audacity. And so, several days of relative tranquility passed, not entirely uneventful, but considerably calmer. Tom was able to meander about the dormitory without Blaze's incessant interruptions, though this reprieve lasted only a week before Blaze returned to his side. During this period, Blaze shadowed Tom closely, even accompanying him to the library. Whenever Blaze would encircle Tom with his exuberance, Hermione would tactfully withdraw, wishing to avoid complicating matters for either of them. However, Harry Potter was evidently unfazed by such dynamics. One weekend, he burst into the library alongside Ron Weasley, startling both Tom and Blaze, who sat across from each other, the sudden intrusion jolting them from their concentration. Generally speaking, Tom no longer required the textbooks to enhance his knowledge base, yet he still needed the content for his grades. It was akin to how one must adhere to the textbook's answers to secure marks, regardless of whether the essence of the response was correct. If submitted to Professor Sprout, one might receive a lenient grading, but if it landed in the hands of the unyielding Professors Snape or McGonagall, it would spell disaster. I have something to tell you, Harry exclaimed, brimming with excitement, his face flushed and eyes sparkling as if he bore the most wondrous news. Madame Pants's head emerged from behind a bookshelf, her feather duster poised as if ready to jab at Harry's face. The library is a place of silence, she admonished, her expression fierce as she approached, clearly ready to unleash her ire. No whispering in the library. Let us go, Tom urged, pulling Harry away, gesturing for him to keep his voice down, all the while offering a contrite smile to Madame Pants. Harry was yanked along, with Ron trailing closely behind, and soon Blaze joined the fray. What are you all talking about? Blaze asked cheerfully, draping an arm around Tom's shoulder. Don't forget me. His enthusiasm was almost contagious. As if he were not a Slytherin at all, Ron regarded Blaze with a bewildered expression, as though questioning his sanity. What are you doing here? I'm Tom's good friend, Blaze replied earnestly. You're also Tom's friends, right? So, we're all friends here. What is the harm in chatting? His earnestness rendered Tom momentarily speechless, while Ron and Harry exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for words. They exited the library together, turning a few corners until they reached a secluded spot. Harry, no longer mentioning his desire to dismiss Blaze, gleefully shared his news with Tom. I've become the seeker for Gryffindor, Tom, he exclaimed, practically bouncing with joy. Professor McGonagall approved my application. Tom raised an eyebrow in response. With a slight scoff, he remarked, aren't you in your first year? Didn't they say that first-year students are forbidden from playing Quidditch? We're not even allowed to bring our brooms. That's because Harry is a prodigy, Ron exclaimed cheerfully. He's the youngest seeker in many, many years. Perhaps even the youngest in history. Blaze rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But when did that happen? Haven't we only had one flying lesson? Exactly. That's why I say Harry is a genius, Ron replied, glancing at Blaze with a hint of disbelief. It was during our last flying lesson that Professor McGonagall noticed Harry. Ron's words drew the attention of several others towards Harry, who shyly offered a bashful smile. I really must thank Malfoy, though. If he hadn't played that prank and tried to throw Neville's Remembrall, I wouldn't have soared into the air, discovered my flying talent, and caught Professor McGonagall's eye, leading to my selection as the new seeker. Harry's smile was exceedingly sweet and bashful, while Blaze let out an exaggerated wow. Make sure Draco never hears that. He would be absolutely furious, Blaze warned earnestly, if he knew that his little scheme backfired and inadvertently brought you good fortune. Blaze's words were accompanied by a mischievous glint in his eyes, and Tom observed as Harry and Ron's eyes lit up, suggesting they had something devious in mind. Oh dear. I just remembered that Tom and I have something to attend to tonight, Blaze said, swiftly pulling Tom away. We'll be on our way now? With that, they dashed off, leaving behind a flurry of excitement. They finally paused at the fountain in the courtyard, catching their breath. Tom shot Blaze a glare. You seem to be quite the troublemaker. Blaze leaned in closer, teasingly. Are you upset? Chapter 11. One day I will jump into the Black Lake. I truly will. Blaze's words clearly reached Harry and Ron, for during dinner that evening, Draco, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, approached the Gryffindor table seeking trouble with Harry Potter, while Blaze lingered nearby, eager for the spectacle. You seem rather pleased with yourself. Draco snatched the fork from Harry's hand. The infamous boy who lived, flaunting the rules as if he won't face any consequences, and instead is rewarded with a promotion. Draco's tone dripped with sarcasm, reminiscent of Professor Severus Snape. Yet Harry Potter appeared completely unfazed. Are you envious? Harry queried. First blood. Who would envy you? Draco's voice trembled slightly, emboldened by his reputation. But Harry flies exceptionally well. Ron chimed in, cheerfully gnawing on a chicken leg. Both Professor McGonagall and would have praised his flying. No one sings your praises. Double kill. Draco's face flushed with indignation. Momentarily speechless, before he opened his mouth again, you clearly. What do you think of Harry's flying, Tom? Ron suddenly posed the question, directing attention toward Tom. Tom thought, why am I involved in this? But Draco's gaze was already fixed on him, as was Harry's, burning with intensity. I'm terribly sorry, but I wouldn't know. Tom replied with a gentle, disingenuous smile. I broke my leg that day and was in the infirmary, so I saw nothing. Ron displayed a look of disappointment. And Harry appeared somewhat sympathetic, yet in the next moment, Harry perked up again. You can come watch my practice, Tom, he exclaimed, completely disregarding Draco. Triple kill. Enough. I'm still here. Draco interjected angrily to prevent the impending verbal barrage from Harry and Ron. From a distance, Ron's older brother's voice floated over, oh, you're still here? Quadra kill. Draco, incensed, felt his face redden, nearly bursting with rage. A duel, do you dare? Tonight, in the trophy room, do you dare? This was a genuine challenge. Having not grown up in the magical world, Harry felt a fleeting moment of confusion when he heard the word duel, turning to Ron for clarity. Who wouldn't he dare? Ron immediately responded, fully embracing the challenge. I'll be Harry's assistant. What about you? My side. Draco surveyed the faces of those behind him, ultimately huffing. Tom will come. He didn't truly believe in Tom's fighting prowess, but sought to irritate Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Otherwise, he would have chosen Blaise. With a curt dismissal, he declared, midnight, trophy room, don't be late, and dragged Tom away. Tom was pulled along, bewildered by the sudden turn of events and the unexpected task thrust upon him. How did things escalate to this point? Tom felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Are we really going? Of course we are, Blaise exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Tom's shoulders. Don't you see how furious Draco is? Draco shot Blaise a fierce glare, clearly itching to deal with him first. He lingered for a moment, his gaze lingering on Blaise's hand resting on Tom's shoulder. When did you two become such good friends? Draco asked, a hint of darkness creeping into his tone. Since you weren't paying attention, Blaise replied with a grin. While you were oblivious, I've been working hard. I've always said, Draco, friendship isn't something you can just dictate. Draco furrowed his brow, casting another glance at Blaise's hand on Tom. What exactly have you been up to? Draco pressed, raising his chin as if demanding an explanation. Every day, I make my presence known to Tom, providing him companionship when he's alone, carving apples into bunny shapes, and offering emotional support when he's hurt. Blaise recounted with a cheerful demeanor, counting off on his fingers. Tom, listening, silently raised a hand to cover his face. The Dark Lord, reduced to feeling utterly helpless in the presence of an 11-year-old child. What a predicament. Draco, taking this in, suddenly exclaimed. The way you describe it makes it sound like you're courting him. Do you realize that? Draco's shock was palpable as he glanced between Blaise and Tom. Tom, still with one hand covering his face, raised his other hand in helplessness. I am innocent. Blaise also raised his hand. I am innocent. It's not at that level yet. Not at that level yet. Draco glared at Blaise, incredulous. Isn't that enough? At this rate, I genuinely worry about whether you'll ever have a girlfriend, Draco. Blaise shrugged nonchalantly. If I were chasing someone, I would at least bring them a rose every day. There must be some ritual involved. The roses seem on the verge of weeping, mourning the murder inflicted upon them by your actions. Draco let out a scoff, dismissing the sentiment. Forget that. Tonight you must accompany me to the trophy room, Tom. Understood, Tom replied, his voice tinged with a hint of fatigue. It would have been preferable if you had consulted me before making decisions concerning my involvement. Draco opened his mouth to respond, momentarily fidgeting in his seat, displaying a touch of discomfort. Ah, got it, he said, rubbing his nose thoughtfully. He contemplated the remarks Blaise had just made, attempting to apply them to himself, before falling silent for a few seconds. I have an apple here. Would you care for it? Tom, in a display of despair, covered his face with his hands. No one stopped me. I'm about to leap into the Black Lake. Yet, in the end, he accepted the apple. A green apple, it tasted rather delightful. Given the emotional turmoil he had already endured, he figured it prudent to indulge in an apple to alleviate his distress. After all, it would be foolish to refuse. Tom numbly gnawed at the apple, the crunching sound echoing like the gnawing of flesh. Blaise slyly jabbed Draco in the ribs and whispered, Did you see that? He's angry. If you keep showing off, Tom might just take a bite out of you. Although Draco felt a chill run down his spine from the sound, he shot Blaise a perplexed glance. What exactly is your perception of Tom? Why would you describe it as gnawing? Chapter 12. Wow, what a world. Tom felt that existing among these 11-year-olds was far more grueling than his previous alliances and petty schemes. Has the illustrious Salazar Slytherin finally taken pity on my lost childhood, resorting to this torment? Indeed, it was an ordeal. This realization affirmed that his choice to remain unmarried and childless was indeed the right one. Surviving to such an age, ruling the magical realm, and vanquishing Grindelwald was undoubtedly due to his lack of parental responsibilities. Grindelwald's partnership with Dumbledore in their grand pursuits must also stem from their shared childlessness. Tom wore a stern expression, yet if his internal grievances were laid bare, they would fill the entire length of the Slytherin table. Just look at the sorrow he endured. However, that being said, the collapse of his spirit did not hinder the world from progressing. It continued unabated, indifferent to any single individual's plight. Even with Tom's profound sense of despair, he was still obliged to dutifully accompany Draco on their nocturnal expedition to the trophy room. During dinner, Tom had nearly reconciled himself to the situation, though not entirely. He had successfully convinced himself to regard this as an opportunity to experience childhood, even though he could not genuinely leap into the Black Lake. When the time came, Tom descended the stairs to find Draco already waiting in the common room, engaged in light banter with Blaise. Upon seeing Tom, Blaise raised his arm in greeting. "Honestly, I thought you two would skip out tonight, perhaps tricking Potter into an evening jaunt, only to report him to Filch." His sincerity was palpable, and Draco coughed softly. "Am I that kind of person?" Blaise shot him a glance that seemed to suggest exactly that, prompting Draco to lightly tap Blaise's back. This affectionate gesture was indicative of their long-standing friendship. Tom stood on the staircase, feeling an inexplicable twinge of envy. He had few friends. In his previous life, his efforts were solely devoted to becoming an exceptional individual, ascending to greater heights. He had no friends, but plenty of allies. Initially, he was met with praise for his youth and talent, but as time passed, he was greeted with deference. He admitted that he derived joy from the adulation of others, yet acknowledged the loneliness that accompanied solitude. "Perhaps the reason for my rebirth in this world is the great Salazar Slytherin's desire for me to forge friendships?" As Tom pondered this, Draco noticed his contemplative expression and nudged Blaise, saying, "Let us go, Tom." Tom nodded lightly, replying with a soft MHM. Before following Draco out of the Slytherin common room. The Slytherin common room had its advantages. Its entrance was a massive stone wall, devoid of the portrait that guarded the Gryffindor common room, which would alert the inhabitants should anyone sneak out in the dead of night. Tom exchanged a glance with Draco. Neither had much to discuss. After a moment, Draco awkwardly inquired, "Are you cold?" "A little," Tom admitted, tightening his robe. His robe was inexpensive, drafty, and even with a warming charm, it offered little comfort. Draco paused, then reached out to grasp Tom's hand. "So cold," he remarked, frowning disapprovingly at Tom. "Is this just a little cold?" He regarded Tom with an expression that conveyed disbelief at his apparent lack of awareness and promptly removed his scarf, wrapping it around Tom's neck. He then touched Tom's clothing, revealing his distaste, not for Tom's poverty, but rather the material's inadequacy for warmth. "Had I known your clothing was so thin, I should have taken Blaise's coat for you earlier," Draco muttered, contemplating a return. "No need," Tom interjected quickly. "I'm accustomed to it. I truly don't find it that cold. If we turn back now, we might be late." Upon hearing the possibility of tardiness, Draco halted his retreat, but continued to scrutinize Tom with furrowed brows. "I must clarify, I am not disparaging your lack of funds. However, should you fall ill due to the cold while accompanying me, it would be my responsibility. Therefore, I shall procure 2 garments for you when we return, so you can manage this winter." Draco held his chin high, reminiscent of a proud peacock, and Tom found this endearing, suppressing a smile as he nodded. "Thank you, our esteemed Draco." Draco seemed pleased by the compliment and nodded. "Very well, let's be off." They glided toward the trophy room, a seldom visited chamber cluttered with various neglected items, thick with dust, leaving footprints in its depths. "Is this room abandoned?" Tom wondered aloud, surveying the surroundings, which appeared untouched for centuries. "I have no idea," Draco replied, equally astonished, expressing disdain at the disorder. "Why is it so filthy? Doesn't T. Filch ever clean this place?" They navigated through the relatively clean areas, exploring the room. As the midnight bell tolled, Harry Potter and his companions had yet to arrive. "Surely they aren't too frightened to come?" Draco scoffed, a hint of mockery in his tone. "If they truly are, I will have a good laugh at their expense tomorrow." "Let us wait a moment longer," Tom said, his gaze settling upon a dusty metal. Perhaps they had been delayed, or perhaps they had been unfortunate enough to encounter Filch directly. As he spoke, he drew his wand and cleared the dust from the protective cover of the metal, enabling him to scrutinize the inscription more closely. It read, "Tom Riddle. Award for special contribution to the school." Upon seeing it, Tom immediately recognized that this medal was a creation of his own in this world. An award for special contribution to the school? What had he done to warrant such an accolade? Furrowing his brow, Tom fell into contemplation once more. Chapter 13. The question of whom you can truly count on. Pondering the notion of a special contribution, Tom suddenly recalled the creature bred by Salazar Slytherin, the basilisk, which was a hereditary pet of the Slytherin lineage. However, despite his time here, he had gleaned nothing about the basilisk from the mind of its original owner. Clearly, This world knew little of the creature's existence. He couldn't possibly let the basilisk starve, could he? Tom's thoughts began to wander. So, the great Salazar Slytherin sent me here to tend to his pet, lest it perish? He still had yet to grasp why he had arrived in this world, leading his mind to spiral into chaotic connections between everything around him and his own transposition. As he pondered earnestly, the door to the trophy room swung open, and in filed a procession of 4 Gryffindors. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were the first to squeeze in, followed closely by a pajama-clad Hermione Granger and a round-faced child from the Longbottom family, also dressed in sleepwear. What is this? Draco spoke first, his tone laced with sarcasm. Are you all preparing for a pajama party? His biting remark held considerable weight, prompting concern in Tom that Draco might be in danger of being carted off for his sharp tongue. Who is having a pajama party? Ron gasped, propping himself against the wall, clearly out of breath. You're the one throwing a pajama party. This is an accident. They appeared to have rushed over, now panting heavily. Draco snorted dismissively, clearly uninterested in their reasons for arriving in such a crowd. Fine, now that everyone is here. Are we still dueling or not? Of course we are. Harry straightened his posture, clenching his fists rather than his wand. Isn't that why we came? Tom imagined that. With a signal, Harry might land a punch on Draco's face. Is this how the youth today behave? Tom's pupils dilated in shock, feeling increasingly out of touch with the current generation. He opened his mouth to propose some ground rules, but at that moment, a shuffling sound echoed from the corridor. Come on, Mrs. Norris, have a good sniff and see which naughty little rascal is wandering about at this hour, leaving their unmasked behind. Filch's voice resonated ominously. In the dead of night, his voice was husky, adding an eerie quality to the atmosphere. Longbottom jumped in fright, instinctively reaching for the nearest person, which happened to be Hermione Granger, an awkward choice. After a brief pause, he sprang and clung to Ron Weasley instead, resembling an agile rabbit. An agile rabbit rushing towards its colossal carrot? Tom struggled to find the right adjectives in his mind. Yet, the colossal carrot did not exhibit agility. It stumbled at the impact of the rabbit, crashing into the cabinet behind it with a resounding crash. Dust flew everywhere, and unless Filch was deaf, he would undoubtedly hear it. Run, 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 Harry commanded, then seized Tom and dashed away. Tom. Draco. Draco suddenly joined in the fray, chasing after Harry, attempting to reclaim Tom. Tom, I really shouldn't be here. They barreled through the corridors, eventually crouching in the shadows beside the staircase, hidden from view by the imposing suits of armor that cast a complete shadow over them. If Filch did not look closely, he would surely miss them. Draco burst into the shadows, forcefully yanking Harry's hand away from Tom. What are you doing? Why are you trying to steal him? Harry felt a bit sheepish and guilty, while Ron, panting heavily, leaned against Harry's shoulder. I know, mate, you must have grabbed me by mistake, right? Ron had unwavering trust in his friend. However, from Harry's slightly evasive gaze, Tom suspected that Harry might not have intended to grab him at all. What a poignant tale it was. Though thankfully Ron was oblivious to the underlying tension. The 6 of them squeezed into the small corner, one pressed against the other. Next to Draco was Neville Longbottom, who wore a disgruntled expression and attempted to distance himself from Longbottom, but the space was too constricted. He could only frown. Wedged between Tom on one side and Longbottom on the other, they had been hiding for what felt like 3 minutes, though it might have been less. As time often stretches in moments of anxiety. Just as they felt secure, believing Filch would not approach, Peeves arrived. The mischievous poltergeist hung upside down from the ceiling, dangling from an unknown object, and stared wide-eyed at the 6 children. Hello there, naughty little scamps. Peeves greeted them cheerily, his voice low and conspiratorial. Good evening, Mr. Peeves. Tom replied calmly, and Harry echoed his greeting. Peeves grinned widely, cackling gleefully, then twisted his body to address Ron and the others. Why aren't you greeting me? Is something troubling you? Good heavens, that's quite an odd accusation. Ron furrowed his brow, extending a hand to push Peeves away. Go away, Peeves. No one wants to talk to you. This was a grave mistake. Peeves' expression darkened, and he let out a piercing shriek. Stairs. Students running amok at night. He bellowed, his voice echoing through the corridors, a sound that would surely summon Filch, who was not deaf. Neville Longbottom was the second to scream, clearly on edge. Peeves' shout was the final straw for him. He leapt up, attempting to flee towards Gryffindor Tower, but the space was too confined. His sudden movement collided with Draco and knocked over a suit of armor in front of him. The crash was thunderous, a veritable beacon directing Filch to their location. Thus, they began to run once more, with Harry yanking Tom's hand as they bolted away. Tom. Draco. Ron. Seriously, mate. How did you grab the wrong person again? Chapter 14. No, are you all mad? Amidst this chaotic turmoil, it is indeed challenging to ascertain whether Harry Potter acted with intention or inadvertently. Draco is convinced that Harry's actions were deliberate, while Ron attempts to absolve his good friend, claiming it to be an accident. The ensuing escape was rather tumultuous, with everyone scrambling in a frenzied effort to flee. In their haste, they lacked the energy to navigate their surroundings, resulting in a panic-stricken rush that ultimately led them into a dead end, where a massive wooden door loomed at the corridor's end. This door bore an enormous brass lock, so formidable it was unsettling. However, at that moment, there was little time for contemplation. Tom brushed aside Harry's hand and dashed forward, casting an unlocking spell that swung the door open, allowing the group to surge into the room. Upon entering, they found themselves in a somewhat cramped vestibule, where they huddled together, somewhat disheveled, anxiously straining to hear any sounds from outside. It was quite terrifying, as the commotion hinted that Filch might soon be upon them. Yet, after holding their breath for what felt like an eternity, there was no indication of anyone approaching. Just as Tom, leaning against the door, began to relax slightly, Neville, who was behind him, hesitantly murmured, "I think I hear something breathing." His voice trembled, and at that moment, Tom heard it too. In a slow-motion-like moment reminiscent of a cinematic scene, they all turned in unison to gaze into the small vestibule behind them, where stood a three-headed dog, its head cocked in bewilderment, seemingly perplexed by the sudden intrusion of these small intruders. Tom imagined the creature's confusion stemmed from why its food appeared so fresh, even alive. Tom felt an intense surge of panic. Who claimed that Hogwarts was the safest place? Who? Step forward, and I shall deal with you. Can such an aggressive creature as a three-headed dog be casually kept? In a flurry of panic, Tom transformed his scarf into a violin and began to play Happy Birthday. When faced with tension and fright, one's mind often falters, and Tom, overwhelmed by the sight of the drooling beast, found himself fixated solely on the melody of the birthday tune. The three-headed dog regarded them for a moment with a perplexed expression, then slowly lay down, tucking its front paws beneath itself, and closed its 6 enormous, bell-like eyes. It was truly surreal. The beast simply lay there, dozing off, while the 6 of them cautiously retreated through the wooden door, carefully securing the massive lock behind them. Then, in unison, they exhaled a collective sigh of relief. It was a remarkably synchronized sigh, one that even the Slytherins and Gryffindors could agree upon. Ron Weasley sighed, "Oh, that scared me. What a huge dog. But Tom, I can't believe you can play the violin." Neville whimpered, "Wah, that was so scary." Harry Potter nodded, "Indeed, you can play the violin. And your transfiguration spell was impressive. You turned your scarf into a beautiful violin." Neville continued to whimper, "Wah, that was so scary." Hermione Granger chimed in. "Did no one else notice? There was a wooden trapdoor beneath that three-headed dog." Neville whimpered again, "Wah, that was so scary." Draco glanced at Ron, then Harry, followed by Hermione, and finally settled his gaze on Tom, his expression one of incredulity. "Are you all unwell? What are you fixating on?" Ron Weasley interjected. "But can you believe Tom really plays the violin?" Harry added, "Indeed, Tom truly plays the violin, and his transfiguration skills are remarkable." Hermione reiterated, "But there really was a trapdoor beneath that three-headed dog." Draco's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shakily pointed toward the Gryffindors. You all meanwhile." Neville continued to whimper, "Wah, that was so scary." Tom reached out to ruffle Neville's hair, finding it pleasantly soft and fluffy. Keep it down, keep it down. If Filch hears us, he'll come running." What a chaotic evening it had been. On their way back, Tom and Draco walked together, with Draco clutching Tom's sleeve tightly, seemingly apprehensive that the one named Harry Potter might whisk Tom away to the Gryffindor common room. Tom noticed Draco's slight discomfort, so he refrained from resisting and obediently allowed Draco to lead him all the way to the Slytherin common room. The journey went remarkably smoothly, as they encountered neither Filch nor any ghosts or Peeves. Perhaps they were all more at ease around Slytherin? Upon entering the common room, they found it deserted, save for the flames in the fireplace flickering slowly. In keeping with the Slytherin aesthetic, the flames were not the typical red or orange, but rather a stunning deep green, reminiscent of concentrated forest hues, beautiful and vibrant. Draco flopped onto the sofa, exhaling heavily. "I'm utterly exhausted. Had I known, I wouldn't have gone." As Blaise suggested, "We should have simply gone to find Filch to report them. We could have caught all 4 at once." Tom sprawled on another sofa, adopting a decidedly lazy posture. After a brief moment of relaxation, Tom realized that if they continued lounging like this, they might very well fall asleep, and by morning, Blaise and the others would find them in a rather unfortunate state. "Let us head back, Draco," Tom said reluctantly, peeling himself from the sofa and yawning. "If we go now, we can still catch a few more hours of sleep." Draco grunted in acknowledgement before sitting up to prepare to return to their dormitory. Suddenly, Draco gasped and plopped back down onto the sofa. Tom had taken a couple of steps when he heard the noise and turned to see what was the matter. He found Draco frowning, staring down at his foot. It appeared he had twisted his ankle, and he winced in pain. Chapter 15. So he really does want to be friends. Tom hesitated for a moment, then crouched down to roll up Draco's pant leg. Initially, Draco attempted to resist, but he was quickly subdued by Tom's unusual assertiveness. Tom examined Draco's ankle and conjured a small basin of cold water, soaking a handkerchief to apply to Draco's sore joint. Tom executed the motions with practiced ease, believing that an injury should be treated properly. Neglecting it could lead to discomfort from misaligned bones later on. While the magical world could indeed mend broken bones in a flash, it required first breaking them. And the process of regrowing bones was excruciatingly painful. Moreover, there was no anesthetic in the wizarding realm. However, when Tom lifted his gaze, he noticed that Draco's ears had turned a deep shade of red, and a blush crept across his face. Tom felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Realizing he must not frighten the child, he quickly released his grip, casting a somewhat pitiful figure. He certainly did not want to create any misconceptions in the child's mind regarding his intentions. "Let me carry you back to the dormitory first." He decided to momentarily evade the complexity of the situation. He squatted before Draco, presenting his back to him. Both being young lads, neither possessed the broad, reassuring back one might expect. Draco hesitated, feeling a touch of embarrassment, and gently nudged Tom. "You don't need to carry me. It's just a few steps." "Even a few steps might strain your ankle," Tom earnestly corrected Draco. "You'll need to see Madame Pomfrey tomorrow, lest it worsens and you end up needing to have a bone reset." He glanced at Draco's face and added ominously, "Would you like to endure the pain of having your bones broken and reset?" Draco's complexion paled slightly at the thought. He hesitated, but his resistance had nearly dissipated. "All right, I'll let you carry me. You won't drop me," Tom reassured him once more, turning around to reveal his back. "Come on, my dear Draco. Let us hasten back so we can enjoy a couple more hours of sleep under the covers." Draco bit his lip and quietly murmured a soft "oh" before climbing onto Tom's back. "Thank you." "Not at all," Tom replied, playfully bouncing Draco slightly before ascending the stairs, ensuring he tucked him into bed with utmost care. "Let go of your cleanliness concerns for now," he yawned, adjusting the blankets. "Get some rest. Don't worry about showering tonight." With that, he departed, yawning his way back to his own dormitory. Ah, the joys of youth, falling into slumber without a care. Meanwhile, in his own dormitory, Draco found sleep elusive. He tossed and turned beneath the covers, cautious not to move too much lest it aggravate his ankle. Yet his face burned with embarrassment as thoughts of rolling an egg across it crossed his mind. How utterly absurd. It was no wonder Harry Potter and the others were eager to befriend Tom, he mused, burying half his face in the blankets. Tom was genuinely a good person. This encapsulated Draco's gradual shift in attitude toward Tom. Initially, he had regarded him with indifference, a mere pawn in his rivalry with Harry Potter, whose enthusiasm paled in comparison to his infatuation with the likes of Daphne or the peculiar Blaise. Tom was acutely aware of this, never seeking to ingratiate himself with Draco, even feeling somewhat burdened by the situation, opting instead to maintain a level of decorum while withdrawing from Draco's sphere. He even sacrificed some of his points with the professors for the sake of it. Draco was not oblivious to this. Despite his spoiled nature, he was still a Malfoy and understood the dynamics at play. He simply chose to overlook them. He found Tom's retreating demeanor rather considerate, believing it was only natural. Even when Blaise had broached the topic with him, he dismissed it, urging Blaise not to worry about such trivial matters. Thus, Blaise had playfully warned him that one day he would regret it. Now, as Draco lay awake in the dead of night, pulling at his blanket, he felt a twinge of late-arriving regret. Had he been too willful? Tom was undeniably a wonderful person, and yet he had taken advantage of that kindness. Draco was never truly a bad child. He was merely a tad spoilt. His upbringing had conditioned him to believe that the world revolved around him. However, he now recognized the impropriety of his actions, and a wave of guilt washed over him, leaving him wide awake and restless. Perhaps he should offer Tom the delicious truffle cake for breakfast in the morning. After pondering for a moment, fatigue began to creep in, dulling his mind, and eventually, he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he and Tom shared a delectable truffle cake without the humiliation of offering money in exchange for friendship. How utterly mortifying. Tom remained blissfully unaware of Draco's internal turmoil, as he had never taken such matters to heart. He observed his classmates with genuine affection, an authentic and profound fondness. Such love, even for minor issues, could be seen as a form of indulgence. Yet, Tom did not realize that his kindness and slight indulgence had rendered him quite popular. Everyone gravitated toward him. Harry sought him out, as did Draco, not to mention the ever-present Blaise. This was far from the tranquil existence Tom had envisioned. Thus, he began to slip away whenever possible. Draco believed it was Harry who drove Tom away, while Harry thought it was Draco. Blaise, however, seemed to understand yet chose to remain silent, opting instead to knock on Tom's dormitory door, certain that at least one of his 3 knocks would elicit a response. Amidst this game of hide-and-seek, Tom's relationship with the reticent Theodore not blossomed. Their encounters were marked by nods of acknowledgement rather than pleasantries, a quiet understanding developing between them. Since Draco genuinely began to warm up to Tom seamlessly integrated into the upper echelon of Slytherin's social circle. Chapter 16. Daphne, this is a disaster. The sky is falling, my big mouth. As time passed, Halloween approached. This holiday was significant, especially for first years like them, who, unburdened by heavy academic pressures, found it the perfect occasion for revelry. It seemed that Headmaster Dumbledore was particularly invested in the festivities, as preparations for the celebration commenced a week in advance. With various Halloween decorations adorning the castle. What do you plan to dress up as for Halloween? Draco inquired of Tom one day while they sat by the fireplace in the Slytherin common room. I haven't decided yet. Perhaps a cheeky little elf? Tom contemplated. It seems quite effortless. It is Halloween, after all, Draco replied, slightly displeased. Let me help you think of something. I think Tom would be perfect as an ancient elf. The kind who has lived for millennia, standing there with an air of superiority, looking down upon the world, Daphne suggested, stroking her chin. What do you think, Pansy? I think that makes sense. Pansy nodded in agreement with Daphne's assessment. Blaise, however, pondered for a moment, believing Daphne's idea to be misguided. I think Tom could dress as something abstract, like ice. Just stand there and cast a chilling spell on his attire. He'd embody ice from within. Tom thought Blaise's idea rather absurd. Theodore glanced over, seemingly deep in thought, but offering no commentary or evaluations on the topic. Tom didn't dwell on it much. Draco insisted on preparing, so he let Draco take the lead. The night before Halloween, Draco presented Tom with a tailored costume. He ultimately disregarded Blaise's and Daphne's suggestions, opting instead for a vampire ensemble for Tom. I believe this suits Tom's dark hair much better, Draco explained, yet the effect is akin to what Daphne said. Wherever one stands, there exists an equal disdain for others. Tom appeared somewhat perplexed. Is this truly the image I project in your minds? An equal disdain for others? In truth, that is not the case most of the time, Blaise mused, stroking his chin as a contemplative expression crossed his face. Most of the time. You are gentle and courteous, exuding an amiable temperament. Nevertheless, you inadvertently give off an air of superiority. A question mark slowly materialized above Tom's head. Was Uncle Moffin right in saying I am too arrogant? Do I possess an innate ability to perceive others through my nostrils? It cannot be termed disdain. Pansy interjected, observing Tom, whose expression suggested he was questioning his very existence. It merely feels as if, at times, you appear somewhat indifferent to everything around you. It seems you care little for anything, which is why some might interpret it as a touch of arrogance. Tom momentarily faltered, raising a hand to his face. Thank you for your clarification, Pansy. Pansy smiled gently. No need to mention it. Why not try it on? Blaise, relishing the unfolding drama, suggested, let us see what Draco has chosen for Tom, whether it be pleasing to the eye or not. Why the rush? We can always see it during Halloween. Daphne huffed, though it is indeed superior to the mischievous little sprite. I heard Draco offered you a check which you returned? Why return it? Given the current financial state of the Gunner family, you could hardly afford such fabric after graduating over a decade ago. Upon realizing her misstep, Daphne hastily covered her mouth, falling silent. The more one speaks, the greater the risk of error. The damage done cannot simply be mended by pouring alcohol over it. Persistent haste to pour only exacerbates the pain. There is a saying that rings true, when circles differ, one should not force a merging. Tom understood that Daphne did not intend to insult him. She had always been forthright, merely speaking her mind as thoughts occurred. After a few seconds of silence, Tom chuckled. This laughter was reminiscent of his former self, the one who once commanded the wizarding world with a condescending air. Daphne visibly shuddered, and even Draco sat up straighter. The attire is splendid. However, I believe it ill suits me, Tom remarked with a smile, his expression remarkably composed. Thus, I shall forego it. He snapped his fingers. I shall cover the cost of the attire, Draco. Tom's voice remained eerily calm. So I presume I possess the right to dispose of this outfit? Draco cautiously retracted his chin. Indeed. That is most agreeable. Tom nodded in satisfaction and, with a snap of his fingers, conjured a flickering flame that joyfully danced from his fingertips, landing upon the expensive garment, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Fine fabric is indeed resistant to flames. He waved his hand to disperse the smoke, which did not sting the eyes nor leave any residue. He then drew his wand, casting a cleaning charm to restore the floor to its pristine state. Excuse me, Tom stood, adjusting his robes. I shall step outside for a breath of fresh air. His etiquette was impeccable, and amidst the stunned silence of all present, Tom turned and exited the Slytherin common room. After a few moments of silence, Theodore Knott rose to follow. Meanwhile, Daphne on the sofa gradually tucked her legs beneath her expression one of impending doom. I think I am doomed, aren't I? Daphne whispered, Will Tom eliminate me? I analyzed Tom's facial expression. Blaze pondered. It is highly likely that Tom is not angry. He merely feels displeased. So you should have no concern for your life. He just snapped his fingers. Draco bore a thoughtful expression, seemingly unfazed by the incineration of the garment he had chosen for Tom. Was that silent magic? The Gunter family has fallen so low yet possesses such abilities. Truly the legacy of Slytherin. Pansy glanced at the now immaculate floor and then at the doorway. So, did no one notice why Theodore left? When did their relationship become so amicable? I think I should worry about myself first, all right? Daphne silently raised her hand. I am genuinely concerned that Tom, upon recalling this incident, may grow increasingly irate and direct that garment as wrath upon me for a few seconds in his magic. Oh, speaking of that. Draco appeared suddenly enlightened. My clothing is typically flame and water resistant. It should not take longer to burn than it did to incinerate this outfit. Daphne revealed a look of despair. I am finished. Chapter 17. Come on, everyone is a little sprite. Yet, Tom truly was not angry. It was merely a matter of discontent, not having escalated to the point of genuine ire. However, he was indeed quite displeased. Tom sighed. At that moment, Theodore not caught up, remaining silent, but walking alongside Tom, quietly observing him. Tom could hardly endure such scrutiny, and, with a mix of exasperation and amusement, waved his hand. I know Daphne harbors no ill will. Truly, I am merely displeased, so please do not regard me so intently. It is rather unnerving. Once, in his world, he was the Dark Lord. Although he had endured hardships before achieving his success, those were decades past. For the last several decades, from the age of 30 onwards, he had scarcely observed anyone's expressions. Rather, it was they who gauged his demeanor and speculated upon his thoughts. Now, suddenly reduced to the form of an 11-year-old child, surrounded by a gaggle of children, he could dismiss it as merely reliving his childhood. Yet must he also endure their jests? Spare me, please. Theodore scrutinized Tom's expression, seemingly assessing the sincerity of his tone. He leaned in closely, startling Tom, who instinctively recoiled. Then Theodore nodded, appearing to conclude that Tom was indeed not angry, and his expression eased with relief. May I cover the cost of your attire? Theodore inquired in a conciliatory tone. Is that acceptable? He even repeated the question, hesitant and cautious. Tom arched an eyebrow at Theodore. I thought we were friends? Theodore regarded Tom earnestly, his eyes sincere. This took Tom by surprise. Could it be that Theodore not is such a genuinely sincere child? Tom studied Theodore for a moment, feeling a twinge of unease. Are the bonds between children so pure? Would I not frighten Daphne? Suddenly, Tom felt a pang of guilt. Very well, thank you. Tom finally nodded. I shall visit the Hogwarts kitchen one day to borrow some ingredients from those house elves to prepare pudding for you. Tom's culinary skills are, in truth, rather mediocre. One cannot master every skill. However, he can indeed make pudding. It is simple and serves as a means to bridge the gap with others in the kitchen, perhaps allowing for a gentle touch while stirring the milk together, fostering a sense of intimacy to achieve his aim. However, even though it was merely pudding, Tom was still the one who had endured the trials of a dry pot. Theodore nodded slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, conveying a sense of pleasantness. This only deepened Tom's feelings of guilt, as if he were bullying a child. So, what will you dress up as for Halloween? Theodore inquired, a mischievous sprite? Tom nodded in agreement. I think a mischievous sprite is splendid. A simple white sheet will suffice. I could even decorate it with my favorite designs. If dining becomes inconvenient, I can simply cut out a hole for my face and reveal a mask beneath. Tom gestured with his hands. Do you understand? Theodore wore a contemplative expression, then shook his head. I think I still don't quite grasp it. Tom sighed, pondering how to convey his meaning to Theodore, but then Theodore looked at him. Perhaps I could join you as a mischievous sprite. You would be willing to assist me, wouldn't you? Theodore gazed at Tom, his face returning to its usual impassiveness, tilting his head slightly. Tom looked at him and chuckled. All right, Tom said. I will certainly create the most beautiful mask for you. Meanwhile, Daphne remained curled up on the sofa like a mushroom, enveloped in a melancholic gloom. She glanced at Draco, then at Blaze, and finally at Pansy, before burrowing into Pansy's embrace. Should I apologize to Tom when he returns? Daphne asked weakly, or perhaps I could cover for him financially. Clearly, that would not please Tom. Pansy patted Daphne's head. You might as well buy some white fabric and tell Tom you wish to dress up as a mischievous sprite with him. What a brilliant idea. Daphne's eyes brightened, and she immediately stood up, rummaging through her bag for a fashion magazine. I'll choose right away, expedite the order, and ensure the materials arrive by tomorrow to preserve my little life. Thus, when Tom and Theodore returned, they found Daphne fervently sketching. Tom leaned in to take a look, and Daphne covered the magazine, her eyes glistening with tears, prompting Tom to laugh. I'm really not angry, he said, raising his hand to tap the magazine in Daphne's grasp. There's no need for that. Daphne pouted, still clutching her fashion magazine earnestly. Regardless, I'm determined. All right, Tom nodded. Then we shall need 2 pieces of cloth. For Theodore has informed me he also wishes to dress as a mischievous sprite. Daphne turned to Theodore with a hint of surprise, then suddenly seemed resolute. Then it settled. I shall also be a mischievous sprite. A question mark slowly emerged above Tom's head. Is that really necessary? Perfect timing. As I haven't ordered my dress for this year yet. Daphne vigorously shook her head. Just perfect. Then I shall join as well, Pansy declared after a glance at Daphne. Blaze, ever the bystander, insisted on participating in such merriment, nodding, count me in, count me in. Draco paused, assessing the number of participants, then raised his hand. Counting on his fingers, and realizing he was the last one needed, he shook his head. Then I shall too. You mustn't, Tom intervened. Your dress has already been ordered. We cannot waste money. Draco slowly blinked. But ordering it doesn't mean I must wear it now, does it? You look splendid in it, Tom replied. You shine in it, so wear it. Do not dress as a mischievous sprite. Draco hesitated for a moment, contemplating, before ultimately nodding in satisfaction. Very well. You shall be the mischievous sprites, and I shall remain the Elf King. Chapter 18, My Halloween. As Theodore listened to the lively discussions around him, he sat on the sofa in silence, not participating. However, this time, Tom took notice of him. Why had Theodore gone out to pursue him earlier? He believed their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy. Thus far, they had merely exchanged nods, sat before the same fireplace, basking in its glow, while reading different books on separate sofas. Tom was perplexed, but Theodore understood all too well. When a person is reticent, they tend to allocate more energy to listening and observing. Just like Theodore, who seldom spoke in group settings, yet listened intently to every word, silently evaluating and comparing them in his mind. Tom's sudden intrusion had taken Theodore by surprise, and initially, he felt a degree of dissatisfaction. He disliked those who appeared unexpectedly, suddenly becoming effusive, seeking to ingratiate themselves and infiltrate higher circles. Much like those opportunistic individuals trying to ingratiate themselves with the dwindling knot family by fervently plastering on smiles. Yet, Tom seemed different. After a period of observation, Theodore discovered that it was not Tom who was seeking to ingratiate himself, but rather Draco who was forcefully holding on to him, while Blaze would awkwardly gravitate towards Tom, exuding an air of impatience reminiscent of Theodore himself. It appeared that it was not Tom trying to attach himself to Draco and the others, but rather Draco and his cohort attempting to draw closer to Tom. Theodore was taken aback. Though Tom spoke little, he would occasionally offer remarks when prompted, and for the most part, he remained quiet, seemingly adrift, maintaining an air of indifference towards everything. Daphne's earlier statement rang true. Tom regarded everyone with equal disdain. However, it seemed Tom was oblivious to this, as his innate nobility rendered him unaware of his contempt for others, a kind of approachable superiority. Theodore found it impossible to suppress his curiosity, thus dedicating more time to observing Tom. He learned that Tom's favorite treat was pancakes drizzled with maple syrup. He held a disdain for history of magic, and during defense against the dark arts, he often exhibited signs of impatience. Yet, he had a fondness for small animals, particularly snakes. During care of magical creatures class, they often encountered wildlife near the forbidden forest. Occasionally, Tom would sit by the fence, and snakes would coil in his shadow, conversing with him. Indeed, Theodore was the first to recognize that Tom was a Parseltongue. However, he saw nothing wrong with it. The Gunters were descendants of Slytherin, and Slytherin himself was the most famous Parseltongue, so it was only natural for his descendants to share this trait. Upon realizing that he found Parseltongue unfrightening, Theodore acknowledged that his fascination with Tom had perhaps grown excessive. All of his admiration stemmed from curiosity and appreciation, and he found himself harboring feelings for Tom that surpassed those he had for Blaze, whom he had known since childhood, perhaps due to Blaze's loquacity and their incompatible personalities. But none of this was known to Tom, nor did Theodore wish for him to know. Thus, as Halloween approached, shrouded in a veil of inquiry and contemplation, the day arrived. It seemed that Professor Dumbledore had spared no expense. The banquet was particularly lively, with the entire hall adorned anew. The candles hanging from the ceiling had transformed into tiny skulls, held aloft by bats, emitting a greenish glow, while elements of skulls, pumpkins, vampires, and zombies were omnipresent. Why had the pancakes been shaped like human brains? Tom held the dining knife, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. Whose whimsical idea was this? He pondered. He reached for the maple syrup, only to discover that today it had been replaced by strawberry sauce, drizzled over a brain-shaped pancake, forming an intriguingly imaginative silhouette. Surely, the architect of today's menu was a person of considerable talent. As Tom gazed at the pancake on his plate, he felt a twinge of reluctance to indulge. However, I found the bat-shaped marshmallow to be rather delightful, Blaze remarked, nibbling on a bat's wing, his voice slightly muffled, the flavor distinctly blueberry. The other wing of the bat flapped vigorously, emitting a series of sharp, squeaky sounds. Was it genuinely delectable? Tom remained skeptical. I think this pie also exhibits unique creativity, Draco commented, eyeing the pie before him with evident disdain. I was initially surprised that the crust was adorned with a skeletal design. It was quite inventive, but then again, what? Blaze leaned in eagerly to catch a glimpse. Why on earth would they simulate internal organs inside? He mused. Is he afraid we might actually enjoy our meal? Tom glanced at the pie before Draco, where half a heart was exposed, and then back at his pancake resembling a head, suddenly finding it not so objectionable after all. The heart seemed to pulsate in his mind, though it was not truly beating. The mere notion evoked a complex swirl of emotions. After witnessing the unexpected twists of the new menu, 2 girls opted for pumpkin cupcakes. Theodore, however, maintained his stoic demeanor, silently consuming his pie, which mirrored Draco's. The portion skewered on his fork was likely a lung. Tom couldn't help but admire Theodore's remarkable composure as he observed him eat with such indifference, realizing that he was indeed a notable character. Although the dishes appeared rather grotesque, everything else was quite delightful, with the peculiar sisters singing and a band performing at the front of the hall, enveloping the space in a symphony of sound. Tom finished the pancake resembling a head and pulled the pie toward himself, resolved to try something new, as Theodore's looked quite appetizing. He speared a piece of the heart, and, as he was persuading himself to consume it, Theodore mentioned it was strawberry-flavored, which he believed posed little risk. At that moment, the grand doors of the hall were suddenly thrust open with a resounding crash, causing Tom's fork to tremble and fall. Professor Quirrell stumbled in, shivering and looking pitiful, wavering unsteadily before Dumbledore at the professor's table. A troll, in the underground classroom. Quirrell squeaked, his voice rising in panic. I thought you should know, he exclaimed, only to faint dramatically, prompting a chorus of startled screams from the students. My Halloween, Tom lamented. Chapter 19, A Good Samaritan's Christmas Cleanup. Quirrell's scream and subsequent fainting triggered a chain reaction of fainting and shrieking, compelling Dumbledore to spend several minutes calming the students before assuring them that this was not a Halloween prank. The Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table let out a loud, regretful sigh. Following this, the crowd was evacuated. Students were escorted back to their common rooms by their respective prefects. As a perfectly good Halloween was disrupted by a mindless troll, Tom trailed behind the Slytherin line, his brow furrowed. The whimsical elf mask obscured his expression. He realized this was no mere accident. Hogwarts possessed its own protective enchantments. It was safe and secure, and would never allow anything that posed a threat to the school or its students to enter so easily. A troll, being such a mindless creature, could not have wandered into Hogwarts' defenses, let alone into the castle itself. It would surely have gotten lost at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Thus, someone must have deliberately released the troll. Isn't Hogwarts supposed to be the safest place? Tom mused, furrowing his brow. Where was the safety in this? One could harbor 3-headed dogs while simultaneously allowing trolls to roam free. Just as they were halfway through their Halloween festivities, with dinner still unfinished, everyone was escorted back to their dormitories, their spirits dampened and visibly disheartened. Draco appeared annoyed, listening to the prefect announce that house elves would deliver dinner to their common rooms later, feeling even more disillusioned. This is utterly boring. I had hoped for a proper celebration. Draco huffed, deciding to return to his dormitory and sleep, resolving to celebrate Halloween at home during the holidays instead of wasting his anticipation. Tom glanced at Draco, suggesting, why not come to my house directly? It's as eerie as a haunted manor, requiring no additional decorations. Really? Blaze leaned in eagerly. So it's settled? We'll find an opportunity to celebrate Halloween at your place? Tom pushed Blaze's head away. I'm not particularly keen on making plans with you. Theodore also shifted his gaze. I think it's a good idea. Thus, the conversation veered off topic, devolving into discussions about what preparations would be necessary for an adventure at the Gaunt family manor. The group congregated on the sofa, chatting for a while until the prefect announced that dinner had been delivered to their rooms, prompting everyone to disperse back to their quarters. Safety first, Tom muttered, chewing on the dinner that had just arrived. Life is paramount, everything else can wait. Hogwarts was far from safe. One must exercise caution at every turn. And so, in this atmosphere of uncertainty, Christmas approached swiftly. Ultimately, the school did not disclose the aftermath of the troll incident, leading Tom to feel that Hogwarts was not only unsafe but also plagued by a lack of clear authority within the administration. It felt as if Hogwarts was in a precarious state. Regarding the impending 3-day Christmas holiday, Tom contemplated and ultimately declined Draco and the others' invitations, choosing instead to return to the Gaunt Manor. Upon arrival, Tom was taken aback by the dilapidation that met his eyes. It was truly in ruins. The roof had completely caved in, the windows were so filthy they were nearly opaque, and the nettles outside grew nearly to the second floor. The crooked, nailed-up dead snake at the entrance appeared exceedingly sinister. Can I nail myself to this door as well? Good heavens. Holding his luggage and covering his nose, Tom stepped inside. Reflecting that perhaps his mental preparation had not been adequate, it was atrocious. Once inside, he was further disheartened, noting that only 2 rooms on the second floor, accessible via the staircase, were habitable, clearly cleaned, though still shabby. The other rooms were unmentionable, a chaotic mess adorned with cobwebs and mice as standard fixtures. Tom set down his belongings, and the first order of business was to venture into the grassy areas surrounding the manor to coax the snakes back home to assist him. The results were remarkable. Upon hearing of the endless supply of mice, many snakes were eager to oblige, displaying a favorable disposition towards Tom, the bipedal creature who spoke their language, as long as there was food involved. Thus, Tom spent the entirety of the 3-day Christmas holiday tirelessly cleaning. I truly harbor an equal resentment for every mouse and speck of dust within this manor. What does it feel like to clean an entire place until your tongue stumbles over the words? I can now fully appreciate that sentiment. Tom dined at Little Hangleton, a quaint village teeming with muggles, where modest eateries offered a limited array of dishes, though their flavors were nothing exceptional. He appreciated the lack of necessity for him to deliberate over what to eat. Amidst this monotonous routine, Tom found little joy even upon waking to receive Christmas gifts. Harry had gifted him a golden snitch, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to be solid gold. Hermione presented him with a book that perfectly aligned with the stereotypical image of her intellect, titled Life Hacks Everyone Should Know. Tom wondered why she would choose such a gift for him. Did she perceive his life as somewhat chaotic? Ron Weasley's gift also bore the hallmark of the Weasley family. Perhaps due to his financial constraints, he could not afford a proper present. So he prepared 24 Ron Weasley errand vouchers, a rather creative gesture. Tom resolved to invite Ron to the Gaunt Manor in the future, intending to have him use those vouchers to clean the glass or perhaps tend to the nettles outside. The gifts from Slytherin, while lacking in personal touch, were infused with opulence, each item possessing considerable worth. Reflecting on the Christmas gifts he had given, Tom decided not to burden himself with guilt. What of his poverty? It was not his fault. He had not let his lack of funds breed resentment towards the affluent, which he deemed a commendable stance. Exhausted, he opted to return to school with the glittering gifts safely stowed in his trunk, wary of leaving them at home where they might be pilfered. The current protective enchantments at Gaunt Manor were merely sufficient to deter the occasional muggle thief, and repairing the wards would require considerable time, an endeavor he chose to forego. He pondered how the previous occupant of this body had managed to reside there for so long under such circumstances. It was indeed challenging to maintain a pleasant demeanor toward the world. Disembarking from the Hogwarts Express, Tom yawned, rubbing his sore arms, and trudged toward the thestral-drawn carriages, his enthusiasm waning. As he traversed the grounds, he perceived the ethereal thestrals, thin, skeletal forms swaying listlessly, their gaunt legs dangling from the carriage yoke, eliciting a twinge of concern in Tom for their fragile limbs. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. "Cedric Diggory, you truly are a good person," he said, slightly bewildered, turning to see Cedric's handsome face approaching from afar. As the term progressed, Tom gradually recognized the prominence of the Hufflepuff upperclassman who had returned his lost handkerchief. Cedric, the golden boy of Hufflepuff, embodied kindness and diligence, earning accolades that could easily encompass the best descriptors one could muster. Tom felt it prudent to maintain his distance from such a renowned figure, and aside from the beginning of term, he had not sought Cedric's company again. However, during Christmas, he did send a card and a carefully chosen handkerchief embroidered with gingerbread men as a token of gratitude for Cedric's earlier kindness. The handkerchief had belonged to Tom's mother, holding significant sentimental value for the original Tom. Yet, he struggled to comprehend. He had gleaned from the past memories that his father had drowned in a drunken stupor, while his mother had scavenged the Gaunt Manor for valuables before abandoning him. In light of such events, what was truly worth cherishing? "Ah, Cedric," Tom halted, flashing a radiant smile. "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas, Tom," Cedric replied, halting a step away, his smile radiating warmth that nearly blinded Tom. "I received your Christmas gift." Tom chuckled. "Isn't it rather charming? I chose it after much deliberation. I thought the gingerbread man was perfect for the season and quite understated for everyday use." Cedric beamed, affirming his fondness for the gift. He then produced a jar adorned with an exquisite golden ribbon. "I didn't expect you would send me a Christmas gift," he said apologetically. "I'm sorry for not thinking of you." He extended the jar toward Tom, its golden ribbon glistening alluringly. "I hope you won't be upset that I'm giving you a Christmas gift now." Tom, taken aback by Cedric's earnestness, felt a flicker of discomfort. "Oh no. No need to apologize. I intended for us to share in the joy of Christmas, not to elicit apologies from you." He corrected Cedric with sincerity as he accepted the jar. "Is it honey?" Tom inquired, a note of surprise in his voice. It looks wonderful. It's honey from my family's bees, Cedric replied, his smile infectious as he witnessed Tom's delight. I hope you'll enjoy it. I absolutely love it. Thank you for your Christmas gift, Cedric. Tom observed Cedric visibly relax at his response. Yet, how did you know I would return at this time? Tom asked, slightly puzzled. Did you wait for me? I didn't wait the entire time, Cedric replied earnestly. The Hogwarts Express runs twice a day. I just came by at noon and then again in the evening. He gestured. See, I waited for you this evening. Tom paused, taking Cedric's hand, which felt rather cold. My goodness, he exclaimed. You truly are. He struggled to find the right words. Too kind? Too earnest? Overly devoted? Tom then removed his gloves, urging Cedric to wear them. We should head back to school. Let us get inside and warm up. Cedric laughed, and Tom adopted a serious expression. Why did you not wear something warmer while waiting? You could have bundled up more. I feared that if I wrapped myself too snugly, you wouldn't recognize me. Cedric replied, still smiling, seemingly amused by Tom's concern. I did wear thick clothing and used warming charms, but after waiting for a while, the cold seeped in. Tom frowned, disapproving of Cedric's negligence. After a moment's thought, he removed his own scarf and draped it around Cedric's neck. You must take care of your health. Falling ill would be dreadful, he admonished with a hint of seriousness. Cedric looked at him, unable to suppress his laughter. You now resemble my grandfather, he said, who would strike me with his cane if I dared to expose my ankles in winter. Tom nodded seriously. Indeed, if I had a cane, I would certainly strike you. Their eyes met, and they both burst into laughter. After a brief moment of silence, Tom leaned back against the carriage's seat. But I don't quite understand, Senior. Why me? Cedric appeared somewhat perplexed, seemingly failing to grasp Tom's inquiry. I mean, why me? Tom reiterated. Why would you specifically wait for me? Given your popularity, I would assume you receive numerous gifts like this. It was only then that Cedric comprehended Tom's question. It's precisely because everyone thinks that way. Cedric smiled again, his grin radiating a brilliance that seemed to outshine the jar of honey he had just handed to Tom. In truth, not many people give me Christmas gifts. Cedric raked his fingers through his hair. Everyone likely assumes I receive a plethora of gifts, so only a handful of close friends actually give me anything. Perhaps to reassure Tom of his sincerity, Cedric meticulously counted on his fingers, reciting the names of those who would bestow gifts upon him. So, because everyone thinks you receive many gifts, they don't give you any, and as a result, you truly end up with very few? Tom struggled to summarize. Cedric nodded in affirmation. What a tale filled with misunderstandings. Unable to contain his laughter, Tom chuckled again, running his fingers through his hair. Well, I suppose I am quite fortunate, Tom mused, to have drawn the attention of Hufflepuff's golden boy over a mere handkerchief. Cedric's ears began to redden, his demeanor slightly awkward, clearly not quite accustomed to such teasing. They then alighted from the carriage and entered the hall, where they were greeted by a massive promotional poster affixed to the wall. Oh, a Quidditch match, Tom exclaimed, gazing at the enormous poster. Students below 4th year get a break during the match. What splendid news. 4th year coursework won't be too burdensome, Cedric revealed, his expression tinged with envy. I'm about to lose my eligibility for that break, but it's all right. I still have holidays. I know. Tom interjected, raising his hand appreciatively. You're the seeker for the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. You know? Cedric tilted his head, his face a mix of surprise and perhaps a hint of regret. Will you come to watch me play? Of course, Tom nodded, since I have a break as well. Chapter 21. Hello, Mr. Basilisk. Upon returning to school, the festive spirit of Christmas still permeated the air, and Tom resolved to find time to venture into the Chamber of Secrets. He initially felt there was no urgency, as he deemed Hogwarts somewhat unsafe at the moment. However, after returning from the Gaunt Manor, Tom felt compelled to seize the opportunity. He recalled that the chamber held treasures left behind by Slytherin, and it would be prudent to unearth something inconspicuous to sell for a bit of money. Otherwise, he might find himself impoverished enough to sell the gifts from Draco and his friends. While he could endure a bit of hardship, why should he if he didn't have to? After preparing himself, Tom decided to test his luck in the chamber. He refrained from using the passage in the second-floor lavatory, as he felt the school was too perilous. Instead, he traversed the Forbidden Forest and returned through the small feeding door left for the basilisk. What? You ask how there's still a small door? Of course. There was a small door. Would the basilisk simply starve to death in the chamber without sustenance? After a laborious trek through the Forbidden Forest, Tom felt quite fatigued, and he noticed that the flora and fauna had changed somewhat since his time. After considerable scrutiny, he finally located the entrance to the passage. On the first day, he successfully found the entrance, but it was too late to descend, so he had to return and wait until the next day. After 2 consecutive days of arduous travel, Tom felt as though he might grow taller from all the walking. In the dead of night on the second day, Tom finally descended through the pipes. He picked up a stone from the passage and began to tap rhythmically on the stone walls. Simultaneously, he covered his eyes and spoke incessantly in Parseltongue, the content of which was rather nonsensical. For instance, he lamented about being utterly destitute, lamenting how a descendant of Slytherin could find himself in such a predicament, and questioned why the school's examinations placed so much emphasis on written scores when he could perform the spells perfectly well without having to analyze the principles behind the magic. In essence, he was merely rambling. While he continued his murmurs, he kept an eye on the time, estimating that after about 15 minutes, covering roughly 1,000 meters, he heard a rustling sound reverberating from the pipe walls. The basilisk was approaching. Consequently, Tom halted, obediently crouching down. Sneck, sneck, sneck. His voice rose with each utterance, reminiscent of someone preparing to sing an aria. Tom remained still, a compliant mushroom, and then he heard the sound cease. A distinctive, serpentine scent filled the air, accompanied by the sound of hissing. Who are you? The basilisk inquired. Due to some ancestral matters, the tardy heir of Salazar Slytherin, Tom continued, I am Tom. Tom Marvolo Riddle. As for my lineage, you can discern it. There's no need to worry that I would dare deceive you. The basilisk fell silent for a few moments. You seem quite knowledgeable about the chamber. However, the last Slytherin heir to visit here informed me that the lineage of the chamber has been severed, and no remaining heirs in Britain know how to find me. Oh, that's not true, Tom scoffed. It's merely that they were not thorough enough. Here I am, after all. The basilisk chose to trust Tom's words, for the scent of bloodline heritage was unmistakable, and the creature could discern it. But who was the last person to open the chamber? Tom queried. Was it long ago? That individual's name was also Tom, the basilisk replied. Tom Marvolo Riddle, from the maternal line. After confirming Tom's bloodline, the basilisk began to speak freely. I recall he mentioned the year was 1943. Salazar Slytherin was still active then. Tom inhaled sharply. That was nearly 50 years ago. Now it is 1991. The basilisk hissed softly, then exclaimed, oh, the last person to enter the chamber was this world's version of himself, which Tom found not overly surprising. Although this world self appeared somewhat unwell, his intellect remained intact. After all, he was a descendant of Salazar Slytherin and could speak Parseltongue. How could he not be found? What did he make you do back then? Tom inquired about Riddle. He had no particular agenda, the basilisk replied. It seemed he exerted considerable effort to locate the chamber. So his primary objective at the time was to wander around Hogwarts with me. His inheritance was insufficient. Indeed, the stories passed down concerning the chamber are merely the tales of that great Lord Slytherin, spoken in frustration. The implication was crystal clear. Riddle was unaware of the treasures concealed within the chamber. This was rather intriguing. It confirmed that the treasures within the chamber still remained. After all, would anyone genuinely believe that Salazar Slytherin created a chamber solely to slaughter Muggleborns and Muggles? If he truly wished to kill, he could have done so himself or arranged for something else lethal to do the job, rather than leaving his pet behind. Although the basilisk is undeniably perilous, capable of ending a life with a mere glance, it is, after all, merely a larger serpent. It is said that even the crowing of a rooster could bring about its demise. Therefore, how could one expect it to partake in the Hogwarts massacre? Who would be so mad as to consider that? Certainly, Salazar Slytherin was not insane. Perhaps it is those who propagate wild tales that have lost their senses. As the saying goes, while folklore may not always be true, it is invariably wild. Well then, having met with you today, I shall not leave empty-handed. Tom, leaning against the wall, resolved to return another day when time allowed, intending to collect some small treasures from the wall to sell. For the Gaunt family is now all but ruined, and I find myself relying on the Ministry of Magic's welfare to get by. The basilisk inquired. When will you come again? Not certain. It depends on my class schedule. Moreover, Hogwarts seems rather tumultuous of late, and I dare not traverse the internal passages for fear of being discovered. Most people harbor hostility towards you, and I cannot afford to take such risks. Tom stretched lazily, feeling somewhat weary from crouching. If I do come, I shall call for you from the pipe. If you do not hear my voice, it is not I. Take care. The basilisk acquiesced. Thus, Tom gently touched the wall, bid farewell to the basilisk, and began his slow retreat. However, after a few minutes of walking, he realized he had not heard the sound of the basilisk moving behind him. Feeling uneasy, Tom turned back. Why do you not leave? He asked. Dialogue without sight leads to utter foolishness, Tom mused, estimating the basilisk's position, hoping he was not speaking to its rear. Chapter 22. The serpent may be benign, yet humanity is not always virtuous. After a brief silence, Tom heard the hissing of the basilisk's tongue, prompting him to pivot and face its direction once more. Why do you not depart? He repeated. I am lazy, the basilisk replied after a few seconds of contemplation. Is laziness permissible? Tom pondered, finding a trace of logic in the creature's words. However, logic does not equate to reason. Upon further reflection, he understood. The basilisk was indeed somewhat lonely. The last time someone conversed with it was 50 years prior. Who could blame it for feeling isolated? How much wealth must I amass to relocate the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets? Tom furrowed his brow, his thoughts racing. While the basilisk could be domesticated, it necessitated certification and exacting environmental conditions, which were entirely beyond Tom's current financial means. Could I secretly harbor it at Gaunt Manor? That dilapidated place seldom attracted visitors, posing no threat to anyone. Yet how would I transport the basilisk? It seemed fraught with challenges. Perhaps the solution lay in selling a few of Salazar Slytherin's artifacts to acquire some funds first. I shall visit you often, as long as I am at school. I will not allow you to languish in boredom, Tom declared. The basilisk fell silent again before stating, I do not feel bored. A rather obstinate serpent, Tom thought. Well, I shall feel bored, and to prevent my demise from ennui, please allow me to visit you. The basilisk likely flicked its tail, though it said nothing. In Tom's world, the Chamber of Secrets was not a taboo subject. Indeed, the Slytherin lineage, the Gaunt family, wielded considerable influence within Hogwarts. Let us simplify that to a 30 stake, granting them a virtual veto power. Thus, so long as the basilisk did not whimsically devour a few students, all would remain well. While attending Hogwarts, Tom frequently sought refuge in the chamber, relishing its tranquil, serene atmosphere. Moreover, being unloved by his mother and uncle, the basilisk was the only one who comforted him after he fell from his broom, assuring him that it was not essential for everyone to master that particular skill, urging him to rest. In his correspondence to his mother, Merope merely advised him to be cautious not to injure his leg, lest he struggle to find a partner. There was a hint of affection, albeit minimal. In a letter to Uncle Morphin, the uncle reassured him that he would heal, advising him not to write to his mother as she was preoccupied with her own pursuits, sending him some money instead to buy pain relief. It felt as though there was love, yet perhaps not entirely. You cannot look at me. The basilisk's words jolted Tom from his reverie. If you do, you will perish. Ah, quite right, Tom replied with a wry smile, thinking what a meticulous serpent it was. Then I shall simply stroke you and engage in conversation. This time, the basilisk did not protest. Instead, it voiced its own request. I desire a scaling solution infused with the essence of herbs. Having resided here for too long, my scales have begun to gather moss. That is a manageable request, though acquiring enough for your needs may prove somewhat challenging. I shall take my time, applying it in increments. Tom nodded in acknowledgement, indicating he could manage that. And I wish to consume a black goat, the basilisk continued. A black goat? Tom hesitated momentarily. I suppose procuring a goat is feasible. I shall devise a plan. Once I sell some items and acquire funds, I will purchase it. You are truly impoverished, the basilisk remarked with a hint of incredulity. Tom covered his face in embarrassment. Nevertheless, he did manage to purchase the scaling solution, acquiring it in batches. To render his purchase of this solution appear more reasonable, Tom even acquired a pet snake. The weather was rather cold, and when the little snake was delivered, it was in a state of hibernation, yet its coloration was striking. It was a corn snake. Once it revived, it was adorably dazed, prompting Tom to name it Corn. For convenience and memorability, Corn quickly became the favorite of two girls. How adorable, exclaimed Daphne, who eagerly reached out to handle it. Will it crawl into your sleeve, Tom? Will you take it to class? Indeed, it was remarkably charming. Keep your distance, cautioned Pansy, observing from afar. The weather was too frigid for an outing. Should it become chilled, while hibernation was a trivial matter, waking in a daze might result in a bite, which would be rather inappropriate. Tom gently stroked Corn's head. I have prepared a temperature-controlled box for it. You may pet it in the summer. It is quite cool and pleasant. Daphne and Pansy nodded thoughtfully, and soon after, Tom found himself inundated with an abundance of snake care supplies. Initially, it was Daphne and Pansy who began purchasing items. Then Draco and his friends joined in, buying everything without regard for necessity, simply for the sake of acquiring. As for the scaling solution, Tom's room soon overflowed with 5 large wooden crates. How did I end up in a crowdfunding venture for snake care? Tom chuckled in bemusement. Am I raising corn? Or are you? Subsequently, these snake care supplies were discreetly transported to the chamber, entering from the forbidden forest, cautiously moving a little at a time, remaining unobtrusive. Why does this shampoo smell of roses? The basilisk inquired, sniffing. It is rather fragrant. Consider it a complimentary luxury. You should be pleased, Slytherin. You are benefiting from Corn's charm. They were meant for him, but I brought them here for you, Tom puffed, waving his wand to direct a cloth to clean the basilisk's scales. If you dislike this scent, I shall refrain from cleaning your head and focus on your tail instead. The basilisk flicked its tail and then huffed. Very well. By the way, for the time being, you should avoid the forbidden forest. Why is that? Tom inquired, displaying a puzzled expression. Has something occurred? There is a rather ominous presence in the forbidden forest of late, the basilisk warned. For your safety, it would be prudent to refrain from visiting, lest you encounter trouble. He gently prodded Tom with his tail, saying, "You cannot perish if you were to die. It might be another 50 years before anyone speaks to me again." This was an endearing little gesture, as the serpent creature poked him softly, perhaps fearing that a harder jab might send Tom tumbling. It was a delicate nudge, akin to being tapped lightly with a wooden mop handle, followed by another gentle prod. "If I don't come by, what do you eat on a daily basis?" Tom inquired. "When you weren't around, I was asleep," the serpent creature candidly replied. "When I'm asleep, I don't need to eat, but now that I am awake, you needn't worry. If I become hungry, I can always catch a couple of centaurs for a meal." "You mustn't eat my ancestors," Tom attempted to dissuade him. "That would be quite inappropriate, considering how large centaurs are." "Not to worry. I can consume anyone I encounter. Nothing shall go to waste," the serpent creature continued earnestly. "Who is concerned about your wastefulness?" Tom despaired, covering his face once more. Chapter 23 added another layer to the stereotypes surrounding Gryffindor. However, given the serpent creature's warning, Tom was not the type to recklessly venture into danger. He resolved to remain discreetly at school, diligently amusing himself with Cornelius and perusing books. His days were quite pleasant. He had already sent off some inconspicuous little trinkets from the Chamber of Secrets for sale, although Borgin and Burks would undoubtedly offer a low price. The amount they proposed was still rather agreeable, sufficient to elevate Tom's quality of life by a notch. Then one day, Harry approached him. "What is it?" Tom was taken aback by Harry's sudden action. For quite some time, Harry had not sought him out in such a private manner, most days. A delicate balance existed between Draco and Harry, with Draco occupying the majority of Harry's routine, while Harry would frequent the library, courtyard, and grounds. "I have something I wish to show you," Harry said, exuding an air of mystery and excitement. "After dinner, come with me to the Gryffindor common room." But I am a Slytherin. Is it permissible for me to enter the Gryffindor common room?" Tom hesitated, wondering if it was allowed. The Slytherin common room strictly prohibited the entry of students from other houses. "It's no trouble at all. Gryffindor is not so particular," Harry reassured him. "Besides, you're quite wonderful, and Hermione also believes you shouldn't be in Slytherin. You ought to be in Ravenclaw." "I bear the name Gaunt, Harry," Tom remarked with a hint of amusement. "As the descendant of the illustrious Salazar Slytherin, should the Sorting Hat place me in Ravenclaw? I can only imagine the great Slytherin would be quite displeased with the Lady of Ravenclaw." Harry appeared somewhat astonished. "Is that so? I had no idea." "It's understandable that you wouldn't know," Tom nodded. "After all, you did not grow up in the magical world. But didn't Ron ever temper your fanciful notions?" "I doubt Ron knows either," Harry replied sincerely. "His magic is still not as proficient as Hermione's." Tom raised an eyebrow. "Since when have you and Hermione grown so close?" He recalled the last time he had seen Hermione. She had been alone in the library, perpetually solitary. However, he had not encountered her there recently. Perhaps she had made friends during this period. "It was during Halloween," Harry enthusiastically recounted. "Ron accidentally made Hermione cry, and later he did apologize sincerely. However, during the Halloween feast, Hermione was too upset to attend the hall. We heard from Parvati that Hermione was in the girls' bathroom on the first floor." As Harry spoke, he animatedly gestured towards Tom. "Then the troll arrived, and Ron and I thought, Hermione is alone, and no one is there to tell her to hide. So, we rushed over to find Hermione, only to encounter the troll." Tom mused silently, intrigued by the tale of the troll he had not heard before. "And then?" he asked, prompting Harry to continue. "After we found Hermione, we also found the troll." Harry's smile faded momentarily, revealing the earnestness that often characterizes teenage boys. "And then, we engaged in a desperate struggle against the troll." In Harry's description, it seemed to unfold as a comical standoff. "You go first." "No, you go first." "If you don't go, I won't either. Let us all go together," culminating in their triumphant defeat of the troll. Tom remained skeptical of the tale's veracity. Yet observing Harry standing before him in one piece, he figured there must be some truth to it, at least 80%, with the remaining 20% likely embellished for dramatic effect. It was reasonable. After all, everyone possesses a unique ability to discern beauty in their narratives. "Very well, after dinner. I shall wait for you at the Gryffindor Tower," Tom stated. "I will wait for you at the entrance." "No need for that. The password is fat and plump, just come in directly." "We must wait until evening to see that thing," Harry said mysteriously, flashing a smile at Tom before cheerfully waving goodbye and departing. "Is the password shared so casually?" Tom thought Harry overly carefree, yet after a moment of contemplation, he nodded, conceding, "All right then, I shall go." Thus, after dinner, Tom complied with Harry's request and made his way to the Gryffindor Tower. The portrait at the entrance was still that of the fat lady, eternally beautiful and youthful. Tom recalled her guarding the entrance to Gryffindor all those years ago. Surprised to find her still in that role. Would it not be possible to employ a different portrait? Tom pondered, considering that a change might be refreshing. He greeted the fat lady, who turned to him, holding a lovely goblet adorned with a floral crown upon her head. Oh, a Slytherin young man. What brings you here? I am looking for Harry Potter. Tom paused to speak to the fat lady. He asked me to come and play. The fat lady's eyes sparkled, and Tom found it somewhat unsettling to witness such exuberance in a painting. A friendship between Slytherin and Gryffindor? She seemed delighted. Very well, you may enter. With that, she moved aside, revealing the passageway. You're not going to ask for the password? Tom wondered, bewildered by her encouragement as he stepped into the Gryffindor common room. Do the portraits of Gryffindor display such zeal as well? Tom mused, perplexed by the situation. What does this signify? A reflection of their masters? In a state of bewilderment, he wandered into the Gryffindor common room, which radiated warmth, featuring magnificent floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view. From such heights, one could see far beyond, with the forbidden forest appearing as a dark line vanishing into the horizon. It was difficult to compare the beauty of this view with that of the Slytherin lake. However, the lighting here was certainly superior. Yet, Slytherin students often referred to the Gryffindor common room as a birdcage, while Gryffindor students likened Slytherin to a fishbowl. The mutual jabs were indeed consistent. Tom glanced around, failing to spot Harry. Lacking knowledge of Harry's room number, he decided to indulge his curiosity and explore the surroundings. Once, he too had graced the Gryffindor common room, arriving as the Slytherin prefect to hand over responsibilities to his Gryffindor counterpart. However, he had to maintain his composure and dignity back then, unlike the present moment, where curiosity led him to observe his surroundings and even touch things. As he gazed up at the majestic Quidditch tree of Gryffindor, two perfectly symmetrical shadows suddenly fell behind him. They were remarkably alike, one to the left and the other to the right, as if they had been copied and pasted. Tom turned to look and found himself face to face with the famously mischievous Weasley twins. Chapter 24, Poor Neville. Tom and the twins exchanged glances, both slightly taken aback and sensing an inexplicable danger. Hello? He ventured. Hello there, little Tom. One of them grinned, raising his hand. I'm George. Hi, I'm Fred. The other chimed in, also raising his hand. I've heard so much about you from Harry and Ron. What brings you here? They asked in unison, their synchronized demeanor making Tom feel as though he were watching a performance. Are these the legendary twins? He mused. Hello again. Tom greeted them once more. Harry summoned me, but he seems to be busy. He hasn't arrived yet, so I'm just exploring until he does. Oh, Fred nodded. Well, you can wait. We primarily came to express our gratitude. That automatic weed remover you sent is truly splendid, George stated. I sent it, Tom replied, pride swelling within him. I was certain it would be useful. I heard from Ron about the never-ending goblins and the clogged drains in your garden, and I thought an automatic weed remover would certainly come in handy. For Tom, the price of such a device was not insignificant, but being a Christmas gift, he felt it was worth the extra expense. From now on, we'll have your back, George said, giving Tom a friendly pat on the shoulder. If anyone bothers you, just mention our names. Though we may not be, school bullies, Fred added, also patting Tom's shoulder. It wouldn't be too difficult for you to walk confidently among the students at Hogwarts. Care for a cookie? Fred offered. Tom considered the Weasley twins' notorious penchant for pranks and cautiously decided to decline. Perhaps not. I'm quite full already, Tom said obediently. Thank you. All right then, George said, appearing somewhat disappointed. Shall we take them to Neville instead? Sure. Neville seems to be in his room. I didn't see him in the common room. Let us go look for him. Fred concurred with George's suggestion. Then, like a gust of wind, the Weasley twins swept out, leaving Tom standing in front of the Quidditch wall, momentarily bewildered by their departure. A voice then drifted softly from beside him. Not eating was a wise choice, Gunter. Startled, Tom turned to see a figure with a pillowcase over his head, revealing the face of Neville Longbottom. You? Tom regarded the suddenly appearing Longbottom with a somewhat complex expression. What are you doing here? To avoid being caught by George and Fred in one of their experiments, Neville replied in a tone that resembled a daze. Last time I ate a cookie they offered, I turned into a canary for 2 hours. Tom swallowed hard. It's illegal to use minors for magical experiments. If they're minors too, then it's just a matter of reprimanding them, Neville said, his chubby face wrinkling. And they're everywhere. Tom paused, realizing Neville had a point. You've had a tough time, Neville, Tom said sincerely. I can only wish you peace. Neville nodded, then wandered dreamily away from Tom, eventually collapsing into an armchair. Are all Gryffindor students this lively? Tom pondered for a moment before diverting his gaze from Neville, his expression still betraying his astonishment. At that moment, Harry burst through the door, enveloping Tom in a warm hug. Where have you been? Tom blinked, tearing Harry away from himself, then glanced at Harry's expression and the figure of Oliver Wood, who entered behind him. Quidditch practice? Tom had just seen Wood's photograph on the Quidditch tree. Now the captain of the Gryffindor team. Yes. Harry nodded vigorously. I'll be playing in the Quidditch match this year, so Wood has been intensively training me. He led Tom to his dormitory, which housed 4 beds to a room. Harry's bed was next to Ron's, and his own was by the window, providing a splendid view, with a window seat beside it. Isn't it smaller than the Slytherin dorms? Harry observed nervously as Tom surveyed the room. I heard Slytherin common rooms are all single rooms. I hope you don't mind. Not at all, Tom replied, meeting Harry's gaze. I think it's delightful and bustling. Sometimes, in the Slytherin common room, I feel a bit lonely, hence I often keep a small pet. If you ever feel lonely, you can come find me anytime, Harry said eagerly, his eyes sparkling. The Gryffindor common room password only changes every 3 months, so you can always visit. Tom met the boy's bright eyes and agreed. They lingered in Harry's dormitory until just before curfew, when Harry mysteriously produced a small cloth bag, his invisibility cloak. We're sneaking out, Harry declared. I've done it several times. Don't worry, we won't run into Filch. Tom harbored doubts. He didn't fear encountering Filch, but rather what other nefarious characters might be lurking. I can vouch for that, Ron chimed in. Harry's run around enough times to map out Filch patrol routes. You can trust him. But how did you acquire an invisibility cloak? Tom inquired. It was a Christmas gift, Harry explained as he draped the cloak over himself and Tom, adding, it belonged to my dad, and I was told to use it wisely. So the cloak ultimately ended up in the Potter family? Tom remarked, slightly astonished. As he recalled, the resurrection stone was with the Gaunts, and the Elder Wand was known to be in Dumbledore's possession, while the invisibility cloak had always been a mystery. Truly, the most elusive of the three, still so well hidden after all these generations. Let us go. Harry tugged at Tom's sleeve. This way. Ron will create a distraction and open the door for us. They moved cautiously under the invisibility cloak, sticking close to the walls, winding their way through the corridors until they finally entered an inconspicuous classroom that appeared to have been abandoned for some time. This is it. Harry slipped inside, lifting the cloak and carefully closing the door behind them. Chapter 25. Everyone come to see the commotion. Tom mused that if they were merely to view a mirror in a room, it seemed they could have done so during the day. He didn't quite grasp the necessity of sneaking out at night under the guise of being forbidden. However, he wisely chose not to voice this question. The mirror stood tall and grand, nearly brushing the ceiling, with indistinct engravings at its apex. Eris stra eru oit ube kafir oit on wosi. Upon seeing this inscription, Tom instantly recognized the nature of the mirror. Recalling Ron's earlier words about Harry's frequent visits, a sinking realization dawned upon him. Harry was ensnared by the mirror of Eris. The inscription, when read correctly in reverse, revealed its true nature. I show not your face but your heart's desire, indicating that it had the power to unveil the innermost, most fervent longings of one's heart. Countless souls had squandered their lives before this mirror, entranced by its illusory visions and fantasies. Harry, clearly oblivious to the mirror's significance, may have merely stumbled upon an intriguing and wondrous object, eager to share it with his friends and discover what they might see. Tom hesitated momentarily before stepping closer to the mirror. Confronting one's desires requires a certain bravery, and Tom feared that his own yearnings might involve leaping into the Black Lake or eliminating others before meeting his own demise in an attempt to return to a former world. His mental state was precarious at best. However, Harry's bright, eager eyes left Tom with little room for refusal. Reluctantly, he shuffled to the mirror's forefront. Initially, the reflection revealed nothing but a hazy fog. Gradually, the mist began to coalesce, slowly morphing into the figure of an adult version of himself. This adult stood within the mirror, adorned with a crown symbolizing the unification of his power, a crown he had commissioned from a goblin at great expense and effort. Once a person achieves success, there lies an innate desire for all to behold that success. Then, the adult version of him smiled and faded away, replaced by the visage of his mother, Merope, who wrapped her arms around him, beaming with pride. Yet this was but a pure illusion, for Merope had never truly cared for her son. There was little distinction in her affections. By the time he reached the pinnacle of the magical realm, she had long since passed away. Next, Merope too vanished, giving way to reflections of Tom in his current form, alongside Draco, Theodore, Blaise, Daphne, Pansy, and even Harry, Ron, and Hermione, all gathered around him in joyous laughter. What was this? Was this truly his desire? Tom took a step back in confusion and trepidation, but the joyful laughter of his mirrored self shattered the illusion with his retreat. The mirror once again dissolved into a swirling white mist, obscuring all visibility. Tom remained silent for several moments. Harry leaned closer, standing beside Tom, his eyes still sparkling with curiosity. Did you see? What did you see? Harry inquired. Me? Tom gathered his thoughts and slowly blinked. I saw my parents. He contemplated what Harry might have glimpsed in the mirror and continued. I saw them standing beside me, smiling. Indeed, upon hearing this, Harry's eyes brightened noticeably, glimmering as if illuminated by some inner light, reminiscent of nocturnal felines. I knew you would see something. Harry's voice rose in excitement. We're the same. I brought Ron to see it, but he couldn't see anything. He said he saw himself holding a Quidditch trophy, with George and Fred praising him. How easy it was to understand. Both of them, one yearning for love, the other seeking familial approval. Tom redirected his gaze back to the mirror, maintaining a distance of several steps. He did not approach it again. But what is it that I truly desire? He pondered. I feel this mirror is fundamentally flawed, Harry, Tom stated. A mirror that reveals what should not exist. This is irrational, and irrationality often accompanies danger. Harry glanced hesitantly between Tom and the mirror before finally nodding uncertainly. Then, may I look for a moment? At least just for today? Tom was uncertain whether Harry would return to the mirror again, yet in the days that followed, Harry did not seek him out. Tom hoped the boy had not become entranced by the mirror, but he refrained from intervening. Respecting the destinies of others. Respecting the destinies of others. However, it was evident that Hogwarts was indeed a perilous place. Could something as ominous as the mirror of Erist be left in an abandoned classroom? Your Hogwarts is not the same as mine. While Harry Potter's affairs remained quiet, Draco was relentless in his pursuit to trouble Harry and his friends, demonstrating remarkable tenacity. With such determination, Draco, you could succeed in anything. Indeed, Draco succeeded. He informed Blaise that he had discovered a weakness in Harry Potter and was confident he could oust the loathsome boy from Hogwarts. Subsequently, Blaise relayed this information to Tom. What do you think, Tom? Blaise asked. How do I think? Tom raised an eyebrow. I use my eyes. Blaise found this so amusing that he tumbled off the sofa, laughing uncontrollably while clutching his stomach, slowly regaining his composure. You always manage to surprise people, Tom. Blaise chuckled, nearly doubled over in laughter. I knew coming to you about this would be a good idea. Not necessarily, Tom replied with a serious countenance. I could also be a mistake. It's all about your perception of what is right. Perhaps you should remind Potter? Blaise suggested, his imagination running wild. Potter would surely be pleased. And then Draco would be quite displeased. Am I insane for even considering this? Tom continued to regard Blaise with an impassive expression. I never knew you had taken a liking to sowing discord. What nonsense is this? I have never stirred trouble, Blaise responded with a chuckle. I merely enjoy watching the spectacle unfold. Chapter 26. At 2 in the morning, did the Malfoy heir refresh himself at the dormitory door? Ultimately, Draco succeeded. Clearly, his late-night pursuit of capturing someone bore fruit, despite being intercepted by Professor McGonagall midway. Nevertheless, he sacrificed himself, leading to a hefty deduction of 150 points for Gryffindor. You didn't sleep last night, did you? Did you nibble on Gryffindor's trophy? Blaise remarked, startled by the sight of the nearly empty crimson trophy as they passed the Great Hall in the morning. What nonsense are you spouting? Draco retorted, slightly annoyed. That is my glorious achievement. Do you understand what an achievement is? Although Professor McGonagall also deducted 20 points from Slytherin. Yes. Gryffindor's penalty was 50 points per head. She deemed Draco to have been duped by Harry Potter, thus applying a measure of leniency. However, a score of 20 points is indeed rather insignificant. Considering Professor Severus Snape's favoritism towards Draco, it merely amounts to the equivalent of a single class. The mere act of reinstating those points seems trivial. Yet for Gryffindor, the loss of 150 points feels akin to the sky itself collapsing. The only unfortunate aspect is that I am still facing detention, Draco lamented, expressing regret as Professor McGonagall remarked that although my intentions were commendable, the fact remains that running about at night, without rest, is indisputable. She does exhibit remarkable impartiality. Contemplating the disparity between 20 and 150 points, Daphne recoiled slightly, realizing she is indeed quite severe. The head of Gryffindor, fair and just, Blaise shrugged, admitting that he rather likes her, though he wishes her allocation of points could be a tad more generous. The notice of detention was reluctantly delivered by Harry Potter to the Slytherin table during dinner, and he didn't even hand it directly to Draco. Instead, he thrust it into Tom's hands, muttering, "For Malfoy," before hastily retreating. To be honest, if it weren't for his evident reluctance, the gesture would have resembled a plea to a friend to deliver a love letter. Such peculiar associations abound. What was written? A love letter? At that moment, Blaise and Tom shared a bizarre telepathic connection, shrouded in mystery. Draco made a face of disgust. If I were to receive a love letter from Potter in my lifetime, I would leap into the Black Lake and drown. For I would be too humiliated to face anyone. Perhaps if Potter were aware, he might actually consider it. Sending you a love letter could very well lead to your leap into the lake, an unexpected triumph. Tom chuckled, his features relaxing. Oh, it's merely a detention notice. At 10 o'clock, wait for Filch at the entrance of the Great Hall. I had anticipated that the detention notice would explicitly state what time and where I should go. Draco mused, glancing at the note, the handwriting unremarkable, making it impossible to discern the author. I truly do not wish to seek out Filch. And why did Potter deliver it? Am I to endure detention alongside Potter and his lot? Draco's brow furrowed, his expression rife with disdain. We shall pray for you. Daphne stifled a laugh, wishing you do not become too chummy with Potter. Draco rolled his eyes in her direction, clearly unbothered by appearances. At that moment, none of them perceived it as a significant issue, merely viewing it as detention. After all, how grave could a school detention truly be? As it turned out, they had underestimated the situation. With the first semester far from concluded, Tom had already lost count of the number of times he had heard the question of who had claimed that Hogwarts was entirely safe. He was jolted awake from slumber by the persistent knocking at his door. Rubbing his eyes, Tom descended from his bed, pondering who would be knocking on his door at such an hour, only to find Draco standing there. Reflexively, Tom glanced at the clock in the room. It was 2 a.m. His still drowsy mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Why was Draco visiting him at such an ungodly hour? Then, he noticed the unfocused look in Draco's eyes. Something seemed amiss. Tom rubbed his eyes again, forcing himself to awaken. "Come in, Draco," he said, opening the door wider. "Have a seat. I'll prepare you some hot cocoa." He even grabbed a blanket from his bed, intending to wrap it around Draco. But Draco waved it off. "I'm not cold. Really, my goodness." Draco accepted the hot cocoa Tom offered, exclaiming, "In the Forbidden Forest, Merlin above. I shall tell my father." Slow down, Tom said, dragging a chair over and sitting down himself. "What's wrong?" Draco took another sip of the cocoa. "It's made from milk tea powder. At this point, let us not quibble over such details." Tom raised his hand and gently tapped Draco on the head. "What good things could I possibly offer you? Am I to produce some artisanal craft?" Draco pouted, but his spirits had evidently lifted due to this small exchange. "The Forbidden Forest is particularly perilous," Draco said after a few moments of silence. "There's a creature cloaked in black, draining the blood of unicorns." His fingers nervously drummed against the edge of the cup. "So who exactly is proclaiming that Hogwarts is safe?" Tom fell silent. "Unicorns are the purest beings in existence. Any who dare harm them will face their wrath, transforming into wretched, immortal creatures. Even wands require unicorn hair, which must be shed by the creatures themselves. Those who would harm unicorns are typically the most desperate and malevolent individuals. Within Hogwarts, there exists such a vile, desperate character." Tom felt the weight of despair pressing down upon him. What if one day this character went mad and dragged a few students down with him? Was the troll released by this very individual? Enough of such thoughts. Tom ruffled Draco's hair. "Let us sleep. Come morning, most issues will resolve themselves." Draco appeared somewhat hesitant, clutching the little pumpkin cup Tom had given him, wavering, reluctant to depart. "Why don't you stay here for the night?" Tom observed Draco's uncertainty and smiled. "Care to snuggle up with me for the night?" Draco's eyes brightened momentarily before he quickly reasserted his composure, adopting a semblance of dignity. "Isn't that inappropriate?" "What could possibly be inappropriate?" Tom yawned, reclaiming the little pumpkin cup from Draco's hands. "You don't have your toothbrush. You might as well rinse your mouth and catch a few more hours of sleep." He was undoubtedly frightened. If he weren't, he would never have knocked on his door at 2 a.m. Such an inappropriate hour, indeed. Chapter 27. Frightened and Feverish. The Forbidden Forest is truly a dreadful place. Initially, Draco struggled to find sleep, fidgeting under the covers, leaning toward Tom at times, and tugging at the blanket, claiming it was insufficiently warm. Tom quipped, "How can you complain when you're borrowing my blanket to sleep?" He then wrapped Draco snugly in the blanket, pulling him close. "Go to sleep, truly, otherwise. We shan't rise for our first class tomorrow. It's Professor Snape's. Do you wish to doze off in his class?" Tom grunted. "I fear he might toss me into a cauldron." Draco, bundled up, mumbled, "I'll plead your case with the Godfather." Yet Tom chose to tuck Draco's blanket even tighter around him, patting him gently. "Sleep, sleep." Thus, in a haze of confusion, the two children nestled together and drifted off into slumber, lost in a dreamy daze. The next morning, Draco indeed was reluctant to rise. Tom initially assumed Draco was merely tired, but upon nudging him, he discovered the skin beneath his touch felt rather warm. Warm? Tom quickly checked Draco's forehead and confirmed it was indeed warm. "He's running a fever, my goodness." Tom was momentarily flustered, thinking to himself that he hoped this young master wouldn't perish in his room. If anything were to happen, his father would undoubtedly hold him accountable. When he appeared at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall that morning, he was clearly somewhat disheveled. "What is the matter with you?" Blaise inquired, leaning in closely to scrutinize Tom's expression. "You look as though you've just returned from a night of confinement." "Where's Draco? Have you seen him?" Tom was tempted to dismiss the topic, but he pressed his fingers against his temples. "Draco has a slight fever and is feeling unwell. Perhaps he caught a chill during last night's detention in the Forbidden Forest." What could have possibly transpired to make Draco catch a cold? Daphne interjected, peering over. "Detention is merely a matter of tidying up and organizing, is it not?" "I'm not entirely sure." Tom shrugged, feigning helplessness. "But Draco did mention something about venturing into the Forbidden Forest last night." "He went into the Forbidden Forest?" Theodore's face registered surprise. Isn't that expressly forbidden for students? How could detention lead him there? Clearly, there are some issues at Hogwarts, Tom nodded. Please excuse me from my first class with Professor Snape. Both Draco and I will be absent. I need to visit the infirmary to fetch some medicine for him. He ought not to let his fever dull his wits. Blaise nodded in agreement. Very well, I'll inform them of Draco's condition. Professor Snape would surely not oppose. After finishing breakfast, Tom selected a few easily digestible items and packed them to take with him to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, a kind-hearted woman, listened attentively to Tom's description and handed him an assortment of potion vials. If he has a fever, encourage him to drink plenty of warm fluids. It will aid in his recovery, she advised, gesturing. Though it sounded rather blunt, the efficacy is undeniable. Tom expressed his gratitude politely before returning to the Slytherin common room, where Draco lay bundled in blankets, frowning and appearing quite discomfort. Draco, you must rise and eat something, Tom said, pulling a chair beside him. Have a bite. Take your medicine, and see if you feel any better. You cannot afford to let this fever cloud your mind. I'm not daft, Draco murmured weakly, turning over, his body aching all over. Tom reached out to touch Draco's forehead, which felt even hotter than before. Sighing, he slid a bowl of porridge under Draco's chin. At least have a few spoonfuls to tide you over, and then take your medicine. Draco appeared reluctant, mumbling softly in protest, clearly resistant, and claiming he lacked an appetite. Tom found himself spooning porridge and offering it to Draco's lips. Honestly, Tom thought, I've never cared for a child before. It feels as though I am experiencing parenthood firsthand. Yet, as the spoon approached, Draco obediently leaned down to take a bite, surprisingly compliant. The fever had flushed his cheeks a rosy hue, and Tom watched as he consumed nearly half the bowl before swallowing his potion. Rest here for now, Tom remarked, brushing his fingers against Draco's forehead again, still warm. Once you've recuperated, we can discuss other matters. Will you stay? Draco, cocooned in blankets, peeked out, his face barely visible. I will stay, Tom assured him. I cannot leave you alone. What if you were to become delirious with fever? Draco's gaze remained fixed on Tom, his eyes unblinking. Why do you keep staring at me? Tom asked. Perhaps due to his fever, Draco struggled to keep his eyes wide open as he replied, If I watch you, you won't leave. Tom couldn't help but chuckle at the innocence of it all. I assure you, I won't leave. This is my room. Where else could I possibly go? He summoned a book with his wand. I shall remain here, reading, not going anywhere. Yet Draco continued to gaze at him, akin to a young creature, unwavering in his stare until fatigue finally overtook him, and he slowly closed his eyes to sleep. Tom sat beside him, bemused. If Blaise and the others were to drop by later, how could he explain Draco's presence in his room? After some contemplation, he realized that honesty was his only option. Wouldn't Blaise endlessly nag him about it? Tom rubbed his temples, feeling a headache beginning to form. Draco's slumber was not lengthy, likely due to his discomfort and being so tightly wrapped. He stirred awake, complaining of feeling unclean and requesting a bath, only to be reprimanded by Tom and tucked back into his blankets. However, he seemed more lucid upon waking, mumbling his thanks. Don't mention it, Tom replied, unable to suppress a smile. Even in your fevered state, you thought of me first when seeking company. By afternoon, Draco's fever had subsided significantly, though not entirely. His spirits were improved, and he continued to grumble about wanting a bath, yet was unable to do so, which left him feeling quite vexed. Come play at Malfoy Manor during the holidays, Draco unexpectedly invited. Tom, nestled in an armchair, was momentarily taken aback. Me? He asked, pointing to himself. Is there someone else in this room? Draco retorted, a hint of indignation in his tone, though it lacked any real bite, almost resembling a pout. All right, Tom laughed, raising his hands in surrender. I apologize. I was merely surprised by your sudden invitation. Well, I wanted you to come. Is that so wrong? Draco frowned, pressing. Will you go or not? Since you've invited me, of course I'll go, Tom replied, his eyes brightening. He had no desire to return to the Gone estate for the holidays, anticipating that half his time would be consumed in cleaning. It's settled then. Draco huffed and closed his eyes again, turning to sleep once more. He was indeed quite obedient. Eventually, Blaise's curiosity led him to question why Draco was sleeping in Tom's room. Tom swiftly reprimanded him. As for Draco, he spent the day lounging in Tom's quarters. But by evening, he had regained much of his energy, ready to confront Blaise. Blaise darted away, laughing, but did not dare make too much noise, fearing Draco's temper had not entirely abated. Fortunately, the next day, Draco was fully rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. He even managed to attend the Quidditch match. Block for me. Will you? Draco urged, cautiously inching closer to Tom. My godfather insists I'm too weak to be out and about. How could a mere night in the Forbidden Forest leave you with a fever? Professor Snape expressed his disbelief regarding the situation. Is it that the current generation of students is so frail? At this rate, they might fracture a bone from a simple fall. Professor Snape commenced rigorous training sessions for Draco, incorporating running and potion-making exercises after classes, completely neglecting to mention the incident involving the unicorn blood-draining creature in the Forbidden Forest. You are merely taking advantage of Tom's good nature, Blaise chuckled, and if Professor Snape catches you, Tom will face punishment as well. However, I have been grinding the bones of the Screeching Owl for 3 days now. Truly, I never wish to do so again in my lifetime. It is astonishing how something so hollow can be so obstinately hard. Draco's mental state seems to be teetering on the brink of madness. I even contemplate dipping into my savings to procure some and present it to the professor. The sound of it is heart-wrenching, causing tears to well in the eyes of those who witness it. It feels as though the child is on the verge of a complete breakdown. The professor is only looking out for your best interests, Tom says slowly, stepping aside to allow Draco a moment of respite. But should I truly be confined to detention by the professor, you must remember to rescue me. Of course, Draco nods. I am not one to betray my friends. Only those Gryffindors are foolish enough to get into trouble. They bickered and jostled for space in the stands, a cluster of bodies huddled together. It is quite challenging to maintain decorum and composure while watching such a spectacle akin to a sporting event. One is inevitably swept up in the surrounding emotions, becoming exuberant. Thus, Pansy and Daphne wisely chose not to attend, effectively eliminating any potential for unladylike behavior that could tarnish their image. An astute decision indeed. They nestled closely together, reminiscent of a mother hen brooding over her chicks. This match was Slytherin versus Gryffindor. High above, Harry Potter's sword, likely positioned so loftily to better survey the movements of the golden snitch. Despite the considerable distance, Draco could still discern the broom Harry rode, the Nimbus 2000. Where did those Gryffindors acquire the funds to purchase such a broom? You can see that? Blaise squinted skyward, attempting to discern the details, then withdrew his gaze. His expression a mixture of astonishment and amusement. Honestly, I could almost start shipping you two. If you utter such nauseating remarks again, I shall send you to the Black Lake, Draco retorted, rolling his eyes at Blaise. Such outrageous accusations could merit a visit to the Wizengamot. I merely possess a deeper understanding of flying brooms. Next year, I shall certainly acquire a Nimbus 2001. The updates come so swiftly? Tom interjected with mild curiosity. I thought the Nimbus 2000 was the latest model this year. Indeed, but rapid innovation is essential for manufacturers to profit, Blaise shrugged. Much like many products. What is the term? Planned obsolescence? If your items never break, how can they sell you new ones? Sounds rather unscrupulous. Tom nodded in agreement. All trade is mercenary. Blaise mused, stroking his chin. Fortunately, my family does not engage in commerce. Oh, you sound as if you are above it all, Draco scoffed. Is Potter not acting strangely? I feel as though he is about to fall. So concerned for him. Blaise remarked with a teasing tone. I told you two could indeed be a thing. It does seem like he might actually fall. Blaise too turned his gaze upward. However, no one seemed to notice the commotion above, nor did anyone call for a timeout. The match continued as Harry Potter battled his broom in the sky. If he were to fall to his demise, I would feel sorrow, Draco feigned, mimicking a gesture of wiping away tears, and I believe it would serve Dumbledore right, teaching him not to bend the rules for anyone. The Board of Governors could drown him in their own spit, Blaise remarked with a smirk, yet it was evident that with Dumbledore present, Harry would be rescued before he could plummet into an unappetizing fate. What a pity. Theodore offered the final assessment. Tom glanced at Theodore's impassive expression. Secretly understanding why they all shared such a bond, they were all rather devilish. Chapter 29. The intriguing nature of competition escalates. In the end, Harry Potter did not fall. Though his dismount from the broom was less than graceful, he staggered down, expelling the golden snitch from his mouth. Is that even permissible? Draco incredulously pointed towards the pitch amidst the cheers from Gryffindor. He did not catch the snitch. He spat it out. The surrounding din drowned out Draco's voice. And Tom placed a hand on his shoulder. I know this is difficult to comprehend, but Draco, let us slip away while the crowd is thick. Tom gestured towards Professor Snape on the opposite stands, though I am unsure why his robes caught fire earlier, judging by his expression. I believe if you are caught sneaking out to watch the match, you shall meet a fate as grim as that robe. Draco glanced towards Professor Snape, then nodded in agreement, realizing the wisdom in Tom's words. Let us hurry, lest we be caught by the professor. Thus, they swiftly departed, managing to evade the throngs of spectators leaving the stands. Tom glanced back once, surveying the Quidditch pitch. How could the robe have caught fire for no apparent reason? Furthermore, Harry Potter's broom appeared to be acting of its own accord, seemingly intent on dislodging its rider. Just how safe is Hogwarts, he pondered. This question was becoming a daily concern for him. The match between Slytherin and Gryffindor concluded, followed by the afternoon match of Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw. Tom decided to attend, as he had previously promised Cedric he would watch. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the throngs of girls in the stands. Who were they here to see? Tom cautiously nestled into a corner, feeling somewhat out of place, and then he noticed a Gryffindor girl holding a banner that proclaimed, "Cedric, I love you." Goodness. Is this Cedric's fan club? Additionally, dear girl, could you tone it down a bit? Your enthusiasm is quite intimidating. Tom chose not to sit with the girls. Instead, he found a quieter spot, slightly removed from the crowd, with a less than stellar view, yet it offered peace. With age, he found it increasingly difficult to relate to the fervor of such youthful zeal. Tom. To his surprise, Cedric himself approached him, riding in on his broom. Donned in protective gear and looking quite dashing, truly radiant. You actually came. As I promised, Tom smiled, though I seem to be rather unprepared. Aren't you going to greet your fans? He gestured towards the girls nearby, noticing Cedric's ears flush a vibrant red. Don't mock me, Cedric replied, attempting to ruffle his hair. But the protective gear impeded him, leaving him with a hard, unyielding head. I am not adept at handling this, you know. Am I aware? Tom thought to himself, chuckling. Wishing you a successful match. I shall cheer for you. Thank you, Cedric replied, still smiling, the flush in his ears spreading across his cheeks. I will do my best. Cedric truly excelled at Quidditch, and as Tom watched him soar through the air, he understood why he had garnered such a devoted following. He was undeniably impressive. Tom often mused that he should attend more matches. He believed that Hogwarts ought to host a greater number of Quidditch games, providing every student with ample opportunities to appreciate beauty. Scientific studies suggest that frequent exposure to handsome individuals can contribute to longevity. In his realm, Tom deemed that only those who possessed both talent and striking appearances could ascend to his inner circle. After enduring the rigors of daily life, what harm could there be in admiring a beautiful face? Besides, he reasoned, he merely gazed upon beauty rather than engaging in any frivolous pursuits. Tom upheld the virtues of decorum and propriety. The match was not tightly contested for long. Cedric seized the golden snitch ahead of the Ravenclaw seeker, thus concluding the game. Quite impressive, Tom thought, realizing he would likely never be able to capture such a swift, winged creature. Having brought a bouquet with him, he observed the crowd beginning to disperse, feeling a tad slow on the uptake. Had he really forgotten to bring even a bottle of water? Was that not somewhat reckless? In the end, he had to fashion his scarf into a makeshift bouquet, and as the spectators surged, he approached Cedric, presenting him with the flowers. Cedric seemed to gesture toward Tom, perhaps intending to beckon him, but he was quickly swallowed by the throng. Tom waved and turned to slip away. He had no intention of remaining amidst such a crowd. Lingering would only delay his exit from the Quidditch pitch. It had been a richly fulfilling day. After attending 2 matches and traversing between the castle and the Quidditch field twice, Tom felt he had met his exercise quota for the day. Hence, he returned to his dormitory early and peacefully indulged in a brief nap before dinner. Having used the pumpkin-embroidered duvet for so long, Tom had grown accustomed to it, though he still longed to replace it, as polyester could never compare to the comfort of pure cotton or silk. Tom fell into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by Draco's call for dinner. Yawning, he followed Draco downstairs. You're wasting your splendid holiday on sleep, Draco remarked, assuming Tom had napped the entire afternoon. If you sleep that long, you might not be able to sleep tonight. I didn't sleep the afternoon away, Tom replied, shuffling along like a specter. I went to watch the Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw match and returned to nap afterward. To think you actually took an interest in a Quidditch match, Draco exclaimed, somewhat surprised. How did it go? Who won? Hufflepuff. They played quite well, Tom assessed candidly. And I must say, their seeker, Cedric Diggory, is exceptionally handsome. Draco turned to Tom. Don't tell me your primary reason for attending was to ogle handsome fellows. Perhaps there was a touch of that, Tom admitted with unreserved candor. You truly are something else, Draco replied, wearing a look of exasperation. I'll be on the field next year. You should come to watch me. Before Tom could respond, Draco raised a finger toward him. If you dare suggest that I'm not as handsome as Diggory, you'll be in trouble. Chapter 30. Shipping everything will only lead to your ruin. Thus concluded the day-long preliminary match, with the final set to occur near the end of the term, prompting everyone to return to their studies the following day. In History of Magic class, Harry and his friends passed notes, which eventually made their way to Tom, suggesting they meet in the library after school. The notes journey was quite a spectacle, merely reflective of Professor Bin's lack of engagement with his students. Otherwise, he would have swiftly begun tossing chalk at them. Did I ship incorrectly? Daphne craned her neck to glimpse the note. I heard from Blaise that it should have been Draco and Potter, a classic love-hate dynamic. Yet it seems I should be shipping Tom and Potter instead? What kind of pairing is this? The aloof master and his dutiful little dog. Great Salazar Slytherin, what are you saying? Tom was taken aback by Daphne's words. You're a lady, are you not? Precisely because I am a lady, I chose such descriptors, Daphne winked at Tom. Trust me, if this were a private conversation in the common room, I would be far more blunt. Then I thank you, Tom replied, somewhat exasperated, nodding at Daphne. But trust me, shipping everything will only lead to your demise. I beg to differ, Daphne flashed a playful smile. Shipping everything merely ensures my balanced nutrition. However, if you continue to ship Draco and Potter, Draco might very well take matters into his own hands. Blaze chimed in, chuckling. And I am shipping Tom and Draco, honestly. In the eyes of this shipper, Potter seems like a provocateur. Blaze nudged Theodore. Care to weigh in? Theodore appeared somewhat at a loss for words, glancing at Blaze. If we follow your shipping logic, Potter seems like an unwelcome interloper. In the gaze of Blaze seeking an ally, Theodore slowly averted his eyes. Nonetheless, I believe Tom is correct. Shipping everything will only lead to your demise. But there is only so much fun to be had. Blaze feigned a wounded expression. If I can't ship Tom and Draco, should I ship myself with you? Theodore fell silent for a few moments, perhaps envisioning the absurdity, before sighing. Then you might as well ship Tom and Draco. Clearly, between self-harm and harming others, Theodore chose the option that was kinder to himself. Tom was momentarily speechless, and after a few seconds, he poked Draco. Say something. Me? Draco raised his chin. I agree with Blaze. What gives Potter the audacity to encroach upon my territory? He ought to know better. Tonight, I'll join you in the library. Yay. The main character is making a move. Daphne let out a small cheer. Tom looked at Draco in astonishment as Draco raised his chin. Other matters aside, as long as it annoys Potter, I fear nothing. Tom was utterly flabbergasted. You're truly going for it, Draco. Draco proudly raised his chin, displaying a sense of triumph. That evening, Draco did indeed accompany Tom to the library. The setting was remarkably similar to that night in the trophy room, though missing Neville Longbottom. Poor Neville likely fell victim to the Weasley twins' cookie experiments. Tom's thoughts momentarily wandered. Why are you here? Ron Weasley was the first to express his displeasure, clearly unwilling to feign politeness. I'm here to work on assignments with Tom, Draco replied, his tone brimming with confidence. How odd it is that I was unaware of the Weasley family's investment in Hogwarts Library. Ron stammered, and Draco chuckled before continuing, but upon reflection. It seems you're merely meddling in affairs that don't concern you, considering your family lacks the funds for such investments. He was indeed quite scathing. Please, don't be upset, Tom interjected quickly, sensing Ron's temper rising. So what brings you here with a note? Harry and his friends exchanged glances, appearing somewhat hesitant. Yet none spoke up. It seems we are about to share some hushed whispers. I feel rather superfluous as an outsider, as Draco's usual sardonic remarks resurface. However, I cannot fathom when it was that you, Tom, became one of their own. Tom is quite different from you. Harry interjected, we can confide in Tom. But not with you. Is it that you fear I might seize upon your secrets? Draco continued to wield his sharp tongue, much like a letter trapped within a book. This was a realm unknown to Tom, yet Ron Weasley appeared ready to leap across the table and take a bite out of Draco, suggesting that perhaps Tom could surmise it involved some mischief at the expense of Gryffindor's members. Sure enough, the next moment Draco's words confirmed Tom's suspicion. A deduction of 150 points must surely sting, wouldn't it? Perhaps you should speak less, young master, Tom remarked, pulling Draco behind him. You see how Ron Weasley is nearly ready to bite someone, don't you? It was no exaggeration, it was indeed true. Only then did Draco reluctantly fall silent. Is there something you wish to share with me? Tom asked gently, for his years lent him a calmness that allowed for open discourse, assuring them it was all right to speak, even if it slightly breached school rules. As long as the issue was not grave, he would ensure Draco remained silent on the matter. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances once more, still somewhat hesitant. While Draco huffed, forget it, let us go, Tom. What is there to discuss with a bunch of cowards? Who are you calling cowards? Ron slammed his hand on the table. Isn't it because of your devious godfather? The sound reverberated sharply, causing Madame Pants to emerge ominously from behind a row of bookshelves. Silence is mandated in the library. From her expression to her body language and tone, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a specter, quite frightening indeed. Ron retreated, subdued and pitiful. Harry and Hermione exchanged another glance, and Hermione touched her nose. I apologize, Tom. It's not that we wish to withhold from you, but the matter concerning Professor Snape seems, well, somewhat inappropriate given Draco's identity. Indeed, it is rather unsuitable to speak ill of my godfather. Draco crossed his arms. So, should I take my leave? Harry looked up, his eyes inexplicably filled with sincere hope. Then you would leave? Why on earth would I leave, Potter? Draco stared incredulously at Harry. I know full well you intend to disparage my godfather, and I would simply walk away. Enough, enough, enough. Tom carefully restrained Draco. Madame Pants is watching us. If she comes over here, we might find ourselves expelled. Chapter 31. I seriously suspect that child to be your illegitimate grandson. Reluctantly, Harry and the others finally voiced their suspicions. Summarizing succinctly, Harry Potter's enchanted broom went awry during a Quidditch match because Professor Severus Snape had cast a curse upon him, intending to cause his downfall. Oh, so that explains why Professor Snape's robe caught fire? Tom, absorbing their descriptions, realized the unfortunate garment had been Hermione's doing. But why? Tom inquired. Why would Professor Snape wish to harm you, Harry? As a professor at Hogwarts, it benefits him not to do so. He hates me, Harry insisted, you know. He made my life miserable during our first potions class, and has never treated me kindly since. If you were citing your first potions class as an example, I must say that both Tom and I would disagree. Draco's voice droned, elongating his words in a manner reminiscent of Snape himself. You have a reputation, Potter. It's quite reasonable for him to question you, much like how Professor Flitwick fainted upon uttering your name. He gazed at Harry, his leaden gray eyes glinting with dissatisfaction, overflowing with condescension. If you believe it to be the questioning that vexed you, I doubt Hermione would concur, for had you diligently reviewed your texts before class, you would not have been unable to answer a single question. He chuckled coldly. After all, it is common knowledge that first-year subjects are the simplest, are they not? Harry faltered, while Hermione evidently had no grounds for rebuttal, and Ron had even less, as he too had not prepared for the lesson, and thus had no voice in the matter. If your claim is that my godfather was merely observing Potter muttering incantations while you set fire to his robe, and that absolves Potter of wrongdoing, then I must inform you that such reasoning is utterly ineffective. I could even counter your slander and have you summoned to the Ministry of Magic for tea with the Wisengamot. Draco continued his relentless assault. For none of your accusations possess any merit as evidence. Is that not evidence? Ron interjected. When casting a curse, one must keep a close watch on the target. Did you hear what my godfather was reciting? Draco sneered. And you ignited his robe. How could you be so certain that it was my godfather who was watching Potter? Are you even sure that Broom was affected by a curse? Draco's combativeness was truly formidable. If there is any doubt, take your Nimbus 2000 to Professor McGonagall for inspection. If any traces of a curse are found, then you may suspect this and that, but without a shred of evidence, what are you grasping at? Tom found himself unable to interject, while Harry and the others were rendered speechless by his words. Enough, let us cease indulging in this meaningless discourse. Draco grasped Tom's hand. It is a waste of time. Tom, resigned, stood and lightly shrugged. Though it may sound rather blunt, I must concede that Draco is correct. You are welcome to take your broom to Professor McGonagall, Harry. Should traces of a curse truly be found upon your broom, Professor McGonagall will undoubtedly pursue the matter thoroughly. Use your brains more, Draco huffed. Let's move quickly, Tom. If we linger here another second, I fear the air will pollute our intellect. Draco dragged Tom along at a brisk pace, and judging by his expression, he seemed to be in rather poor spirits. Do not be upset, Draco. Tom reached for Draco's hand. Please, do not be upset. Only then did Draco's pace slow, letting out a sigh, his steps somewhat sluggish. I am not upset. I am merely displeased. Tom nodded. Then do not be displeased. Draco glanced at Tom, appearing somewhat exasperated. It sounds as if you were trying to soothe a child. You know? Tom mused to himself that from his age, looking back at them was akin to viewing children. Yet he refrained from articulating this thought, instead smiling. His eyes bright. Draco found himself somewhat disarmed by Tom's smile, feeling a touch of discomfort, and let out a silent sigh, huffing slightly, as if he were a bit angry, though in truth, he was not at all. Afterward, Harry Potter approached Tom once more, sincerely apologizing for having cast suspicions without evidence, acknowledging that it was indeed wrong of him. However, he muttered to Tom, but what Draco said was rather excessive. He can be quite fierce. Do you think he bullies you often? Harry assured Tom that he would seek evidence, and once found, he would confront Draco with it, demanding an apology. The notion is rather commendable. However, Tom harbors doubts regarding Harry and his companion's ability to uncover any evidence, given that those who perpetrate such actions are not foolish. Furthermore, he does not genuinely believe that Professor Snape would be the one responsible for this incident. Ultimately, the truth revealed that Tom was only partially correct. It indeed was not Professor Snape who acted, yet the actual culprit was apprehended by Harry with evidence in hand. But truly, what manner of structure is Hogwarts? A conspiracy so easily thwarted by a mere handful of 11-year-olds, and throughout an entire semester, not a single professor or headmaster noticed anything amiss. This raises some concerns. Does it not? This Hogwarts is not the one I recognize. There is undoubtedly something awry here. Tom perceives a slight dissonance in this world. If this is the case, he might as well explore it further, perhaps to earn himself some credentials. Yet, ultimately, Tom abandons this course of action, for during the final feast of the term, Dumbledore, in a frenzy resembling that of a mad dog, lavished an extraordinary amount of points upon Harry Potter's team, Gryffindor. Truly, he was like a rabid dog. It is not that Tom harbors any particular dissatisfaction with Dumbledore. He simply cannot conceive of a more fitting descriptor. This blatant favoritism is astonishing. Tom finds himself at a loss for words. For the affection is overwhelming. So much so that he even suspects Dumbledore may have intentionally created opportunities for Harry to bolster his credentials. Of course, many years would pass before Tom would indeed confirm Dumbledore's intentions, but that is a tale for another time. At present, Tom can only lament how the House Cup, so rightfully in Slytherin's grasp, was brazenly relinquished by Dumbledore's mere utterances. Dumbledore, must you love so fervently? Is Harry Potter your illegitimate child? Oh wait, given the age, it should be your illegitimate grandchild. Chapter 32. House Elves Deserve Your Acknowledgement. Before the entire cohort boarded the Hogwarts Express to return home, Harry even sought out Draco and Tom to apologize. His words were directed at Tom, yet aimed at Draco, stating that conclusions should not be hastily drawn, and that he would certainly provide clarification once evidence was found. With that, he departed, leaving both Tom and Draco taken aback. Is he truly apologizing to me? Draco gazed incredulously at Harry Potter's retreating figure, astonished by the sudden display of politeness. Perhaps he is inherently courteous, Tom mused, though he found the rationale perplexing. Yet, he deemed it best not to dwell on it any longer. After all, Harry had already vanished, and lingering would only invite further mockery from Blaise. Blaise was indeed quite the loquacious one, Draco snorted, vowing that one day, Blaise would regret his incessant chatter. Tom and Draco returned together to Malfoy Manor. Mr. Lucius Malfoy exhibited a certain aloofness, perhaps perceiving little merit in Tom. However, once Tom unveiled the trinket he had procured from the Chamber of Secrets, Lucius's demeanor shifted. Perhaps recognizing that even a decaying creature retains some vestige of vitality, Tom offered the trinket at a bargain, half giving it to Mr. Malfoy, thereby garnering his attention. Although, at present, such attention held little value for Tom. Nonetheless, Narcissa Malfoy was consistently gentle towards Tom. She did not resemble the cold, haughty aristocratic matriarchs he had encountered, who prioritized their husbands' families above all else. The warmth in her gaze for her husband was genuine, and when she looked at Draco, her affectionate aura was reminiscent of a nurturing mother. Thus, Tom felt a greater trepidation in engaging with Narcissa than with Lucius Malfoy. He understood the intricacies of power dynamics and the pursuit of influence, yet he was at a loss when it came to interacting with a mother. Especially when Draco expressed a desire to stay at the Gaunt family estate for a spell, Tom inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. Oh no, have I inadvertently taken a child away from his mother? It was not intentional. However, Mrs. Narcissa Malfoy was exceedingly gentle, meticulously packing items for both Draco and Tom. And she reminded Draco not to spend the holidays solely in leisure, but to balance his studies with relaxation. The tenderness in her gaze seemed to recognize Tom's unease, as she grasped his hand before the two children boarded the departing carriage. You are a considerate child, Tom. I am very reassured that Draco is in your company. Tom was momentarily taken aback by her praise, even pondering how Mellop might react if she were to commend him. Yet such thoughts were fleeting, for Mellop, from either world, had long since passed away. I shall take good care of Draco, madam, Tom replied with decorum and courtesy as he bid farewell to Narcissa Malfoy. Draco, standing nearby, expressed mild discontent. Why is it that you are the one to care for me? Perhaps I should be the one caring for you. However, subsequent events would reveal that both of them were under the watchful care of the House Elves at Malfoy Manor. It was certainly not fair to blame Draco and Tom for their lack of initiative, for the Gaunt estate was indeed in a state of disrepair. As Draco disembarked from the carriage, he nearly fled in retreat, almost summoning the carriage to return him home, yet he ultimately restrained himself. I did not realize you endured such hardships, Draco remarked, the look in his eyes shifting towards Tom. From now on, I shall take care of your every need. Truly. I implore you, my friend cannot live a life worse than that of my house elves. Tom opened his mouth to protest. Do not argue. Your objections hold no credibility, Draco asserted, pointing at the dusty glass of the Gaunt estate, which appeared nearly indistinguishable from the wall. My house elf, despite their ragged attire, at least serves 5 courses, plus soup. Pray tell, what do you intend for us to dine on tonight? Perhaps we could venture to the Muggle village of Haddington for a meal, Tom suggested, feeling somewhat guilty as he rubbed his nose. I could order you some soup. On second thought, I fear I might be poisoned, Draco grimaced, displaying a clear reluctance. Dobby, you go and tidy up the bedroom and the kitchen. If you find yourself overwhelmed, do return to the manor and summon a couple more house elves to assist. Dobby blinked his large eyes and acquiesced, prompting Draco to express his desire to explore the vicinity with Tom. This posed little issue, as Tom's childhood predated Draco's by many years. He could easily recount the simple pleasures of crafting dogs from grass and skipping stones across streams, all of which could occupy an entire afternoon's play. Initially hesitant, Draco eventually joined Tom in a spirited contest to see who could create the biggest splashes. As the day waned and twilight descended, Dobby appeared at the opportune moment, calling them back for supper. True to his nature as a house elf, Tom was astonished upon returning home, hardly recognizing the once dilapidated estate, now immaculately restored. He stared in awe, utterly speechless. Raising his trembling hand, he asked, "You have completed all this? Did you demolish my house and build it anew?" Dobby scratched his large ears, appearing somewhat anxious. Although Dobby believed that constructing a new one would indeed be swifter, he felt that demolition was not an option. Tom was utterly astonished, marveling at the wonders of a house elf. How could one not desire such a remarkable being? A twinge of envy crept into Tom's heart. Yet he understood that house elves were exceptionally valuable and fiercely loyal servants, irreplaceable and unattainable even with the wealth to purchase one. A hint of regret and sorrow washed over him. Thus, he resolved to make use of Dobby from the Malfoy household for the time being. On the first night, they enjoyed a delectable dinner, the likes of which rivaled their meals at Malfoy Manor, though Tom could not fathom how Dobby achieved such culinary feats. Tom exclaimed, "This is sheer bliss." As the holiday came to a close, Tom, as anticipated, had gained 2 pounds, an explosion of happiness. However, he also noticed that Dobby frequently vanished from the house for brief periods, only to reappear before disappearing again, the timing erratic. There were moments when Draco sought him out, yet could not locate him. It was only with Tom's vague hints that Draco refrained from probing further. It was certain that house elves do not betray their masters. Yet this very loyalty rendered Dobby's absences all the more suspicious, especially since other elves occasionally arrived to deliver items. Tom subtly inquired and confirmed that when Dobby was absent from the Gaunt Manor, he was not at Malfoy Manor either. Where, then, had Dobby gone? Chapter 33, The House Elf with a Mind of His Own. Where had Dobby truly ventured? Tom's curiosity piqued, yet he understood that direct inquiries would be unwise. House elves often possessed rather rigid minds, and pressing too hard might provoke a tantrum. However, engaging in casual conversation posed no risk at all. How could a mere house elf outsmart Tom's intellect? Through a few rounds of veiled questioning, Tom discovered Dobby's fervent adoration for Harry Potter. This admiration seemed to arise without reason, and Tom opted not to delve deeper, dismissing it as inconsequential. After all, probing further might yield little value. Thus, the matter lingered until the start of the new term. Upon entering the platform, Tom spotted Blaise waving from a distance. Once they settled into their compartment, he saw Theodore, Daphne, and Pansy already waiting. They were neatly arranged, with only he and Draco missing. "Why are you all here so early?" Draco inquired, somewhat surprised. "We're not early. You're late," Daphne replied playfully. "Did you leave at 8 again? Can the time it takes to travel from Malfoy Manor be the same as from Gaunt Manor?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she leaned closer to Draco. "Is Gaunt Manor really as fascinating as they say? I heard there are snakes everywhere, true or not?" "That is indeed true," Draco nodded. "Tom speaks parcel tongue, so the snakes are drawn to him. There's a pasture nearby, and sometimes there are mice or bugs. So the snakes lounge in the basement, treating it as a buffet. It sounds as if the snakes have found a long-term meal ticket," Daphne mused thoughtfully. "But Tom, you can speak parcel tongue. I've heard that it's incredibly difficult to learn unless one is born with the ability." "Yes, it is a gift," Tom affirmed, nodding. "After all, the Gaunt lineage descends from Salazar Slytherin himself, the infamous Parselmouth. I suppose I got lucky. Then last year, when you had a corn snake, could you converse with it?" Pansy interjected with newfound curiosity. "Indeed," Tom replied, retrieving the corn snake from his pocket. "But this creature is rather dim-witted. It spends its days eating and sleeping." As expected, the corn snake appeared somewhat bewildered as it was drawn from Tom's pocket, slowly coiling around his finger and nuzzling its head against Tom's fingertip while emitting soft hissing sounds. "How adorable," Pansy exclaimed, her eyes shining. "What did it say?" It said it's tired and questioned why I took it out," Tom replied earnestly. Pansy regarded him with a disapproving gaze. "If it's tired, why did you take it out?" Tom felt a twinge of innocence and confusion. After all, was it not she who had mentioned the snake first? Yet he dared not voice this thought. Resigned, Tom gently returned the snake to his pocket and settled into a corner, lapsing into silence. The Hogwarts Express departed promptly, and the scenery outside whisked by at an exhilarating pace, transitioning swiftly from the bustling streets of London to the serene countryside, eventually morphing into an endless expanse of wilderness. The snack trolley passed their compartment, quickly being overwhelmed by the collective excitement of the Slytherin group as they indulged in snacks and chatter. Blaise was contemplating a visit to Tom's home during the next holiday, while Draco noted that he had grown taller, attributing it to the influence of Gaunt Manor. "You are just growing up. It has nothing to do with Gaunt Manor," Draco retorted. "But have you heard?" Blaise suddenly adopted a conspiratorial tone. "I heard that Potter was caught performing magic at his Muggle aunt's house over the holidays and was warned by the Ministry. This highlights the drawbacks of a Muggle household." Pansy shook her head. "We wouldn't have to worry about that. In the wizarding world, underage magic was restricted. However, young witches and wizards living in the magical realm rarely faced such concerns. Their magic was often indistinguishable from that of their parents. and the ministry understood that they would not cause disturbances while in their parents' presence, thus avoiding scrutiny and inconvenience. However, young wizards from Muggle backgrounds did not share this luxury. They lacked anyone around them who could wield magic, and their youth rendered them prone to trouble, such as revealing the existence of magic to Muggles. Consequently, the ministry was compelled to dispatch personnel to erase the memories of any Muggles involved, a considerable waste of resources. Thus, the ministry maintained a stringent watch over these underage wizards. It seems that Potter truly has a mind of his own, Draco scoffed. Why not simply expel him? I doubt Dumbledore would expel him lightly. Unless he were to blow up the school, Tom replied slowly. Just recall his end-of-term points status last semester. He is desperate for us to know whose side he is on. The public eye is astute. Any favoritism is readily perceived. As they continued their conversation, a knock echoed at the compartment door. It was Hermione Granger, appearing visibly anxious. I'm sorry to intrude, but I'd like to speak with Tom for a moment. Go ahead, we can chat here, Blaise remarked, eyeing Hermione. What could you possibly need to discuss privately? Hermione hesitated, feeling the weight of the collective gaze upon her. After a few seconds of contemplation, she sighed. Have any of you seen Harry? I didn't see him on the platform, nor on the express. He and Ron are missing. Sorry, I haven't seen him. Tom shook his head. But if Ron is also missing, have you checked with the Weasley twins? I did. Hermione's expression dimmed at Tom's denial, but she pressed on. Thanks anyway. I'll ask around some more. Hermione walked away, somewhat dejected, while Daphne raised an eyebrow at Blaise, teasing, well, it's rare to see you so ungentlemanly towards a girl. Are you treating Miss Weasley with such disdain? Blaise chuckled. The mere thought of the house cup slipping from my grasp is unbearable. You have no idea how I felt. I was ready to raise my camera. That is indeed true, Daphne pondered, recalling the expressions of their peers at the Slytherin table during the last term, along with Professor Snape's countenance at the time. A slight shiver coursed through her as she mused. I might just resort to smashing my stilettos against Ron Weasley's face. Striking him in the face would be too overt. Theodore calmly interjected, you should step on his foot and then feign innocence. Wow, quite devious, aren't you, Theodore? Daphne laughed, playfully tugging at his sleeve. Chapter 34 perhaps. Perhaps I should indulge in a bit of soft living. Meanwhile, Tom, observing Hermione's departure, seemed lost in thought. Did Harry truly not take the express? A week prior, Dobby, in a conversation with Tom, had hesitantly sought his counsel. After nearly an entire holiday together, Dobby had come to regard Tom with a certain warmth. Feeling less anxious in his presence, and even daring to pose questions. If I were aware that a place was turning perilous, and I wished to protect someone from venturing there, what should I do, Mr. Gaunt? Dobby inquired cautiously, his large eyes blinking rapidly, as if on the verge of retracting his question. Dobby has someone he wishes to protect. How delightful. Tom began with a compliment, refraining from asking whom Dobby intended to safeguard. Dobby visibly relaxed. If it were me, I would ensure that he could not access that dangerous place. Tom narrowed his eyes, adopting a contemplative expression. If the danger posed a mortal threat, I would break his legs to prevent him from approaching it. If it merely risked injury, I would confine him. As long as the outcome is preferable to the worst-case scenario, the methods employed along the way need not be overly gentle. It suffices to ensure he cannot reach that place. Tom reiterated this to Dobby. Dobby appeared pensive, nodding, and thereafter refrained from broaching the topic again. At that moment, Tom had yet to grasp the scope of Dobby's intentions, but upon reflection, it seemed plausible that Dobby wished to protect Harry Potter. This revelation rendered matters both intricate and intriguing. Why would a house elf from the Malfoy family perceive Hogwarts as fraught with danger and seek to shield a boy from the Potter lineage? The world, after all, had transformed into an enigma beyond his comprehension. Tom continued to ruminate, recalling the last time he had seen Harry, which had been during the holiday when he and Draco had ventured to Diagon Alley to procure supplies for the new term. Strolling through Diagon Alley with Draco, it was evident that decades had altered the landscape dramatically. Tom surveyed the surroundings with a sense of wonder, while Draco interpreted Tom's awe as a sign of his impoverished upbringing, having never truly explored Diagon Alley before. This simply cannot be. The affluent young Malfoy thought sharply. My friend shall not endure such hardships. Thus, he propelled Tom into a spree of what could only be described as retaliatory shopping. Initially, their expenditures were manageable. They purchased clothing, snacks, and even visited a travel agency specializing in frightful excursions. Tom, observing the bizarre advertisements of the establishment, mused that the reason it had yet to receive a negative review or face closure was that all its patrons had presumably met Merlin and thus could not return to leave feedback. Then, they were to acquire textbooks. Oh Merlin, why are there so many people at Flourish and Blots? Tom contemplated. Have they finally lost their minds and decided to give away every book? They would never do such a thing. A passing man, burdened with a large stack of books, overheard Tom's lament. Every year, back-to-school season is their most lucrative time. especially today with Gilderoy Lockhart hosting a signing event. After saying this, he staggered off, and Tom exchanged glances with Draco, both eyeing the throng of heads in the distance. We can postpone the textbooks a bit, Tom cautiously suggested. Next, if I were to take you around the second-hand market, would you sever ties with me? What? Certainly not, Draco exclaimed in surprise. But why would you want to visit the second-hand market when I am here? Because you are providing far too much, Tom replied with exasperation. You are making me feel as though I can no longer uphold the dignity of the Gaunt family and must resort to living off your generosity. Draco glanced at their numerous bags, realizing they were all items he had insisted upon acquiring. I believe this leather glove is quite nice. No, leather cannot withstand anything. Not even the bite of a flobberworm. Get me dragonhide. I think this glass vial is lovely. Since we've bought it, why scrimp? Get me the most expensive shatterproof option. I don't think corn deserves such an extravagant grain. This bag of feed costs more than the corn itself. What's wrong with providing the child with quality food? No matter how dire the circumstances, a child must never suffer. Purchase it. It indeed seemed that all his desired high-end goods were being acquired, and due to their nature, he had yet again refused to let Tom pay. Is this what it means to live off someone else's wealth? Draco raised his chin defiantly, embodying a lifestyle that hardly reflected the notion of dependence. To Tom's astonishment, Draco led him on another tour of Diagon Alley. Sweeping up items Tom had merely glanced at previously and dismissed after consideration. Watching the quantity of boxes and bags multiply before him, Draco proudly lifted his chin, declaring, "This standard is what it truly means to live off someone else." Tom was utterly astounded. He found himself speechless, pointing at the mountain of boxes and bags. You remembered everything I looked at, Draco. The focus seemed to have shifted somewhat. What of it if I have a good memory? Draco's ears flushed a shade of pink. Now let us hurry to Flourish and Blots to purchase the books. Then we must return home swiftly. But there are so many people, Tom hesitated. Shall we not find somewhere to eat first? Let us eat after we finish shopping, Draco huffed. As a Vic customer of Flourish and Blots, I need not jostle with the masses at the main entrance. Leading the way, Draco guided Tom through a quiet back alley, resembling a hidden street steeped in the aroma of books, perfect for a picturesque moment. Then, Draco rang the doorbell of a secluded owl post, revealing a small, spiraling passageway. Isn't it marvelous? Draco turned back to Tom with a confident smile. In this world, as long as the money is right, anything is possible. Chapter 35 Hand-to-Hand Combat Wizard. They ascended the staircase, entering a private chamber on the second floor, where an attentive servant promptly approached to take their belongings, categorizing them meticulously before presenting a bill for Draco to review. Draco perused the document once before affixing his signature, after which the attendant meticulously collected the papers and departed, taking with him the various boxes and bags of all sizes. What was this? Tom recalled that there had been a time when Draco had commanded unwavering respect, a time when all revered him. However, during that period, he had never experienced the privileges afforded by the VC. They would dispatch the items back to Malfoy Manor. Draco shrugged nonchalantly, clearly well acquainted with the process. After all, the substantial annual membership fees were not rendered without reason. It was their obligation. Indeed, it seemed that as long as the money was in place, everything could be negotiated. Tom wisely decided it best not to inquire about the annual dues, which were likely a figure that could induce heartache or even provoke a cardiac incident. While he had no jurisdiction over how Draco managed his finances, he allowed himself a moment of discomfort at the thought. Thus, it was better not to listen. In the elegant upstairs lounge, tea and snacks awaited them, and through a pane of one-way glass, Tom observed the bustling scene below. A man clad in a violet robe, complete with a matching hat, sauntered about the stage with a beaming smile. Tom regarded this flamboyant figure with a measure of disdain, although he found the man unappealing. The ladies in the audience were evidently enraptured by him, their enthusiastic screams echoing throughout the hall. Tom deemed it prudent to refrain from further commentary, lest he attract the ire of these admirers, who might drown him in a deluge of saliva. Better to preserve his life. Is that Potter? Draco's gaze was sharper than Tom's. He squinted down at the crowd and suddenly narrowed his eyes. It seems so. Tom followed suit, scrutinizing the scene, and indeed, he spotted Harry in the company of the Weasley family. Draco continued to observe, and at that moment, the violet-clad man evidently noticed Harry as well. He seized Harry and dragged him onto the stage, where they commenced an exuberant photo session. Following the pictures, the gentleman gifted Harry a set of books, which Harry promptly handed over to a little girl with red hair. The youngest Weasley has come to Hogwarts this year? Draco scoffed from the upper level. This year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class is all Gilderoy Lockhart's textbooks, which are rather costly. It appears the Weasleys may be heading towards financial ruin. With that, he rose and made his way downstairs. What are you doing? Tom tugged at Draco's sleeve, but to no avail. I'm going down to greet them, Draco shrugged. I'll descend first, for a quarrel is bound to erupt. You may intervene once it escalates. Tom was taken aback by the clarity of Draco's intentions. When had he evolved to such an extent? He seemed to have grasped the necessity of mediating disputes. Yet, Tom hesitated, opting not to follow Draco downstairs. In mere moments, perhaps even less than 2 minutes, the anticipated uproar erupted. Tom hurried down the stairs to intervene, only to hear Draco's taunting voice. What? Did I strike a nerve? Is your beloved here? Harry's face flushed with color, and then he caught sight of Tom descending the staircase. Tom, he exclaimed instinctively. Draco's expression darkened immediately. What on earth? Your beloved is Tom? Tom interjected. Please refrain from making baseless claims. Harry merely saw me and spoke out without malice. There's no reason for an uproar. He attempted to assume a conciliatory demeanor. Draco snorted audibly. I maintain that Potter must have acquired a girlfriend this holiday. I am not fabricating tales. I have eyes, and I can see it. Meanwhile, the little red-haired girl appeared on the verge of tears, ready to confront Draco before her own emotions could spill forth. Tom coughed, attempting to defuse the tension, when Mr. Weasley appeared, surveying his children before casting a wary glance at Draco and Tom. What is happening here? His tone was laced with an unmistakable undercurrent of threat. Tom felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He abhorred being threatened. A fleeting thought of how to extricate himself from this situation crossed his mind as he regarded Mr. Weasley's face. At that moment, Malfoy stepped in front of Draco and Tom, blocking Tom's line of sight. Ah, what a rare encounter. Arthur, Lucius Malfoy's expression bore a facade of insincere cordiality. I presumed you were too engrossed in your work to attend such family activities. I do still find time to be with my children, Lucius, Mr. Weasley replied. His demeanor cool and unyielding, clearly indicating he did not require Malfoy's unsolicited advice. There's no need for such hostility, Arthur. Lucius continued to smile, his facade impeccable. I was merely inquiring about the well-being of our colleagues, especially considering the textbooks this year are rather costly. Does the department's compensation for your overtime suffice to provide the children with adequate supplies? His gaze swept across the children, laden with unspoken malice, inciting a surge of anger from Mr. Weasley. That is none of your business, Malfoy. Indeed, it is not my concern. Lucius retreated slightly, signaling that he had no desire for conflict with Mr. Weasley and bore no intent to quarrel. I simply lament that your dedication to the department has gone unrewarded, leaving your cherished daughter to rely on these tattered, bacteria-ridden books, previously owned by who knows how many. He reached into Ginny's basket, pinching one of the textbooks, and then withdrew his hand, feigning pity. Colleagues we may be, Arthur, but truly, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I would be pleased to help. Lucius's smile lacked sincerity, yet was sufficient to provoke Mr. Weasley to raise his fists in fury. Great Salazar Slytherin. Tom was utterly astonished. You are wizards. For heaven's sake, wizards can engage in fisticuffs over a mere disagreement? Is your wand merely a stick for kindling? Chapter 36. The family gathering. Whenever Tom felt the world had descended into chaos enough to astound him, it inevitably presented an even greater shock. He stood, wide-eyed, as Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley became embroiled in a physical altercation. In the ensuing tumult, it was impossible to discern who struck whom. All that was clear was the utter disarray. Ultimately, it was Hagrid's timely intervention that separated the two combatants. Great Salazar Slytherin's peanut box. Tom gazed at Mr. Malfoy, who sported a blackened eye, and felt a profound sense of dislocation. This was the moment during the holiday when Tom first caught sight of Harry Potter, a revelation that left an indelible mark on him. The narrative then shifted to the Hogwarts Express, where Hermione informed them that Harry had missed the train. Tom, momentarily at a loss, found the situation devoid of interest, and thus leaned against the window, closed his eyes, and began to doze off. The train swayed rhythmically, causing the glass of the window to tremble in unison. Initially, the sound might seem disconcerting and somewhat noisy, but upon closing one's eyes and calming the mind, one would discover that this very sound is remarkably hypnotic. It was within this trance that Tom gradually succumbed to sleep, resting soundly until he awoke, drenched in warmth. What on earth? As Tom yawned and extricated his arms from beneath several robes, he wondered if he had become a mere clothes rack. This one belongs to Draco. This to Theodore, and this is mine, Blaise pointed out, indicating the garments adorning Tom. You slept so quietly, yet it was Pansy who first noticed. So I've become a clothing hanger? Tom sipped from a bottle of licorice soda on the table. The taste was mediocre, yet it served to invigorate him. Then Draco handed you the clothes, fearing you might catch a cold. Daphne quickly interjected in response to Tom's query. And of course, Blaise wouldn't miss out on the excitement. He gave you his as well. And you, enjoying the spectacle, seized Theodore's clothes? Tom nodded knowingly, wearing an expression that conveyed his understanding. Daphne gave Tom a thumbs up, signifying her approval. Not long after Tom awoke, The Hogwarts Express arrived at the station. He returned the garments, and they disembarked from the train in a line, taking the carriages back to the school. As the new year began, everyone was familiar with the routine, seated at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall, eagerly anticipating the arrival of new students at Hogwarts. "So we waited like this last year as well?" Draco remarked as a group of first-year students were ushered in by Professor McGonagall. "They look rather foolish, don't they?" "It's only natural for them to seem a bit clueless. They're new," Blaise shrugged. "Hey, ISNT, that little girl over there your sister? Astoria?" Daphne squinted in that direction and nodded. "Oh, it is her." Tom observed Daphne's expression and candidly inquired, "Your tone seems rather indifferent, Daphne. Is your relationship with her strained?" "I have a poor rapport with all my sisters. Astoria is slightly closer to me only because we once shared the same womb," Daphne stated plainly. "I'm not well liked." Draco explained to Tom that Daphne was unwilling to conform to the standards imposed by the Greengrass family, which sought to mold their daughters into elegant, straight-laced birch trees. While Daphne had grown into a fierce willow. "Evil," Daphne made a face. "Though your description is somewhat grotesque, you're right." She boldly patted Draco on the shoulder. "I refuse to conform to their expectations of being a contribution to the family's name. Why must women achieve success solely through marriage? Such notions are utterly nonsensical." Tom paused, casting a worried glance at Pansy. Pansy, clearly attuned to Tom's gaze, remarked, "I agree with Daphne." Tom felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I think Daphne is right too." He was merely concerned that the disparity in values between the two young women might lead them to become strangers despite their familiarity, which would be a shame. However, for the moment, such worries seemed unfounded. But how can some families still believe that marrying off their daughters is the best choice? The Muggle world has embraced capitalism, and World War II is long over. Why does the magical community still cling to medieval notions of marriage? Tom pondered, feeling a sense of disillusionment, longing instead for a plunge into the Black Lake. One by one, they listened to the fresh blood being introduced to the four house tables. Daphne's younger sister, Astoria Greengrass, predictably entered Slytherin. The little girl, adorably sculpted, bore a resemblance to Daphne, and she approached her sister briefly before darting away. However, Tom sensed that Astoria initially hesitated to leave, only departing when it became clear that Daphne had no intention of retaining her. "I heard your mother thinks you're the best of her daughters?" Blaise suddenly asked cryptically. Daphne responded with a cold huff. After that, Tom and his friends encountered no familiar faces, engaging in casual chatter while occasionally glancing at the front. They soon spotted the youngest Weasley, who entered Gryffindor without any suspense. "ISNT, this the last of the Weasley clan?" Blaise stroked his chin, deep in thought. "How do they manage to have so many children?" "It's hard to say," Draco replied, raising his chin. "Perhaps someone just can't control their urges." Despite having many children, Tom mused, glancing toward Gryffindor's table. "The Weasleys shouldn't be struggling so much. Mr. Weasley has a decent job at the ministry, and two of his sons are already employed in well-paying positions." Indeed. Upon Tom's observation, Blaise reflected, one works with dragons, and the other at Gringotts. Both are lucrative roles. How could the family be in such disarray? Perhaps they don't bring any of their wages home? Draco commented, "No wonder they're poor." Chapter 37, Defense Against the Dark Arts? Is it for real? The conversation clearly strayed further off topic, and by the time the opening ceremony concluded and the students had eaten their fill, Tom still had not seen Harry and Ron in the Great Hall. It was unlikely that they genuinely could not attend. Tom glanced at Hermione, who appeared visibly anxious at the Gryffindor table before retracting his gaze. If Hogwarts students went missing, the school would surely search for them. And with Ron Weasley having parents and Harry suspected to be Dumbledore's illegitimate grandson, it was improbable they could truly be lost. As dawn broke the following day, Tom discovered a somewhat listless Harry Potter and Ron Weasley at the Gryffindor table. Indeed, they seemed dispirited. Blaise handed Tom the Daily Prophet. Having a habit of subscribing to the newspaper, "You didn't see it coming, did you? Look at this, Potter and Weasley have made quite the headlines." The front page featured a photograph of a flying car, accompanied by a crowd of screaming muggles below. Tom quickly skimmed through the accompanying text before returning the newspaper to Blaise. Wasn't he, Mr. Weasley, in charge of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office? He in for some trouble for modifying a flying car and being spotted by muggles. Clearly, the already strained financial situation of the Weasley family was about to worsen. After all, this was a case of dereliction of duty, abuse of power, and violating the law, with far-reaching negative repercussions, setting a very poor example. In the magical world under Tom's dominion, such actions would certainly warrant dismissal and a lifetime ban from employment. However, how the Ministry of Magic in this world would judge the matter remained uncertain. "Punishment is inevitable," Blaise remarked as he took back the newspaper, shrugging. "But Dumbledore will surely protect the Weasley family. They are members of his Order of the Phoenix." The term Phoenix Society touches upon Tom's knowledge gap regarding the world. Yet observing Blaze's demeanor suggests that this term is likely common knowledge among everyone. Consequently, Tom merely nodded, sporting an expression of acknowledgement, thereby glossing over the matter. Have you ever found yourself in a similar situation, nodding along while pretending to comprehend your friend's conversation? Tom's expression mirrored this sentiment. Subsequently, Pansy spotted an owl making a beeline for Ron Weasley. Covering her ears, Pansy anxiously remarked that it was not easy to discern her tension from her tone. Yet her voice was unmistakably fraught with anxiety, as someone had sent a howler to the Weasley family. Merlin above, we're doomed. Tom promptly raised his hands to shield his ears, just as the furious roar of Mrs. Weasley reverberated throughout the great hall. Tom mused that perhaps some of the candles above had been extinguished by the sheer force of her voice. He recalled having encountered Mrs. Weasley at the Leaky Cauldron, where she appeared to be a gentle, loving mother. How she now resembled a massive firework was beyond him. After breakfast concluded, they proceeded to their first lesson, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Do you know who the professor for this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class is? Daphne inquired with curiosity. I do, Blaze interjected, raising his hand. Do you remember who authored our textbook? Gilderoy Lockhart, Daphne replied swiftly. What? Is he the one teaching us this year? Correct, Blaze snapped his fingers. He is indeed our instructor. He seems like a complete buffoon, Tom candidly critiqued. I doubt he can perform a single spell. Tom rarely expressed such blunt opinions, causing his peers to regard him with a mix of confusion and surprise. What makes you say that? Theodore inquired patiently. I once attended a book signing of his at the Leaky Cauldron. Tom gestured, from the way he held his wand. It was evident he was nothing more than a fool. Really? You could tell that much? Blaze asked, intrigued. Then who do you think is the most competent among our professors? Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape both seem formidable. Tom responded without hesitation. Professor McGonagall is also quite strong, though she doesn't appear to favor dueling. As for Professor Sprout, she clearly isn't inclined towards offensive spells. He spoke with a calmness that suggested he was unconcerned with whether others believed him. However, Lockhart's inaugural lesson soon confirmed that he was indeed utterly inept. At the outset, he distributed examination papers. Had it been a legitimate test, it might have been forgivable, but the questions pertained solely to the content of his book, effectively assessing their knowledge of Gilderoy Lockhart himself. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What does he hope to receive for Christmas? What is his greatest aspiration? 100 questions sprawled across the paper. Tom felt a headache coming on, and with a snap of his fingers, he enchanted the examination papers. Wow, how impressive! Daphne exclaimed softly, then thrust her own paper into Tom's palm. Cast it for me too, brother. With a resigned Tom proceeded to enchant the papers of all his fellow Slytherins. This feels incredibly rebellious, Draco commented, though he relished the sensation. His textbook is, in my opinion, the most meaningless book I've encountered in years. Tom lightly waved his hand, dispersing the ashes of the papers on the table. It's fine for casual reading. But as a textbook, I fail to grasp what he expects us to learn from it. Thus, after casually flipping through a few pages, Tom had ceased to read the books altogether, even neglecting to bring his textbook to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class that day. How impressive! Daphne whispered as she nudged Pansy, her voice low and conspiratorial. So unique. Try not to swoon, Pansy cautioned in a hushed tone. We mustn't let Tom overhear. Tom, oblivious to their exchange, was furrowing his brow as he listened to Lockhart praise Hermione for achieving a perfect score on the exam. Is she simply idle? Tom pondered. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to spend time on meaningful literature? Miss Granger might be a fan of Professor Lockhart. Theodore slowly joined the conversation. Lockhart has his own fan club, catering to a vast female audience. Chapter 38. I refuse to have a romantic mindset. Tom exhibited profound exasperation at this notion. What if he possesses some genuine skill? Daphne attempted to entertain a glimmer of hope. Just to clarify, I'm not a fan of this guy. I merely think that since Dumbledore hired him, he should have some merit, right? No. Blaze waved his hand dismissively. To my knowledge, that's not the case. It's because Dumbledore couldn't recruit anyone else. The position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts has been cursed. What do you mean? Tom inquired, piqued by Blaze's mention of the curse. The individual in question had once aspired to remain at Hogwarts, whether for the sake of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets or to bolster his credentials, yet the then headmaster Dumbledore had refused him. Blaze waved his hand, chuckling. And so he placed a curse on the position, ensuring that no one could hold it for a full year. Tom replied with an "oh," intrigued. That sounds like something he'd do. If I cannot have it, then neither shall anyone else. They continued their banter as Lockhart droned on about his past and promoted his book, a rather tedious affair. Suddenly, Lockhart lifted a small cage concealed by a black cloth. I've prepared a surprise for you all, he declared theatrically, lowering his voice as he approached the front row. Inside is the most wicked and troublesome little creature in the world. The students in the front row instinctively recoiled, clearly apprehensive. Care to venture a guess, Great Seer Tom? Blaze teased. What do you think is inside? I suspect it's something that flies. Tom closed his eyes for a moment, listening intently, then mused. I hear the sound of flapping wings, and given the cage's size, it can't be too large. I'd wager it's a house elf. Though I can't be sure of the breed. Locked in, Daphne chimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I bet on Tom winning 10 galleons. To keep the betting alive, Blaze remarked, I wager Tom is wrong, stroking his chin. That's a shame. I'll bet 5. I'll certainly back Tom, Draco declared. Tilting his chin, I'll bet 50. Generous stakes from the Malfoy heir, Blaze observed, his eyes widening. Theodore, who are you backing? Hurry, before Lockhart unveils the cage. Yet Theodore was too late, for Lockhart had already dramatically pulled back the cloth, revealing a cage full of Cornish pixies. Some students recognized him and let out a disdainful hiss. The Cornish pixies, with a lethality that could be deemed negligible, were nevertheless quite raucous. Yet, they proved to be more bothersome than toads, for while toads do not bite and annoy, Cornish pixies are known to nip at people. Goodness, Tom, Daphne remarked softly. How shall we divide those 5 galleons from Blaze? All for you, Draco declared grandly. All for you. Daphne chuckled. I was thinking of taking one for myself and leaving the remaining 3 for Tom, but since you were so generous, I shall forego my share and let Tom have it all. They had earned 5 galleons through their prophetic abilities. I sound as if I've become some sort of gypsy witch, Tom mused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. 5 galleons for a single prophecy sounds splendid. Is it so easy to buy you off with a mere 5 galleons? Draco scoffed. Next time, let us start the bidding at 50. Your hearing is quite remarkable, Theodore remarked quietly, to discern that from so far away. Read more, and then indulge in your own conjectures, Tom replied with a smile. I shall recommend a few books for you to peruse. Very well, Theodore's eyes crinkled with delight. I shall await your recommendations. Meanwhile, Gilderoy Lockhart cleared his throat, a cough escaping him. Today, our task is to contend with these troublesome little creatures, he said, observing the students' expressions, which evidently reflected their dissatisfaction. He hastily attempted to remedy the situation. They can be quite a handful, so do not underestimate them. With that, he flung open the cage door. Instantly, the Cornish pixies erupted from their confinement. As previously introduced, these mischievous little beings possess minimal lethality, but are exceedingly irritating and can be quite a nuisance. They paraded around the classroom, wreaking havoc upon desks, chairs, curtains, glass, robes, and even seizing wands. Meanwhile, Lockhart had taken advantage of the chaos and fled the classroom, disappearing from sight. Shall we assist in capturing them? Pansy suggested, extending her wand, sensing that neglecting the situation could lead to disaster. Perhaps we could also drop a cauldron on Lockhart, Tom shrugged, if he were to be expelled. Our defense against the dark arts class might still have a chance this year. They exchanged glances and then, chuckling, slipped out of the classroom, leaving the disorder behind. I suspect Lockhart has bribed Dumbledore, Draco said with a laugh. I fear our defense against the dark arts class is doomed this year. That evening, Tom sought out the basilisk. He navigated the treacherous path through the forbidden forest, cautious to avoid encountering any unsavory individuals within the Hogwarts corridors, moving stealthily. This time, however, he carried a box, having brought the basilisk a black goat. Thanks to the generous Draco Malfoy, Tom had saved enough funds to secure a steady supply of black goats for the creature. Truly, a cause for celebration. Have you suddenly come into wealth? The basilisk inquired, gulping down one of the goats, Tom hearing the pitiful bleating. Did you rob Gringotts? I lack such courage, Tom replied with a huff. This bounty is largely thanks to my classmates. I have now sunk to the depths of living off their generosity. And what of it? The basilisk countered. Godric Gryffindor once thrived off his master's bounty. What? Tom's eyes widened beneath his mask. Who? Who lived off whom? The revelation stunned him, as if the sky were collapsing. The basilisk, seemingly unaware of the gravity of its words, continued. They were once a pair, were they not? Otherwise, why would the master have entrusted the castle to them to establish a school together? He was not one to act entirely selflessly. Ah, the love-struck nature of Salazar Slytherin. Tom felt as though he were in a stupor. Could he truly be privy to such information? No wonder the Gaunt family had fallen into disarray. It appeared the beginnings were flawed, with Salazar Slytherin himself ensnared by love. A lovesick brain truly is irredeemable. Chapter 39. The arrival of Lockhart upon Lockhart's arrival. The other professors seemed to suffer immensely. Tom, bewildered and burdened with his thoughts, returned to his chamber, feeling as though the world around him were unraveling. After tossing and turning for some time, he finally succumbed to sleep. When he awoke the next day, he felt rather lethargic. You look as if you've swum across the Black Lake 5 times in the dead of night, Draco remarked, scrutinizing Tom's dark circles. What troubles you? I dreamt last night that Lockhart was to teach us herbology today, Tom muttered, a hint of despondency in his tone. It startled me. Surely not. Blaze replied, his expression one of surprise. Isn't he the defense against the dark arts professor? What business does he have with herbology? It was merely a dream. It need not be true, Tom yawned. I only hope I do not have to see him today. Evidently, the illustrious Salazar Slytherin was unwilling to be characterized as lovesick by his descendants, so he had no intention of granting Tom's wish. Consequently, as Tom and his companions stood outside the herbology greenhouse awaiting their lesson, they spotted Professor Sprout and Lockhart approaching. From their direction, it appeared they had just come from the Whomping Willow, and Professor Sprout bore white bandages draped over her arms. I heard Potter and his friends nearly crashed into the Whomping Willow while flying that car. Blaze informed them. Professor Snape was nearly driven to madness, as the branches of the willow are quite potent for potions, and Professor Sprout was equally distressed, given the plant's rarity. So they went to assist the willow? Draco glanced in that direction. Why didn't it strike them? There must be some special technique, Theodore observed. I've heard the willow possesses its own consciousness. Perhaps it recognized that Professor Sprout was there to aid it, hence refraining from attacking. But why is Lockhart accompanying her? Tom's expression darkened. He wouldn't dare meddle in herbology, would he? If he enters that greenhouse, I shall promptly knock myself unconscious. And Draco, you must return me home. He felt he had endured enough stimulation for one day. Further distress might compel him to push Lockhart into the Black Lake. As the two professors drew near, Tom could discern Professor Sprout's somewhat grim demeanor juxtaposed with Lockhart's self-satisfied grin. Hello, students, Lockhart exclaimed, clad in a mint green robe. It's a pleasure to see you. I just assisted your Professor Sprout with the Whomping Willow, a truly marvelous and precious plant I've encountered during my travels, so I am rather adept with it. Suddenly, he covered his mouth and laughed. Oh dear, I didn't mean to imply that I am more skilled than your herbology professor. I simply happen to be somewhat knowledgeable. His exaggerated gestures only served to exacerbate Professor Sprout's grim expression. In class, Professor Sprout wore an unusually somber expression. The plump and amiable witch, who served as the head of Hufflepuff House, had always been known for her kind demeanor. Once, when a student accidentally knocked over a mandrake, splattering its juice all over her, she had not shown the slightest hint of anger. Into the second greenhouse, quickly, she instructed. The students fell silent, almost as if frozen in fear. Yet at that moment, Lockhart extended his hand. Oh dear, Professor Sprout, may I borrow Harry Potter for a few minutes? You wouldn't mind, would you? He winked cheerfully at her, though it was evident from her expression that she did mind. However, Lockhart seemed oblivious to her feelings, pulling Harry away with little regard. Professor Sprout huffed in displeasure and led the other students into the second greenhouse. It appeared that Lockhart had come to seek out Potter. Blaze glanced outside and noticed Lockhart was indeed speaking with Potter, so he wouldn't interfere with their lesson. Thank goodness, Tom muttered. I've already begun to hope that next semester we might have a more competent defense against the dark arts professor. With nothing else to occupy their time, they might as well speculate on how Lockhart would eventually be ousted from the school. Draco observed Tom's expression. Last year's quarrel seemed to have perished. So would this one meet the same fate? The children of Slytherin were adept at reading the room, discerning when to speak and when to remain silent. Given Tom's evident disdain for Lockhart, Draco and the others naturally refrained from offering any favorable comments. Simply dying would be too lenient. Tom tilted his head and gazed toward the classroom exit. He so vain, pretending to know everything. It would be better if he ended up completely mad. If Lockhart didn't take action himself, Tom would be inclined to intervene. Blaze let out a soft wow, glancing outside as well, and chose to remain silent thereafter. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Lockhart returned Harry, whose expression mirrored that of Professor Sprout. Both were troubled and gloomy. Professor Sprout slammed the greenhouse door shut, nearly hitting Lockhart. And didn't he forget to cast a locking charm? All right, let us begin class. She turned back to face her students, her face once again adorned with a warm smile. Who can tell me what a mandrake is? Hermione Granger's hand shot up. It's a plant used in the creation of antidotes. Hearing its cry can cause death. Excellent answer, Miss Granger. Professor Sprout nodded, her satisfaction evident. Gryffindor earns 5 points. I may have misjudged her. Tom leaned closer to Draco, lowering his voice to speak in his ear. Clearly, Hermione read all the textbooks before the term began, not just that foolish Lockhart's basic book. In the time that followed, they diligently repotted the young mandrakes while wearing earplugs. Blaze attempted to tease one of the crying seedlings, but ended up getting bitten on the finger, which he lamented. I think this counts as an injury at work, Blaze sighed, holding up his finger with a tooth mark. Who could show me a little kindness? That doesn't meet the criteria for a work-related injury, Theodore replied coldly, unwavering and impartial. You lack a fixed workplace. Chapter 40. Who to charm? I am professional. After a week of such idleness, the final history of magic class concluded, and as the students emerged from the classroom, yawning and half asleep under Professor Bin's monotonous tone, Draco suddenly cleared his throat. Would you like to come watch my Quidditch practice this weekend? Draco stood tall, appearing subtly proud. Your practice? Daphne seized on Draco's focal point. You made the team? Indeed. Draco struggled to suppress his excitement, yet his pride seeped through his tone. Of course I did. Was there any doubt? Impressive. Tom nodded appreciatively. Genuinely impressed since he wasn't too well versed in Quidditch. Naturally, Draco lifted his chin. My first practice is tomorrow. Do come to watch. Sounds good. Tom readily agreed. I have time this weekend. Practice starts at 9. We'll leave the common room at 8:30, Draco said, his eyes sparkling with joy. Daphne observed Draco, then Tom, and leaned toward Pansy to share her gossip in hushed tones. I think Draco just wants Tom to watch his practice. We're merely an afterthought. Pansy covered her mouth with her hand and coughed lightly. Let us not speak of what we see. The following morning, Tom descended at 8 o'clock and found Draco already seated in an armchair, engrossed in a book. He had even applied hair wax, looking extraordinarily doll-like. Tom settled onto the sofa beside him. I thought I was quite early. I've already had breakfast in the Great Hall, Draco shrugged, smoothing out a wrinkle in his robe, a bit fidgety and unable to sleep. I thought you weren't nervous at all, Tom chuckled, his eyes twinkling. You do appear somewhat anxious. I wasn't, Draco huffed, but I heard Flint say at breakfast that Gryffindor is also practicing on the Quidditch pitch today. Oh. Tom nodded in understanding. It's not that I'm afraid of Harry Potter, Draco suddenly recalled, straightening his face toward Tom. I just think facing the Gryffindor team in my first practice is quite the spectacle. I understand. Tom's demeanor softened. You'll be amazing. Draco shot Tom a glance. I feel like you're mocking me. What nonsense, Tom replied with genuine affection. Am I that kind of person? All right. Draco chose to trust him, huffing softly and nodding. Shall we grab something to eat in the Great Hall? It's still early. And who knows how long I'll be practicing. What if you get hungry? I can quickly grab a sandwich when we go upstairs, Tom contemplated. I think that would work. Draco considered this and agreed. So, when everyone set out toward the Quidditch pitch, each Slytherin carried a sandwich, even bringing one for Draco, who had already eaten breakfast. The group marched out in unison, with Pansy and Daphne joining them. Pansy carried an exquisitely woven basket, filled with sandwiches, homemade cookies, fruits, and water for Draco. Now this is well prepared, Blaise expressed his admiration. This is quite thorough. Pansy smiled beautifully. This is basic protocol. If I were trying to charm Draco, I'd add something to the water, prepare a telescope for recording, and even bring a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Wow, Blaise exclaimed sincerely. That would definitely ensure success. I am not pursuing you, Pansy shrugged. The Malfoy family is beyond my reach, but if necessary, I could easily marry either Blaise or Theodore. That would be a foolproof backup. Pansy, undoubtedly the most remarkable girl of the Parkinson family, had plenty of options aside from a few notoriously selective families within the wizarding world. If I must marry in the future, I would choose you two troublemakers. Daphne laughed brightly and playfully, though I doubt it will come to that unless the Greengrass family declares that if I don't marry, I shall forfeit my inheritance. The Greengrass family should still have some semblance of dignity, Theodore remarked, but if the need arises, Blaise and I would be more than willing to assist you. After all, we have been friends since childhood, and an engagement does not equate to an immediate marriage. Lending a helping hand is hardly an imposition. Draco pouted. That sounds rather appealing. You can marry whomever you wish without any restrictions. You bear the honor of the Malfoy family. Daphne patted Draco's shoulder, offering what could be considered a heartfelt consolation. I have heard that my father has recently been dining with yours. Perhaps he seeks to recommend one of my sisters to you. Wow, Tom exclaimed sincerely. How unfortunate. He had once contemplated whether to advance his status through a strategic marriage, but that notion had only lingered for a few fleeting seconds before he dismissed it. Why bother? After a marriage, one must consider the wife's family, and future decisions would inevitably require careful deliberation. If there are too many restrictions, one might even have to contemplate how to orchestrate an accidental demise. And what if children were to arise from such a union? Tom felt he was not the type to tolerate such constraints, so it was best to avoid these complexities from the outset, lest he find himself ensnared and possibly endanger someone else's life. Draco shot Tom an irritated glance. You seem quite at ease, Draco retorted, which is rather infuriating. Tom smirked, deciding against engaging in a debate with the visibly frustrated Draco. After Draco retreated to the pre-match preparation room for a rest, Tom and Blaise settled into the Slytherin stands. In the distance, they could already see the Gryffindor stands occupied, and Blaise wore a mischievous smile. I think they are in for a rough time. Chapter 41, The Gleaming Nimbus, 2001. What do you mean? Daphne inquired curiously. Within the Slytherin team, Blaise and Daphne were the most loquacious, and Tom mused that if they were to become a couple, life would undoubtedly brim with joy. However, their familiarity seemed to render them indifferent toward one another. Perhaps it was a case of childhood friends being overshadowed by unexpected romances. Yet, Tom believed the crux lay in the nature of those childhood friendships. If they were characterized by sweet innocence, then an unexpected romance would hold little value. Observing the Slytherin team, Tom discerned that there was a lack of particularly sweet childhood bonds. They were merely good friends. As they settled into their seats, Daphne produced a sunshade from her handbag, while Pansy arranged her charming little basket. The three boys huddled together, and just as they were about to get comfortable, they suddenly heard a commotion from below. "They're fighting! They're fighting!" Blaise exclaimed, peering over to witness the spectacle. "Let us go take a look." "You're so eager for chaos. Be careful or you might end up getting punched," Tom cautioned, slightly apprehensive. "Stay safe, or you could find yourself dragged away in a sack before you know it." Blaise blinked, seemingly hesitant. "Surely that wouldn't happen? They wouldn't really sack me, would they?" "You should exercise caution," Tom insisted, sensing the potential for risk. "If you keep this up, you might genuinely find yourself in a predicament." "That won't happen," Blaise replied nonchalantly. "As long as Draco is around. I won't be the one they mock the most." Tom pondered for a moment and realized that he might have a point. Draco was evidently more prone to ridicule than Blaise, so if Draco stood at the forefront, it would indeed be him who would first face the brunt of the mockery. "The Underage Wizard Protection Act has saved you," Tom said earnestly. "Thank the Ministry of Magic. If we chat any longer, it will truly escalate into a fight," Theodore sighed, nudging Tom's shoulder. The Gryffindors had already descended. Thus, the Slytherins hastened down to support Draco. Upon arrival, it was clear that the first round of shouting had already occurred. The Slytherin captain and Gryffindor captain, Wood, glared at each other, their faces flushed, suggesting that Wood had the worse end of the exchange. "You are truly overstepping," Wood exclaimed indignantly. "We are here to practice our new formation, while you merely seek to occupy space. How dare you so maliciously misconstrue my intentions, Wood?" Flint laughed derisively, clearly riling up the crowd. "Are we not allowed to have our own matters? We are here to train our new seeker." Wood's attention was drawn away by Oliver's words. "What? You found a new seeker?" "Indeed," Flint continued to chuckle. "Come on, Draco. Show Wood the gift you've prepared for us." Draco stepped out from beside Flint, looking quite insufferable, his face adorned with a smug expression. "It's just a small gift," Draco said, lifting his chin proudly. "My father, in his support of my passion for Quidditch, has outfitted the entire Slytherin team with the new Nimbus 2001 model." His gaze fell upon Harry's tightly gripped broomstick, his voice elongated. "Clearly, the new model would be significantly faster than the previous Nimbus 2000. What do you think?" Draco's gaze was fixed on Harry, yet his words were aimed at Flint. The sarcasm was palpable. "I believe you," Tom murmured quietly, trailing behind the other Slytherins. With Draco present, he would not be the one subjected to the sharpest barbs. Blaise winked at Tom, flashing a smile. "It will indeed be much faster." Flint seemed intent on denying the Gryffindors any respite, his laughter laced with derision. "Some old models should have been retired long ago, like the Clean Sweep series. They should have been discarded by now. They probably don't even need that model anymore." Draco chuckled, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Perhaps we should send them to a museum. Who knows? We might even make a few galleons and use it to acquire some new brooms in the future." This was a pointed remark, as many on the Gryffindor team were currently using brooms from the Clean Sweep series. After all, the Nimbus series was a newly released version, and its price was not something an average family could readily afford. Moreover, not everyone in Slytherin could boast the same wealth as the Malfoy family. Suddenly, Hermione burst forth. "So what's the matter?" She stood defiantly in front of Harry, her face flushed with indignation, her voice piercingly sharp. "At the very least, none of the Gryffindor team members had to pay for their place. They earned their positions through sheer talent, unlike you." The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. "Goodness gracious. How bold." Blaise gawked in astonishment, marveling at her audacity. "Oh my God," Daphne exclaimed, tugging at Blaise's sleeve to silence him, knowing Draco was about to explode. Everyone in Slytherin was aware that joining the Quidditch team had been Draco's aspiration since last semester, and Tom knew well the genuine effort Draco had invested in that pursuit. Witnessing this young master rise at dawn each day to practice flying was truly moving. After all, this young master lacked for nothing, and whatever he desired was merely a reach away. Thus, in such circumstances, his dedication was a testament to his earnest intentions. "There's no one speaking to you here." Draco's expression darkened ominously as he glared menacingly at Hermione Granger, calling her a filthy mudblood. The silence was almost palpable, quickly shattered by chaos as Flint pulled Draco back to shield him from the Weasley twins' onslaught, while another Slytherin chaser intercepted the advancing Oliver Wood, resulting in a tumultuous melee of red and green. A few Slytherin kids attempted to stealthily extricate Draco from this perilous situation, fearing he might truly suffer an ambush. True to form, Draco was audacious. Even Theodore couldn't help but express his admiration. "I'm starting to believe he might actually get bagged. And even though he's a Malfoy, that's still a possibility." Chapter 42. Ron can fly. Mudblood is an offensive term directed at those of non-pure blood and mixed heritage, referring to those of purely Muggle descent who have come to understand magic later in life. It is exceedingly derogatory. To describe it succinctly, uttering that word is akin to cursing the entire family of the one addressed, along with all their relatives. It could be fairly stated that it is downright excessive. However, one cannot truly claim to be a friend if they stand by while he curses the family of another, exhibiting such blatant double standards. Tom and Blaise attempted to discreetly extricate Draco from the fray, while Ron Weasley, on the opposing side, clearly had similar intentions. He was contemplating how to infiltrate their ranks. Using his height to his advantage, he slipped under Flint's arm into the Slytherin protective circle, raising his wand threateningly at Draco. "You will pay for your words." As Ron brandished his wand overhead, his threats were abruptly cut short by Tom's instinctive reaction, which was evidently swifter than Ron's. To the onlookers, it appeared that Ron had merely raised his wand before being sent flying by Tom's spell. He soared several meters away. In an instant, the surrounding crowd fell silent, their movements halting as they exchanged awkward glances, unsure of what to feel. All eyes turned to Tom. The situation felt surreal. Tom's pupils dilated in panic as he realized this was purely an instinctive response, devoid of any malice. Would Ron Weasley truly withstand such a blow? Surely. He wouldn't be left unconscious from a single hit. As Ron lay sprawled on the ground, Tom awkwardly raised his hand, exclaiming, "I didn't mean it. It was purely reflexive. I didn't intend for this to happen. Truly, believe me, didn't intend this." The gaze of the crowd shifted from Tom to the unconscious Ron, who had been propelled several meters away. If this was the outcome, one might wonder what would happen if Tom truly aimed to harm him. Merlin's knickers. Blaise gaped at the sight of the flying Ron, raising his hand to measure the distance. He went so far. "We're not blind," Draco remarked dryly, mimicking Blaise's gesture, though unsure of its purpose. Theodore glanced at the two of them and exchanged a knowing look with Pansy, realizing their brains had momentarily ceased functioning. "In my first year, I was so cocky in front of Tom," Blaise lamented dramatically, covering his face and feigning sobs. "My goodness, can you believe it? Merlin's suspenders. Tom didn't kill me. He must have feelings for me. Keep talking like that, and Tom might send you flying next." "Well, Tom said awkwardly, rubbing the tip of his nose and taking a deep breath. "I'll make amends. I'll take him to the hospital wing. You all carry on. I'll handle this." With a levitation spell, he lifted the unconscious Ron and swiftly made his way toward the castle, moving with a grace that resembled flight. As this unexpected turn of events unfolded, the others stood frozen, unsure of what to say, exchanging glances laden with awkwardness, as if they were about to exchange rings only to discover they were mismatched and stuck on their fingers. "So, shall we continue our practice?" Flint coughed awkwardly, clearing his throat. After all, it was one of their own who had inadvertently struck an opponent. It was a minor victory in terms of strength. Thus they could afford to take a step back and show a semblance of humility. Not true humility, but merely a gesture of goodwill. After all, leaving room for future encounters was wise. Otherwise, a brawl could erupt once more. Wood hesitated, glancing back at his team members, George and Fred. "Shouldn't you two check on your brother and see how he is faring?" George and Fred exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a sense of brotherly concern. "It shouldn't be too serious. Little Ron has always been tough," they concluded, their attitudes revealing their familial bond. "I'd actually prefer to have a go at Tom. He looks like he can take a hit," Fred mused, stroking his chin. "I think so too," George nodded. "He seems exceptionally capable. Both of you rein it in." Wood shot a stern glare at his two teammates. "That Gunter is still just a second year. You mustn't go looking for trouble. It's utterly embarrassing." In that moment, Wood's righteous indignation struck a chord with everyone, their expressions transforming into a vivid tapestry of emotions. Eventually, Slytherin and Gryffindor reached an oddly delicate equilibrium amidst the awkwardness. They each occupied their respective halves of the field, engaging in some basic flying practice, affording one another a modicum of respect. The argument had been clear, yet the resolution felt ambiguous, leaving everyone somewhat bewildered, as though they had struck a punch into a cloud of cotton. It was akin to encountering a beautiful female cat while being a rather clumsy tomcat, an undeniably awkward situation. Draco resumed his training, while the remaining Slytherins cheered him on. Theodore decided to return first, intending to check if Tom could manage on his own. "I can head back alone," Theodore assured, halting the others. "If Draco comes back and finds us missing, he won't be pleased." Thus, Theodore departed, heading toward the hospital wing to find Tom, who was currently feeling rather sorry for himself, listening to Madame Pomfrey's scolding. It was a rather unfortunate predicament. However, the truth remains that he was indeed struck, and he found himself with little recourse. All he could do was pitifully nod and meekly concede, yes, it's my fault. I shan't dare again." The formidable Dark Lord had never before endured such indignity, rendering him a pitiable figure. He sat there, looking woefully like a beleaguered wife, having just received a stern reprimand. Obediently beside Ron Weasley. When Theodore entered, he was greeted by the sight of Tom, his expression steeped in sorrow and resentment, seated in a chair of attendance, as if he might lash out at the better-than Ron Weasley at any moment. "What brings you here?" Tom asked, awkwardly rubbing the tip of his nose upon spotting Theodore. "Thank goodness you didn't arrive a few minutes earlier. Otherwise, you would have witnessed Lady Pomfrey deliver a scathing reprimand to me." Chapter 43. What kind of person do you like? In truth, the Weasley family ought to feel grateful to you, Theodore remarked as he pulled a chair beside Tom. Had that last curse been cast upon Draco instead, Uncle Lucius would undoubtedly have lodged a formal complaint, and Dumbledore might struggle to preserve Mr. Weasley's position. Theodore's gaze flickered momentarily to Ron's face. After all, he was still very much in the spotlight. He surely wouldn't comprehend this, Tom mused, glancing at Ron Weasley, who likely harbored some resentment towards me. Theodore glanced at the better-than Ron Weasley. He ought to express gratitude. "What do you mean?" Tom tilted his head, inquiring with a smile. Perhaps they failed to notice. Theodore glanced at Tom and slowly began, but I saw that was nonverbal magic. Theodore preferred to keep his thoughts to himself and was naturally reluctant to position himself at the forefront, so he settled into a more distant spot to observe and listen, thereby gaining a clearer view of the scene that had unfolded. Tom's reaction had been entirely instinctive, purely reflexive. He merely lifted his gaze, and in that fleeting moment, the nonverbal magic had already unleashed its effects, after which Tom raised his wand, his expression tinged with a hint of regret, attempting to mask it. The rapidity of these actions was such that had Theodore not maintained his focus on Tom, he might have entirely missed them. "Impressive," Theodore remarked earnestly. "Had you raised your wand at that moment, Weasley might have truly met his demise." Nonverbal magic typically harnesses less than half of the caster's capability. Thus, one could infer that had Tom raised his wand, Ron Weasley's fate would have been decidedly precarious. "You are quite observant," Tom acknowledged after a brief silence. Nodding in acceptance, Theodore turned to glance at Tom, who kept his eyes lowered, obscuring his expression. Yet, in the sunlight streaming through the window, Tom appeared remarkably handsome. Just more adept at observation, Theodore concluded after several seconds, averting his gaze. They lingered there for a while, and through the windows of the infirmary, they could see the distant Quidditch pitch. They waited until George and Fred concluded their training, and true to form, the twins arrived astride their broomsticks, tapping on the window. Having just finished their match, they radiated the warmth and energy of exertion that could almost roast those nearby, yet they remained surprisingly polite. Keep it down, the twins whispered as they stealthily entered through the window, smuggling their brooms inside. "If Madame Pomfrey catches us, she might throw us out." "Thanks. Could you pass me the broom?" They examined Ron's eyelids and poked around, their actions so practiced that it felt akin to an autopsy. After a moment's thought, I decided to inquire, "Why do you two seem so adept at sneaking through windows?" Tom asked, observing the twins. "Because practice makes perfect," George replied, giving Tom a friendly pat on the shoulder. "And we're quick about it." Fred, having poked around Ron for a bit, withdrew his gaze and dragged a chair over, leaning awkwardly against Ron's bedside. Despite the lack of decorum, their charm made it seem less significant, especially since the two of them together drew the eye. "All right, little Ronnie, we'll take over from here," George announced, affectionately ruffling Tom's hair with his warm palm, almost making Tom feel a tad scorched. "You two can leave. You don't need to stay here. I thought you would scold me a bit." Tom retreated from George's hand. "Not at all," Fred chimed in, playfully smearing Ron's face with his fingers to create a smile. "Besides, it's clear you didn't go too hard on him. If Ron had truly taken a beating from Malfoy, that would have been a far worse situation." Fred flashed a smile at Tom. "So, in a way, we owe you our thanks. Ron needs to learn a lesson," George shrugged. "Otherwise, he might recklessly charge forward with his wand at anyone he encounters. But recklessness must be tempered. Otherwise, one day he'll land himself in serious trouble. Look at Fred and me. We break the rules daily. Yet we've never caused such a ruckus that we need to involve our parents." The twins escorted Tom and Theodore out of the infirmary, claiming they were merely taking two youngsters for a breath of fresh air. It was still early, and upon stepping outside, Tom glanced at the sky, contemplating whether to return to the dormitory or stroll around the castle. "Let us take a stroll," Theodore decided, relishing the rare opportunity to be outdoors and not eager to rush back. The Slytherin dormitory beneath the Black Lake often deterred many students from soaking up the sun. They wandered aimlessly through the castle courtyard, encountering numerous students basking in the sun on the weekend, along with couples engaged in affectionate banter. Given Hogwarts' academic structure, it was indeed common for many to find their lifelong partners during their time there. Tom observed the many couples, unable to suppress a wistful sigh. After all, One spends their entire adolescence within the confines of the school. Theodore nodded in agreement, adding, if one doesn't encounter a suitable match amidst so many people, it becomes evident that finding one later will be exceedingly challenging. Quite right, Tom concurred. Once one steps into the world beyond, there are far more considerations to ponder. Theodore turned to glance at Tom, noticing that his expression bore a genuine sentiment of reflection. What kind of girl do you like? Theodore inquired. Me? Tom paused, momentarily taken aback, then fell into deep contemplation. I suppose I would favor an intelligent girl. He considered this seriously, not necessarily a girl, but the person must be intelligent. It's difficult to articulate the nature of that intelligence, yet I cannot endure conversations where I struggle to comprehend. That would be exhausting. And I fear I might lose my temper. He gestured dramatically, mimicking a rising ascension. It seems you are someone who values intellectual compatibility, Theodore mused. That's about right. Tom replied lightly, shrugging. Sometimes I feel my temper can be quite dreadful, so it's best not to engage in casual relationships that might harm the innocent. Chapter 44, Ailing and Frail. They continued their idle chatter while wandering, when suddenly, a small girl, precariously balancing a towering stack of books, dashed past them, seemingly chased by some unseen monster. Under normal circumstances, they might not have noticed her, but the sheer quantity of books she clutched made her wobble precariously, adding to the urgency of her flight. Only her crimson hair could be seen, swirling chaotically and soaring high. Was that not the youngest daughter of the Weasley family? Tom hesitated, questioning whether he had indeed misjudged the sight before him. I believe you are correct, Theodore remarked, his gaze following the vibrant head as it turned a corner. That is indeed the youngest Weasley. I thought she would be guarding the pitch. Are not her three brothers playing there today? Yet here she is, engrossed in a book. Tom mused, ultimately redirecting his attention away from the girl. Draco's training had been remarkably successful. Upon his return, he radiated an aura of cheerful exuberance. He had always excelled at flying and was willing to exert effort, earning Flint's approval. He had begun to devise plans on how to thoroughly humiliate Harry Potter in this year's Quidditch match. Isn't Draco being a tad overconfident? Tom whispered to Blaise, feeling uneasy about such grand proclamations after just one afternoon of training. It's all right. A little blind confidence can be beneficial, Blaise replied quietly. Draco is indeed an excellent flyer. You may not know this, but he received his first broomstick when he was merely 5 years old. 5. Tom leaned closer to Blaise, their whispers intertwining. I thought that was rather dangerous. Would Lucius allow such a thing? His words flowed easily, steeped in his own entrenched memories, but fortunately, Blaise did not detect the inappropriateness in Tom's tone. Uncle Lucius would certainly disapprove, but he couldn't resist Draco, Blaise said, his expression revealing an understanding. Only child, you know. Once, when Draco had a fever that lingered for days, Uncle Lucius took a leave from work and stayed home to care for him for nearly half a month. How lovely, Tom remarked sincerely. Time passed smoothly, and nearly a week later, Lockhart had managed to alienate the vast majority of the school community, both professors and students alike. Even the ghosts seemed to shun him. You cannot imagine, Daphne exclaimed, animatedly recounting her experiences in potions class to Tom. He was audacious enough to attempt to instruct Professor Snape. That look he gave was positively terrifying. I felt he might throw Lockhart into the cauldron at any moment. The Godfather would never do such a thing, Draco interjected, his brow furrowed in disdain. It would dirty his cauldron. How are you, Tom? Still feeling unwell? Tom had maintained the habit of feigning illness since his first year. It had become part of his persona as the frail but talented and impoverished nobleman, the last of his lineage. The mere notion of being frail was sufficient to attract a multitude of infatuated young women, whether it be romantic or maternal affection. Love, in any form, was still love. In a world so enamored with romance, he felt it permissible to exploit this a little. With this mindset, Tom received chocolate daily. Much better, Tom replied, seated on the sofa before the fireplace, a thick blanket draped over him. As the weather cools, one is prone to illness. Everyone should take care of their health. We're not as fragile as you, Tom, Blaise chuckled, leaning closer to slip his hand beneath the blanket to feel Tom's hand. Oh, indeed, quite cold. You should take care of yourself. It's nothing serious, Tom smiled, his pallid complexion lending him an air of vulnerability that was undeniably captivating. Perhaps it was the result of a poor diet in his youth, but with gradual improvement, he would be fine. That evening, Lockhart organized a dueling club in the Great Hall. Draco glanced at Blaise, then snorted derisively. Are you going to watch? I think I shall, Tom mused thoughtfully. After all, it was Lockhart's spectacle, and he was eager to witness his blunders. Very well, Draco said, lifting his chin. Wear my coat. It's particularly warm. And I'll fetch you a scarf. Tom blinked slowly. All right. Daphne observed Draco, then glanced at Blaise, who had just received a subtle glare from Draco. She leaned closer to Pansy, whispering, I suddenly feel that my sister's dreams of marrying into the Malfoy family may be dashed. It's not certain yet, Pansy whispered back, leaning in closer to Daphne's ear. We are only in our second year. Who can predict the future? Their hushed conversation remained a secret from any nearby boys. After dinner, Draco bundled Tom in his coat, scarf, wool sweater, knitted gloves, and a warm hat. Now you look just like Draco, Daphne remarked as Tom descended the stairs from the boys' dormitory. And you're even wearing a hat indoors. Draco fears I might get cold, Tom shrugged lightly, but truly. The great Salazar Slytherin above, you get what you pay for. This clothing is indeed warm. But it does seem a bit small on you, Draco noted, walking alongside Tom. His expression somewhat critical. I haven't seen you exercise or eat much. How have you grown so quickly? Perhaps it's the Gunter family's genetics, Tom replied thoughtfully. I believe I might reach a height of 187 meters. In another world, he had indeed reached such a height. A taller man certainly appeared more handsome, especially considering he was already quite dashing. May I remove my hat? Tom asked, pushing aside his bangs with a hint of desperation. I feel as though I cannot see the path ahead. That must be due to your hair growing longer, Draco commented after glancing at Tom's hair, emitting a slight grunt. However, you cannot just cut your hair at will. Where would you find an appropriate place to do so at school? Oh well, Tom said cheerfully, removing the hat and brushing his hair aside. I will try it in front of the mirror when I return later. Do be careful, Daphne cautioned. Don't just hack away at it. Think of how it might affect everyone's aesthetic. There was some truth to her words, and Tom nodded in agreement, deciding to postpone that thought for now. Chapter 45. Who thinks this way? They strolled leisurely to the great hall. It had been prepared quite nicely. All the long tables had been moved aside, leaving a spacious area in the middle, with a raised circular platform at the center. It looked quite official. Is Lockhart going to duel solo for our amusement? Tom wondered aloud, genuinely curious. Or is he going to duel a Cornish pixie? Draco shrugged, who knows? I merely came to watch Lockhart embarrass himself. Indeed, Blaise concurred. He has already made a fool of himself. Why would it matter who causes his humiliation? Perhaps it is to facilitate his gratitude, Theodore interjected calmly. Wow, you're quite the thinker, Daphne remarked, her eyes widening with surprise at Theodore's unexpected insight. They arrived early, securing a prime spot to watch the spectacle, seated right in front of the platform, akin to VIP seating. After waiting for about 10 minutes, more people began to fill the hall, and Tom turned his head, finding it difficult to discern whether more had come to witness the spectacle or if they genuinely wished to see Lockhart. However, I believe that young Weasley is genuinely attempting to learn something. Blaise, with an approving gaze, pointed towards the eager Ron Weasley, whose eyes shimmered with excitement. Oh, Blaise noticed it too, his own eyes gleaming with interest. I recently heard that Ron has been studying diligently, seemingly gearing up for a duel with our Tom. Is that truly the case? Tom responded with a hint of hesitation. Haven't I already apologized? After the incident where he knocked Ron unconscious, Tom had skillfully adopted the demeanor of a remorseful perpetrator, diligently visiting Ron twice daily in the hospital wing before his release. He brought breakfast in the morning and sweets after classes in the evening. Ultimately, he succeeded in winning Ron's forgiveness and guilt, even causing Ron to gain 5 pounds during his week-long stay in the hospital wing due to a mild concussion. Even Percy Weasley, whose character deviated from the typical Weasley nature and was usually indifferent to his brother's antics, sought out Tom to comfort him, assuring him that it was not his fault. Tom had effectively endeared himself to everyone, should he choose to do so. Perhaps he simply wishes to engage in a friendly duel? Draco snorted dismissively. Let him be. He wouldn't stand a chance against you anyway. But I do not wish to fight, Tom murmured softly, while others might assume Tom was a pacifist. Desiring harmonious relations with his peers, the truth lay in his genuine fear of inadvertently causing serious harm. Since entering his second year, Tom's physical capabilities had matured rapidly, augmenting his strength and prowess in dueling. In his first year, he struggled to cast nonverbal spells, yet now, he could send Ron flying several meters away, a clear testament to his growth. After approximately another 10 minutes, Lockhart finally made his entrance. Adorned in a mint green robe and a pointed wizard's hat, he resembled a charming young dandy. He was indeed handsome. However, his attire hardly suggested readiness for a duel. I believe Lockhart would be better suited as a fashion blogger, Daphne whispered. His outfit is quite well coordinated. The mint green complements his golden locks beautifully. Unbeknownst to Lockhart, the students' opinions of him were far from flattering as he stood beaming, waving to them with his trademark smile. Good evening, my dear students. I am delighted to see you all here at my dueling club. He flashed a perfect set of 8 teeth, neither more nor less, before continuing. It seems that life has become rather mundane for all of you, and I thought it would not be amiss to enrich your experiences. He strolled around the platform, seemingly intent on ensuring that every student could behold his radiant smile. Thus, I have prepared this dueling club, which has garnered the enthusiastic support of your headmaster, Dumbledore. So tonight, we gather here, led by me, to embark on this exciting venture. As he spoke, he playfully winked at the students, eliciting a look of disdain from Tom, who began to suspect that Lockhart might be experiencing a twitch in his eyelids. Throughout my extensive travels, I have encountered countless dangers, Lockhart declared, finally halting his wandering. He faced one direction, launching into his grandiose narrative, yet I have always remained composed in the face of adversity. Had I faltered even once amidst these perils? You might not have the pleasure of encountering me here today. He winked playfully at the students once more. Tom noticed that some girls were captivated by this playful gesture. Their cheeks slightly flushed. What is happening? Tom pondered in confusion, wondering if the current aesthetic of the wizarding world had devolved into such absurdity over the decades. It struck him as perplexing and illogical. However, one individual alone cannot adequately demonstrate the art of dueling, so I have enlisted an assistant. Lockhart elongated his tone. And with that proclamation, Professor Snape, Severus Snape, ascended the platform, your potions instructor. Tom turned his head, sensing the bewilderment mirrored in Draco and Blaze's expressions. What is going on? Blaze rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Professor Snape? What? Truly, the man is a fool. Draco's eyes widened in astonishment, Merlin above. I never imagined Lockhart would go this far. Although Professor Snape appeared to be merely a potions instructor, seemingly engrossed in potion ingredients, cauldrons, and crystal vials, this was a mere facade. A deeper understanding of the intricate and somewhat sacred subject of potions would reveal the astonishingly formidable nature of potion masters, particularly those who, when pressed, would venture forth to procure their own ingredients. That was truly terrifying. Professor Snape was known to have bested a dragon for lack of dragon tears, and had indeed made the beast weep. Chapter 46. The focus of everyone seemed slightly off-kilter. Professor Snape stood upon the platform, exuding an air of authority. His mere presence was akin to an army poised for action, suggesting he could dismantle Gilderoy Lockhart with ease, as if preparing to compose a will at any moment. Rest assured, Gilderoy Lockhart remained blissfully unaware of the students' pitying gazes. He continued his earnest discourse, assuring them, I shall not truly harm your potions, Professor. After the demonstration, I will return him to you in pristine condition. He winked playfully once more. I dare say we can predict how long Lockhart will last, Draco chuckled. I believe he will meet a most unfortunate demise. Clearly, Draco was acutely aware of his godfather's capabilities. It was evident that this time, a wager would be impossible. As Blaze regretfully stroked his chin, I personally believe we all anticipate his imminent downfall. Lockhart, as expected, did not disappoint their expectations. When he waved his wand flamboyantly, even managing to drop it to the ground, Tom could hardly bear to watch. Then, in the instant they both raised their wands against one another, Lockhart was sent flying. A disarming spell from Professor Snape sent Lockhart hurtling to the edge of the platform, just narrowly avoiding a tumble. This feels reminiscent of the day Tom dealt with Weasley. Blaze mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Do you suppose Tom and Professor Snape share a bloodline? That thought seemed rather far-fetched, prompting Tom to wave his hand dismissively, attempting to dispel the absurd notion from Blaze's mind. It was a rather tenuous connection, to say the least. When Lockhart finally clambered to his feet, the handsomeness he once possessed had vanished entirely. He appeared disheveled and defeated, devoid of the earlier bravado, trembling as he clutched his wand. I doubt he would dare to challenge Professor Snape again, Blaze remarked. Another encounter might turn him into popcorn. No, Daphne mysteriously waved her finger. You still do not understand men well enough. Lockhart would never admit to his inadequacies. He will surely concoct some diversion or stubbornly maintain his bravado. Is that true? Draco queried, somewhat skeptical. His gaze shifted back to the stage, where he observed Professor Lockhart swaying unsteadily, lifting his hand that resembled a strand of spaghetti, trembling uncontrollably. Severus, I knew you would resort to this tactic. Lockhart's voice quivered, yet, as Daphne had predicted, he clung to his bravado. If I wished to resist you, it would be exceedingly simple. However, I think it best to let them witness this spectacle. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape tilted his head in slight confusion, then revealed a smile that sent shivers down Tom's spine, warning him that trouble was imminent. Lockhart, evidently sensing the shift in atmosphere, nervously retreated several steps and cleared his throat. Well then, our demonstration concludes here. Next, we shall invite 2 student representatives to test their newfound knowledge from our previous actions. Harry, you shall come forward. He reached out and hoisted Harry, who had been attentively observing, into the spotlight. In that moment, Harry's limbs displayed no tremor, clearly demonstrating the boundless potential a person can unleash when faced with fear. Harry, still caught in the act of observing, was abruptly lifted, his expression one of confusion and bewilderment. He glanced at Professor Lockhart and then at the menacing figure of Professor Snape on the opposite side, swallowing hard. He likely felt doomed. Now, as for me, Professor Snape appeared amused, his eyes scanning the audience. Draco stepped forward. It seemed rather amusing to pit one's own child against another. All right, I shall go. Draco's expression radiated confidence as he ascended the stage, mentally preparing to leave Potter unrecognizable in defeat. A rather ambitious thought indeed. Good luck, Tom nodded at him. If he felt uneasy, he would keep a close watch on Draco's wand, ready to disarm him before delivering a punch to the nose. Draco hesitated momentarily, then nodded and took to the stage. Disarm you, I understand, Theo cautiously inquired. But why the nose? Because the nose is the most vulnerable part of a person's face, fragile and protruding, making it exceptionally easy to target, Tom replied earnestly. If struck accurately, it can incapacitate an opponent. He then observed the other students, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Have none of you ever engaged in a fight? Tom asked cautiously. In most cases, we do not require fighting, Theo responded prudently. However, should the need arise in the future, I shall certainly aim for their nose. Before the duel commenced, Professor Snape whispered something to Draco, likely offering guidance on what he should do, and judging by Draco's expression, he was not preparing for anything benevolent. Initially, the exchanges were somewhat equal, a playful tug-of-war. You cast a tickling charm, and I'll make you dance. You bind my legs to prevent me from moving, and I'll compel you to laugh uncontrollably. The children's spells lacked lethal force, but were rather undignified. At present, Harry was rendered immobile, hopping in place like a stranded slug, while Draco danced around, already laughing so hard he could hardly breathe. Draco struggled to articulate his spell, finally managing to complete it with a deep breath. All out. In an instant, a black serpent materialized in the center of the stage. Its body was entirely ebony, adorned with violet eyes, stretching over 3 meters long from its raised neck to Draco's waist. How beautiful, Tom murmured, captivated by the sight. Chapter 47. I cannot speak Parseltongue. Who can? The serpent's appearance startled nearly everyone present. After all, this serpent bore little resemblance to an ordinary snake and was quite massive. However, Draco remained unfazed, and even Professor Snape, standing a few steps behind, appeared calm, likely having instructed Draco on this very spell. Oh, a snake. As the audience fixated on the serpent, Lockhart suddenly leapt forward, exuberantly raising his wand. I shall handle it. He waved his wand, and the magnificent serpent, which had only reached Draco's waist, now towered above Lockhart. The color drained from Lockhart's face. What a fool, Tom scowled, genuinely irritated by Lockhart's reckless meddling with the creature. Suddenly, Harry bent down and spoke to the snake. Please do not harm anyone, adopting a remarkably diplomatic tone while employing Parseltongue. Blaise blinked in astonishment and quickly turned to poke Tom's arm. What? He can do that? Indeed, he can, Tom grimaced, suddenly recalling the invisibility cloak. Is he truly of the same bloodline? I thought it was a myth. Yet, the black snake did not seem inclined to heed Harry's request. It raised itself higher, flicking its tongue at a group of nearby Hufflepuff students, perhaps having noticed the badger emblem on their scarves. Professor Snape furrowed his brow, raising his wand as if to intervene. Oh no, do not harm it. Tom called out, come here. It was Parseltongue. This utterance successfully captured the serpent's attention, directing its gaze towards Tom. Tom extended his hand. Come here, dear. It's safe here. No one will harm you. As the black serpent tilted its head, a peculiar tableau unfolded, with Tom and the serpent locked in mutual gaze, causing Snape to narrow his eyes, his wand poised but unmoving. Come to me, sweet child, Tom urged, raising his hand higher, locking eyes with the serpent. Come. This time, the serpent did not hesitate. It lowered its head and slithered towards Tom, its lengthy form trailing behind as it coiled around his arm, draping itself over his shoulder, an unusual sight indeed. Tom grasped the serpent, weighing it in his hands. You are rather heavy, my dear. He inhaled deeply, patting the serpent's head. But no matter, I shall indulge you. The serpent's tongue wrapped around Tom's fingertips. I shall take the chocolate back first, Tom signaled to Theo, feeling the serpent's weight was too much for his neck and worried it might frighten others nearby. The area around Tom had cleared to a radius of 5 to 6 meters. Even Theo remained rooted in place, while Blaise and the others now stood 3 meters away. Chocolate. Theodore repeated the word. Who? Him. He is dark, and Tom weighed the black serpent coiled around him. Or do you think the name Chocolate is unfit? I could consider calling him Lava Cake instead. No, Chocolate seems more suitable. Theodore gazed at the black serpent with violet eyes, struggling to associate this creature with either Chocolate or Lava Cake. The latter felt rather too avant-garde. Tom shrugged with effort, then slowly made his way back to the common room, the black snake in tow. Meanwhile, others watched Tom drag this large serpent back with a mixture of shock and awe. In that moment, Tom gained considerable notoriety. Chocolate was exceedingly attached to Tom, almost as if he followed him everywhere. Despite Tom's coaxing, he could not persuade Chocolate to remain willingly in the common room. So he took him along and settled down there. Their expressions were nothing short of spectacular. Daphne practically trotted back. Did you name him Chocolate? Can I pet him? You might manage it with some treats, Tom said, stroking the serpent now curled around his legs, noting that Chocolate was not as placid as Cornelius. The astonishment on those people's faces outside. You should have seen it, Draco scoffed. To me, they seem a bunch of fools, terrified at the sight of you conversing with a snake. That truly is foolish, Tom replied, gently shrugging. My surname is Gaunt, a verifiable descendant of the illustrious Salazar Slytherin. Who wouldn't speak Parseltongue? Gilderoy Lockhart, perhaps? But it seems Potter can too? Blaise queried. Indeed, he can, Tom nodded. It's likely inherited. Parseltongue is seldom learned. Those who possess it are often regarded as gifted. The Potter lineage must trace back several generations to have some kinship with the Gaunts. Kinship with the Gaunts? Draco furrowed his brow. Tom assumed he was worried that Harry might also be a descendant of Slytherin, but he reasoned that it was with the Gaunts, not Slytherin himself. I'm not, Draco remarked with evident annoyance. If the Potters have familial ties to the Gaunts, wouldn't that make them akin to you? Tom was momentarily taken aback by Draco's line of thought. He blinked and then chuckled. That hardly matters. Even if there were a connection, it would have been centuries ago. After all this time, both our families have nearly perished. Any relation has become irrelevant. A rather bleak perspective, Draco mused, yet he clearly found it amusing. He then shifted his gaze to the black serpent resting on Tom's lap. So, you simply call him Chocolate? Is that not rather unoriginal? Tom affectionately patted the serpent's head, and Chocolate nuzzled against his hand. Or do you think lava cake would be better? Draco hesitated. Must your naming revolve around food? It gives the impression that you are quite the glutton. However, Tom countered, pet names should be both melodious and endearing, easy to remember, no? His eyes crinkled with mirth, and Chocolate seemed to sense his good spirits, winding slightly up to rest on Tom's shoulder. If I were to acquire a small orange or yellow snake in the future, I would name it Honeycomb. Draco shot a glance at the serpent perched on Tom's shoulder, his expression somewhat conflicted, yet he refrained from asking to pet it. Chocolate exhibited a strong territorial instinct, unwilling to remain in the dormitory and insisting on accompanying Tom everywhere, even to classes, which alarmed many students. It was only with Dumbledore's intervention that Chocolate was magically reduced in size, becoming manageable enough to coil around Tom's neck twice. You have admirably inherited the cunning of a Slytherin descendant, the seemingly gentle and kind elder remarked to Tom, exuding warmth. That serpent is truly impressive. Chapter 48. Everyone is a happy little sprite. Dumbledore's demeanor remained uncharacteristically gentle. He neither reprimanded Tom for parading a snake around nor criticized his actions, but instead offered praise. Yet, as Tom met Dumbledore's gaze, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Dumbledore did not seem entirely benevolent. Tom sensed a peculiar scrutiny and judgment in Dumbledore's eyes. Why? Though he concealed his unease, he politely thanked Dumbledore, who smiled warmly and placed a hand on his shoulder. Should you encounter any difficulties or sense something amiss, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. With that ambiguous statement, Dumbledore departed, leaving Tom with a profound and inscrutable figure. Don't mind Dumbledore, Draco said, gesturing dismissively at the elders retreating back. He merely seeks to manipulate everyone into serving him, hoping to recruit them into his Phoenix Society. As if anyone could truly disrupt the magical world. It is to guard against that individual, Tom reflected. Isn't it? Draco hesitated. My father mentioned that individual has been missing for many years and is unlikely to return. Tom pondered this before shaking his head. Such matters are beyond our knowledge. Let us not dwell on them. Come, let us see if tonight's dinner includes cinnamon apple bread. The buzz surrounding Tom quickly dissipated. After all, his surname spoke volumes. And people were soon merely surprised for a moment before moving on. Ironically, it was Harry's attempt to speak to a snake that garnered even more attention. I truly do not understand why I can speak Parseltongue, Harry remarked, having drawn Tom aside with a few others in Hagrid's small hut, where a hard cake prepared by Hagrid lay before them. The poor boy appeared somewhat gaunt, evidently affected by the gossip swirling outside. I mean, I can understand it. Perhaps it's an innate talent, Tom replied with calm assurance. He hesitated momentarily, ultimately refraining from touching the cake and instead reaching for a piece of candy. This proved to be an egregious miscalculation, as the candy was exceedingly sticky, and Tom suspected it had been concocted solely to cause dental distress. It took considerable effort to swallow, leaving his face slightly flushed. Have you ever heard a snake speak? Or spoken to one? Tom inquired. Let me think. Harry furrowed his brow, then suddenly exclaimed, there was that time I visited the zoo with my aunt and uncle. I could converse with a python there. But I was unaware it was Parseltongue. You might not fully grasp it yet, Tom nodded. It's likely due to a lack of guidance. Nevertheless, should you require assistance, I could lend you Cornelius to practice speaking. After all, language is best learned through conversation. The more you practice, the more adept you will become at switching between Parseltongue and other languages. His tone was calm and earnest, causing Harry's eyes to brighten. Really? That would be wonderful. Indeed, Tom affirmed. Cornelius is exceedingly docile and unafraid of people. Moving him to a different space for a couple of days poses no issue whatsoever. Harry's excitement grew. And during Halloween, he boldly invited Tom to join him and Ron at the Forbidden Ghost Party. Naturally, Tom declined. He apologetically informed Harry that he had already made arrangements with Draco and the others, and therefore could not accompany Harry. In truth, even if no plans had been set, Tom would not have acquiesced to Harry's invitation. Perhaps a different endeavor might have been feasible, but the ghostly forbidden feast was best avoided. After all, having just arrived in this realm, he had taken the opportunity to learn about the ghost, Lady Grey, who was, in fact, the only daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. Tom found this revelation utterly astonishing, for it diverged significantly from his own world, where Helena Ravenclaw had assumed her mother's position at Hogwarts after her demise, creating numerous awe-inspiring inventions and etching a prominent legacy in the annals of magical history, one that would take days to memorize. In contrast, in this world, there was merely a single sentence. She perished in the forests of Albania. The disparity was staggering. Upon delving into the tale of Helena in this universe, Tom discovered that it began as a narrative of a rebellious daughter, which then devolved into a love story. This was quite overwhelming. Why was it that love seemed to infiltrate every nook and cranny of this world? Through his interactions with Lady Grey, Tom gained a deeper understanding of the ghost's existence and concluded that the ghostly organization's Forbidden Feast could not possibly rival the vibrancy of the living banquet in the Great Hall. This time, he and Draco, along with the others, successfully disguised themselves as 5 mischievous little sprites, each draped in a large white cloth. Although they appeared far from noble, it was Halloween, a time suitable for engaging in a bit of delightful rebellion. The 5 sprites joyfully indulged in treats, stealthily smearing cream on one another's white fabric and playfully doodling with acrylic paint as if engaged in a prank. The simplicity of youthful joy is such that it does not require grand occasions to evoke melodies of happiness. Tom felt particularly elated. By the time they finished their meal and exited the Great Hall, he had worked up a sheen of sweat on his back. That skull behind me must be Daphne's work, Blaise remarked with a critique. It's utterly hideous. Yours is the most atrocious. Are you implying that you painted the howling message behind Theodore? Daphne nudged Blaise's shoulder. Are you suggesting that Theodore speaks too little? I certainly did not. Blaise staunchly denied. Then what of the coin purse you painted behind Tom? Are you expecting him to find a purse in the new year? If I could indeed find money, I would be quite pleased, Tom said, turning to glimpse his own back. Is there much money in the purse you painted? Oh, no need to fret, Draco interjected with a smirk. What I painted on your back was a check. I'll make it real when you fill in the numbers. Wow, Draco, how extravagant. Blaise clapped his hands in appreciation. And who painted the golden snitch behind you? I did. Pansy raised her hand. A sincere wish, is it not? Indeed. Draco affirmed. This year, I shall certainly catch the snitch and humiliate Potter. What did Tom and Theodore paint? Daphne leaned in closer, eager to see. Chapter 49, Opposing the Heir? Who is the heir? However, Daphne's words were abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream that echoed from outside the corridor. What is happening? Daphne turned to peer outside. What a loud commotion. Perhaps it is someone's prank? Blaise pondered aloud. It seems to be coming from the corridor near the courtyard. We'll be taking that route back anyway. Let us go investigate. Clearly, many students shared this sentiment. As a throng began to surge from the Great Hall towards the source of the noise, Tom and his friends were not in a hurry, trailing behind the group until they heard another scream. This time, the sound was unmasked by any other noise, clear and distinct, a sharp shriek laden with palpable fear. What on earth? Draco furrowed his brow. What is going on up ahead? This doesn't feel right, Theodore echoed, his expression tensed. Let us take another route. Yet the crowd pressing from behind had no intention of diverting. As those behind jostled forward, there was no room to change course, and they were swept along with the throng. As they advanced, the path ahead suddenly opened, revealing a scene. What is going on? Daphne, gripped by fear, clutched Tom's wrist tightly. Why are they parting for us? Do not fear, Tom replied, his brow knitted with concern. It's just the school. Although safety in the school was not guaranteed. Navigating through the varied expressions and gazes of those around them, Tom and his friends reached the front of the crowd, where they soon understood why the crowd had made way for them. Or rather, it was for Tom. The dimly lit walls flickered with torchlight, revealing Harry Potter seated in a puddle on the ground, flanked by Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, clutching an indistinct bundle. On the wall, illuminated by the flames, were the ominous words, "The chamber has been opened. Beware of the heir." No wonder they were all looking at me like that, Tom thought. Suddenly feeling a sense of relief, he had anticipated something far more serious. The opening of the chamber was hardly a calamity. The basilisk was unlikely to harm indiscriminately. and it was quite possible that the chamber had not truly been opened at all, but rather that someone was playing a prank. As both Tom and Harry had recently spoken in Parseltongue in the Great Hall, someone might have attempted to resurrect the tale of Salazar Slytherin to frighten the masses. "Why are you all staring at me?" Tom said with an air of nonchalance, surveying the crowd. "Are we not already conspicuous enough as 5 little white sprites? Did you not see me in the Great Hall? This must surely be a prank." His candid demeanor did indeed ease the tension among those nearby. "Indeed, I just saw them. They were particularly conspicuous. When I arrived, they had not yet come. They must have remained in the Great Hall. It certainly seems improbable for it to be him. It must be a prank. I wonder who concocted such a vile idea. How frightening." The murmurs of the crowd resumed, this time with less panic and more speculation regarding the likelihood of a prank. The clamor grew louder once more, but suddenly, a disheveled figure came rushing from a distance. It was Filch. "Where is Mrs. Norris?" he bellowed, flailing his arms, appearing quite mad in his fervor. "Where is Mrs. Norris?" His frantic entrance sent waves of fear through the surrounding students, all eyes fixated on him. Filch charged forth, shoving against Ron Weasley, accusing him in a piercing rage of being a murderer. "What is happening?" Tom squinted, the distance rendering clarity difficult. Was Mrs. Norris truly the one lying motionless? Based on Filch's response, it seemed so. Blaze's vision was slightly better, but in that dim light, he too struggled to see clearly. "Let us go. If something has indeed happened to Mrs. Norris, Filch will go mad." That made perfect sense. The Slytherins promptly began to squeeze away, departing without a moment's hesitation. It was evident that for Slytherins, the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm was deeply ingrained. As they made their way back to the Slytherin common room and settled into the sofas before the fireplace, a genuine sense of relief washed over them. At that moment, the common room was relatively empty. Perhaps some were still engrossed in the Halloween feast in the Great Hall, while others lingered outside, either reveling in the festivities or indulging in romantic endeavors. The spacious Slytherin common room felt rather desolate. A few of them nestled on the sofa, momentarily enveloped in silence. Was the Chamber of Secrets not just opened? After a while, Blaze could no longer withstand the peculiar stillness and broke the silence, noting that the earlier events seemed more than a mere prank, though obscured by the chaos. He could discern enough from what he glimpsed and the shrieks of Filch to surmise that the lifeless little creature cradled by Ron Weasley was indeed Mrs. Norris, Filch's beloved feline companion. Despite their general disdain for Filch, the students harbored a fondness for Mrs. Norris. After all, she was merely a small cat. And Filch was undeniably pitiable. Slytherin's aversion to Muggle-Wizard unions stemmed from the resultant proliferation of squibs, individuals stripped of magical prowess. When one exists as an anomaly within a particular environment, even surrounded by kindness, true happiness eludes them. Some affluent families could send their children to the Muggle world to assume new identities, yet many squibs born into that realm ultimately succumb to madness, their lives ending in despair. "I am uncertain," Tom asserted, convinced that the Gaunt family had long since fallen from grace. He lacked knowledge of Draco's and his previous visit to the Gaunt Manor, which had deteriorated beyond recognition, evidently incapable of retaining anything. Draco nodded in agreement. "That is indeed true. I can attest to the fact that the books in the Gaunt family's library have turned to dust. I encountered books that disintegrated into ash at the slightest touch. Thus, even if the chamber had been opened, he remained unaware of it." Tom shrugged, contemplating whether he ought to seek out and express gratitude, inquiring about the nature of the chamber left behind by their ancestor, Salazar Slytherin. Chapter 50. The comfort of being enveloped. While Tom confidently asserted that he bore no connection to the events, it was not long before Professor Snape unexpectedly graced the common room with his presence. He regarded Tom and informed him that Dumbledore wished to see him. "Me?" Tom pointed to himself, bewildered. "For what?" "That prank." The others appeared somewhat anxious, yet a bright and cheerful smile adorned Tom's face. "Well, if the headmaster wants to see me, I shall oblige." Professor Snape nodded, and Draco sprang to his feet. "May I accompany Tom?" he inquired of Professor Snape, who regarded him thoughtfully before remaining silent. Silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Draco, well aware of his godfather's sentiments, promptly positioned himself beside Tom, nudging his shoulder. "That old coot Dumbledore is notoriously suspicious. If he summoned you, it surely cannot be for benign reasons. I'll accompany you, with my father's influence. He wouldn't dare act against us." His voice was loud, unmindful of the need for discretion. Professor Snape, leading the way, certainly heard him but merely paused momentarily, offering no indication that he disapproved of Draco's words. As Tom patted Draco's hand, whispering his thanks, he cast a contemplative glance at Snape's retreating figure, pondering the palpable tension between their professor and the headmaster. Tom and Draco trailed behind Professor Snape toward the headmaster's office. Upon exiting, they traversed the first-floor corridor, where the blood-written messages had vanished, and the accumulated water had been cleared away. The area now appeared pristine, devoid of any trace of its previous sinister state. "Has it been cleared away?" Tom inquired, his voice ringing lightly in the spacious corridor. Was it merely a prank? There was a hint of rhetorical questioning in his tone. At this juncture, Dumbledore's request to see Tom could only pertain to the matter of the blood inscriptions. "I do not know." Professor Snape initially seemed resolved to remain silent. Yet Draco's presence prompted him to relent, reluctantly pulling Tom aside and finally speaking with a furrowed brow. Tom had not anticipated any revelations from Snape. But as he passed by, he cast one last glance at the wall before gradually diverting his gaze. Regardless of its veracity, it had to be a fabrication, otherwise. Based on Tom's fleeting encounter with this world's Dumbledore, he feared the basilisk might meet its demise, compelled to greet its illustrious master, the great Salazar Slytherin. The nature of the deception left no room for doubt. He would unearth the identity of the mischief maker behind this perilous prank and ensure they were submerged in the Black Lake. If true, Tom feared it might be the other version of himself from this world who returned. After all, few possessed the capability to locate the chamber left by Salazar Slytherin, and even fewer could open it without being devoured by the basilisk, thus leaving Tom in a state of concern. Was Hogwarts truly safe? Where, indeed, did its safety lie? Upon arriving at the foot of the headmaster's office, Professor Snape uttered the password, and they ascended the spiral staircase. In different worlds. Yet the appearance of this office remained unchanged. The stone gargoyle at the entrance was the same as ever, with only the password varying. The furnishings inside were remarkably similar. Oh, but wait, there was a slight difference. In his world, during Dumbledore's tenure, there had been a portrait of him and Grindelwald in the office, a mere oil painting. Devoid of magical properties. The two figures depicted were youthful, immortalizing their romantic past amid their pursuit of ambition. Juggling romance between endeavors might lead to exaltation of love. Yet love pursued amidst ambition often finds itself trampled in the mire. What significance does love hold in such a context? Romantic love may be adorned, but heart-wrenching affection is best left behind. Tom found this concept perplexing, indeed difficult to grasp. In his world, his mother, Merope, fell in love with every man she encountered, cycling through partners quicker than one could change their nail polish. At least a manicure could last a month. Men were but fleeting moments, with his uncle Morphin being the most ephemeral of all. Rumor had it, he kept an album cataloging the women with whom he had shared fleeting passions, categorized by seasons and primary colors. There was nothing in this to serve as a healthy reference for Tom regarding love. Tom and Draco followed Professor Snape up the spiral staircase, where they found Dumbledore seated behind his desk, idly stroking a seemingly bald bird. At first glance, Tom mistook it for a common hen, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a phoenix on the verge of rebirth. Is a phoenix truly so unappealing before its resurrection? Tom had never owned such a majestic creature, unfamiliar with its complexities. Then, across from him, he spotted Harry Potter. Harry appeared somewhat excited at Tom's arrival, his eyes sparkling, even rising momentarily before quickly recollecting the gravity of his surroundings and awkwardly sinking back into his seat. Yet, from the way he continually glanced at Tom, it was evident that Harry was equally anxious. In moments of tension, individuals instinctively seek solace in the gaze of those they know best. Headmaster Dumbledore retained his familiar, benevolent expression as he observed Professor Snape ushering Tom into the room. Glancing briefly at Draco, who trailed behind. "Why, Mr. Malfoy, what brings you here as well?" Dumbledore inquired with an approachable demeanor. "It's rather late, sir," Draco responded, maintaining a hint of his aristocratic airs even in Dumbledore's presence. "It's unsafe for Tom to come alone, so I have come as a representative to accompany him." The implication was broad. They referred to the Slytherin cohort, suggesting that even without explicit mention, the Malfoy lineage held considerable weight, and their collective presence could indeed complicate matters for Dumbledore. The underlying message was clear: do not underestimate Tom. He has our support behind him. Tom cast a mildly surprised glance at Draco. Observing Draco's slightly raised chin, Tom felt an unexpected surge of joy. He rarely, if ever, experienced such protection. His mother and uncle were hardly reliable sources of affection. Most of the time, he had to rely on himself, using the weight of the Gaunt name to shield himself, and then wielding his own authority to protect the Gaunt lineage. He thought to himself, "Wow, I am being sheltered." The sensation of being supported was surprisingly pleasant. Chapter 51. I am, of course, innocent, for it was not I who instigated this. Tom declared, "I harbor no ill will towards Mr. Gaunt." Dumbledore, discerning the nuance in Draco's words, smiled gently. "I merely wish to inquire about the commotion that transpired in the corridor this evening and to gather some information." "What would you like to ask?" Draco glanced at Dumbledore, signaling Tom to proceed. Professor Snape placed a hand on Draco's shoulder, admonishing him lightly, "Do not be so rude." "Draco, Yet the tone lacked any genuine reprimand. "Please, go ahead, Headmaster," Tom blinked innocently. "However, if your inquiry pertains to the Chamber of Secrets, I must apologize. For I truly know little about what remains of the Gaunt family. The legacy has nearly been extinguished. If you are genuinely concerned, I could take you back to the old estate to demonstrate that after all these years, nothing remains." His candor was evident, his dark eyes fixated on Dumbledore, radiating sincere earnestness. I see. Dumbledore paused, evidently taken aback by Tom's forthrightness, which left him without a plausible follow-up question. If he were to say, "Oh, then I shall go and take a look," Draco would undoubtedly report to Mr. Malfoy that Dumbledore was overstepping his bounds in the lives of minors. Given their mutual animosity, this was a certainty. Perhaps it truly was a prank, Dumbledore mused, his gaze lingering on Tom's face for a few seconds before he smiled and shifted his attention to Professor Snape. "We have been too anxious. Is it only the writing on the wall?" Tom pressed at this moment. "As I departed the corridor, I thought I heard Mr. Filch calling for Mrs. Norris. Is she well?" "Not quite," Dumbledore replied, bending down to meet Tom's gaze. "Mrs. Norris has been petrified. We need to ascertain how this occurred before we can revive her." "Oh," Tom replied, a perfectly timed expression of mild regret crossing his face. "Then, Headmaster, if you manage to locate the perpetrator of this prank, could you inform me of his identity?" "What is it?" Dumbledore inquired patiently. "If he truly knows about the chamber, I would also like to see it." Tom raised his chin, his youthful visage reflecting simple yearning. "After all, it is the fabled secret chamber bequeathed by my ancestor, Salazar Slytherin." His words were refreshingly candid, as if he were merely a child eager to learn the tales of his forebears. Dumbledore regarded him for a longer moment, ultimately chuckling. "Very well. I shall take note of that. Should I receive any information later, I will inform you. If you hear of anything, do remember to share it with me, all right?" Tom nodded earnestly. Dumbledore, being a pragmatic individual, perceived that he could glean no further insight from Tom, especially with Draco hovering nearby, watchfully. Hence, he decided to release them all. Tom, indulging in a moment of self-reflection, mused that had he been in Dumbledore's position, he would not have so lightly concluded the inquiry with just a few questions. He would undoubtedly seek further opportunities for inquiry. It seemed that for the time being, visiting the chamber to see the basilisk would be unwise, Tom thought, emerging from Dumbledore's office with a somewhat vacant expression. "Dumbledore just wanted to ask you," Draco commented, interpreting Tom's blank demeanor as a sign of concern over Dumbledore's suspicions. "He is just a suspicious old man. You needn't take his words too seriously." "I don't," Tom replied, a slight smile gracing his features. "Let him suspect. It does not matter how much he doubts me. I did not do it." Tom," Harry suddenly called out hesitantly from behind. "Can I ask you something?" Professor Snape had remained behind to converse with Dumbledore, leaving only the three children to exit the headmaster's office. "What is it?" Tom turned, waiting for Harry to catch up. "Is the headmaster inquiring about the prank that occurred today?" He reiterated the emphasis that the evening's events were merely a prank. "It's about that," Harry said, somewhat awkwardly. "Because I was with Ron and Hermione at the time, and Filch insists I harmed his cat since he had me in detention today." "Did you harm his cat?" Tom tilted his head, adopting a contemplative expression. "What? No, of course not," Harry exclaimed, waving his hands in panic. "How could I do such a thing?" Tom chuckled. "Since you didn't do it, there's no need to be so tense. Relax a bit. Your furrowed brow looks as though it could crush a bothersome pest." Harry's bright green eyes seemed to flicker with confusion, likely pondering what a bothersome pest might be, but then he quickly shook his head, dismissing the irrelevant thought. "Actually, that's not what I wanted to ask." Harry leaned closer to Tom, but Draco frowned and pushed Harry away. "Is there something you can't say from a distance?" Draco asked with a disapproving frown. "Keep your distance from Tom." Harry shot Draco an exasperated glare. "I'm talking to Tom, not you." Draco paused, stepping forward, seemingly ready to escalate the situation. Tom quickly intervened, stepping closer to Draco. "Go ahead, Harry. It's all right. You're not wandering the corridors at this hour. Feel free to ask whatever you wish." Harry still appeared hesitant. He glanced around nervously before swiftly returning his gaze to Tom, clearing his throat with some trepidation. Tom, have you heard any frightening sounds recently?" "Frightening sounds?" Tom hesitated. "Could you be more specific?" Harry cast another glance at Draco, his eyes clearly conveying his annoyance at the persistent presence of the latter. Draco, unwilling to back down, returned the stare defiantly. That night, a hissing sound could be heard, whispering ominous threats of violence. Initially, Harry had thought he misheard, which is why he refrained from mentioning it during their last visit to Hagrid's. Draco raised an eyebrow at this. "When did you sneak off to that half-blood giant's ramshackle abode again? Be careful, you might poison yourself with the food you consume." Chapter 52. The more he pondered, the more he felt a gnawing hunger. Food poisoning seemed unlikely, so Tom, feeling slightly guilty, offered assurance to Draco, sensing that he was akin to a cad caught between two romantic interests. having to placate one on the left and the other on the right. I forgot to inform you earlier, but I promised to tell you first next time, all right? Harry shot a furious glance at Draco. Are you a child? Clinging to Tom like that? Are you jealous? You wouldn't even be able to wrap him around your little finger, being a Gryffindor so far from Slytherin. Draco's brow arched again, a hint of smugness in his expression. What's wrong? Are you flustered? Come, bite me. His words dripped with sweet mockery. And seizing the moment before Harry could retaliate, he yanked Tom along and dashed away. The movement was swift and graceful. Harry chased them for a few paces, but ultimately gave up. It was too late, and making too much noise would surely attract Filch's attention, leading to his doom. Today, he had just become the prime suspect in the harm done to Mrs. Norris, if it fell into Filch's hands again. He feared the caretaker would unleash his collection of torturous implements upon him. Meanwhile, Draco and Tom sprinted away, their robes billowing in the wind, creating a graceful arc. While their youthful footsteps echoed crisply on the moonlit stone stairs, each step sending a ripple of exhilaration through the air. Their buoyant pace seemed almost capable of reaching the moon, lifting Tom's spirits high. I still detest Potter, Draco huffed after a few strides, turning to Tom. Are you angry? Tom emitted a non-committal sound through his nose. I pulled you away, even knowing Potter might have something significant to discuss with you. Draco slowed his pace, ceasing to run, and turned to face Tom. The expression on his face left Tom uncertain of what he was truly feeling. Aren't you angry? Draco inquired again. A keen intuition warned Tom that a poor response might lead to trouble, so he cleared his throat, his mind racing, and sincerely shook his head. Of course. I'm not angry, Tom replied, discreetly glancing back to ensure Harry was not in close proximity. It would be best if Harry were not around, if he truly needed assistance. His inquiries would yield limited answers from Tom. He might as well consult Professor Dumbledore. If Harry had already sought Dumbledore's counsel without resolution, then Tom's input would be of little value. After speaking, he turned to observe Draco's profile, which, illuminated by the moonlight, seemed to reveal a fleeting smile, though the glow was too dim to discern clearly. I knew it. Draco elongated his voice, smirking with pride. I am the one closest to you. He grasped Tom's wrist again, pulling him swiftly back to the Slytherin common room. The rapidity of their steps seemed to suggest that if they ran fast enough, the dangers and worries would not catch up to them. But would they truly escape? Perhaps Draco could, but it was evident that Tom could not. Once back in the dormitory, Tom found himself unable to sleep. Those in positions of power often overthink. By the time events unfold, he had already anticipated them all. Thus, he sat at his desk, deep in contemplation, attempting to connect the dots. Why? Who? And for what purpose? Then he thought of Dobby, the house elf from the Malfoy family, who exhibited a fierce protective instinct towards Harry Potter. Did he perhaps know that Harry would find himself entangled in the Chamber of Secrets this year, which is why he sought to prevent Harry from returning to Hogwarts? If so, how did he know that trouble awaited at Hogwarts this year? Had he discovered something at Malfoy Manor? Were the issues stemming from within or beyond the Malfoy estate? Moreover, while it was said that gazing into the basilisk's eyes would result in death, the fate of Mrs. Norris, who merely turned to stone, seemed inconsistent with the creature's modus operandi. Yet, Tom had also noted the puddles of water scattered along the corridor. If one were to encounter the basilisk's gaze through a medium, then the individual would not perish but merely be petrified. The conditions appeared to fit quite well. The more he pondered, the more confused he became. After a lengthy pause, Tom summoned Chocolate. He instructed the snake to journey to the Chamber of Secrets, traversing the Forbidden Forest to inquire directly with the basilisk whether it had indeed emerged. He even administered an invisibility potion to Chocolate, just in case Dumbledore was lurking by the common room entrance. Chocolate, a resolute and dutiful serpent, complied with Tom's request and swiftly vanished into the shadows. Tom sat quietly on the sofa in his dormitory, awaiting her return. Outside, the night sky gradually transformed from inky darkness to the soft glow of dawn. Of course, Tom could not see this, as the Slytherin common room lay beneath the Black Lake, shielding him from the view of the heavens. He repeatedly watched an octopus swim around, its movements mesmerizing as it circled before him 7 times. Tom found himself lost in thought, contemplating whether he should dive in and catch the octopus to roast for a meal. Just then, Chocolate returned with news from the basilisk. It said it was responsible. Chocolate faithfully conveyed. Hogwarts has grown perilously dangerous. That person from 50 years ago has returned. Do not venture over there. Tom felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Yet it also seemed entirely reasonable. Did it say anything more? He asked, gently stroking Chocolate's head. After such a long journey, she appeared somewhat fatigued. Like how that person returned. Chocolate flicked her tail. It didn't say. The basilisk seemed weary. I sensed it was a bit downcast. After a few moments of silence, Tom sighed. Well then, it seems this world never ceases to surprise me. He patted Chocolate's head again. Rest well. I'll go retrieve Cornelius tonight. and you two can play together." Chocolate flicked her tail once more before leisurely returning to her spacious lair. If Ron Weasley were to witness this, he would likely be astonished, for while many shared a dormitory, Tom's snakes each enjoyed their own grand, solitary abode. Tom, once again, locked eyes with the octopus at his desk. "Perhaps I should catch it and roast it for dinner?" Chapter 53. This doesn't feel right. Shortly thereafter, within a mere week, 2 further attacks transpired. One incident involved nearly headless Nick from Gryffindor and a Hufflepuff boy named Justin, while the other victim was a younger Gryffindor, whose name Tom could not recall, but he distinctly remembered the boy always clutched a large camera. During both occurrences, Tom possessed alibis that exonerated him from any suspicion. Yet Harry was rather unfortunate. During the first attack, he was caught red-handed by Peeves, and for the second, he claimed to be at the Quidditch pitch, but lacked any corroborating witnesses. Thus, the notion that this was merely a prank was swiftly dismissed. Whispers began to circulate, casting doubts upon Harry Potter's character, suggesting he might be the orchestrator of these events. Once the seeds of suspicion take root, they require neither sunlight nor rain to flourish. Even the gentlest breeze can suffice to nurture them into towering trees. In just a week, Harry had visibly lost weight and began to avoid those around him, while Tom deliberately altered his schedule to evade Harry. Why would he seek out danger when he knew someone was targeting him? Was he eager to leap into the inferno? It would have been far more prudent for Harry and his friends to resolve matters without his awareness, as they had done the previous year. However, this year was likely different, for it involved the basilisk. Based on Tom's current understanding of this world and its Dumbledore, should the basilisk reveal itself, it would probably spell doom for him. Contemplating this brought about a slight headache. Yet Tom also resolved to allocate time over the next few days to send chocolate or corn to the basilisk, in hopes of gleaning some intelligence. In the next attack, the victim was a Ravenclaw upperclassman, and this time Harry was exonerated, having been proven to lack the opportunity to commit the crime. However, Tom found himself without an alibi. What? Speculation suggested the attack occurred around 9 o'clock the previous night. Draco listened to the news Blaze had brought back. What was Tom doing at that hour? Tom stifled a yawn, feeling rather lethargic and deflated, much like the chocolate on his shoulder. With so many victims recently, he had enrolled in Professor Sprout's Mandrake Protection Group, working diligently in the greenhouse until after 8, and he ought to have been in bed by 9. The mandrakes were no longer mere seedlings. Even their cries could induce a sense of nervous exhaustion, even through earplugs. Tom joined this group primarily to cultivate a favorable reputation, as nurturing these plants to maturity would take until the end of the term. Why not simply purchase them? Buying mature mandrakes would allow him to save the unfortunate victims in the hospital wing, perhaps even interrogating them about the incidents. Yet, no one suggested procuring mature mandrakes, leading Tom to suspect that Dumbledore was somehow suppressing the idea. Dumbledore might not know the location of the Chamber of Secrets, but he surely had preparations in place sufficient to ensure Harry Potter would confront its challenges. So what exactly was Hogwarts at this moment? A training ground for Harry Potter's trials? "I just took my eyes off you for a moment," Blaze lamented. "Why did you return to sleep, Tom? You slept well. But next time, don't sleep alone. I'll join you." A colossal question mark slowly emerged above Tom's head. Then Draco's pillow struck Blaze in the face. "What are you saying? Do you expect this to be a delightful arrangement?" Tom's confusion only deepened. What was this? Was he some sort of reward? Theodore coughed lightly, covering his mouth, then thrust a book in front of Tom, skillfully diverting his attention with questions. The tactic was remarkably effective, successfully shifting Tom's focus. He was not particularly concerned about the suspicion surrounding him. After all, suspicion was merely that, suspicion. He would not actually appear in the Chamber of Secrets, and he was cautious enough to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Thus, he remained indifferent to the rumors swirling outside. Conversely, the Slytherin students, anxious for Tom's well-being, constantly offered him food or devised little surprises, resulting in Tom gaining 3 pounds. "I can't afford to gain more weight," Tom lamented, patting his belly with genuine concern. "I feel as though the flesh around my waist has become quite soft." He indeed possessed abs, he truly did, but now they were nearly diminished. "Winter doesn't necessitate such strict body management," Draco scoffed. "Dressing a bit thicker conceals everything." "But what if my clothes become too tight?" Tom continued to touch his belly. "I have many garments in my wardrobe that I can no longer wear due to weight gain. I only considered growing taller and stronger, but I never anticipated gaining weight." He had not been entirely free from weight fluctuations. After a period of indulgence following his previous reign, he had gained 8 pounds in 2 weeks, resulting in a noticeably rounder chin. Later, in preparation for his coronation, he had spent another fortnight shedding weight, as cameras could indeed add pounds. If they become too small, just buy new ones, Draco shrugged. "It's fine. Someone will sponsor your clothes this year, and there will be more next year. Besides, Christmas is just around the corner. You needn't worry about material concerns." I feel as though I'm living off your generosity. Tom tilted his head. Is that reasonable? Of course it is, Blaze interjected. Seemingly reappearing from nowhere, likely just returned from outside, still bearing the chill of the air. Come, let me feel your plump belly. He slipped his hand under Tom's shirt, only to receive a well-deserved punch from Tom. Draco extended his leg to kick Blaze, while Theodore feigned ignorance of the entire scene, and Daphne pondered aloud. Can I touch too? Pansy glanced at Daphne, suspecting she had misheard. Regardless of the chaos outside, the group managed to thrive amidst the disorder. Blaze, having finally extricated himself from the carpet, presented Tom with a small box. That was from Cedric Diggory. He must have been searching for you, but couldn't he find you? So he asked someone at the common room entrance to help deliver it. He maintained the decorum expected of a Slytherin, turning his head aside, then curiously inquired. What did he send you? You two must have a close relationship if he sought you out at the common room entrance. Chapter 54. Someone must be feeling jealous. But we shall not disclose who. Indeed, the Slytherin common room was not a particularly popular locale. Its low geographical position, coupled with its eerie and chilly ambience, conformed to every stereotype associated with Slytherin, rendering it somewhat discomforting, at least for those from the other houses. Slytherin students, in turn, regarded their peers' reactions with disdain, deeming them to be of poor taste. Cedric Diggory, you say? Tom did not hesitate. He simply opened the box on the sofa. He is truly a wonderful person, kind and gentle. It is entirely reasonable that he is referred to as the Light of Hufflepuff. I cannot fathom anyone disliking him. You like him? Draco interjected, inquiring. Indeed. Tom replied, finding nothing amiss in his sentiment. Cedric is quite admirable. Do you not like him? Draco emitted a dismissive grunt in response. Daphne glanced at Tom, who was busily unboxing something, then at Draco, who was fixated on Tom with his chin raised. She leaned closer to Pansy and whispered, I believe the affection Draco speaks of is not the same as Tom's. Pansy cleared her throat softly, lowering her voice in reply. Let us not speak of what we see. Upon opening the box, they discovered a crystal jar filled with beautifully crafted gummy bears and a letter. Tom, cradling the jar, swiftly read the letter before rising from the sofa. I'm stepping out for a bit. Huh, where are you going? To find Diggory? Blaze interjected, blocking his path. You'd best not go alone, Tom. Let us avoid any trouble. It shouldn't be that dire, Tom replied cheerfully. The Hufflepuff common room is nearby, and at this hour, the corridors will be bustling with people. There shouldn't be any issues. His tone was light, and his footsteps followed suit as he placed the jar and letter back into the box and left with them in hand. Draco watched Tom's retreating figure, emitting another grunt, this one laden with palpable discontent. What is this? A date? Draco's voice dripped with iciness. Daphne and Pansy exchanged glances, quickly averting their eyes, deciding it best not to engage with Draco's sour mood. Clearly, he required no response, as he stretched his legs and kicked Blaze lightly. Why are you delivering something for that Diggory? His tone remained frosty, revealing an inclination to vent his frustration. Blaze, sensing trouble, dramatically clutched his stomach. Oh dear. My stomach hurts. I should head back now. Ouch, it's so painful. Without further ado, he turned and hurried upstairs, clearly keen on avoiding conflict. Tom had anticipated finding Cedric in the Hufflepuff common room or en route to it, but to his surprise, as he emerged from the Slytherin common room, he encountered Cedric standing at the entrance, wrapped in a scarf. Tom gasped softly. Cedric. Cedric's eyes lit up upon seeing Tom, and he revealed his face from the scarf, smiling radiantly. Goodness, Tom. Tom exclaimed, still caught in his surprise. What are you doing here? I thought you would have gone back. Cedric blinked, gazing at Tom. I contemplated leaving, but I thought I'd wait a bit. If you read the letter, perhaps you'd come looking for me, and I feared you might not find me. The sincerity in Cedric's eyes was overwhelming, and as Tom met his gaze, he felt a warmth that bordered on intense. Taking a breath, Tom smiled. Did you not consider that I might not come out, and you'd be waiting here for nothing? I didn't think you would. Cedric tilted his head slightly, lowering it to meet Tom's gaze. See, you're out now. Cedric's letter conveyed his deep concern for Tom. How could one describe the worry expressed within that letter? It was genuine and profound. He reassured Tom, affirming his belief that everything was merely an unfortunate accident, urging him not to fret, and reminding him that with Dumbledore at Hogwarts, all would be well. The content of the letter was secondary. The essence lay in Cedric's concern. Being cherished and thought of by someone felt utterly delightful to Tom. He felt fortunate to have his friends from Slytherin, but to have someone outside that circle, someone who seldom crossed paths with him, still care was a remarkable blessing. Tom marveled at his own worthiness and how deserving he was of such attention, feeling once more favored by the great Salazar Slytherin. It sounds as if you're merely speculating. Tom chuckled, his spirits lifted. Shall we take a stroll? With a Slytherin air? If I were truly worried, I wouldn't have come, Cedric replied warmly, still smiling. Where shall we wander? What a good-hearted lad Cedric was. Tom thought, Admiring the curve of Cedric's smile, his mood buoyed. As for the whispers outside, they could carry on without him. Christmas arrived amidst this chaotic atmosphere. The incidents of attacks seemed to vanish, as if those earlier disturbances had been mere pranks. Yet, Tom had confirmed during his visits to Hagrid's dilapidated hut, while watching Cedric or Draco's Quidditch training, that the roosters still crowed incessantly. The basilisk feared the sound of a rooster. As long as the roosters continued to crow, it would inevitably make an appearance. Had Dumbledore truly not noticed? Tom found himself pondering this question daily. However, he could not directly approach Dumbledore, leaving him to ruminate in silence, drawing few conclusions, but he did uncover the identity of the one attacking those poor roosters. It was Ginny Weasley. Why would Ginny Weasley be entangled with a basilisk? Tom continued to ponder, but he could not arrive at an answer. Why dwell on it when Christmas was approaching? He couldn't carry a burden of frustration into the festive season. Moreover, this year, Draco had invited him to spend Christmas at Malfoy Manor, and he had already accepted. Chapter 55. Someone is still envious, but I shall not reveal who. Wealth has its privileges. Malfoy Manor appeared even more exquisite, with beautiful roses blooming in the garden at the end of December. The temperature was just right, allowing ladies to don off-the-shoulder evening gowns without feeling cold. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the shimmering of crystal chandeliers, it felt as if they were all immersed in a beautifully crafted dream. It was almost too beautiful. Tom wore the suit Draco had chosen for him, stating it suited Tom splendidly. If Tom donned anything else, he would adopt a woeful expression, clutching a corn cob in silence, as if Tom were some heinous villain. Now, Tom was dressed in the suit Draco had selected, seated on a white swing entwined with rose vines, leisurely savoring a slice of cake. It was time for dancing. A grand golden gramophone played a melodious waltz, and nearly everyone was on the dance floor. Those like him, seeking a quiet corner, were few. Even Draco twirled with Daphne's younger sister, Astoria, who wore a white dress that swayed gracefully, resembling a blooming flower. In that moment, it truly appeared to be a match made in heaven. Tom gazed in their direction, finding it quite delightful. "You're here." Suddenly, a bright voice called out. "I was beginning to worry, Tom." The voice belonged to Daphne, who, unlike her sister in white, wore a strikingly vibrant red dress, dazzling to the point of being blinding, devoid of any extra embellishments, simply stunning in its boldness. "Daphne." Tom blinked in surprise. "You've come too?" As one might lead a single companion, so too can one lead a multitude. Daphne shrugged her shoulders and nestled herself into the swing alongside Tom. Today, the Gringotts family was hosting a considerable gathering. "If you glance over there, those girls are also from my household." Tom followed the direction of Daphne's chin and murmured in surprise, "So many." "We are not the protagonists." Daphne spread her hands in a gesture of resignation. "Today's leading character is my sister, Astoria. Our family is pinning all its hopes on marrying her into the Malfoy family. Isn't it a bit premature to start hoping?" Tom remarked, somewhat exasperated. "The young girl has not yet blossomed into maturity. Besides, she is only in first grade. Are we already eager to market her?" "It's just my father," Daphne responded, a sharp, sardonic smile gracing her lips. "He is blissfully unaware of the effort required. All his lofty ideals and aspirations seem to hinge on marrying off his daughter. Oh, let us not dwell on him during such a splendid festive occasion. Would you care to join me for a dance?" "Me?" Tom, still clutching a plate of cake, hesitated. "Am I capable?" It wasn't merely a matter of dancing. The collective scrutiny felt akin to a matchmaking banquet. While Tom was indifferent, he worried that any miscommunication might place Daphne in an awkward position within her family. "Not a problem," Daphne shrugged. "My family never anticipated that I would ensnare a golden suitor, given my rather unconventional nature. You need not fret." Her radiant smile, complemented by her flowing red dress, rendered her more enchanting than any genuine rose. "Will you invite the young lady to dance, then? I've asked you twice, and should you decline, I would genuinely be disheartened. It would be my honor." With such declarations, Tom smiled, setting the plate aside and extending his hand toward Daphne. "But do bear in mind, I haven't danced in ages, so my steps may be quite pedestrian. Please, do not scorn me, nor tread on my toes." Daphne chuckled, placing her hand in his. "I understand. I am light on my feet. Even if I do step on you, it won't be painful." As the music swelled, Tom danced with a seriousness befitting a knight, while Daphne giggled across from him. "What is so amusing?" Tom inquired, feeling a tad self-conscious. "Is my dancing truly that dreadful?" No, you dance quite well. I'm not laughing at you, but rather at someone else." Daphne continued to giggle, her joy infectious. "Who then?" Tom momentarily diverted his gaze, scanning the surroundings until he spotted a platinum-haired figure. "Draco?" "I'm not certain," Daphne responded, her laughter bubbling forth. "Perhaps I'm laughing at him. He appears rather sour." Tom's dance faltered for a heartbeat before resuming fluidly. "Is Draco enamored with you?" I must apologize. I completely failed to notice. Daphne's laughter intensified. Do not jump to conclusions, Tom. Even if Draco were to have affections, he would certainly never fancy me. But you mentioned he looked sour? Tom's gaze lingered longer this time, catching sight of Draco seated on the swing they had occupied earlier, arms crossed. His expression rather sullen. Indeed, I did say he looked sour, Daphne chimed in, still laughing. He resembles a golden lemon. With that, she released Tom's hand and elegantly slipped from his embrace. Tom, momentarily stunned by the sudden absence of his dance partner, stood bewildered for a few seconds before chuckling resignedly and following the direction in which Daphne had vanished, approaching Draco. Would you mind making some room? Tom asked. I've been abandoned by my dance partner. Might you kindly take me in? Draco cast a sidelong glance at Tom before shifting slightly to accommodate him. Daphne's behavior is rather typical. Indeed, it is, Tom admitted with a hint of resignation. If it were anyone else, I might question whether I had offended. Leaning against the swing's backrest, Tom inquired, what of your dance partner? Astoria? Draco grunted dismissively. I prefer her absence. Let her entertain herself. Is that acceptable? Tom paused, noting the evening's apparent intent to bring the two together. How old do you think I am? Draco shot Tom a glance filled with a hint of melancholy. And how old is Astoria? Am I to be coerced into an arrangement with her? That is a valid point, Tom nodded. I've yet to experience this. Reflecting on it, your situation seems quite dire, being thrust into matchmaking so early. Chapter 56. Someone has awakened, but I have stated who they are. However, it is merely a matter of introductions, Draco huffed. Ultimately, the choice of whom I spend my life with is mine to make. The Malfoy family is not at a juncture where we must enter into alliances to survive. My father has permitted that if a suitable match presents itself, it would be ideal. If not, I shall choose for myself. Wow, Tom marveled. Mr. Malfoy is quite progressive. He and his mother enjoy a harmonious life, Draco remarked, snatching an apple tart from a passing servant. A good marriage can indeed provide lifelong happiness, which is why I hope for my own contentment. My only stipulation is that the individual must be of pure blood. Is that the sole criterion? Tom chuckled. No restrictions on gender? None whatsoever, Draco replied, casting another glance at Tom, which held a depth of meaning. Unbeknownst to him, Tom reached for a biscuit, oblivious to Draco's scrutiny. Gender is merely a detail. If you are concerned about heirs, magical wombs are already in existence. He paused momentarily. I have always considered it a remarkable innovation. My mother was pregnant again after me. I had hoped for a sister, which thrilled me, but Draco interrupted, his voice heavy. Mothers are indeed extraordinary. The experience of pregnancy and childbirth is an unfathomable endeavor. Magical wombs can alleviate the suffering of women, and I believe such advancements should be celebrated throughout the wizarding world. That does sound quite appealing, Tom mused, nodding in agreement. Draco waved his hand dismissively, signaling a shift in topic. Let us depart. I have no desire to linger here. Shall we head to the fountain to feed the peacocks? You are the protagonist. Is it truly acceptable to depart so casually? Tom hesitated, feeling a twinge of concern. If we must assign the role of protagonist. My mother holds that title, Draco replied. Years ago, there were those who attempted to promote their daughters as my father's mistress, but after he firmly rejected the notion, they turned their attention to flattering my mother instead. Though the Black family has waned in influence, my father's first love was indeed my mother, and their pairing was fortuitously suitable. That does sound rather splendid, Tom agreed. Then let us go. Shall we feed the peacocks? Can they consume apple tarts? This is truly delectable. Indeed, they possess discerning tastes, Draco said with satisfaction. It is my favorite biscuit, though it is quite sweet, and I seldom indulge. Let us take some to test. The peacocks are clever. If they cannot eat it, they will know not to approach. Particularly astute peacocks. As they crouched by the fountain, breaking biscuits to feed the peacocks, snow began to fall. Flakes swirled gracefully from the heavens, creating a whimsical illusion as if they might become dizzy in their descent. Tom tilted his head upwards, watching as the snowflakes descended, crystalline and speckled, upon his face, icy, yet delightful, with a hint of ticklishness. How beautiful! He exclaimed, a genuine admiration emanating from his heart. I truly enjoy this. While Tom was engrossed in observing the snow, Draco was intently watching him, albeit discreetly, glancing at the snow and then stealthily stealing a look at Tom. In each fleeting moment beneath the first snowfall lay the budding affections of youthful hearts. However, Draco concealed his feelings exceptionally well, having no intention of revealing them to Tom. Tom, rather oblivious to matters of the heart, appeared somewhat dense. It was not that he lacked understanding. When recounting his parents' love story, he would display envy and sentiment. Yet, when he tried to project himself into such scenarios, he felt an absence of romantic sentiment. His heart seemed devoid of any romantic inclination. Nevertheless, this was perhaps for the best. After all, they were both still young. How long could the affections of childhood endure? Draco himself was uncertain. He pondered that if, in a few years, he still felt affection for Tom, he might muster the courage to offer clearer hints or even boldly confess, risking the weight of his feelings in Tom's heart and whether Tom would reciprocate. But for now, it was simply too early. Thus, he averted his gaze and looked up at the snowflakes falling from the sky. Christmas, and the first snow promised good fortune for the coming year. He then pulled Tom toward the Christmas tree in the manor, gesturing for him to search for his gift. This year, the Blaze family had focused on charity, gifts ranging from clothing and jewelry to stationery and snacks, effectively covering Tom's essential needs without necessitating further expenses. "So, what did you prepare for me this year?" Tom asked, holding a stack of vouchers. "Am I to assume you've arranged for a year's supply of pet food, or perhaps a year's worth of pet shampoo? After all, aside from those." Tom seemed to lack nothing else. "No, neither," Draco scoffed lightly. "You are to take care of your own pet. I have prepared something else for you." He reached for a substantial box at the bottom of the Christmas tree and presented it to Tom. "Shall we see what's inside?" Draco inquired. "How mysterious." Tom blinked, cautiously untying the golden satin ribbon from the package. Light flooded into the box, and it shifted slightly. "Alive?" Tom gasped, lifting the lid further. What could it be? Inside was a light golden retriever puppy, complete with black paw pads. The puppy turned its head, glancing at Tom and then at Draco, who stood behind him, before erupting in joyful barks. Clumsily, it scrambled out of the box, tumbling onto Tom's lap, and then playfully barked at him. "This is for you," Draco said from behind Tom. He is golden, though a bit lighter in color now, but the owner assured me that he would darken as he grows. "You can name him Honey Candy." Tom tentatively reached out to embrace the soft creature, feeling its warmth as it burrowed into him. "Oh my, you remembered." Tom beamed, his eyes sparkling with joy. "This is my first time caring for such a warm little being. I may not be the best at it, but thank you, Draco. I absolutely adore this Christmas gift." He lifted the puppy high, reminiscent of the scene where a baboon raised a lion cub, proclaiming Simba. The arrival of this puppy solidified Draco's position as the giver of the most cherished Christmas gift of the year, surpassing even Harry's broomstick, Hermione's books, and Ron's ever-present Weasley errand coupons, which all seemed to pale in comparison. However, he also cherished the handmade scarf Cedric gifted him. Its warm yellow hue, emblematic of Hufflepuff, resonated beautifully with the essence of Honey Candy. "Come, Candy, say hello to your big brother Draco," Tom encouraged, waving the puppy's paw, his face alight with uncontainable delight. Draco observed Tom with the puppy he had carefully selected, a smile spreading across his face. "I had a hunch you would like him." "Very much so," Tom replied, his eyes crinkling with joy. "This makes me wonder if my gift for you this year might seem a bit hasty." "What did you gift me?" Draco inquired. "How could I simply tell you?" Tom chuckled, his eyes sparkling. "You must discover it for yourself." Draco inhaled deeply, then began rummaging through his gifts beneath the Christmas tree. He soon found a box that was not overly large, but rather elongated. Shaking it lightly, he could sense that its contents were as light as a cloud. "Shall I unwrap it?" Tom asked, clutching the puppy. "I may not have done it perfectly, but I assure you I put in my utmost effort." "What is it?" Draco asked, curiosity piqued as he began to unwrap the box. Inside lay a pillow featuring a small green dragon perched on a broomstick, clutching a golden snitch in its claws. "I sewed it myself," Tom confessed. "I figured that while it may not be of great monetary value, I could infuse it with heartfelt intent. I love to cuddle something while I sleep, as it brings me comfort, so I wanted to gift you one as well." The pillow was meticulously crafted, although the design was rather simple. Take the broomstick's tail, for instance, with its 7 prongs resembling a large fry. It appeared somewhat silly yet undeniably adorable. The little dragon looked equally charming, stuffed generously with cotton, and the golden snitch was round and plump. "You made this?" Draco asked, holding the pillow with a hint of disbelief. "Indeed, I did," Tom admitted, feeling slightly bashful under Draco's scrutiny. "Its craftsmanship cannot compare to store-bought items, but the sentiment is what matters." "So, did you make this just for me? Or did everyone receive one?" Draco probed further. It was made solely for you," Tom replied, momentarily taken aback. "Creating this took more effort than I anticipated. Finishing it nearly exhausted me, so I certainly had no intention of making a second." Draco revealed a somewhat satisfied expression upon hearing this. "Very well," Draco nodded, raising his chin. "I quite like this. Thank you." Tom exhaled in relief. "As long as you like it, that's what matters." Draco emitted a contented hum from his nose. "By the way, why did you invite Daphne to dance earlier?" he asked. "You're not developing feelings for her, are you? You have no interest in Astoria? Do I seem like someone who would be inclined towards Daphne?" Tom laughed. "I have no such inclinations." Draco responded with a nonchalant "Oh, then what do you find appealing?" Such a familiar question. Tom paused, recalling that Theodore had posed a similar question before. "I suppose I would prefer someone intelligent, as you mentioned. Gender is not of great importance." but I do seek someone with intellect. It's difficult to articulate what kind of intelligence that entails. It's likely about having a shared understanding. Theodore asked you this as well? Draco felt a surge of protectiveness. What was his motive for asking? Oh, he merely observed some couples in the courtyard and struck up a conversation. Tom chuckled. But I am not currently contemplating romance. Is it that you wish to avoid early relationships? Draco inquired if Tom was the type who would refrain from romance until adulthood. It wasn't as if he were overly conservative, Tom thought, feeling a hint of exasperation. Perhaps he would consider dating if he encountered the right person. But who could say when that might happen? Draco nodded in agreement, conceding, fair enough. What type do you prefer? Tom felt it only right to reciprocate the questioning. He couldn't be the sole interlocutor. Me? Draco hesitated, pondering what to say. His gaze flickered over Tom before lowering to the plush toy that Tom had sewn for him. I like what I like. How could I possibly articulate the reasons behind it? Draco replied. Ah, that's an interesting perspective, Tom remarked, a contemplative expression gracing his features, clearly sensing that Draco was evading a direct answer. Noted, I shall adopt a similar approach henceforth. Draco cast a glance at Tom, stifling a sigh inwardly. He mused that Tom would undoubtedly fail to discern his subtlety. Attempting to be coy with him was akin to flirting with a blind person, utterly futile. But, he reasoned, it was of little consequence. After all, he was aware of his own feelings, and there was no need to dwell on it. If he allowed himself to be troubled now, he would likely be consumed by despair in the future. Thus, the Christmas break concluded amid revelations, spectatorship, and unfulfilled desires. Tom suggested they return a day early to adjust to the time difference and rest, so as not to be fatigued upon resuming classes. Draco readily acquiesced. Oh, by the way, Tom mused after a moment's contemplation, I would like to borrow something from you. A time-turner, if that's permissible? Given the Malfoy family's esteemed lineage, it was highly improbable that they lacked such an artifact, even if it would likely remain unused, as reversing time was hardly an exhilarating endeavor. It was essential to possess one. Borrow this? Draco sensed something awry. What do you intend to do with it? Just to have a look? Tom replied innocently, blinking at him. Trust me? Very hard to believe, Draco said earnestly. Am I to keep this from my father as well? Quite astutely observed, Tom chuckled, his eyes twinkling. Think it over. Though aware of Tom's ulterior motives, Draco displayed a hint of resignation. Fine, I shall lend it to you, provided you don't damage it. If my father inquires, I can concoct a plausible excuse. Is it really that simple? Tom expressed genuine surprise. You truly believe me? You made a request. And it's not as if you were asking for the moon and stars, something I could never achieve. So why not agree? Chapter 58. It is always prudent to be prepared. At this juncture, Tom should have recognized that Draco's words were somewhat disconcerting. Truly, such heartfelt assistance should not exist between ordinary friends. However, Tom was not inclined to entertain any romantic notions. After all, upon his arrival, his thoughts had been occupied with the memory of holding a young Draco, making it quite difficult to perceive Draco and his fellow Slytherins in any suggestive light. Had they been in their 20s, Tom might have contemplated such matters, but presently, they were merely adolescents, and he found it challenging to think otherwise. Thus, the unfortunate Draco, along with many others, still had a long way to go. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Tom seized the opportunity, as the student body had yet to return, to visit the Chamber of Secrets. He approached cautiously from the outside, treading lightly and employing a considerable amount of invisibility potion, taking care to erase any footprints he left in the snow. It was an arduous endeavor, fraught with little promise of reward. The basilisk was taken aback by Tom's sudden appearance. Hogwarts is perilous, it expressed indignantly. You ought to be celebrating the Christmas holiday with your friends, exchanging gifts, feasting on delectable roasted chicken, gathering by the fireplace to sing carols, and enjoying mulled wine. Why would you forsake your friends to seek me out? The basilisk's displeasure was palpable. It flicked its tail with a thud, seemingly poised to flatten Tom should he overstep. I am aware of the risks and understand this is not the ideal time for my visit. Tom nodded, affirming his awareness. But I simply wish to see you and share the holiday together. Look, I even brought you a pet cake. You do realize this is insufficient to satisfy me, correct? The basilisk's expression remained inscrutable, and since Tom could not discern its feelings, he remained unabashed, perhaps emboldened by his own stubbornness. So what? I came to see you. Tom retorted defiantly. Isn't it rather lonely for a serpent? I thought my company would be welcome. Moreover, you should be grateful for the cake, which I ordered from Draco. You're benefiting from it. Another pet? The basilisk appeared somewhat astonished. Can you manage that? This time, it's not a snake, but a puppy, a delightfully adorable little creature. Tom gestured animatedly, warm and charming. The basilisk remained silent, simply swallowing the cake whole. And what is its name? It inquired. Honey Taffy, Tom replied. Must your pets have such a culinary theme? The basilisk questioned, a hint of incredulity in its tone. Admittedly challenging, Tom responded earnestly. But don't you think waking up to an abundance of delightful treats would bring joy? By your logic, I should worry that you might mistake chocolate and corn for spaghetti in your dreams, the basilisk countered, exasperated. And you wouldn't actually gnaw on honey taffy, would you? Tom blushed slightly, sheepishly rubbing his nose. What about the individual from 50 years past? How did he arrive? I'm not entirely certain, the basilisk replied calmly. He appeared to be a ghost, who always brought along a young girl. Did that girl ever converse with Riddle? Did she possess her own consciousness? Tom probed. I never heard her utter a word, the basilisk admitted candidly. However, Riddle mentioned she had strangled nearby roosters, thereby expanding my range of movement. Oh, I've heard of that, Tom nodded. Yet I deemed it unsafe, so I eliminated the remaining hens as well. Otherwise, it could lead to unwanted attention. It sounds as though Hogwarts chickens faced utter devastation, the basilisk commented judiciously. Indeed, Tom shrugged. But I am curious why Riddle sought you out. Did he disturb any treasures or tomes? None whatsoever, the basilisk stated. He merely took me out a few times to carry out ambushes. And not a single life was lost, Tom supplemented. Ambushes may occur, but taking lives is beyond his courage, the basilisk reiterated, adding that Riddle had unintentionally caused a fatality during his first opening of the chamber, nearly prompting Hogwarts to close its doors. Thus, this time, he was cautious in allowing me to surface, ensuring no direct harm would come to anyone. What then prompted him to seek you out? Tom expressed his utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. The motives seemed rather simplistic, the pursuit of immortality, the quest for wealth and power. However, I surmised that his most pressing objective at present was to resurrect a soul. What could one possibly aspire to after that? Should he return to life? What purpose would his seeking me serve? Tom earnestly conveyed his confusion, furrowing his brow as he began to ponder deeply. I remained oblivious, while the serpent creature appeared remarkably composed, asserting, I am merely a snake. No matter how grand my size, my mind cannot entertain complex thoughts. Are you truly so unfazed? Tom cast a glance at the serpent. In truth, I too was indifferent to its intentions. Whether it sought resurrection or harbored other ambitions was of little consequence to me. Yet, I harbored a fear. With his eyes covered by a blindfold, Tom could only extend his hand to tentatively explore, eventually patting the serpent's sturdy, smooth, and cold scales. I am simply afraid it might lead to your demise. The serpent fell silent, taken aback by the sudden display of warmth, causing it to awkwardly flick its tail, offering the tip to Tom as a gesture of goodwill. Tom clearly appreciated this, pressing his face against the cool scales and emitting a soft sigh. Yet, he could not linger long, as poor Tom was pressed for time to return and feign that he had not left his bed all night. Before heading back to his dormitory, Tom requested some items from the serpent, procuring a bit of its venom to concoct a small yet potent weapon, just in case. Chapter 59. Will the poor pup encounter soft-hearted Tom? The Quidditch match arrived punctually, and the rigid schedule paid no heed to the students' musings. Clutching a honey-soft candy, Tom prepared to cheer for Draco from the stands, fervently waving the little dog's paw. You seem particularly fond of him lately, Blaise remarked, affectionately stroking the honey-soft candy's head. The candy lowered its head in compliance, while Tom noted the absence of chocolate and corn treats, indicating the two had fallen from grace. They shall not lose favor. Even if you do, they shall remain cherished, Tom chuckled, for the weather was rather chilly, and the pair were quite reluctant to leave the warmth of the temperature-controlled box he had prepared in the dormitory. At this moment, the advantages of a temperature-regulated creature became evident, as Blaise slipped his hand beneath the candy's belly, saying, Come here, let Uncle warm his hands. You rascal, Tom huffed, playfully raising a fist as if to strike Blaise. However, the adorable honey-soft candy was oblivious, delighted merely by the presence of humans, exuding a series of sweet, joyful barks. What a good boy, Theodore said, producing a dog biscuit from his pocket, unwrapping it, and offering it to the honey-soft candy. The candy felt like the happiest little dog, its tail spinning like a propeller. The match unfolded with an air of camaraderie, though the term is used loosely, between the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams, both evenly matched, with the final outcome hinging on the superior seeker. Draco and Harry hovered at a high altitude, seemingly poised for a confrontation, fists metaphorically raised. Have they clashed again recently? Tom, preoccupied with researching how to keep the serpent alive, had hardly left the common room and had entrusted dog-walking duties to Draco, leaving him hesitant and with a subtle expression. It's not too noisy, is it? They've always been like this, Blaise shrugged. When they can sit peacefully at the same table and laugh together, that's when I'll worry about the world ending. Isn't that bludger behaving oddly? Theodore suddenly interjected, his expression slightly uncertain, as it appeared to be targeting Potter. Did Draco bribe the opposing ball? Blaise asked, momentarily flabbergasted. Is that even permissible? Draco wouldn't stoop to bribing a ball, Tom mused, glancing up to see. Oh no, it was two balls aimed at Harry. The aerial situation was indeed rapidly shifting. As one of the bludgers darted straight for Harry Potter, the Weasley twins, George and Fred, had contemplated intervening. But they too had their own responsibilities and couldn't remain by Harry's side. Who do you think will win? Theodore tilted his head, inquiring about Tom's opinion. I merely hope no one gets injured, Tom replied, a hint of concern etched on his face as he observed the two figures darting about in the sky. Knowing that regardless of who was hurt, he would have to visit the hospital wing. Blaise couldn't suppress a chuckle, to which Tom responded with a melancholic gaze. Ultimately, the match concluded with Harry seizing the golden snitch. In that critical moment, Draco released his grip. He refrained from capturing it, while Harry, in a fervent display, leapt from his broom, reaching for the snitch with both hands. He wanted to win more than I did, Draco mused, as he descended to join a group searching for him, casting a complex glance at the crowd surrounding Harry Potter, who had triumphed. It is prudent not to place oneself in peril, Draco, Tom advised, grasping Draco's hand and gently prying open his clenched fist. There's a saying in the East, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. It holds much wisdom. It is merely a school match, after all, and there is no need to be so reckless. Draco pressed his lips together before nodding in agreement. Let us go, Tom nudged Draco's shoulder. We should return to the common room. Besides, Harry might not even make it to the next round. Wasn't he late for the final match last year? This year may not guarantee victory either. Tom was uncertain whether Draco absorbed his words, but at least his reaction was favorable, showing no excessive excitement. Later that evening, after dinner, Tom brought a gift to visit Harry. Poor Harry lay in the hospital wing, appearing as though he might shatter. What happened? Tom placed the apple he had brought from the kitchen on the bedside table. I brought you a fruit basket. What injury have you sustained? My arm, Harry replied, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Tom, fixated on him since he entered, his expression reminiscent of his little dog. Initially, it was merely a bludger that had struck his arm, but after Professor Lockhart's treatment, it had become quite severe. He displayed his arm to Tom, which now resembled not an arm, but rather a colossal, flesh-colored rubber glove, devoid of bones. Tom stared at the grotesque sight, covering his mouth with his hand, yet unable to suppress a gentle laugh. I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean to laugh, but Tom elongated his tone, striving to mask the amusement on his face, attempting to maintain a semblance of seriousness. Your bones are missing? After a few coughs to regain his composure, he finally inquired. Yes, Harry replied, looking somewhat aggrieved, pouting slightly. I initially had bones, but when Lockhart waved his wand at me, they vanished. It's quite strange, and you're laughing at me. Harry looked at Tom, his eyes devoid of genuine anger, only soft, endearing disappointment, akin to melted green apple candy. I did not mean to laugh at you. Tom endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor. It's simply that I've never encountered such a sight before. This must require quite a long recovery, doesn't it? The last time I broke a bone, I spent an entire night in the infirmary. I only had to stay one night. Harry's eyes brightened. They said it would hurt a bit, but it healed overnight. Yours seems significantly worse, Tom remarked. I merely fractured my leg, and a simple spell could have mended it. But I chose to let it heal naturally as I was not entirely at ease. However, in your case, there are no bones left at all. Surely, it will be far more painful. Upon hearing Tom's words, Harry's face paled slightly. He shifted on the bed, inching closer to Tom, and with his uninjured hand, he grasped Tom's fingers. Will it hurt a lot? Harry asked softly. Could you stay with me? Chapter 60, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Ultimately, Tom could not resist Harry's pleading gaze. After a brief struggle, he succumbed and remained in the infirmary with Harry until curfew. Can't you stay just a little longer? Harry expressed reluctance at Tom's departure. I feel quite frightened being here alone. The infirmary is so vast and dark. Tom swallowed hard, a lump forming in his throat, and found it difficult to refuse. Very well, I was merely jesting. Harry suddenly sighed in relief. You should go back. If you linger too long, Malfoy will undoubtedly start an argument. But could you accompany me to the library this week? I have a paper to write about mermaids, and I'm at a loss. Though relieved, Tom felt a twinge of discomfort. It seemed as if Harry had outmaneuvered him. He had gained his current freedom, but at the cost of his weekend. Nevertheless, Tom acquiesced, knowing that if he delayed returning, Draco would become genuinely displeased. He rose and adjusted the blanket around Harry. Then I shall take my leave for now. Shall we meet at the library this weekend? Harry nodded, still gazing at Tom with those imploring eyes, then extended his uninjured arm from under the blanket to wave goodbye. Such a good boy. Tom couldn't help but coo, finding Harry as endearing as honeyed sweets. Yet, the petrifying attacks continued. The weekend visit to the library was thwarted when, on Friday night, Hermione Granger became one of the victims of the Chamber of Secrets. This elevated Tom's suspicion to its zenith. They all believe Potter wouldn't harm Granger. So it must be us, right? Daphne fumed, hands on her hips, glaring at a hapless Hufflepuff passing by without a care for her image. Tom has a decent rapport with Granger. Why should they suspect him? Let them suspect. Tom pulled at Daphne's sleeve. If they wish to speculate, let them. It's of no consequence to me. Their gossip won't cost me a thing. I simply dislike it. Daphne was tugged back, still fuming. You have far too good a temper, Tom. If it were me, I would certainly teach those who dare to look at me like that a lesson. If I were to confront each one, my wand would surely protest. Tom chuckled, his good-natured demeanor unwavering. It's really not a big deal, Daphne. Tom's calmness and open demeanor garnered him considerable trust, especially since he consistently excelled academically, earning praise from every professor, even if he was not at the very top of the class. Moreover, he was the frail, obedient child. See, this is the advantage of maintaining a good reputation, he mused, as a swarm of devoted fans promptly emerged to staunchly defend his innocence. Then, the final attack transpired. The Riddle of this world orchestrated a grand scheme, inscribing blood on the walls and abducting Ginny Weasley into the chamber. Tom inhaled deeply. He knew that the time had come. His intentions were clear and uncomplicated. He merely needed to safeguard the basilisk. Everything else was inconsequential. Be it the fate of this world's Riddle or that of the abducted Ginny Weasley. What concern is it of mine? If I am not acquainted with you, why should I ponder your existence? I am not some sentimental saint. However, as Tom proceeded towards the chamber, he stumbled upon something intriguing. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were blocking the entrance to Professor Gilderoy Lockhart's office, seemingly beseeching him to accompany them to rescue Ginny. Do they still believe he is of any use? Cloaked in invisibility, Tom listened from the corridor, bemused, uncertain whether to commend Harry and Ron for their naivety or to praise Lockhart for his performance. Lockhart was already packing his belongings, laughing hollowly, disregarding his own image. Those are merely tales. They are fabricated, artistic embellishments. Do you not understand? One cannot view art with a rigid perspective. But you claim to know the location of the chamber and have a method to confront it? Ron Weasley exclaimed incredulously, seemingly convinced that Lockhart was their only hope to save his sister, as Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, was nowhere to be found during this critical moment. He had seemingly been absent during the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone as well, only to return at the last moment to save the day. Perhaps he intended to repeat that pattern this year. Did that mean he held little regard for Ginny Weasley's fate? Was the loyal Weasley family merely expendable pawns in his eyes? Tom's thoughts began to drift. I'm just saying, Lockhart displayed a somewhat petulant expression. It's your fault for believing me. Ron's eyes looked as if they might pop from their sockets. Let us take him along, Harry suddenly suggested. Biting his lip and taking a deep breath. Do you remember Hermione's note? We should head to the restroom and test our luck. Why take him with us? Ron queried. To use him as a decoy, Harry replied coldly. This statement momentarily shifted Tom's perspective on Harry, and it appeared they had developed some theories regarding the chamber's location. After a few seconds of contemplation, Tom chose to follow in Harry's footsteps. After all, if Harry had indeed deduced the correct location, traversing the internal pipes would be far more efficient than taking the long detour through the Forbidden Forest. He trailed behind the trio, watching as Harry conversed with the ghost of Moaning Myrtle before successfully unlocking the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, revealing a dark, foreboding passageway. It was evident that this passage had fallen into disrepair over the years, emanating a chilling, unwelcoming aura, reminiscent of a place long untouched by human presence. The air felt distinctly different from that of other locations. You go first, Ron prodded Lockhart with his wand. Down you go. I'll go first, Harry interjected, stopping Ron. Let me assess the surroundings before we let him descend. What if he runs away? His concern was valid, but Tom found amusement in Harry's anxieties. He thought to himself, you could easily bind him or use the Imperius curse to control him. Why must you manage him personally? Yet, after a moment's reflection, Tom recognized he could not be overly critical. After all, they were still children. But did Dumbledore not impart any wisdom? Did he not have high hopes for him? Was his notion of high expectations merely a form of neglect? Tom was once again engulfed in confusion. Chapter 61. There will always be fools, but who might they be? Harry descended first, followed by Lockhart, who was unceremoniously kicked down by Ron, and then Ron leaped after him. Tom waited for a moment before silently probing the hidden ladder. Cloaked in vines. Did they not fear the impact of jumping down? Why did they not remember to close the door? What if Filch, on his patrol, heard the commotion and came to investigate? He murmured to himself, slowly climbing down the ladder while ensuring the door was securely shut. He trailed behind Harry and the others. The atmosphere hushed save for the sounds of their footsteps and Lockhart's incessant whining, pleading with Harry and Ron to abandon their quest. Yet, no one paid Lockhart any heed. They pressed on. Tom, bringing up the rear, counted their steps, calculating how much longer it would take to reach the Chamber of Secrets, when suddenly, the ground trembled violently, as if an explosion had occurred. Debris began to rain down from above, and even Tom found himself awkwardly dodging the falling rocks. Amidst the chaos, A substantial boulder crashed down, effectively blocking the path and separating Harry and Ron, leaving only a narrow gap through which a shadow might barely pass. Tom, following behind, was also obstructed by the stone, furrowing his brow as he contemplated an alternative route. Before he could decide on his next move, Lockhart seized the opportunity while Ron was bent over speaking to Harry, snatching Ron's wand from his belt and exclaiming with delight, "Uh-huh." His tone resembled that of a villain whose verbosity would be his undoing. "Now the wand is in my possession. You would do well to remain still," Lockhart boasted, reveling in his newfound power. "Did you not expect such a reversal of fortune? And at this moment, no less. Are you not adept at any spells?" Ron stammered, momentarily stunned, reaching for his wand. But being merely a child, he found himself powerless against Lockhart, a fully grown man. With a mere shove, Lockhart sent him sprawling back to the ground, causing him to twist his ankle on the stone. No. I actually do know a spell," Lockhart declared, extending a finger and displaying a cryptic, mischievous expression. "Only one, but a highly effective spell, indeed." He glanced at Ron, performing a mock bow, evidently convinced that the situation was firmly under his control. "Isn't my writing remarkably authentic?" He chuckled, "And truly, it is based on real events. Of course, you must acknowledge the artistic embellishments. How could art exist without them? Without such embellishments, you would find it unpalatable." He continued to smile, an ever-present grin. "Yet, art must not be fabricated from thin air, do you understand? I must remain truthful, but how can I maintain that truth? After all, those events were not my own." Lockhart winked playfully, posing a question to Ron. "What do you think I did?" "You," Ron stuttered, clearly at a loss, his hand resting on his ankle, his expression blank. "You stole their stories." Harry suddenly grasped the situation, leaning against the stone, his face pale. "Their stories truly occurred, but they were not your experiences. You appropriated their narratives." "Precisely." Lockhart grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "I have indeed usurped their tales, and you shall undoubtedly agree with my actions. For the protagonists of those stories are either toothless old men or haggard old women, who would wish to listen to their tales, even if they were indeed remarkable." Lockhart chuckled, causing Ron to shrink back slightly, clearly unnerved. "I possess but one spell, which I have practiced to perfection. With this spell, after recording their stories, I can ensure they are forever silenced. Can you guess what it is?" Ron trembled. "What is it? The killing curse? Did you kill them?" His voice quivered with panic. No. Murder is illegal. I would never resort to such an act." Lockhart flashed his dazzling smile once more. "Take another guess. You made them forget everything." Harry's mind raced, realizing, "You used the oblivion charm, didn't you?" Harry's voice began to quiver. His position was relatively secure, but Ron's was precarious. If Lockhart raised his wand toward Ron, escape would be impossible. Indeed. "Harry, you are quite astute." Lockhart beamed with satisfaction. "It is the oblivion charm. Soon, both of you shall forget everything, and I shall escort you along with the serpent's shed back to report to Dumbledore, claiming that upon seeing Ginny Weasley's ravaged corpse, you both went mad, and I was unable to retrieve the poor girl. Thus, I shall emerge as the hero who ventured into the chamber." Lockhart was evidently enraptured by his own narrative, so much so that he failed to notice Ron signaling frantically to Harry, seemingly concocting a plan. "Please, no," Ron suddenly screamed, his voice piercing enough to rattle the entire stone corridor. "You must not use the oblivion charm on me." Realizing his blunder, he awkwardly corrected himself. "You must not use the forgetfulness charm on me." His tone was sharp and desperate, causing even Lockhart to flinch. Then, with a malicious grin, he retorted, "Think again. Little brat, bid farewell to your memories." Honestly, Tom did contemplate whether to intervene. However, after a moment's reflection, he remained rooted in place, making no move. Saving them might not yield beneficial results, while not intervening would certainly bring no harm. Tom squinted, watching as a blinding flash of light erupted from Lockhart's wand, spiraling before rebounding and striking Lockhart himself. He trembled, tossing a nearby stone at the unconscious figure of Gilderoy Lockhart. "Oh, my Gryffindor fireplace!" Ron Weasley quivered, leaning against the crumbling debris. "I have never been so grateful for my poverty." Chapter 62. Villains truly perish from verbosity. Thus it is indeed timely to rejoice in victory. Tom observed the sudden turn of events with keen interest, finding it quite amusing. From Ron and Harry's conversation, he pieced together the circumstances that had led to this moment. From the beginning of the school year, when Harry and Ron had returned in that flying car, the stage had been set for today's unfolding drama. Their landing had been less than graceful, resulting in a thorough thrashing from the Whomping Willow, which damaged Ron's wand. Typically, Ron merely considered his wand to be somewhat unreliable, occasionally emitting erratic sparks, but it was during his ill-fated attempt to attack Draco that he realized something was amiss. After failing and being bested by Tom, he meticulously examined his wand, discovering its condition had indeed deteriorated. Yet, he did not dare to ask his family for money to replace it. Having already caused his father enough trouble, it was best to keep his head down and avoid adding to their burdens. Ron was initially motivated by a desire to save money and avoid trouble, but he never anticipated that his broken wand would ultimately spare his life. Well, take care of Lockhart, Harry said briefly to Ron, before taking a deep breath and rising to his feet. I'm going to check the chamber. You're going to the chamber? Ron's face paled. Are you going alone? He then began to strain against the massive stone in front of him, seemingly attempting to push it aside to get through. Don't exert yourself, Ron. Harry's voice was quiet. The stone is too large, and didn't you twist your ankle? But it's far too dangerous for you to go alone. Ron persisted in his efforts to push the stone. If something happens, I can't afford to sacrifice another sister to the serpent. I can't lose you too. However, Harry was clearly resolute. If I go, I might have the chance to bring Ginny back, he declared, stamping his foot as if to bolster his own courage. But if I don't go, you'll just have to wait here, Ron. If possible, try to climb out and find Professor Dumbledore to rescue me. If you can't, then so be it. Harry's words were somewhat jumbled, yet he ultimately distilled his thoughts into a single declaration. I'm going. It was a stance of irrevocable determination. Ignoring Ron's cries, he resolutely ventured deeper into the stone corridor. In this light, one could at least commend Harry's bravery. Tom, leaning against the stone wall behind him, had observed this scene for some time and found a measure of amusement in it. Harry strode away with unwavering resolve, while Ron, peering through the crevice of the stone, strained to see ahead into the dimly lit corridor, unable to discern either the path or Harry's whereabouts. Frustrated and disheartened, he pounded against the stone, muttering that Hermione would have been a great help. Meanwhile, Tom, positioned behind him, swiftly cast a memory-erasing spell, ensuring that Ron Weasley would forget everything about his descent into the chamber and fall into a deep slumber. Ron Weasley collapsed onto the ground, while Tom approached the still-lying Gilderoy Lockhart, giving him a nudge to rouse him, and employing the Imperius curse to compel him to rise. Lockhart stood up, dazed, his eyes vacant, and floated behind Tom, guided by his familiarity with the chamber's layout. Tom swiftly made his way into the stone corridor before hastening to the inner sanctum of the chamber. He arrived there before Harry, concealing himself behind the stacked stone columns. Observing the situation outside, the riddle before him was clearly a soul in a tangible form, indistinguishable from a living being. This was indeed intriguing. Tom hid in the shadows, watching as this other self ambled about the stone steps of the inner sanctum, circling the unconscious red-haired girl on the ground. Ginny Weasley lay motionless, and as Tom cast a few glances her way, he sensed that the situation was dire. However, he remained unconcerned, holding his breath behind the stone columns as he witnessed Harry Potter stumble into the chamber, overhearing the cheerful banter between his other self and Harry. Is this truly how I appear in this world? Tom pondered as he listened to Riddle's incessant chatter, the pride and self-satisfaction evident in his tone. Did this version of himself never read any nightly tales? Was he unaware of the adage that villains often perish due to their verbosity? The dialogue yielded a wealth of information, filling Tom's mind with details he had previously been unaware of, his gaze fixated on the diary discarded beside Ginny's body, or, rather, what might still be her body. Riddle continued his incessant monologue, and it became increasingly clear that his mental state was deteriorating. If you wish to be resurrected, do so quietly and without fanfare. Perhaps then, you might escape unnoticed from Hogwarts and make your way to London. No one would suspect you had returned. They would likely assume that the unfortunate student you chose as a sacrifice had merely drowned in the Black Lake or been devoured in the Forbidden Forest. You might even have regained your strength, with the victim's body still unaccounted for, an unsolved mystery. Yet you insist on making a grand spectacle of it, as if fearing that others might overlook your presence, ultimately revealing your desire to meet the very Harry Potter who vanquished you as an infant. Tom refrained from commenting on the absurdity of this plan. What if Harry never even found the chamber? What if he inadvertently alerted Dumbledore? Wouldn't that spell immediate doom? No wonder Tom had struggled to comprehend Riddle's intentions. It seemed evident that he was devoid of logic. It dawned on Tom that this world's version of himself was not merely eccentric but profoundly disturbed, having grown up in an orphanage, subjected to scorn, and subsequently being treated with suspicion by Dumbledore upon entering school. Under such pressure, it was no wonder that a madman was born. He crouched in the corner, anticipating the basilisk's emergence from Salazar Slytherin's statue, ready to strike at Harry under Riddle's command. Tom had given the serpent ample instructions. If it came to a confrontation, it was best to avoid fatalities. If no one died, the commotion would likely remain contained. I remember, he thought. And while Riddle's focus was diverted by the basilisk and Harry's trembling form, Tom directed the bewitched Lockhart to seize the small, pre-prepared weapon imbued with basilisk venom and launch it at the diary. Chapter 63. The world is always intriguing, is it not? Lockhart's sudden appearance took everyone by surprise. The basilisk may have sensed something amiss beforehand, but due to Lockhart's proximity to Tom and the fact that the basilisk was under no obligation to inform Riddle, it remained silent. By the time Riddle reacted and lunged toward Lockhart in a desperate attempt to save the diary, it was already too late. The destructive power of the basilisk's venom had created a massive, expanding hole in the diary. Who are you? Riddle's voice rose to a high, piercing pitch. How could you? His gaze met Lockhart's vacant stare, and in an instant, Riddle realized that Lockhart was merely a puppet, with someone else pulling the strings. He began to turn his head, appearing frantic as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly preparing to attack. However, before he could complete his resurrection ritual, the destruction of the diary caused his soul to begin to disintegrate. Within mere seconds, he transformed into a luminous, formless entity, unaware of the unfolding chaos. Harry shielded his eyes with his scarf to avoid meeting the basilisk's gaze. While it successfully prevented direct eye contact, it also obscured his perception of the outside world. When he finally removed the scarf, Tom was already fleeing the statue of Salazar Slytherin, propelled by the basilisk, racing toward the exit, or perhaps it was more accurate to say, crawling. Tom clung to the basilisk's back, propelled forward at incredible speed, nearly losing his mind as he was jostled about. Spread evenly upon the bread. It would undoubtedly be a delicacy favored by zombies. Following Tom's final directive, Lockhart would leave the inner sanctum in disarray before taking his own life. Tom had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Lockhart, stemming from his excessive arrogance and ostentation, as well as his utter lack of reverence for the Chamber of Secrets. It is entirely natural to desire someone's demise. Had today not presented such a fortuitous opportunity, Tom would have eventually acted to eliminate Lockhart. However, the opportunity now lay before him, making the act entirely justifiable, allowing him to perish within the magnificent chamber of Salazar Slytherin. He would find himself quite fortunate to have discovered such an extraordinary resting place. Cradling the basilisk's body, Tom lowered his head, striving to shield his face from the wind and the debris stirred up by the creature's swift movement. The basilisk was considerably faster than Tom, and as Tom's feet touched the ground, he gazed at the dappled moonlight filtering through the trees of the forbidden forest, momentarily lost in the thought that the chaos within the chamber had merely been a dream. I'll head back now, Tom said, his words quickening. You should find a place to hide in the forbidden forest. Any issues? I can, the basilisk replied in a calm tone. That diary you just extracted. I can consume it. Tom paused, momentarily taken aback. Can it really be eaten? He inquired hesitantly. You shouldn't eat everything. What if it upsets your stomach or poisons you? After all this effort to survive, it would be quite ridiculous if you ended up poisoning yourself. Oh, I won't perish so easily, the basilisk retorted, exhaling in apparent exasperation. Rest assured, if I dare to eat it, I will be fine. After a brief pause, Tom placed the diary into the basilisk's mouth. With such a debacle, I probably won't have the chance to return to the forbidden forest anytime soon. Take care of yourself, he said rapidly. Just make sure not to die. I'll come back when I can. The basilisk flicked its tail in what could be interpreted as agreement. I can thrive here. Reassured, Tom turned and sprinted back toward the castle. Consuming the invisibility potion as if it were a sports drink, he dashed back to his dormitory, where he twisted the time turner hanging around his neck. It was the very one he had borrowed from Draco, and now served as his best evidence to create confusion. Standing in his room, he turned the dial, reversing time back to 3 hours prior, just as he had departed from his dormitory to head towards the chamber. Tom then rose and made his way down to the common room, where he settled in front of his favorite fireplace with a book. Typically, this late at night, the common room would be devoid of occupants, as everyone would likely be resting in their dormitories. However, today was different. Blood was found on the walls, and someone had been taken to the chamber, resulting in all other students being escorted back to the common room, unable to leave. This led to an unavoidable mingling of students, clustered together in small groups for conversation. Tom remained inconspicuous, yet he was certain someone would notice him. He occupied himself with reading for 2 hours. When the time came, he closed his book, yawned, and ascended to Draco's room. He knocked on the door, and Draco opened it. What brings you here at this hour? He asked, glancing at the clock on the wall. Were you frightened by the blood on the wall? May I come in? Tom tilted his head, casually shrugging. I think I drank too much tea. I simply cannot sleep. After a few moments of scrutiny, Draco's gaze fell upon the gleaming golden chain of the time turner peeking from Tom's neck. Tom had always kept the time turner well hidden. Draco had never seen him use it, let alone flaunt it so openly. It was clear that Tom was being deliberate. Thus, Draco opened the door wider. How long do you intend to stay? Perhaps for a short while, Tom replied with a playful smile. Draco allowed him entry, and another hour passed. After that hour, Tom bid farewell and returned to his dormitory. where the version of himself who had just rushed back from the Forbidden Forest had already composed himself and gone down to the common room to read. The time loop was complete. He had corroborated his actions with witnesses, ensuring that he was not alone during the 3 hours of that night. It was a calculated ruse. Aside from the innocent bystanders who remained unaware, the accomplice he had personally selected to assist him was none other than Draco Malfoy. He trusted that Draco would notice the exposed chain of the time turner and would allow him inside. If Draco was willing to lend him the time turner, he would undoubtedly assist Tom in this small endeavor. However, it was also feasible to keep Draco in the dark about this matter. Nonetheless, Tom relished the sensation. The notion of having someone as an accomplice in his plans felt both whimsical and romantic, did it not? Chapter 64. You just act. And there will always be someone to take the blame. By the time morning arrived and Tom awoke, he found himself in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, listening to Blaise, the most well-informed character, as he showcased his extensive network. Have you heard? The situation with the chamber has been resolved. Blaise lowered his voice, yet spoke clearly, apparently. Lockhart was the mastermind, and Ginny Weasley has been rescued. Tom raised an eyebrow, thinking, so, it turned out this way. Had I known, I would have chosen a different place to eliminate that fool Lockhart. Hasn't he this just elevated his status unnecessarily? He was already a figure of conversation, and now there's even more to discuss. Perhaps even his erratic and foolish actions could be glorified into a grand scheme disguised as madness. Quite reasonable indeed, and perfectly plausible. I, for one, do not believe he is the heir of Slytherin, Tom said slowly. I am more inclined to think his foolishness is just that, foolishness. So where is he now? In Azkaban? That's the crux of the matter, Blaise said, feigning mystery. Lockhart is believed to be dead. Dead? Draco furrowed his brow. How so? I've heard that Blaise is reliable, and hasn't he compromised his sources? I've heard that only Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Ginny Weasley were pulled from the chamber by Dumbledore. Lockhart was not among them. That doesn't necessarily mean he is dead, Daphne cautiously interjected. Perhaps he has been sent to Azkaban. But that no longer concerns us, Draco mused, pausing before letting out a huff through his nose. What I want to know is whether the rumor about the end-of-year exams being cancelled is true. That seems likely, Tom shrugged. I overheard some students in the common room last night discussing burning their textbooks in celebration. What time did you stay in the common room until last night? Draco inquired. I didn't pay much attention. I couldn't sleep, so I went to the common room to sit by the fireplace, Tom shrugged again. Later, I found their chatter too loud and came to find you. So why didn't you come to me? Blaise leaned in closer. What's wrong, Tom? Am I not cute enough? Tom immediately felt goosebumps arise. Get away, Draco said with a look of utter disdain. You're revolting. Blaise displayed an expression of profound grievance, letting out a small huff as he was unwillingly pushed aside by Draco. Seizing this opportunity, Draco leaned closer to Tom, whispering, I believe this entire affair is inextricably linked to you. Tom propped himself against the table, a delightful smile unfurling across his face. This was precisely the scenario he relished, dragging others into murky waters while keeping the full extent of his involvement shrouded in mystery, reveling in the sight of their arduous contemplation. Are you planning to report me? Tom rested his chin on his hand, shaping the words towards Draco. Draco cast a fleeting glance at Tom before promptly averting his eyes. How about you join me for a vacation during the holiday? Tom blinked in surprise at this sudden proposition. What? I said, join me for a vacation during the holiday. Draco reiterated, is that too much to ask? Tom pondered for a few moments. Are you referring to that travel agency? Honestly, Draco, let us not. I genuinely feel it could be perilous. There are other travel agencies, you know, Draco exclaimed, his eyes widening. Am I the sort who would court disaster? Tom innocently blinked, while Theodore, observing with remarkable calmness, remarked, if it's for the sake of pursuing something extraordinary, you wouldn't shy away from it. What? Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. Theodore seldom engaged in such trivial exchanges, usually maintaining a composed demeanor, so his sudden interjection astonished everyone. Daphne rolled her eyes. Inching closer to Pansy, what do you think? Is it true? She spoke half-heartedly, her tone a mix of nervousness and anticipation, her large eyes fluttering with excitement. I think it is, Pansy whispered back, but what if the two girls quickly recognized the underlying significance, exchanging knowing smiles? Thus, the end-of-term examination was seamlessly cancelled. The tale of the Chamber of Secrets concluded in a chaotic manner, leaving the public without any reasonable explanation. Before the holiday commenced, Tom found no opportunity to visit the basilisk or to leave chocolates or corn in the Forbidden Forest. He sensed someone was watching him and felt certain it was not mere imagination. Ultimately, Tom could not embark on the vacation with Draco, as a family matter had summoned Draco home, and Tom felt it inappropriate to linger around Malfoy affairs. Thus, his holiday was spent in solitude. Blaise had warmly invited Tom to visit his home, but Tom declined. With summer in full swing, he yearned to explore, He was no longer the impoverished Tom of yesteryear. And now, thanks to the generosity of Draco, Theodore, Blaze, Daphne, and Pansy, he had amassed a modest fortune. Consequently, he rented a place in a Muggle neighborhood. In the suburban district of Surrey, specifically in the neat and tranquil area of Little Whinging, he found rows of similarly styled homes, a serene locale entirely devoid of magic. After poring over several local newspapers for days, Tom decided on this short-term rental, which was not too costly and offered a peaceful and stable environment. A life without magic proved to be quite intriguing. He maintained a remarkably healthy lifestyle to ensure proper nutrition and growth. He would rise each morning to walk to the nearest supermarket to purchase 2 eggs, mindful of the fact that his rental was a model home without a refrigerator. So he only bought what he could consume immediately. Similarly, he purchased meat and vegetables as needed, relishing the simplicity of feeding just himself. If he felt too lazy to cook, he could always order takeout. It was during one of these supermarket visits, while vying for discounted steaks on specific evenings after 8 o'clock, that he encountered Petunia Dudley, a rather meddlesome woman who disapproved of a young boy competing with her group of ladies for bargain beef. However, faced with Tom's innocent demeanor, Petunia found herself at a loss. Chapter 65. Why don't you recognize me? Tom painted a picture of himself as the scion of a wealthy family, explaining that his parents were supposed to accompany him on this holiday, but due to family business, he was left to navigate it alone. I didn't even bring my butler, Tom added with an appealing smile, since my parents couldn't make it. I thought I'd see if I could manage this holiday on my own. Petunia considered this for a moment, clearly intrigued by the family background Tom had described. Tom could easily discern the type of person Petunia was. One could glean much from a person's eyes, and such ordinary individuals were far more comprehensible than someone like Dumbledore, who was always scheming. A few exchanges later, as they exited the supermarket together, Petunia had already extended an invitation for Tom to join her family for dinner. I have a son your age, she stated. I believe you two would have much in common. Tom readily accepted, with nothing else to occupy his time. He figured it would be a pleasant diversion to pass the time during his holiday. Thus, he sincerely agreed, selecting delightful cookies at the bakery for his friends before donning a smart little suit and knocking on the door of number 4, Privet Drive. It was then that Tom found himself staring wide-eyed at Harry Potter, who opened the door. Tom. Harry blinked in surprise. No, you must be mistaken, Tom replied, a gentle smile gracing his face. I am Morphin Slytherin. Is this the Dursley residence? After all, who would use their real name for a casual outing? Naturally, he opted for a pseudonym, cleverly borrowing his uncle's name. Harry's eyes widened further, his expression a mix of confusion and shock, resembling a puppy that had just been kicked, as if he were about to tug on Tom's sleeve. After all, Harry wasn't foolish. The surname Slytherin made it all too evident who Tom was. Yet, Tom refrained from acknowledging him. Harry felt a pang of disappointment, but ultimately did not reach out to tug Tom's sleeve. Instead, throughout dinner, he cast pitiful glances at Tom, much like a forlorn puppy. No, Tom had no intention of kicking a dog. He felt increasingly uncomfortable under Harry's gaze, as if needles were pricking at his backside. When it was time to leave, he couldn't bear it any longer. Seizing the moment when everyone was getting up, he discreetly flicked Harry's finger, eliciting a delighted glimmer in Harry's eyes. If he truly were a puppy, Tom imagined Harry's tail would be wagging like a helicopter rotor. The following evening, Harry found a way to sneak over to Tom's place. He climbed over the fence with agility, though he only ventured into the yard and did not attempt to leap through the window. Tom. Harry knocked on the window from the back of the house, evidently opting for this method to avoid the attention of knocking on the front door. Tom, caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation, opened the window to let Harry in. It was only because of Honeydukes that Tom recognized him. Otherwise, Harry's audacious intrusion into the yard would have certainly earned him a nip from the sweet creature. Harry chuckled, running a hand through his hair, and declared, I have a splendid rapport with Honeydukes. There was a hint of pride in his voice as he curiously surveyed the house Tom rented. It was immaculate, devoid of any clutter save for the evidence of culinary endeavors in the kitchen. Wow, even so, it's quite impressive, Harry exclaimed, genuine admiration lighting up his features. Tom, however, was acutely aware of the state of his abode. His bedroom contained merely a mattress, hardly worthy of such praise. Bedroom? Harry blinked, his curiosity piqued. May I see it? Harry had an undeniable knack for climbing the social ladder effortlessly. Sure, Tom replied without a hint of hesitation, leading Harry upstairs. The layout's the same for all these houses, right? Yes, Harry nodded. My bedroom is just over there. I considered that one too, Tom remarked, following Harry's gaze. But Chocolate and Corn really liked it, so I let them have it. Harry responded with an "oh," his interest evidently piqued. That's good then. They like it. Indeed, Tom chuckled. I didn't bring their temperature-controlled box on holiday, so if they enjoy that room, it spares me from being ambushed at midnight. If it were just Corn, I wouldn't worry, but with chocolate involved, it changes the dynamics. The odds of a cute little snake baby attacking you aren't high, but they're certainly not zero. He laughed heartily and cracked the door open slightly for Harry to greet the two snakes. However, perhaps due to the sweltering heat, the two vividly colored serpents remained coiled together, ignoring Harry altogether. "Ah, it must be too hot," Tom said with a smile, closing the door again. "Shall we head to my room? At least there's a mattress to sit on, otherwise, we'd be stuck on the floor." Harry was tempted to suggest that sitting on the floor was perfectly fine, but he restrained himself, for the alternative meant entering Tom's room. He had never been there before. If Hermione were to witness his expression, she would undoubtedly wear a look of pity mingled with frustration. However, since Hermione was not present, Harry happily followed Tom into the bedroom, settling onto the soft mattress adorned with Tom's beloved pumpkin-embroidered sheets. "How delightful!" Harry exclaimed. "Here." He was free from his aunt's harsh demeanor, surrounded only by Tom and Honeydukes, who lazily circled around him, exuding an undeniable charm. "Why did you ignore me yesterday?" Harry inquired, a hint of grievance in his voice as he blinked away his emotions, playfully tugging at Tom's fingers. "It's as if you didn't know me at all." Claiming to be a muggle, one must adapt to the surroundings and adopt a different name, Tom replied, raising an eyebrow. "This is a muggle neighborhood, and using my true name feels rather inappropriate. Besides, your aunt doesn't seem fond of magic. If I were to speak too freely, I might well find myself ejected from your home." Harry pondered this for a moment, ultimately conceding. "All right, I see your point." In a quaint muggle neighborhood, life unfolded leisurely, with Tom's daily routine consisting of eating, sleeping, and occasional supermarket visits, complemented by light jogging along the street. This somewhat aimless lifestyle could dull the mind, yet Tom, possessing commendable self-discipline, managed to avoid becoming a mere creature of habit. Harry would occasionally visit, though his aunt was quite strict, rarely allowing him out for fear he might divulge something peculiar about magic, thus painting their family as anything but ordinary. One fateful night, when a loud knocking resounded on his door, Tom speculated it might be the police or perhaps a drunken vagrant. However, upon peering through the peephole, he was startled to find the almost crumpled visage of Harry Potter on the other side. "Harry?" Tom blinked in surprise, opening the door wide. "What is going on?" Harry stood there, clutching a suitcase, with his owl's cage strapped to it. The white owl inside emitted a series of sharp, displeased hoots, clearly uncomfortable from the journey. Harry's entire demeanor radiated a sense of distress that took Tom aback. "What happened, Harry?" Tom asked, swiftly catching Harry as he nearly collapsed into his arms. "Goodness, don't scare me like that. I'm not brave." Harry almost crashed into Tom, all his weight pressing against him, rendering him nearly powerless. Tom steadied him, trying to free a hand to gently stroke Harry's hair. "Are you all right?" he inquired, attempting to lift Harry slightly. "Can you manage to get inside? I'll fetch your owl. It looks ready to break free." Finally, Harry loosened his grip and, in a dazed manner, dragged his suitcase inside, while Tom followed closely, retrieving the owl's cage. At that moment, he noticed a dark shadow flit past. Yet, Tom's attention remained focused on Harry, who seemed in a fragile state. Arriving at his doorstep in such distress, he ushered Harry inside, who, familiar with the layout, headed straight upstairs to Tom's bedroom, settling obediently onto the pumpkin-embroidered sheets. "What's wrong?" Tom asked, placing the distressed owl in the living room and cautioning Chocolate and Corn not to bother it. He then prepared a cup of hot cocoa and ascended the stairs, believing something sweet might lighten the mood. Sitting beside Harry, he observed his friend's woeful expression and reached out to ruffle his hair. "If you prefer not to share, that's perfectly all right. We could also take a stroll and see if any bakeries are still open." Looking at Harry with the gentleness of a mentor and the understanding of a friend, he added, "If you'd rather not be seen, you could always use your invisibility cloak. We can take a walk. It's been cold outside, hasn't it?" Finally, Harry lifted his gaze, his emerald eyes appearing worn and weary. "It's not cold outside, but can you take me in?" His hands tucked within his sleeves, he grasped the cup of hot cocoa Tom offered. "I had a fight with my aunt. Do you think the ministry might expel me from Hogwarts? Can I stay with you? When you go back to Hogwarts, it won't matter. I can help you at your old home. You once said you weren't keen on tidying it up. I could help clean. I can even cook. If you like animals, I could take care of them. I can speak Parseltongue. I'm quite useful." Harry's words tumbled out in a disjointed stream, his logic nearly unraveling, his eyes rimmed with red, exuding a heart-wrenching vulnerability. "All right," Tom nodded, refraining from further inquiries. With a calm demeanor, he suggested, "If you're tired, you should rest. I'm here." He gently took the cup of hot cocoa from Harry's hands, then, with a tranquil gesture, ruffled Harry's hair. "Sleep now, don't worry," Tom reassured. Patting Harry's head again, his hand glided from Harry's hair down to the nape of his neck, swiftly rendering him unconscious. While sometimes gentleness suffices, There are instances where mere persuasion is insufficient. When persuasion fails, a touch of force may be necessary. Essentially, it implies that one can advise, but can also resort to a modicum of strength if needed. Just like now, Harry obediently collapsed onto Tom's mattress. Tom sighed. He resolved to inquire about Harry's situation tomorrow. As his emotions were unstable tonight, for now, he would allow him to rest. The solitary bed, or rather, the lone mattress, was granted to Harry, leaving Tom without any inclination for slumber. Honey Candy circled around Harry on the mattress, seemingly torn between concern for Harry's state of being and the temptation to approach and lick his face. Tom patted Honey Candy on the head, then caressed Harry's hair once more, before descending the stairs with the unfinished cup of hot cocoa. Oh dear, how delightful cocoa is. What a pity to leave it unfinished, Tom lamented, glancing at the cup. He tilted his head back and consumed the remainder that Harry had not finished. The cocoa had cooled somewhat, but after swallowing it, he felt more alert. With a sigh, Tom made his way downstairs. At that moment, he caught sight of a shadow darting outside. This time, he discerned more clearly that the dark creature was a black dog. It squeezed through the iron gate into the yard, darting about anxiously, appearing as though it wished to scratch at the door. Tom stepped outside, inadvertently startling the black dog, which exhibited a bewildered expression and jumped back in fright. However, it soon displayed a nervous demeanor, peering into the house. A stray dog, perhaps? Tom observed the black dog's behavior with curiosity, wondering if it recognized his pet Honey Candy or Harry and wished to enter his home. Chapter 67. The black dog appeared remarkably intelligent. Could it be my imagination? The dog scratched the ground with its front paw. Surely, it was merely Tom's illusion. He fancied he saw urgency and hope in the dog's expression. What a peculiar countenance. Perhaps I am mistaken, he thought, attributing it to his late-night wakefulness. This was a Muggle neighborhood, and the likelihood of encountering an animagus here was exceedingly slim. Thus, Tom paid it little mind. He addressed the black dog. I have dog biscuits to share, and I can also take you to a veterinarian, as I currently have a dog at home. He maintained eye contact with the black dog. If you wish to stay, you can only remain in the yard tonight, for I cannot ascertain whether you might carry any viruses. I wouldn't want you to infect my Honey Candy. The black dog twirled a few times before lying down, resting its head between its front paws. Quite clever indeed, Tom thought as he returned to fetch Honey Candy's dog biscuits in a small plastic dish. No barking, Tom admonished. Be good, or I shall have to chase you away. The black dog pawed at the fragrant dog biscuit before emitting a low grumble from its throat, then began to munch on the treat obediently. Tom donned a coat and, wrapped in it, spent the evening gazing at the black dog, both of them seemingly at a standstill, as boredom enveloped him. Shortly after 8, a distinct surge of magical energy manifested, and suddenly, a man in a suit appeared on the lawn. He was diminutive in stature, with a mop of fluffy white hair, clad in a pinstriped suit, a bright red tie, a long black cloak, purple-pointed boots, and a dark green top hat. His attire suggested he was a gentleman of some standing. Hello? Tom and the man exchanged surprised looks. Oh, greetings, Mr. Gunter. The man tipped his hat politely, accurately identifying Tom. Good morning. What brings you here? Good morning, sir. I am feeding a stray dog that has come to me. Wait, where is my dog? Tom noted that the only remnants on the ground were the plate he had set out and the crumbs of biscuits. The black dog had vanished. Tom sighed and stood, stretching his legs, which had grown stiff from sitting. What brings you here? I have come regarding Harry Potter. Did he not visit you last night? The man inquired. Observing Tom's expression, I should introduce myself. I am the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Ah, Minister, good day, Tom responded politely, a question mark evident in his demeanor. Harry is upstairs, likely still asleep. He arrived quite late last night, and as I have only one bed, I offered it to him. What business do you have with him? He positioned himself partially in front of the door, indicating no intention of stepping aside. You must be quite a good friend of Harry's, Fudge remarked warmly. Last night, Harry experienced a rather unpleasant incident, which led him to use magic in front of Muggles. Fortunately, he managed to control it without significant issues, but I still wish to speak with him. He smiled gently, pulling a piece of candy from his pocket and offering it to Tom. Let me in to talk with Harry. Tom regarded the candy extended before him, bemused. You ought to show me your identification rather than offer me a piece of candy, he replied. Of course, I harbor no doubts about your identity. I am grateful for the ministry's support of impoverished students like myself over the years. Please wait in the living room for a moment while I go upstairs to wake Harry. He pocketed the candy. Fudge raised an eyebrow, his gaze on Tom now tinged with curiosity. Tom's composure and clarity had evidently surprised him, yet he appreciated the compliment, nodding with a kind smile. Ascending the stairs, Tom found Harry cocooned in the blankets. Honey Candy rested beside Harry's head, while Harry lay curled up, resembling a small, crispy shrimp. Harry? Tom sat on the mattress. Hey, it's time to wake up. A distinguished guest has come to see you downstairs. Honey Candy, hearing the voice, opened her eyes and barked joyfully, leaping into Tom's embrace. Meanwhile, Harry, roused by Tom's voice and the excited barks of Honey Candy, groggily opened his eyes and began to fuss over the dog in Tom's arms. Harry's voice still carried the drowsy, sticky remnants of sleep, yet his movements were anything but sluggish. He hummed softly as he deftly extracted the honey gummy from Tom's embrace, then nestled himself into Tom's arms. Once settled, he nuzzled closer, the warmth generated by the friction of their fabrics causing Tom's heart to race with unexpected heat. "Not sharing with you," Harry murmured, with his head buried in Tom's chest, emitting a series of indistinct sounds that, though unclear, were perfectly comprehensible to Tom. Tom found himself both amused and exasperated. The honey gummy, realizing its territory had been usurped, displayed a clear expression of confusion on its small canine face. However, being a good dog, it merely grumbled and began to nudge its way between the two. Tom felt a mix of helplessness and amusement at the situation, sighing as he reached up to stroke Harry's hair. "Wake up, Harry. The Minister of Magic is downstairs. Don't be so dazed." He patted Harry's back again, prompting, "Shall we rouse you?" He felt Harry's spine stiffen beneath his hand. Moments later, Harry lifted his head, and Tom was certain he discerned a plethora of emotions in Harry's eyes, a blend of panic, awe, and a hint of complex happiness that seemed to say, "Is this real?" I, Harry stammered, gazing at Tom's smiling face, which was merely inches away. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "I need to brush my teeth. No, I mean wash my face." And with that, he dashed away. "Hey, wait. Slow down," Tom called after the suddenly springing Harry, reaching out in a futile attempt to catch him, but he barely managed to grasp the hem of Harry's shirt. He could only watch as Harry raced off without a backward glance. "It's all right. The layout of this house is familiar enough," Tom reassured himself. At least Harry wouldn't get lost. Chapter 68, My Compliment is Complete. Harry burst out in a whirlwind of disarray, returning after a haphazard wash. Tom couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Harry's tousled hair. Harry's face immediately turned a deeper shade of red. "I'm not," he faltered. "I don't have my own towel or toothbrush here." The boy's flushed face was quite amusing to Tom. To him, Harry and his friends were still children, and their antics were endlessly entertaining. Tom beckoned Harry over. With small, cautious steps, Harry approached, and Tom found it amusing enough to pull him closer. He waved his wand, conjuring a comb to tidy up Harry's slightly chaotic hair. Harry's face reddened further. He straightened up, wearing a look of palpable anxiety, as if he were back at Hogwarts for the first time, sitting beneath the sorting hat. The tension was reminiscent, though previously it stemmed from uncertainty about which house he would be placed in and what his future would hold. Now, his trepidation was of a different sort. He cautiously stole glances at Tom's expression, but Tom's demeanor remained as composed as ever, devoid of any visible change. Consequently, Harry quickly averted his gaze, pressing his lips together and focusing intently on a small patch of floor. Then Tom patted his shoulder, indicating he could head downstairs. "Minister Fudge is waiting for you below. I want to accompany you down, but if he asks anything you're uncertain about, don't hesitate to come back upstairs and check with me." It was akin to a grandfather's gentle admonition to a child. Harry nodded, cautiously making his way downstairs. After perhaps a quarter of an hour, Harry rushed back up, the stairs creaking under his hurried steps. "Tom," he exclaimed, bursting into the room, visibly anxious. "Fudge wants to take me to Diagon Alley, to keep an eye on me and ensure I don't make any more mistakes. He wants to see you." Harry was still frightened. He was acutely aware of the trouble he had caused the previous night and understood that punishment awaited him. He hadn't even informed Tom that he had inadvertently sent his aunt soaring into the air. Though it was not intentional, it was merely a result of his magical outburst. Still, it had indeed happened. Last year he hadn't broken that wretched cake, but hadn't the ministry still sent him a warning letter? There was a lingering sense that the ministry would not easily let him off the hook. And now, with the minister himself arriving, his tone surprisingly gentle, inviting Harry to stay in Diagon Alley, he couldn't shake the suspicion. Was this merely a ruse to ensnare him, to take him away and never return? Nervously, he tugged at Tom's sleeve, panic evident. "I didn't agree to him. I said I'd think about it. And then he said I should call you down to talk." His green eyes were filled with anxious turmoil, worry flooding his expression. "Did I cause you trouble, Tom?" Tom smiled reassuringly. "Don't fret about that. It's not a grave issue. You go ahead and sit for a moment. I'll be right down." Harry regarded Tom's smile, slightly puzzled as to why he could still find humor in such a situation. Yet, the smile did serve to somewhat allay Harry's anxiety. He took a deep breath, nodding toward Tom. "Then you go down. I'll wait for you up here." Such a thoughtful child. Tom nodded back at Harry before descending the staircase. Fudge awaited him on the ground floor, standing awkwardly in the pristine yet sparsely furnished living room. It seemed a bit disrespectful for the Minister of Magic to be left standing. "Good day, Minister," Tom greeted Fudge upon reaching the lower level. I came here to experience a change of environment. The house is only rented for a short while, and it is rather modest, so I apologize for the inconvenience. Tom's sincerity was evident, and Fudge appeared to harbor no significant discontent, nodding in acknowledgement, his expression remaining warm and amiable. Harry has informed you of my intention to take him to Diagon Alley, has he not? Fudge inquired, his tone gentle. He seemed quite pleased with Tom, who was polite and composed, attributes that bode well for the future of the magical community. Yes, Harry mentioned it, Tom replied, noting the hint of concern and fear on Fudge's face. Is there something amiss, sir? Fudge glanced toward the staircase, lowering his voice. I can tell you. Given your good rapport with Harry, it's not a matter of danger regarding Sirius Black's escape. The tension in Fudge's expression indicated the gravity of the information he was about to share. Tom blinked, feigning surprise, yet revealing just the right amount of shock. This. His response, filled with agreement, yet lacking substance, could easily lead the conversation into a presumption that the information was credible. In truth, he had been given little to work with, reliant on Fudge's implications. This was a common conversational tactic, especially since Tom had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of interpersonal relations in this world. After all, Sirius was not merely a character confined to Azkaban in his own realm. Sirius Black, in years past, had been capable of betraying the Potter family to that which must not be named. Now, having escaped from Azkaban, it was highly probable that he would seek to trouble Potter. Fudge's voice was notably subdued, likely to prevent Harry upstairs from overhearing. It was imperative to ensure Potter did not come to harm. As for the reasons behind this necessity, Fudge refrained from divulging them. Yet, the implications were clear, and Tom understood. A murderer had escaped from prison, and if a fatality were to occur under his watchful gaze, Fudge risked impeachment and removal from office. He may not have been overly concerned with the life of Harry, but he was keenly aware of the importance of his own political future. You are tasked with protecting Harry, Fudge stated, though Tom would not explicitly articulate the underlying issues, opting instead to display a smile, slowly blinking as if pondering. And feigning surprise, you truly are a magnificent minister. His words were both earnest and insincere, yet Fudge remained indifferent to the veracity of Tom's statements. He appeared quite pleased, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 69. Who is the most adorable little dog? Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment. Fudge smiled, evidently pleased with Tom's understanding. I believe it is safer for Harry to reside in Diagon Alley, rather than risk encountering danger in the Muggle neighborhood. He could stay above the leaky cauldron, making it easier for our people to protect him. Tom responded with an "oh," indicating comprehension. Do you wish for me to persuade him? He inquired. Yes, and I would prefer if you also resided with him, Fudge replied. When Harry fled from his aunt's home, you were the first person he sought out, and I have heard that your relationship with him at school has been quite amicable. After a few exchanges, Tom grasped Fudge's intentions. Fudge had not revealed the truth to Harry, nor the reasons for his retrieval, fearing that Harry, in his youthful impetuosity, might rashly confront Sirius. After all, he was a spirited young man who had cultivated some sense of his own prowess at Hogwarts. He might become overly ambitious and mistakenly believe himself invincible. Implicit in his words was a subtle disdain for Harry Potter. Tom understood. It appeared that Fudge's relationship with Dumbledore was rather tenuous, and the connection between Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic was precarious. How chaotic this world had become. After a few moments of contemplation, Tom responded, So, I am to accompany Harry to Diagon Alley? Very well, but I expect all expenses incurred during our visit to be covered. Tom elongated his voice, hinting at his meaning. Fudge immediately nodded, signaling his understanding. All your expenses will naturally be handled by the Ministry of Magic. You need not worry. I am assisting the Ministry, am I not? Minister? Tom flashed a shy smile, endearing yet straightforward. In that case, I hope to be considered for the Ministry's field allowance. That should not be too much trouble, right? Fudge looked at Tom with a hint of surprise. When conversing with you, I shall not conceal my thoughts. Minister, Tom said earnestly, given my background. My greatest aspiration is to join the Ministry and work under your guidance. However, finances. He revealed a glimmer of hope. Could you possibly consider me a named temporary auxiliary officer? The position of auxiliary officer was not particularly distinguished, as the Ministry employed numerous temporary workers with modest salaries. Yet, due to the high volume of applicants, securing such a position was not easily attainable. Fudge regarded Tom with increased astonishment. You are aware of this? I aspire to enter the Ministry, Tom confessed with a hint of bashfulness. I have long dreamed of working there, hence my keen interest in various matters. Could you grant me an opportunity? I genuinely desire it. He spoke with sincerity and anticipation, prompting Fudge to find the exchange intriguing. He nodded in acquiescence, agreeing to Tom's request. He appreciated the clarity of the young boy's ambitions. Such decisiveness was commendable. Yet, he mused that Tom was still too young. Had he been in 5th or 6th year, he might have paid greater attention to him. ensuring he did not fall prey to Dumbledore's influence and end up in that disheveled Order of the Phoenix. Fudge's gaze appraised Tom once more. Very well. I agree to classify you as a temporary auxiliary officer, and your allowance will be calculated at the highest tier, with your salary deposited into your Gringotts account. He observed the child's eyes brighten with excitement. It was indeed amusing. Thank you, Minister. Fudge was immediately filled with a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. He smiled broadly and affectionately ruffled Tom's hair. Come find me at the ministry after you graduate. Lost in his own sense of triumph, he failed to notice the fleeting look of contempt in Tom's eyes. I shall go upstairs to gather my belongings, Tom said dutifully. I have some luggage, and my presence will help ease Harry's anxiety. Otherwise, he may fret over having caused some misfortune. Oh, how will you travel there? Fudge inquired. Shall I arrange for a member of the department to drive you? It is not far from here to Diagon Alley. That would be immensely appreciated, Minister. Tom sweetly addressed him. I will inform Harry that I rented the vehicle. You need not worry. Fudge nodded in satisfaction. I leave everything in your capable hands. You are a resourceful child. I suspect you will achieve great things within the ministry. Your compliments are almost embarrassing. Minister, Tom replied, his cheeks slightly flushed. I shall fulfill my duties. With that, Fudge departed, content in his belief that Tom posed no threat. After all, he had never encountered such a phenomenon as time travel, and he would not entertain such notions. Moreover, individuals in Fudge's elevated position, having held power for an extended period, rarely considered the possibility of being outmaneuvered. Tom watched Fudge's figure fade from sight before letting out a cold scoff, rubbing his face, which had grown somewhat stiff from maintaining a smile, his expression tinged with impatience. This feeling of being slightly subordinate was rather displeasing. It had been years since he had resorted to such tactics to appease anyone. Pandering to Draco and his ilk did not count. They were mere children. But what merit did Fudge possess that warranted such deference? Could he offer gifts or accompany him to school? Tom took a few moments to counsel himself, reassuring himself that he was still a child. Fudge was, in the grand scheme, somewhat innocent. He should not dwell on thoughts of retribution, nor entertain other grievances. He then donned a smile, adjusting his demeanor, and ascended the stairs. Harry awaited him anxiously upstairs, perched upon his pumpkin-patterned bedspread, clutching the whimpering Honeyduck's chocolate frog. The chocolate frog, oblivious to its predicament, felt the warmth of being embraced, and was quite pleased. What did the minister say? Harry queried urgently, clutching the chocolate frog as if he had abducted a hapless puppy. Yet, the creature merely croaked, still attempting to charm the very man who had betrayed him. The minister mentioned that you attacked your aunt, which is rather unfortunate, Tom replied, noting the shift in Harry's expression to one of alarm and anxiety. However, the minister clarified that it was unintentional, thus allowing for leniency. You will simply be subject to increased observation and restrictions. Harry's eyes blinked nervously as he inhaled deeply, clutching Honeydukes with trembling hands, overwhelmed by anxiety. Chapter 70. Not a single peaceful day during the holidays. Both Harry and Honeydukes widened their eyes, their four large orbs fixated on Tom, stirring a wave of tenderness within him, swiftly overshadowing the lingering displeasure brought by Fudge. What are we going to do? Harry asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. Tom, observing Harry's expression, felt an almost unbearable urge to be truthful, though he fought against it. You will be temporarily residing at the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley until school starts, he stated with utmost seriousness, cleverly exploiting Harry's limited understanding of the Ministry of Magic. There are ministry personnel there who will keep an eye on you. Harry appeared quite pitiful. He gazed at Tom, his hands clutching Honeydukes, then averted his gaze, squeezing the plush toy, which emitted a soft squelching sound, while Harry let out a tiny hum from his nose, looking rather forlorn. I absolutely must go, he insisted, a hint of desperation creeping into his voice. Minister Fudge mentioned that I could accompany you, Tom replied. He fears you might develop some rebellious tendencies if left alone, and is willing to cover my expenses for meals and lodging. In an instant, Harry's expression transformed into one of sheer adorableness, his eyes sparkling as he shook his hands clutching Honeydukes. Really? Indeed. I am not deceiving you, Tom affirmed, and I have already summoned a vehicle to take us there. Now, go gather your belongings. We shall set off shortly. He leaned closer to Harry, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Once we arrive at Diagon Alley, no mischief, or else the minister may become angry and imprison you. Harry nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains, while Honeydukes, confused, followed suit, bobbing its head in agreement. Tom chuckled, reaching out to ruffle both Harry's and Honeydukes' heads. All right, off you go to pack. I will visit your Aunt Petunia to inform her that you are being taken away. Harry frowned, displaying a hint of reluctance. Why must you tell her? She doesn't care about my well-being. She might not entirely be indifferent, Tom countered, but even if she were, it is prudent to inform her. You are still a minor, Harry. You lack the ability to dictate your own future and direction. Until you are capable of severing ties completely, it is always wise to leave a door open. Harry may not have fully grasped the meaning, yet he gazed at Tom with shining eyes. Tom, you are so amazing. You know so much. Tom smiled, albeit with a tinge of exasperation. There's no need for such flattery. Now, go upstairs and pack your things. Mine can wait, as I will return for them shortly. The conversation with Aunt Petunia proved to be quite effortless for Tom. He sensed that she was not entirely unconcerned about Harry. Upon hearing that Harry had stayed with Tom the previous night and was soon to be picked up by friends, a clear expression of relief crossed her face. She then presented Tom with an abundance of homemade cookies as a token of gratitude. Tom accepted the cookies graciously. When he returned, the vehicle arranged by the ministry had already arrived. Harry was waiting at the door, clutching honeydukes, appearing rather expectant. Tom tucked the cookies into Harry's arms before heading upstairs to gather his belongings. His luggage was minimal, as he had anticipated the need to vacate the rented accommodations. Mindful that too much baggage would complicate matters. Have you packed everything? Tom inquired, glancing at the suitcase Harry was holding. You hold on to Hedwig, and I'll carry Honeydukes. Otherwise, Hedwig may become agitated. Reluctantly, Harry released his grip on Honeydukes. Do you like puppies? Tom asked, observing Harry's expression. This one was gifted to me by Draco. If you like it, I can ask him where he got it. Harry's interest seemed to wane immediately. He let go of Honeydukes, watching as it leaped into Tom's embrace. Do you really like puppies? Not particularly, Tom admitted, planting a kiss on Honeydukes' head. I was always a staunch advocate for reptiles. Snakes were my favorite creatures. And I only kept them. I never considered other pets. He smiled down at Honeydukes, his eyes twinkling. But now, I find it quite delightful. Especially since our Honeydukes is the best and most obedient little puppy in the world. Harry pursed his lips, lost in thought, while Tom turned to ascend the stairs to finish packing. After about 10 minutes, he returned, and together they boarded the ministry-provided vehicle. The driver, a cheerful-looking black man, introduced himself as Kingsley Shacklebolt, a ministry employee who took on additional work during his free time. Although Harry remained somewhat anxious and guarded, it wasn't long before he slumped in the back seat, cradling Hedwig's cage, and succumbed to sleep. Are you not going to sleep for a while? Kingsley inquired of Tom. I am not particularly tired, Tom replied. I will rest once we reach the leaky cauldron. In truth, he was utterly exhausted, having stayed awake the previous night keeping company with a stray black dog. But where was that stray dog now? Tom glanced back towards the direction of Privet Drive, but they had already traveled too far to see the way they had come. Everyone has their fate, Tom mused, and perhaps dogs do as well. If that black dog had not run away, I might have considered adopting him, though I certainly wouldn't care for him with the same meticulousness as Honeydukes. I could have brought him to Hogwarts, fed him dog food, and ensured he no longer rummaged through trash cans. But the dog had run off. Let it be, he thought. He fought against sleep, pressing his face against the window, contorting it in the process, determined to stay awake until they arrived at the shabby entrance of the leaky cauldron, hidden among Muggle streets. Shall I see you in? Kingsley remarked, noticing Tom's evident fatigue, as his eyelids battled against each other like two opposing magnets desperately trying to unite. No need, but thank you, sir. Tom yawned widely, nudging Harry awake. Wake up, Harry. We have arrived. Chapter 71, A Gift from Tom. As Tom stepped into the leaky cauldron, he felt as if he were walking on clouds, each step a surreal experience, entirely detached from reality. He was overwhelmingly fatigued, akin to a perfectly risen loaf of bread, soft, fragrant, and exceedingly languid. He ambled into the room and promptly collapsed onto the bed. Tom. Harry approached hesitantly, giving the face-down Tom a gentle nudge. Tom, however, was unresponsive, raising a hand in a feeble attempt to communicate, only to realize that Harry likely did not comprehend such gestures. With great effort, he managed to flip himself over, resembling a fish struggling to turn on a cutting board, striving to ensure he was cooked to perfect crispness. I need to sleep for a while, Tom said with great difficulty. Please let me wake up naturally, I beg you. And with that, he closed his eyes. He fell into slumber, quite peacefully, akin to the stillness of death. Harry blinked in bewilderment and confusion, then let out a soft "oh" as he observed Tom, who had succumbed to sleep at lightning speed. He dutifully began to tidy up, organizing their belongings, and even remembered to feed Honeyduke and the chocolate corn. He was exceedingly diligent. Once he felt he had completed all his tasks, he climbed onto the bed as well. When they entered the pub, Tom had already shown signs of obvious drowsiness. So Harry, selfishly taking the initiative, booked a room with a large bed, to which Tom had no objections. Had Tom been fully awake, he would undoubtedly have insisted on 2 separate rooms, or at the very least, a twin room with 2 beds. However, Tom was not entirely awake, and Harry lay beside him, gazing at Tom's peacefully sleeping profile. The room was already reserved, and he had packed all their belongings, so once Tom awoke, he would likely forego any further tidying due to the trouble it entailed. Harry thought to himself, plan successful. He quietly and joyfully stared at Tom, utterly enamored with him. In truth, Harry was quite astute, just as he knew that Ginny Weasley harbored feelings for him. After all, such emotions, even when meticulously concealed, would inevitably seep through one's words and glances, much like time that never pauses for anyone. Yet, while Ginny Weasley liked him, he did not reciprocate her feelings. Instead, he adored Tom Riddle, who may not necessarily feel the same way about him. He understood the complexities of this situation, but it still left him with a tinge of sadness. In the first 11 years of his life, Harry had not fared well at all. It was only upon entering Hogwarts that he discovered the world was truly fascinating, and it was during this time that Tom appeared, becoming his friend. Tom was funnier than Ron and smarter than Hermione. He possessed a wealth of knowledge and understanding, coupled with patience and kindness, and they shared a profound rapport. He could even speak Parseltongue. It felt like a divine gift, perhaps a response to his earnest birthday wish at the age of 11. However, Tom seemed to be a gift bestowed upon many, as he was surrounded by numerous acquaintances. As an outsider from a different house, Harry found his opportunities to meet Tom dwindling, even to a pitiable extent. Thus, lying on the same bed as Tom felt like pure bliss. Harry intently studied Tom's profile, carefully refraining from making any noise, simply fixated on Tom's serene face. Honeydukes, observing the two bipedal humans lying still, felt a bit puzzled and jumped onto the bed. "Don't disturb him," Harry whispered softly. "Tom is very sleepy. Are you sleepy too?" He reached out to stroke Honeydukes' back. The little dog, having been spoiled by Tom, felt as soft as a buttered loaf. Honeydukes did not fully comprehend, but he recognized that Tom was asleep, so he lowered himself obediently and nestled beside Tom, shifting a bit before closing his eyes as well. Harry paused for a moment, glancing left and right, then ultimately decided to close his eyes and join them in slumber. It was a state of profound happiness and tranquility. They awoke to the gentle summons of room service, a maid outside cheerfully inquiring if they required housekeeping or wished to order dinner from the pub. Harry immediately roused himself, dashing to the door, insisting that they did not need any service, having forgotten to hang the Do Not Disturb sign. By the time he returned, Tom had also awakened, albeit still looking quite drowsy and lacking energy. He turned over, resting his head on the bed, pulling Honeydukes into his arms and resting his chin atop the little dog's head, appearing remarkably gentle and endearing. Harry's heart raced at the sight. "What is going on?" Tom mumbled lazily, squinting his eyes open just a crack. "What time is it?" The curtains were drawn, and the only light in the room came from the bedside lamp, making it impossible to see the clock. "It's already evening," Harry replied. "Shall I turn on a light?" "Go ahead," Tom murmured, his voice slightly slurred, not entirely clear, revealing that he had indeed succumbed to fatigue from staying up too late. He rubbed his chin against Honeydukes' head, squinting his eyes. Harry, observing Tom's expression, felt a smile tugging at his lips. He strode over and gently lifted Honeydukes from Tom's embrace. "Shall we go out for dinner?" He extracted the little dog, noticing the emptiness left in Tom's arms, analyzing his gaze, which seemed to indicate he missed the warmth of Honeydukes' presence after sleeping for so long. "You must be quite hungry," Harry said, sitting at the edge of the bed. He boldly reached out to touch Tom's cheek. "Let us go for dinner." He knew he could take liberties with Tom while he was still sleepy, and Tom generally indulged him. However, Harry felt a flutter of apprehension. He withdrew his hand after only a few tentative strokes, not daring to overstep. Indeed, Tom merely glanced at Harry without commenting on his actions, letting out an "oh" before yawning again. "What shall we eat?" he inquired, still yawning. "What as for dinner?" "We could stroll down and explore," Harry suggested, tucking his hands into his sleeves, quietly savoring the warmth at his fingertips. "We can eat whatever we find. Diagon Alley should have plenty of options, right?" His mind was racing with possibilities. Chapter 72. I seem to have two little dogs. Ultimately, they ventured downstairs together. After a brief pause, Tom seemed to recover, although he still bore a hint of a headache from the late night. "I want tacos," he declared, huddled within his coat, appearing slightly cold, with lots of beef and plenty of tomatoes. Clearly, once he was back to himself, his hunger had returned. Harry's gaze was nearly glued to Tom. "All right, let us load it with beef and tomatoes. Order as much as you like." They meandered through Diagon Alley together. At this point, Tom was fully awake, acutely aware of the eyes that seemed to follow them, presumably from the ministry sent to protect Harry, but he paid it no mind. Diagon Alley, the bustling hub of the wizarding world, truly offered everything imaginable. There was nothing one could want that could not be found there. Tom had previously explored the area with Draco and was somewhat familiar with its layout, while Harry appeared to be filled with wonder, eager to explore every shop. After a lengthy afternoon nap, they were no longer tired and decided to thoroughly browse each store, taking the time to explore every nook and cranny. Amidst their shopping excursion, Harry unexpectedly discovered a new source of joy. "No, I truly have clothes to wear, Harry. You needn't buy me any," Tom insisted, his expression flat. I don't need pants, really, or shoes either. I have plenty. However, I wish to purchase new attire for Tom. Harry blinked his striking emerald eyes, seemingly exerting considerable effort to persuade Tom to relent. I truly believe this garment would look exceptionally splendid on Tom, wouldn't it? Tom felt that if he continued to decline, Harry might very well burst into tears. After spending a day and a half in each other's company, Tom found it increasingly difficult to discern whether Harry or the honey-colored sweets resembled a little puppy more. Very well, Tom raised his hand in surrender, stipulating that it must be just one piece, no more purchases, as it would truly be a waste of money. Tom spoke earnestly, and Harry nodded obediently in agreement. However, that was only partially the case. Harry shared a somewhat similar mindset with Draco. If the clothing store sold only one item, fine. But what about the next shop selling scarves? One must be bought as well. And in the following store, there were delightful knitted socks? The buying continued. Each time Tom attempted to intervene, he found himself unsuccessful. The moment Harry gazed at him with those big eyes, Tom felt utterly disarmed, unable to refuse. This truly is wasteful, Tom thought, as he was buried under countless shopping bags. I really lack for nothing, truly. If you keep buying like this, I will have to buy something for you as well, or else I will end up being the one living off your generosity. Yet Harry was evidently relishing the experience, his enthusiasm reminiscent of Draco's when they visited Diagon Alley last semester. No wonder they often found each other intolerable. Tom believed he had unraveled the mystery. It was due to their distant similarities. That first night, they returned to the leaky cauldron with an abundance of bags, having exhausted themselves sorting through their purchases. It was then that Tom scrutinized the enormous bed in their room with a slightly critical eye. He had not noticed it upon waking, clearly indicating how muddled his mind had been. Did we book a room with a king-sized bed? Tom pondered, somewhat slow to catch on. Did I just wake up from here? The honey-colored sweet bounded over to lick Tom's face, tumbling into his embrace. Why do I feel so hazy about all this? Tom expressed his confusion earnestly, while Harry ruffled his hair. You were too sleepy when you entered. I merely pointed at something, and then we went upstairs. Harry offered a somewhat sheepish explanation, and upon glancing at Harry, Tom chose not to comment further. The two boys were not overly particular. A bed was simply a bed. Tom did not perceive any romantic intentions from Harry. As it had been said, casting flirtatious glances at Tom was akin to throwing them at a blind person. It would be better not to throw them at all. Even with a king-sized bed right in front of him, Tom could only think about how Draco might not be pleased if he saw it. But why would Draco be displeased? Tom had never thought it through. Tomorrow, during the day, I will return to Privet Drive, Tom mused, gently patting the honey-colored sweet and setting it aside before turning to rummage through his suitcase. I have yet to vacate the rented apartment. I need to return to handle some paperwork. I will accompany you back, Harry said promptly. You are meant to stay here. Have you forgotten? Tom raised an eyebrow, adding that he would not be gone for long. He would rise early and return by afternoon. Harry still wore an expression of grievance and sadness, appearing a bit reluctant to part. Why is it like this? Tom found it hard to comprehend. Yet soon, he rationalized Harry's reaction. Harry was simply too young. Having just gotten into trouble and lacking anyone to care for him, it was natural to feel afraid and desire companionship. I'll bring you some treats when I return. Tom attempted to devise a method to coax the child, recalling how he had once comforted another child who had not received much affection, and what he had done then, bringing food and plush toys. However, that child had grown older and had ceased to find joy in stuffed animals. Tom snapped back to the present. What would you like to eat? I wish for you to hurry back and have lunch with me, Harry replied earnestly, stating that the food would get cold. You could return to share a meal with me. We could dine at that pizza place we saw earlier. Did you find their pineapple pizza intriguing? That did indeed strike Tom as somewhat interesting, he remarked, fortunate that there were no Italians among them. Harry seemed slightly perplexed by this quip, his beautiful eyes regarding Tom with a hint of confusion, which made Tom smile in exasperation. Very well, I shall return promptly. We will indulge in that pineapple pizza together. Tom chuckled, but now, I believe we need to rest. Otherwise, we shall completely disrupt our day and night cycle, and tomorrow, the prospect of pizza will be lost. Harry immediately nodded, rushing back to freshen up. I'll be done in 5 minutes. The honey-colored sweet was oblivious to Harry's excitement, merely glancing around before joyfully darting toward Harry, following him into the washroom. What is with these two? Tom chuckled with mild exasperation, his eyes curving into a smile filled with a tenderness he himself did not quite recognize. Chapter 73. Alas, my little world with just the two of us. Tom rose quite early the next morning, and Harry had also awakened early, gazing eagerly at Tom as he got up. You will hurry back at noon, won't you? Harry's head emerged from the covers, watching Tom with anticipation. I will. I truly will, Tom replied with a hint of exasperation as he ruffled Harry's hair. I still have a whole family of 3 little ones here with you. How could I not return? Last night, Harry had seemed quite unwilling to sleep, continually nudging closer to Tom, and when Tom had pushed him away, he had tugged at Tom's pajama sleeves. "You will indeed return for lunch, won't you?" Harry's voice was soft, growing increasingly reminiscent of a puppy's whimper. Tom mimicked the comforting gesture he had used with the honey-colored sweet, pulling Harry back into his embrace and nuzzling his chin into Harry's hair. "I will return, I promise, rest assured." "Oh, let us return to this morning." Where Harry still bore that reluctant expression, "I'll wait for you." Tom nodded, wrapping himself in his jacket and stepping outside. The most convenient and widely utilized means of transportation in the wizarding world is the night bus, an economical option for many witches and wizards. This bus concept was indeed inspired by Muggle practices, much like the inspiration behind the Hogwarts Express. Initially, both the Hogwarts Express and the night bus faced resistance from parents concerned about their children's exposure to Muggle life. In the beginning, very few were willing to ride the night bus, and it nearly faced discontinuation. Yet, not everyone in the magical community could afford the luxury of a triple-digit galleon carriage. And the previous attempts at taxi-like flying broomsticks with baskets hanging below were decidedly unsafe. People did not venture out merely to end up at St. Mungo's. Sustaining a broken leg or arm was a minor concern, but encountering a whimsical thestral while seated in a basket felt akin to being tossed in a centrifuge. A thrilling and perilous game for the brave. However, Tom mused that it should more aptly be termed a game for the resilient. Eventually, the night bus emerged victorious, celebrated for its stability and safety. This marks a triumph of life and intellect. However, the victory is somewhat diminished, as each substantial leap of the night bus is rather taxing, while one's brain may remain intact. It is all too easy to be jostled about within the confines of the bus. Consequently, flying buses have become a favored mode of transport among many wizards, and one can only speculate about the emergence of even more intriguing and safer means of travel in the future. After all, one cannot perpetually treat individuals as mere expendables. Tom traversed through the leaky cauldron and emerged onto the bustling Muggle street, where he retrieved his wand and summoned the bus. With a swift whoosh, the night bus materialized before him. The purple vehicle creaked open its doors, and a slightly disheveled conductor clad in a purple uniform, with a satchel slung over his shoulder, poked his head out. "Good morning, young man. I am Stan Shunpike, delighted to assist you. Where might you be headed?" His demeanor radiated warmth and enthusiasm. "To little whinging," Tom replied. "There's a place on Privet Drive. Just drop me off wherever." "What's that?" Stan's eyes widened. "The bus will take you precisely where you need to go, won't it?" He raised his voice, and the elderly driver, bespectacled and vigorous, waved his hand with gusto, presumably to affirm his confidence. Tom exclaimed, all right. Thank you so much. How much do I owe you?" 11 sickles. Stan rummaged through his bag to produce a price list and began printing a ticket for Tom. "If you give me 13, I'll throw in a hot chocolate for you." Tom raised an eyebrow internally, reflecting on the soaring prices of today. In his day, a cup of hot cocoa cost but a natter. "All right," he said, retrieving the money from his pocket and accepting the ticket along with his hot chocolate as he ascended to the second floor. The view from above was quite pleasant, and he recalled a rather comfortable chair that he fancied. However, upon reaching the second floor, Tom discovered that his beloved chair was nowhere to be found. He settled for another seat and swiftly consumed his hot chocolate. After all, as previously mentioned, each jolt of the night bus was perilous, and he wished to avoid spilling his hard-earned treat on himself. After tidying his room, gathering belongings left behind from the previous day, handling paperwork, and reclaiming his deposit, he prepared for another ride back to the leaky cauldron. The timing was tight, but just right as Tom disembarked from the bus, shaking his slightly disoriented head. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time, 11 o'clock. There was still a moment to rest before heading out for lunch. Ascending the stairs, he opened the door to find Harry clutching a Honeyduke's chocolate frog, while two small dogs lounged on the carpet, engrossed in a book. Oh wait, not dogs. Harry was certainly not a dog. Upon seeing Tom return, Harry's eyes lit up as he, with the chocolate frog in hand, turned to him, exuding a demeanor reminiscent of an eager pup. "I'm back," Tom exclaimed, embracing the two little creatures rushing towards him. "Are you hungry? If so, let us head out to eat right away." "Right away," Harry chimed. "I ordered a menu downstairs and selected our specialties." He handed Tom a flyer, pointing out the dishes he had marked. "Hawaiian pizza?" Tom surveyed the menu. The proprietor of this establishment must harbor a deep-seated disdain for Italy. Nevertheless, let us indulge in this. They quickly changed into their attire and prepared to depart, not forgetting to feed the chocolate frog and corn snacks to their furry companions. Racing down the stairs, Harry boasted to Tom about his capacity to consume an entire pizza, perhaps complemented by a generous cup of lemonade. As they rounded the corner of the staircase, they spotted the Weasley family in the pub's main hall, 7 heads of vibrant red hair, a sight that was rather conspicuous. Ron waved enthusiastically in their direction, and it was no illusion. Harry's face briefly registered a flicker of displeasure at the sight of Ron and the others. "Oh no, my little world with just the two of us," Harry lamented. Chapter 74. Every penny spent wisely. Ron. After a moment of hesitation, Harry rushed down the stairs to embrace his dear friend. "Harry," Ron reciprocated with a bear hug. "So wonderful to see you. Oh, and Tom. It's great to see you too." Tom tilted his head, sensing an underlying implication. "I can't shake the feeling that I'm merely an afterthought, Ron. It seems you hardly noticed my presence." "Not at all." Ron waved his hand dismissively. "I certainly missed you, Tom." He then began rummaging through his backpack. "I brought souvenirs for you both." While he busied himself, Mr. Weasley approached, patting Harry on the shoulder and extending a polite greeting to Tom, clearly unfamiliar with him. Tom was unconcerned by Mr. Weasley's demeanor, as they were not well acquainted. A simple greeting sufficed. Mrs. Weasley, however, was warmly affectionate, embracing both Harry and Tom with gentle kindness. George and Fred were familiar faces to Tom, while Bill and Ginny were less so. Nevertheless, Tom beamed with a smile, as one could hardly maintain a stern visage in the presence of such joy. "Since we've crossed paths, let us dine together," Mr. Weasley generously proposed. "We, too, are preparing for lunch. Harry and Tom, what would you like to eat?" Harry's gaze flickered towards Tom, as if he wished to say something. But ultimately he bit his lip and replied, "All right." He appeared rather pitiful in that moment. Tom leaned in closer to Harry. "We can always go out for something delicious tonight as well." At this, Harry's eyes sparkled anew, embodying the essence of an understanding puppy. The fare at the Leaky Cauldron could never rival that of specialized restaurants. The focus was not on gourmet quality, but rather on satisfying hunger. Thus, the portions were abundant, with a hearty, albeit salty, steak meal. The ample seasoning ensured a salty dish that compelled patrons to order more beverages from the bar. Consequently, the proprietor profited from each meal sold, effectively doubling his earnings. A well-devised plan, he must have thought. And so, they gathered in the Leaky Cauldron's hall to enjoy their lunch, while Tom gleaned from Ron the details of his family's holiday escapades. They had struck it rich while lottery playing, leading them to embark on a family trip to Egypt, where they would visit their son Bill, who worked at Gringotts there. "We initially intended to bring Charlie along, but it seems he was preoccupied with a newly hatched dragon and couldn't take leave, so he remained in Romania." Ron recounted between mouthfuls. "So, you all traveled to Egypt with your winnings?" Tom inquired, gripping his spoon, feeling somewhat bewildered by the implication. "Is that truly the case?" "Not at all. Your family is hardly destitute." Tom mused, recalling that last year, your sister had been mocked by Mr. Malfoy for using second-hand items. It was likely that the infamous diary was also slipped in during that time, though Tom had not given it much thought. "Your backpack is still adorned with pudding. My dear, despite the dire financial circumstances your family faces, you have miraculously come into some unexpected fortune, and yet you choose to embark on a family holiday? It is not that I harbor any prejudice against travel, but by the great Salazar Slytherin, I firmly believe that only those who are affluent, leisurely, and untroubled by hunger deserve to venture forth on such escapades. Given your family's situation, would it not be more prudent to reserve that money for new garments, home repairs, or delectable treats? Surely, you have forgotten how you refrained from asking your family for funds to replace your broken wand last semester? Or do you genuinely find solace in poverty, believing that there is a certain virtue in being destitute?" Tom is perplexed, utterly astonished. "Indeed, we captured many photographs." Ron retrieved one from his bag, evidently oblivious to Tom's astonishment. "Look, this is my family. Here are my parents. This is Bill. And the empty space is reserved for Charlie. We plan to affix a large headshot of him later. This is Percy, and here are George and Fred. And here I am, along with Ginny, who is perched on my hand." Ron prodded the photograph, and the Ron Weasley within it raised his hand to reveal a chubby white mouse he cradled. "This is Scabbers, my pet rat. He used to belong to Percy. But once Percy became a prefect, Mum bought him a new owl and passed Scabbers to me," Ron explained. Tom's gaze lingered on Scabbers, hesitation evident in his demeanor. "You should keep a close eye on him. You must understand, I have 2 snakes and a dog. Although Honeyduck Sweets are well behaved, I cannot guarantee that my snakes, Chocolate and Corn, won't find your Scabbers an enticing diversion." Ron's hand, clutching the spoon, faltered, and a look of concern crept across his face. "Then I suppose I ought to buy Scabbers a sturdy cage. Perhaps the trip to Egypt has unsettled him. I hope he is all right." Tom offered some perfunctory reassurances, and their conversation shifted from pets to the upcoming school year. They discussed what sort of professor would teach defense against the dark arts. In the absence of updates on the Nimbus series, yet news of the Firebolt series emerged. "They say it's incredibly fast," Ron remarked, his face brightening with anticipation. "I heard on the radio that during its test flights, it surpassed even Hogwarts speed. It sounds brilliant." Tom's heart raced at the thought. "What? Faster than Hogwarts? What are you riding? A broomstick that's about to malfunction and send you plummeting to your demise." Ultimately, However, Tom wisely refrained from voicing his concerns, knowing Ron would likely dismiss them, genuinely believing that a broomstick faster than Hogwarts was indeed impressive. He glanced toward Harry, expecting a similar reaction, and indeed found Harry wearing an expression of admiration. Well then, I dare say your presence will be required in the hospital wing this year. Diverting his attention from Harry and Ron, Tom's gaze fell upon Mr. Weasley, whose eyes were fixed on Harry, worry etched across his features. A slow blink from Tom signaled that matters were becoming intriguing. Perhaps their encounter with the Weasley family was not merely serendipitous. Chapter 75. The Sky Has Fallen. Tom no longer resides with me. Tom did not know Mr. Weasley well, but that did not deter him from engaging in conversation. Oh no, it was merely a casual chat. He approached Mr. Weasley, feigning great interest in a hash brown beside him. Taking a seat, he pilfered a piece and then spoke, seemingly carelessly. How did you know we were here? He lowered his voice, slightly swallowing the final syllables, rendering his tone more innocent and childlike. Mr. Weasley blinked in surprise. I heard about it, he replied. Tom blinked back, refraining from further inquiry. Heard about it? From whom? Isn't Fudge supposed to keep Harry's whereabouts confidential? They have only just arrived a day and a half ago, though they strolled through Diagon Alley for a while. How could news spread so swiftly? Is the Ministry truly so inept that it cannot manage information flow? If so, Fudge ought to resign immediately. Yet, Tom leaned toward the belief that someone had indeed informed Mr. Weasley of Harry's presence. But who? Would Fudge disclose such information? Assuming it was not Fudge. Could it be Dumbledore? And who had informed Dumbledore? That Kingsley? Tom pondered, tilting his head, while Mr. Weasley grew slightly uncomfortable under Tom's scrutiny and stood as if to leave. Tom reached out, grasping Mr. Weasley's arm. It's all arranged by Dumbledore to protect Harry. He whispered with a sincere smile. There's no need to be so anxious. We all have Harry's best interests at heart. Mr. Weasley appeared momentarily taken aback. Oh, is that so? He replied, glancing between Tom and Harry, who was still conversing with Ron at another table. Lowering his voice, he continued. So you're aware? About Sirius? I am, Tom responded, his smile widening with the satisfaction of acquiring the information he sought. I won't inform Harry. We just need him to stay here until school starts. Correct? Mr. Weasley visibly relaxed, leaning closer to Tom and whispering. I was worried I couldn't directly warn Harry. Could you perhaps let him know to be cautious of Sirius? Tom blinked again. Dumbledore's intent was clear. Do not allow Harry to learn too much that he ought not to know. Yet, was it not perilous for him to remain entirely uninformed? Tom feigned concern, appearing genuinely invested in Harry's well-being. However, what would happen if Dumbledore discovered this information? He subtly declined the implication in Mr. Weasley's request. It was too risky. Mr. Weasley sighed. I understand, but I will find a way to convey this to Harry. Just don't tell Dumbledore it was me. Tom blinked once more, contemplating the implications. It was no wonder Mr. Weasley had not attained a higher position in the Ministry after all these years. What did he discuss with his colleagues? Why not handle matters privately? If there were no evidence, who could prove he was the source? Moreover, must he personally deliver the message? A subtle hint, or even a discreet note slipped into Harry Potter's pocket would suffice, wouldn't it? Tom nodded, choosing not to pursue the conversation further, instead taking the entire plate of hash browns. Ron, having finished his meal, eyed the plate with a hint of longing. May I have some? He asked. Tom pushed the plate toward Ron. Help yourself. After all, it was your father's money. Tom lingered downstairs for a while longer before excusing himself on the pretext of feeling tired and heading upstairs, prompting Harry to immediately declare his intention to follow. Ron, glancing around, chimed in that he too wished to accompany them. Are you staying here as well, Ron? Tom inquired. Yes, we're all here until school starts, Ron nodded. Dad said there are only a few days left before term begins, so we might as well treat it as a little holiday. Have the rooms been assigned? Tom continued with a cheerful smile. Yes, I'm in 407, Ron replied, a hint of confusion crossing his face. What's the matter? Tom chuckled. Well, it was just me and Harry sharing a room before, but now that you're here, it wouldn't be convenient for Harry and me to continue sharing. We all need a bit of personal space, especially since our eating and sleeping schedules differ. Plus, if Ron or George and Fred come looking for Harry, it wouldn't be very appropriate for a Slytherin to be out and about. I think it's best if I switch to a single room. With a playful grin, he decisively declared, I'll head upstairs to pack my things and change to a single room. Harry Potter's eyes widened in shock, as if the very sky had fallen upon him. For the next few hours, as he packed and moved rooms, a pitiful look of grievance settled on Harry's face. You're not going to share a room with me? He attempted to plead midway. I can keep Ron, George, and Fred from coming over. Ron Weasley, who was helping with the packing, clearly had something to say upon hearing this, but ultimately held his tongue, visibly struggling to suppress his thoughts. What's wrong, mate? Am I really that unimportant? Should I just leave? Tom observed the expression on Ron's face and chose not to respond. Oh dear. It seems I've been too kind to Harry. The child has grown quite attached, which is not ideal. After all, I'm of the same age as Harry. It's inappropriate to play the parental role. Perhaps Merlin opens one door while inadvertently closing another, for while Tom had earnestly contemplated that due to their age gap, he could not act as a father to Harry, he had entirely overlooked the possibility that Harry might wish him to be more than just a friend. It's a classic case of being blind to one's own circumstances. Chapter 76. Such intense shopping? For dinner, Tom accompanied Harry to Diagon Alley, leaving Ron behind, to indulge in the fruit pizza that Harry had chosen. "This is delicious," Tom exclaimed upon taking his first bite. "What a wonderful flavor." Although it was a pizza that would likely provoke sharp gasps from Italians, one cannot deny that cooked pineapple possesses a unique charm. Initially, Harry appeared somewhat downcast, but his spirits lifted considerably once the pizza was served. As the first pizza vanished, he confidently ordered a second one topped with sausage, no longer appearing as sorrowful. He diligently partook in the feast, firmly believing that pizza was a source of immense joy. Clearly, Tom shared this sentiment. "This is simply delightful. Such non-nutritious and calorie-laden junk food truly makes one feel hopeful about life." After dinner, Harry displayed evident reluctance to return to the leaky cauldron. Tom, understanding this, accompanied him on a few more strolls around Diagon Alley, purchasing a variety of trinkets that held little practical value. "You've already spent a considerable amount, Harry," Tom remarked, grasping multiple bags. "I know your parents left you a substantial inheritance, but that doesn't justify continuous spending." "I haven't spent that much," Harry protested, clutching a pair of plush toys, adorably smiling puppies. "These are the most expensive items." "Indeed, they are," Tom replied, pushing aside the plush toys that Harry had thrust toward him. "These two cost 13 galleons each, totaling 25 galleons. However, the keychains you bought cost 17 sickles, the quill you fancied was 7 galleons, and the color-changing ink you selected was 3 galleons a bottle." Struggling under the weight of the bags, Tom extended a finger, slightly reddened from the bag's pressure, to tally up Harry's expenditures. "What you've bought isn't exorbitantly priced, but the sheer volume adds up. The more you buy, the more it accumulates. Be cautious, as you're spending quite a lot." Harry blinked, glancing at the heap of shopping bags he and Tom carried, and suddenly realized the implications. His face flushed crimson as he hurried to seize the bags from Tom's grasp. "I didn't realize." "Oh no, it was unintentional," Harry stammered, his cheeks turning a shade redder than Ron Weasley's hair. "I didn't have pocket money at Aunt Petunia's, nor opportunities to buy things freely. So now I might have gotten a bit carried away. I truly am not a wasteful person," Harry lamented, struggling to maintain his image, while Tom watched Harry's face, which was nearly blood red, and noticed the steam rising from his eyes, creating a misty veil. He was somewhat astonished. Is this even possible? Can someone blush so intensely that it raises their temperature to the point of fogging up their glasses? Watching Harry, Tom was taken aback, but refrained from speaking. He merely observed Harry, biting his lip to suppress a laugh that threatened to erupt. He feared that Harry might spontaneously combust from embarrassment, without needing Sirius to intervene. Once Tom and Harry returned to the leaky cauldron, they unexpectedly encountered Hermione Granger in the pub's lobby. "Harry, Tom," the young witch rushed over, enveloping both boys in a tight embrace, nearly suffocating them with her enthusiasm. "Oh my goodness, Hermione," Harry exclaimed, visibly more excited to see her than he had been to see Ron. His smile radiated joy. "When did you arrive? How did you come to be here?" "Dumbledore sent me a letter," Hermione released the boys, smoothing her hair. "He informed me that you and Ron were here, along with Tom, and asked if I'd like to cut my holiday short at home to join you. So here I am." Tom felt it was time to excuse himself. As he had been busy for several hours and had endured an intense day of shopping, it was prudent to retreat to his room for some rest, perhaps to indulge in a bit of Honeyduke-esque chocolate to cool off. However, Hermione seemed unwilling to let him leave. When she produced a photo album, Tom realized he was likely doomed. He had lost his precious free time. Are all Gryffindor students this energetic? Tom thought, somewhat dazed as he listened to Hermione share tales of her holiday in France with Harry. Out of courtesy, he refrained from abruptly departing, as doing so would be disrespectful to Hermione's desire to share. Yet, truthfully, Tom was quite fatigued. After Hermione finished showcasing her album and enthusiastically prepared to explore Diagon Alley, Tom could finally bear it no longer. "I think I need to rest for a bit, Hermione," he said, wearing a pained expression. "I woke up early this morning. Shall we continue our explorations tomorrow?" Hermione finally noticed the fatigue etched on Tom's face, and a look of embarrassment instantly crossed her features. "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, Tom. I got a bit too excited. Let's go tomorrow. You should rest now." Tom returned her gaze with a hint of apology, then resolutely turned and ascended the stairs. He was utterly exhausted. The moment he glanced back, he collapsed into bed, succumbing to sleep. His energy had been utterly depleted, leaving him feeling nearly faint. Lamentably, the laughter he once had seemed to vanish. Tom, in a state of profound disillusionment, clutched a honeydew sweet, feeling almost unwell, not a mere act, but genuine malaise. "I'm not well, Hermione. Please, I beg of you," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "You continue to explore, and I shall assign the honeydukes to you, if that is acceptable. I truly cannot go on." Chapter 77, Help. It seems there is green tea afoot. Theodore was the first to arrive at the leaky cauldron to rescue Tom from his dire predicament. In a bid to avoid being dragged out by Harry and the others for more aimless wandering, Tom swiftly intercepted Theodore as he prepared to place an order. "A double room, a king-sized bed, anything will do. I will pay. I implore you," he pleaded, pathetically clinging to Theodore's shoulder. "A single room is fine too. I can sleep on your floor. Just let me stay with you. I am truly at my wit's end." Theodore appeared somewhat perplexed, yet he complied, merely observing the expression on Tom's face before nodding and booking the presidential suite. Watching Theodore's hand as he signed, Tom slowly blinked. Could it not be the presidential suite? That seems rather extravagant. Theodore chuckled softly, a subtle smile gracing his features, his eyes hinting at a rare moment of joy. However, since he seldom displayed such expressions, even this slight smile momentarily captivated Tom. "I shall cover the expenses," Theodore declared. "You can treat me to something delicious." Tom immediately nodded enthusiastically. Food. Anything you desire. We shall indulge in." As he spoke, Theodore seemed to smile even more, though he refrained from saying anything further. He generously tipped the waiter to handle Tom's luggage. And then the two ventured into Diagon Alley to procure breakfast. "Have you eaten breakfast yet?" Theodore inquired. "Actually, I have," Tom replied earnestly. "My health has been remarkably well these past few days, thanks to Mrs. Weasley. When you have a mother figure around, maintaining a healthy lifestyle becomes quite achievable." Theodore paused slightly, sensing the weight of Tom's words. It dawned on Tom that Mrs. Knott had passed away shortly after Theodore's birth, leaving him devoid of any maternal affection throughout his life. Tom wished he could bash his head against a wall for uttering such an insensitive remark. How could he have spoken such unrefined words that pierced the heart? Surely, he had been too influenced by the Gryffindor children, adopting their forthrightness. This was not how he should behave. The fleeting change in Tom's expression did not go unnoticed by Theodore, who reached out and grasped Tom's hand. "I have never truly experienced the feeling of being cherished," he confessed. "You know, my mother passed away when I was very young." Seizing the moment of Tom's momentary guilt, Theodore adeptly maneuvered to maximize his own advantage. Tom, feeling somewhat guilty, allowed Theodore to hold his hand without resistance, silently sighing within. This was a shared understanding between them, a tacit agreement of give and take. Tom's slip of the tongue opened the door for Theodore to make new requests, which Tom would not decline. This was the unspoken bond of their Slytherin camaraderie. Unlike the forthright and candid Gryffindors, Tom feared that if he had uttered such words to Ron, who had also lost his mother, Ron would merely stare wide-eyed, scratch his head, and reply, "But I don't have a mom." There was no malice intended, yet Tom was genuinely concerned. Their candor was intimidating, leaving him unsettled. "I will treat you to something delicious," Tom said, squeezing Theodore's hand gently. "Haven't you had breakfast yet?" "But you have already eaten," Theodore replied, blinking. "You're not hungry anymore." "I'll accompany you for a meal," Tom insisted. "And I believe I can still eat a bit more. I only had a pie for breakfast. The fare at the Leaky Cauldron is rather subpar. We ought to have something else." Thus, the two meandered through Diagon Alley once more, though it could hardly be considered breakfast by the time they found themselves at the pizza place Tom had previously frequented with Harry, Hermione, and Ron. "You enjoy pizza too?" Tom inquired. "I don't have any particular preferences," Theodore admitted, "but at home, such food is certainly not on the menu." Theodore scrutinized the menu, which bore a few grease stains, with an intensity that made Tom momentarily think it was not a menu, but rather a complex and important dissertation. Yet, the menu clearly listed pizzas, fried chicken, pasta, fries, meatballs, and appetizing burgers. "What will you have?" Theodore asked. "Me? I'm torn between the meat sauce pasta and a roasted beef pizza," Tom replied with sincerity, "or perhaps those honey chicken bites look rather enticing." "Then let us order everything to try," Theodore responded without hesitation. "I haven't eaten here yet, so sampling everything sounds delightful." It was undeniably considerate of him. Tom gleefully ordered every dish he desired, and he and Theodore sat down to enjoy their meal. When one is unhurried, eating becomes a leisurely affair, not merely a means to satiate hunger, allowing for pleasant conversation. "How was your holiday?" Tom asked. "I rented a house in a Muggle neighborhood, intending to relax and unwind, but ended up in the same area where Harry Potter resides. Instead of peace, I found myself embroiled in a series of complications." "Your holiday sounds vibrant," Theodore remarked, spearing a piece of chicken with his fork, never once resorting to his hands, even in a fast food establishment. "My holiday was rather monotonous, akin to many of my previous breaks. I spent it at home." "Just at home?" Tom probed. Alone? Alone, Theodore confirmed with a nod. My father is often busy and rarely at the manor, leaving me by myself. Why not venture out? Tom imagined Theodore alone in the not family estate and felt a twinge of discomfort. Traveling and such. By myself, Tom, Theodore responded, meeting Tom's gaze. Being alone makes traveling rather uninspiring. He gazed at Tom, the ordinary stainless steel fork in his hand clearly aimed at the chicken pieces on the plate, yet inexplicably. Tom felt as though that fork pierced directly into his heart. Will you accompany me on my next holiday? Theodore inquired softly. Chapter 78. Blaise was evidently an astute young man. Tom looked at Theodore's face, unable to muster any words of refusal. And then Draco, arriving shortly after Theodore, lost the privilege of a private outing with Tom. How can you room with Theodore? Draco spoke through gritted teeth. You cannot share a room with him. I will book you another. But I've already moved my luggage. Tom attempted to dissuade him. Have the waiter move it again. Draco was adamant, refusing to yield even an inch. Otherwise, let me join you. Huh. Tom was taken aback. Realizing he had misspoken, Draco awkwardly cleared his throat. At that moment, Blaise, who had arrived late but had overheard the entire conversation, peeked in from behind, placing his suitcase on the ground. Not a problem, Blaise remarked. We can book the remaining 4 presidential suites, then connect them. We can all stay together while still enjoying our own privacy. Is that feasible? Tom asked. Surely the proprietor won't agree to that. It appeared he still lacked understanding of the lifestyle of these pure-blooded young masters. Were they truly so affluent? How much allowance did their families provide them? How much wealth could sustain such extravagance? The proprietor won't? Blaise gazed at Tom with a puzzled expression. Surely. No one would refuse money. As long as I'm willing to spend, 99% of the world's problems can be resolved. Well, that does make sense, Tom nodded sincerely, indicating his comprehension. But what about the remaining 1%? That 1% consists of foolish individuals entangled in matters of the heart. Blaise chuckled, revealing a healthy, radiant smile with 8 gleaming teeth. As long as one can manage oneself, there is nothing that cannot be resolved with money. How insightful, Tom thought, his pupils seemingly trembling with enlightenment. Oh, father, how is it that the rulers of this world lack such awareness? Must they indulge in love affairs when pursuing their ambitions is far more rewarding? When your vault is overflowing with gold galleons, do you not find profound happiness? Thus, the remainder of Tom's holiday was arranged in a manner akin to his life at Hogwarts, eating, sleeping, reading, shopping, and awaiting the return to school. Poor Harry could not find a single opportunity to spend time alone with Tom. Poor Harry. And so, time passed until the school year commenced. This year's defense against the dark arts professor seemed quite normal, Blaise mused as he rifled through the belongings prepared by the house elf. Feeling that self-study would be unnecessary this year, this was certainly a cause for celebration. Draco had evidently reviewed the book list. But have you seen the textbook for care of magical creatures? That long-haired creature bound with a belt. What? Blaise paused, then turned to glance into his suitcase, retrieving a robustly confined, furry object. This is my textbook? His textbook bore a mouthful of sharp teeth and 2 glaringly enraged eyes. What on earth is this? Tom frowned. When one subject normalizes, must another abnormal subject take its place? Evidently, Draco scoffed. I've heard that Dumbledore intends to recruit an Auror to teach this year. But no one is willing to come, you know, due to the incident with Sirius Black's escape. That reference feels rather distant. Blaise blinked, reclining on the sofa. Isn't that your uncle? The only uncle I acknowledge is my missing uncle, Regulus Black. Draco rolled his eyes at Blaise. Serious? He has long been disowned by the Black family. I wouldn't even dare to call a dog uncle. Such remarks might hurt the dog's feelings, Theodore's voice chimed in, slightly cold, as he stroked the honeyduke's sweet resting on his lap. Dogs are evidently our good friends. What is Sirius, anyway? Listening to this, Tom merely smiled along. It doesn't matter. I don't particularly enjoy care of magical creatures. As long as one is patient with small animals, there generally aren't significant issues. I just hope this year's defense against the dark arts class doesn't drive me insane. With that thought, the new term commenced. As they queued to leave the leaky cauldron, Tom was certain he detected profound disappointment and regret on the proprietor's face. After all, they were significant patrons. Who else would foolishly book 5 presidential suites for just 4 individuals? They boarded the Hogwarts Express, lugging their belongings along. Is it permissible for you to dawdle outside like this? Tom suddenly inquired, realizing. Aren't you heirs supposed to be of such high status that you wouldn't be allowed out freely? And if you were, you'd require numerous guardians? Tom, have you been reading peculiar novels lately? Blaise reached out to touch Tom's forehead. No fever, so why the nonsensical questions? I've never experienced the life of a young master. I'm merely curious. Tom waved his hand, brushing off Blaise's arm. Seriously, won't anyone protect you? Draco is likely to be protected. After all, he is the sole heir of the Malfoy family, which does offer some incentive. Theodore replied earnestly, elaborating on Tom's question. As for me, being the sole heir of the Knott family comes with the inherited factor of a short lifespan. Hence many are inclined to utilize familial connections to acquire Knott wealth. He spoke candidly, showing no hesitation regarding the term inherited short lifespan, before his gaze turned to Blaze. Blaze is an exception. Perhaps his stepfather would prefer him not to be home? Just deceased. Blaze smiled cheerfully, correcting Theodore. He just passed away. Which is why I arrived late after receiving Tom's letter. I was attending the funeral. Good heavens, Draco interjected sharply. Is this the number of husbands Mrs. Zabini has had? Do I seem like someone who could remember? Blaze shrugged. I even feel my mother kept me around because I was born late. She thought undergoing an abortion would be detrimental to her health, hence my survival. One should be grateful. Her love for me is sufficient. Why should I concern myself with whom else she loves, right? Chapter 79, we walked together to the end. Daphne and Pansy arrived slightly later. Clearly surprised to find Draco and the others already seated neatly. You four didn't spend the holiday together, did you? Daphne questioned skeptically. Did you all vacation together? Not at all. Pansy calmly corrected Daphne's assumption. Draco had commitments this holiday, so he couldn't accompany Tom and the others. Thank you for being so well informed about my life, Pansy. Draco nodded with feigned pride. But ultimately, we did come together, the four of us. Is that true? Daphne's eyes widened. The four of you? What does that mean, sharing a bed? Pansy covered Daphne's mouth from behind. I'm delighted to see you all getting along so well. Pansy began to don her standard smile. And it's wonderful that you've had such a joyful time together. Indeed, Draco let out a disdainful grunt, clearly believing that things would be much better without Potter around. What is this? Daphne boldly pried Pansy as hand away from her mouth, unwavering and undeterred. She continued the conversation. Did you all five share a compartment? Where's the connection in that? Tom couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how, at the beginning, when Theodore and the others hadn't arrived, he and Harry were indeed together. Draco had been nagging him about it for nearly half a month. The moment you realized your misfortune in renting a place in the same neighborhood as Potter, you ought to have left immediately. Draco crossed his arms, oblivious to any fault in his statement. What good can come from being associated with him? You do have a point, Tom grunted. Next time? I shall certainly avoid renting a place in that direction. There won't be a next time, Draco retorted with a scoff. This holiday. You are accompanying me back to Malfoy Manor. Apologies, Theodore interjected, his voice perfectly timed. This holiday, Tom will be returning to Knott Manor with me. We have already made plans. Draco abruptly turned to look at Tom, the force of the motion causing Tom to worry that Draco might strain his neck. You agreed to go to Knott Manor? Draco asked chillingly. For no apparent reason, Tom felt a chill creeping down his spine. Yes, he replied, inching back slightly. I agreed because Theodore asked first. I merely responded to the first inquiry. Tom made a concerted effort to clarify, fearing Draco might lash out at him. As Tom finished speaking, Theodore flashed a genuine smile at Draco. Wow, Daphne remarked, glancing between Draco and Theodore, her voice lowering as she edged closer to Pansy. How provocative. All eyes turned to Daphne, for the compartment of the Hogwarts Express was quite small, and with no one else speaking, even the slightest sound was crystal clear. Draco's gaze fell upon Daphne, who, this time, didn't need Pansy to cover her mouth. She obediently did so herself, appearing somewhat pitiable, her large eyes shimmering. Draco furrowed his brow. Then, Draco stood up. I'm feeling rather irked, he declared earnestly. I've decided to confront Potter. It was refreshingly straightforward. He resolutely manifested a policy against infighting among friends, opting instead to direct his frustration outward. You're coming with me. Draco seized Tom's wrist, pulling him along. The motion was fluid and decisive, leaving no opportunity for Tom to hesitate, leaving the others in the compartment utterly astonished. Was Draco always like this? Daphne asked, bewildered. Clearly not, Blaze interjected. But Theodore, when did you invite Tom? Not long ago, Theodore responded, watching Tom disappear through the door. I mentioned it as soon as we arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, and Tom agreed. Why do I sense a hint of boasting in your words? Blaze paused. Well, fine. You invited him, so be it. Blaze chose not to elaborate further, merely emitting a slight huff. This year, you might not successfully bring him back. Mrs. Zabini's latest romantic interest was a French wizard working at the International Magical Sports Federation, who had inadvertently revealed that this year's Quidditch World Cup would likely take place in England. If that is the case, we'll definitely all go to watch the match. Don't think you can monopolize Tom, Theodore. Blaze withdrew his gaze and began sincerely complimenting Daphne on her beautiful new dress. Meanwhile, Draco was striding down the corridor with Tom in tow, walking several dozen meters until they reached another compartment, where he finally slowed down and released Tom's arm. Hey, Tom winced slightly, his wrist aching from being pulled. This was quite sudden. I didn't even grab a coat. Do you know where Harry's compartment is? Shall we just boldly search for it? Search, indeed, Draco replied, his voice somewhat indistinct. Worst case, we'll start from the beginning and work our way to the end. We'll surely find it. Tom observed Draco's profile and discerned that he was indeed displeased, though he couldn't fathom why the boy had suddenly turned sour. So clingy. Aren't you? He is still a child after all. Is he not in third year yet? Or perhaps the children I've been around previously were just too mature? Should we also go to Malfoy Manor for this year's Christmas holiday? Tom's thoughts began to drift as Draco led him forward. They continued walking until they reached the end of the train, where they could see the closed-off driver's compartment. I didn't expect to walk this far, Draco admitted, appearing somewhat embarrassed. I didn't mean to drag you out here to freeze. It's quite cold. I senti it. He sidled up next to Tom, reaching out to grasp his hand. The warmth emanating from the boy's palm was comforting. Tom had only mentioned feeling cold in passing, but it seemed Draco had taken it to heart. He now felt that Draco's hand was almost feverish. Oh, I'm fine, really, Tom attempted to retract his hand. I'm not so cold anymore. However, Draco did not release his grip. He even had the other hand free to shake out his scarf and drape it over Tom's shoulders. We reached the end, Draco leaned closer, speaking softly amidst the train's rumbling. Let us just keep walking. Chapter 80. Oh no, is that a Demento? Tom felt his heart racing. What was happening? Was this what he thought it was? No, that couldn't be right, could it? Had he been flirted with by a child? His heart raced wildly as he was pulled along by Draco, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted and the surroundings darkened. Tom instinctively grabbed Draco's wrist and pulled him into the nearest compartment at the back of the train. At that moment, Tom felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness, that was merely a fright. My heart is racing. He then locked eyes with Harry in the compartment. Harry's expression revealed a blend of confusion, surprise, and a question of what was happening, resembling a pie chart segmented by different shades of green. Tom. Harry blinked, about to stand up to comment on Tom's abrupt entrance. However, before he could utter a word, the entire Hogwarts Express jolted. What is going on? Hermione reacted quickly, clad in a mustard yellow coat, cradling a sleek ginger cat in her arms. Is the Hogwarts Express slowing down? It seems so, Tom nodded. I sensed something was off just now in the corridor. Who is this? Tom's gaze fell upon a peculiar figure sitting beside Harry, wearing a hat. Their suitcase resting on the small table. That must be the new professor for this term, Harry said in a hushed tone. We encountered some traffic on our way to the station, and once we boarded, there weren't many empty compartments left. So we walked all the way to the end and found this one. Harry's words were left unspoken, for the Hogwarts Express emitted a thunderous, spine-chilling screech, coming to a complete halt. This was not a good sign. Tom slowly blinked and took a seat beside Draco. A sinking feeling enveloped Tom. Trouble was brewing, and he found himself right next to the epicenter, Harry Potter. Was this not an invitation to misfortune? If only he had dawdled a bit longer. He could have pulled Draco into the adjacent compartment. Of course, Tom held no ill will towards Harry. He found him charming and well-behaved, reminiscent of honeycomb sweets. If Harry were to be ensnared in some dire predicament, Tom would undoubtedly shed tears for him. However, that did not mean he wished to be swept into the chaos alongside Harry, did it? He preferred the role of a safe observer. Even if not in the front row, just as he had been during his first year with the Philosopher's Stone. In his second year, he had only found himself at the story's conclusion, and he believed he would not have appeared in the narrative at all if it were not for the basilisk. In his third year, he hoped to retain the innocence of his first year, to survive quietly and safely. Yet, it seemed that the beginning had already faltered slightly. What is happening? Draco leaned closer to Tom, likely feeling apprehensive as well, given that the train had come to a standstill and the temperature around them had noticeably dropped. Don't be afraid, Tom. I'm here, he reassured, despite his own rising fear, as he squeezed closer to Tom in a protective manner. Tom's heart warmed inexplicably. Protection was unnecessary. Yet Draco's small gesture would surely ignite a surge of fondness within him, if he were to have a gauge for such feelings. Surely, nothing will happen, right? Ron's voice quivered slightly, though not overtly. It can't be Sirius attacking the Hogwarts Express, can it? Though reluctant to admit it, Draco quickly countered with conviction. You might have a point. After all, Sirius is quite the reckless fool. In the dimly lit compartment, the expressions on their faces were obscured. Yet Tom sensed Ron turning toward Draco, brimming with confusion. Huh, are you agreeing with me? And how do you know so much about a wanted criminal like Sirius? Because the Black and Malfoy families are related. Hermione must have punched Ron, as Tom heard him emit a pained yelp in the shadows. You really should read more, Ron. Draco snorted in amusement, remaining silent otherwise. The temperature continued to plummet. Tom furrowed his brow, speculating the cause of this unsettling phenomenon. His wand was already gripped tightly in his hand, and he pondered what adversities he might face next. Various spells swirling through his mind like a tangled mass of hibernating chocolate and corn. Suddenly, frost began to creep across the compartment door. The temperature dropped to an unbearable chill, and moments later, a dark figure loomed at the entrance. Tom exhaled in relief. Oh, it's just a Dementor. I was overly anxious, thank goodness. He lowered his head, loosening his grip on the wand to avoid cramping his fingers. Wait a moment, a Dementor? The realization struck him. No, is that really a Dementor? This is the Hogwarts Student Express, isn't it? Is it even reasonable for a Dementor to appear here? Hogwarts is supposed to be the safest place. Panic surged within him. Was the safety of the school now compromised? Would the next step be students facing murder in their own homes? Close your eyes. Do not meet their gaze, Tom urged rapidly, covering Draco's eyes with his hand, pulling him into an embrace to shield him. Dementors are bizarre entities, dark creatures regarded as the epitome of malevolence, their origins shrouded in mystery. They feed on human happiness, plunging those near them into despair and unease. Their danger lies in their ability to consume souls, rendering individuals akin to the living dead. Moreover, these creatures are not easily swayed. Tom deemed them to possess a level of intelligence akin to that of a simpleton, making them difficult to reason with. Fortunately, Dementors do not attack indiscriminately. Tom slowly relaxed. An encounter would not escalate to violence, and if it did, he felt capable of handling a Dementor. He remained blissfully unaware of Draco, who had gone rigid in his embrace. Draco thought to himself, wait, did Tom just hug me? Chapter 81. The Hellish Difficulty of Harry. Draco's fleeting elation was short-lived. He knew Tom was merely shielding him from the Dementor's gaze. His father had warned him that meeting a Dementor's eyes could lead to discomfort and provoke hostility. Nevertheless, Tom had indeed embraced him, and Draco felt a certain delight, resting his head against Tom's chest, suppressing any smile that might betray his joy. After all, Dementors feast on happiness. He could not afford to be overly exuberant. The compartment door creaked open, emitting a sound akin to shattering ice crystals. Tom felt a wave of cold wash over him. The air around them seemed to thicken, as if everything had frozen in place, rendering joy an impossibility. All semblance of happiness receded into the distance. He reached out, yet grasped nothing. An emptiness enveloped him. A sorrow so profound it felt as though he did not truly exist in that moment. Tom's heart raced inexplicably, not from fear, but from a profound unease. Though his heart was merely a smooth muscle, it tightened and beat with a fervor beyond his control, as if seeking a path to freedom through the chaos of flesh and bone. Am I truly here? Did I genuinely experience this? Will I open my eyes to find myself back in my villa in Kensington Gardens, preparing for a day at the Ministry of Magic? Expecto Patronum. Just as Tom's thoughts spiraled, the Hogwarts professor, cloaked and motionless, suddenly arose, pointing his wand at the Dementor. A brilliant white light burst forth from the tip of his wand, dispersing into mist that drove the Dementor away. In that instant, the suffocating sensation lifted. The ominous sounds faded, and Tom felt a sharp sting in his palm, reawakening his awareness of the surroundings. All is well, all is well. A weary male voice reassured them. The Dementor has departed and will not return. Oh dear, Harry, are you all right? He illuminated the area within the compartment with his wand, and Harry slid down from his seat, appearing rather unwell, curled up beneath the chair, his complexion alarmingly pale, as if he were barely clinging to life. Oh my goodness. Harry, Hermione exclaimed as she promptly knelt beside him. Are you all right? However, Harry evidently did not look well. He remained huddled, his face a shade of pallor, his lips pressed tightly together. The Dementors can evoke the deepest fears within one's soul, the soon-to-be Hogwarts professor remarked as he crouched down to support Harry, his expression tender and gentle. It seemed Harry had seen something under the influence of the Dementors, yet there was no cause for alarm. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a rather crumpled box of chocolate frogs. The effects of the Dementors are manageable. A little chocolate should alleviate the symptoms, he stated, handing the chocolate to Hermione. Once he regains a bit of his strength, giving him some chocolate will certainly help him feel much better. He stood, smoothing out the patch jacket he wore. I shall step outside to check. There are likely other students who have been quite frightened by the appearance of the Dementors. His words were directed at several individuals, yet his gaze remained fixed on Harry. I haven't introduced myself. I am Remus Lupin, your new defense against the dark arts professor this year. Upon finishing his introduction, he offered a shy smile, exuding the demeanor of a particularly amiable teacher. Please refrain from running about the compartment. The lights should return in a few minutes, and the train will continue on its journey. There is no need to fear or worry excessively. With that, he smiled at the students in the compartment and stepped out into the corridor. Tom watched Professor Lupin depart. It seems we have a rather commendable defense against the dark arts professor this year, he mused, a relieved expression crossing his face. Is it truly a matter of basic knowledge to know that one should consume chocolate after being affected by Dementors? Should I be pleased that I am not still under the influence of those previous two subpar professors? Tom, Draco suddenly called out, his voice edged with a sharpness. Your hand. Only then did Tom glance down, realizing that his left hand, the one that had shielded Draco's eyes, had been scratched by his own nails, leaving a few small, raw patches of skin exposed. The wounds were minor but bled slightly, a rather alarming sight. Tom belatedly acknowledged, realizing that he had also slightly lost control under the influence of the Dementors. He cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's just a minor injury. I squeezed my fist too tightly. However, Draco's brow furrowed deeply, appearing as if he could crush Tom with a mere glance. How could you be so rough? Draco's tone carried a hint of reproach. I didn't bring anything to wrap it up with. No, it's truly fine, Tom insisted, his hand firmly grasped by Draco, as if it were a treasured possession being presented before him. It's just a small injury. I'll visit the hospital wing later and let Madame Pomfrey apply some ointment. It's nothing at all. Draco's expression remained tense, while Hermione observed the two of them, sensing an epiphany dawning within her. No way. Could I have misinterpreted this? She mused. But would Harry hold Ron's hand like that? Surely not. Unable to resist, Hermione glanced again, and then a third time. Tom and Draco were still conversing, entirely oblivious to her scrutiny. As Hermione cast her gaze back and forth, she gradually confirmed her suspicions. Wow. She quickly averted her eyes and tightened Harry's scarf around him, internally mourning for the unfortunate Harry. With such proximity to the situation, Harry, are you not in peril? Chapter 82. Tom is indeed a prodigy. Hermione did not wish to undermine her friend's enthusiasm, but it was evident that she was aware of Harry's burgeoning feelings for Tom. Perhaps Harry himself was oblivious, yet Hermione could sense it. Perhaps it was a matter of more nuanced perception among girls, or simply Hermione's own sensibility that led her to this conclusion. Upon realizing this, she felt a sense of impending doom. Of course, she did not mean to speak ill of Harry. In her heart, she believed him to be extraordinary. However, the remarkably splendid Harry was now entangled in matters of the heart with Draco Malfoy. Hermione assured herself she was not aiming to diminish Harry's merits. But how could he possibly compete with someone who was in such close proximity to him? Furthermore, Draco seemed to possess a charm that drew admirers at Hogwarts. He was never short of admirers. Given Draco's popularity, it was no wonder Hermione felt compelled to lament for Harry. Moreover, Tom himself appeared to be even more favored, being gentle, intelligent, and strikingly handsome. Truth be told, during their initial encounters in the library, Hermione felt as though she were almost bewitched by Tom. I have some chocolate as well, Tom said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a few slightly crumpled chocolate bars. Although the packaging was rather disheveled, the taste would likely remain satisfactory. Draco snatched the chocolate from Tom's hand and unwrapped a piece, promptly placing it into Tom's mouth. Don't worry about them for now. You should eat one first, Draco instructed, as he unwrapped the candy and pressed it against Tom's lips, his fingertips feeling cool. Yet both of them suddenly felt a warmth that was quite intense. You eat one. Hermione glanced over again, silently turning her face away. Is this normal? Would Ron feed Harry chocolate like this? The young witch's gaze fell upon Ron, who was indeed feeding Harry chocolate. I am not merely seeing things through a warped lens. This is undeniably a matter concerning Malfoy and Tom. A typical brotherly bond would certainly involve Ron feeding Harry in a more casual manner, without such intimate gestures. The lights are back on. The lights are back on. Ron, who was not particularly invested in the drama, was the first to notice the compartment lights. Did the Dementors leave? That seems to be the case, Draco replied, glancing out the window. The sky remained dark, but this time it was due to the natural fall of night rather than the presence of Dementors. Since all is well, Tom, let us return. Draco grasped Tom's wrist, unwilling to spare a glance for anyone else. Blaise and the others will probably think we've vanished. And the Honeyduke's candy will likely be frightened as well. He will certainly feel better with you nearby. This sentiment struck a chord with Tom. The mention of Blaise elicited no reaction from him, yet the mention of Honeyduke's immediately prompted him to stand. Oh right, I almost forgot to mention it. Tom rose, realizing that while Dementors had little effect on animals, what if the Honeyduke's candy was frightened? There was no need for Draco to guide him. Tom had already pulled open the compartment door, standing in the doorway, urging Draco to hurry. Draco, feeling a tangle of emotions, experienced a hint of jealousy. Yet reason reminded him that he could not compete with a mere puppy for attention, as he would likely lose. This was rather unfortunate. Draco and Tom retraced their steps, navigating through the narrow corridors of the train and passing through the doors of various compartments. Within some of these compartments, the faint sounds of weeping could be heard, creating a stifling atmosphere aboard the Hogwarts Express that was palpably oppressive. Draco furrowed his brow at the thought that Dumbledore had actually consented to let Dementors search the train. Was he out of his mind? There were first-year students on board. Such audacity was rather reckless. Tom nodded in agreement, contemplating the flood of complaint letters Dumbledore would undoubtedly receive after school commenced. It was a blatant disregard for the mental well-being of the students. Draco snorted derisively. Yet, on a brighter note, this year's defense against the dark arts professor seemed to be somewhat reliable, which was a small comfort at least. Indeed, it was a relief to have someone dependable, Tom concurred, offering a glimmer of hope for their school life. Can you perform the Patronus charm? Draco inquired suddenly. In his mind, Tom possessed considerable proficiency in dark magic, and he often felt that Tom could effectively teach the subject, perhaps even adding 100 points to Slytherin while deducting from Gryffindor. However, this was merely a fanciful notion. After all, Hogwarts demanded an exceptional defense against the dark arts professor, and Draco was not keen on seeing Tom become yet another casualty in that regard. That would be quite wasteful. I cannot perform that, Tom replied candidly, as the Patronus requires the caster to genuinely feel the happiness of this world, which I find to be quite challenging. Draco blinked, his brow knitting together in contemplation. Tom suspected that Draco's expression indicated he was lost in thought, perhaps conjuring some tragic narrative in his mind, yet Tom refrained from interrupting Draco's musings. Let him indulge in his imaginings. The sympathy and pity of others could serve as potent tools, capable of wielding a formidable impact when the moment called for it. Moreover, Tom had not divulged the entirety of the truth. While he indeed could not conjure a Patronus, that did not imply he was entirely defenseless against Dementors. The creatures feared only the most profound happiness embodied in a Patronus, which could drive them away. Conversely, there existed a darker night forged from the depths of immense suffering, capable of vanquishing Dementors. While it may seem that achieving profound pain was more attainable than profound joy, the truth was that happiness was the more elusive of the two. Pain could stem from myriad sources: parents, friends, colleagues, even strangers, or society at large. Suffering was all too easily encountered, lurking around every corner. Yet, when Tom recognized this reality, he no longer perceived pain as merely pain. Time would refine it, rendering suffering pure. He had summoned his own dark night, transforming his ideals into reality. Chapter 83. Dumbledore was not smiling. Perhaps he was simply not one to express mirth. Upon returning to their compartment, Theo and Blaise appeared equally disheartened, their faces clouded with a sense of gloom. Did the Dementors invade your compartment as well? Draco asked, leaning against the doorframe. Daphne muttered weakly, leaning against Pansy, looking rather listless. Did you encounter them too? Indeed, Tom nodded. But we were fortunate. The compartment we ducked into happened to contain a professor, presumably this year's defense against the dark arts instructor, who expelled the Dementors as soon as they entered. And Harry Potter was embarrassingly fainted by the Dementors, Draco added with a hint of pride, having momentarily diverted his attention from Tom's scarred palm to revel in Harry's misfortune. I shall certainly spread the word about his embarrassing episode. So you truly sought trouble with Potter? Blaise exclaimed, incredulous. Goodness, I thought you were joking, Draco. A Malfoy is accountable for every word spoken, Draco declared with a touch of pride as he settled into his seat. If I said I would seek trouble with Potter, then I shall indeed pursue it. Tom squeezed in beside Draco. What did the Dementors come for? Surely they weren't merely wandering about aimlessly? Not aimlessly, I suspect, Blaise mused, stroking his chin in thought. The Dementors probably took a glance at us before inspecting our luggage compartment, then departed. They inspected the luggage? Tom paused, contemplating. Perhaps they were searching for Sirius Black, wondering if he was hidden aboard the train after having just escaped? They might as well have sent Aurors to conduct a thorough inspection. You make a valid point, Tom, Daphne chimed in, realizing the gravity of the search. It truly seems like an exhaustive investigation. Dumbledore can expect a deluge of complaints, Blaise remarked with a smirk, as no parent would approve of Dementors aboard the Hogwarts Express. Amidst their chatter, the train sped forward, barreling into the station. The older students followed the customary procedure, boarding the carriages drawn by Thestrals, and eventually arriving at Hogwarts Castle. Upon disembarking, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. The platform appeared desolate, devoid of bustling activity, though figures lingered beneath the pillars, gazing intently in the direction of the disembarking students. Perhaps they are Aurors from the Ministry, Theo suggested after glancing over. It seems the Ministry has dispatched quite a contingent. What could they discern from merely observing? Draco scoffed. Sirius may be a fool, but even he cannot be that foolish. I hardly know whom to mock first for their intelligence. Perhaps we should mock the Ministry, Pansy suggested, maintaining a level-headed analysis. After all, you share a modicum of blood relation with Sirius. Insulting him could inadvertently cast aspersions on yourself. I truly appreciate your reminder, Draco replied, momentarily stifled. Could you refrain from mentioning that at this juncture? But he is your uncle, Blaise interjected with a hint of mischievous glee. Your actual uncle. Or it could be a distant relative, Draco retorted, adopting a stern expression. Could it even be a distant relative? Blaise asked, intrigued. Regardless, it is still yours. Draco shot Blaise a glare. A gift of sorts, your uncle. Blaise winked, laughing boisterously as he dashed away. They entered the great hall. awaiting the new students to be sorted beneath the sorting hat, each assigned to their respective houses. This year's sorting ceremony lacked excitement, as there were few familiar faces, rendering it less engaging. I believe those standing under the pillar are also Aurors, Blaze subtly indicated to Theo. Come now, Theo, discern whether that is the case. How am I to know? Theo replied, squinting at the indistinct silhouette. It's too far away to make anything out clearly, due to Mr. Nott's inability to attend to you during your childhood and your unease with the house elf. He often took you along to the Ministry of Magic, Blaze chuckled, asserting that your familiarity with the Ministry surely surpasses ours. Do you reckon it could be the Ministry that dispatched Dementors to search the Hogwarts Express? If you were to ask me, I would say it is unwise to speak casually about the Ministry of Magic. Theodore shot a glance at Blaze. However, if you merely mentioned it in passing, and I were to respond in kind, it would not be a secret that Fudge has been dissatisfied with Dumbledore for many years. Tom, who had been earnestly listening to their conversation, unexpectedly gained insight at this moment. For instance, he had speculated that Fudge seemed rather displeased with Dumbledore. And now Theodore's words confirmed his conjecture. Tom certainly did not envision remaining at Hogwarts in the future, yet he must enter the Ministry. With this information, Tom believed he could slightly adjust his future course of action. Silence. After all the first-year students had been assigned to their most fitting houses, Dumbledore rose. Holding a tall goblet, he tapped it with a fork, producing a clear, ringing sound. Before everyone commenced their dinner, I have a few words of caution for my fellow students. I fear that if I were to speak after you are all satiated, my words would be overshadowed by your appetites. He smiled, though his expression appeared somewhat grave, lacking its usual warmth. I trust that on your journey here, you have already undergone an encounter with the Dementors, Dumbledore continued, believing that it was not a pleasant experience. He spoke slowly and clearly. Due to the Ministry's oversight, a very dangerous individual, Sirius Black, has successfully escaped from Azkaban. He stated this without mincing words, offering no courtesy to the Ministry, and in order to rectify their blunder, they have chosen to send Dementors to Hogwarts. Chapter 84. Is this my little dog? It is, isn't it? Excluding those students who were not well acquainted with what Dementors are. The remaining students who understood the nature of Dementors gazed at Dumbledore on stage with expressions of disbelief. Has he gone mad? Draco exclaimed incredulously. Dementors on campus? He must be insane, Blaze murmured, while Pansy had shown foresight. It was evidently a foolish move by the Ministry. This was clearly beyond mere foolishness, Tom sharply critiqued, speculating that if Fudge was willing to bring Dementors close to the students, perhaps the situation had spiraled out of control, and there might be more than one escaped prisoner from Azkaban. Blaze raised an eyebrow. Oh, that makes perfect sense. Alternatively, it is quite possible that someone has indeed escaped from Azkaban, seriously undermining the Ministry's credibility. However, it is fortunate that the search only occurred on the Express. Draco glanced back at the stage, for if Dementors were to roam within Hogwarts itself, that would be truly disastrous. Ahem, Pansy interrupted the boys' conversation. It was Dumbledore who mentioned arranging for Dementors while you were chatting. Did you not hear? The boys all turned in unison to look at her. Really? Tom voiced his disbelief. Arranging for Dementors to enter the school? But isn't Hogwarts supposed to be the safest place in the wizarding world? I feel I could ask this question ad nauseum. Who exactly asserts its safety? Dumbledore and Fudge must have lost their minds. Blaze struggled to articulate. Do they not wish for us students to serve as a feast for the Dementors? That cannot be right. Wow, Daphne's voice sounded somewhat dazed, given that Dementors guard Azkaban. And now they guard Hogwarts. One could conclude that Azkaban is equivalent to Hogwarts. Thus Hogwarts has transformed into a prison of the wizarding world? You truly are a genius. Daphne, Draco remarked, following your impeccable reasoning, Sirius should be settling in at Hogwarts. Otherwise, it would be an affront to the Dementors' grand relocation. Theodore pressed his forehead in exasperation, feeling that the world had gone mad. In any case, stay safe, Tom concluded. Do not confront the Dementors if you encounter them. Do not display obvious fear or attempt to evade them, as they will sense your anxiety. If a Dementor appears agitated, run toward the professors. One could not shake the feeling that this life held little promise and was fraught with peril. Blaze offered a sharp critique. Though the silver lining is that we can visit Hogsmeade this year. After 2 semesters of meandering around the school, there was hardly anything left to explore. They continued their chatter, showing no respect for Dumbledore, who was still speaking at the front. Even as he continued to address them, no one paid him any heed. Moreover, dinner had been served, and who would seriously listen to Dumbledore at this point? They dined joyously, satisfied, and then followed their prefect back to the Slytherin dormitory. After a holiday away, Chocolate and Corn were eager to see their temperature-controlled box, which was far too large for Tom to bring home. You two can lie down. Tom added some new wood shavings to the box. But where is Honeyduke? Why isn't he in the dormitory? Honeyduke went out. Chocolate wagged his tail, enveloping Corn. stating he saw a friend and went for a stroll. You can understand what Honeyduke is saying? Tom looked at Chocolate in surprise. Does that mean I can converse with Honeyduke as well? Can snake language and dog language communicate? Corn poked his head out from beneath Chocolate. Surely not. We might have some connection with mere people since we all have tails. Oh, indeed. Chocolate flicked his tail and shifted his body, pressing Corn back beneath him. We cannot comprehend dog barks. I merely guessed he saw a friend based on appearances. When did he go out? Tom furrowed his brow slightly. Honeyduke had always been well-behaved and not one to wander off casually. I do not know, Chocolate replied. You could go look for him. After all, I converse with Corn. And he can't understand. After a few seconds of silence, Tom sighed softly. Fine, I shall go look for him. After all, he is Draco's gift to him. And he was quite concerned about Honeyduke's well-being. Normally, a little outing would not be an issue, but now there were Dementors lurking outside. And perhaps Sirius was wandering about as well. While Dementors might not harm a small dog, Sirius might not be so considerate. What if he had been roaming about without sufficient food and decided to capture Honeyduke for a meal? Tom donned his coat and descended the stairs, preparing to venture out before curfew to search for Honeyduke. However, as soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs and had not even exited the common room, he saw two little dogs bounding toward him, with the one he had been so worried about, Honeyduke, leading the charge and nearly knocking Tom off his feet. For a moment, Tom scarcely recognized him, for while Honeyduke usually resembled a fluffy, honey-colored cotton candy of a dog, now he was a rather dirty little creature. If it were not for the dog collar around its neck, Tom believed it would have taken him several seconds to recognize it. Is this your dog, Gunter? A senior Slytherin student greeted Tom. I just saw them loitering by the entrance and decided to bring them in. Such a delightful and lively pup. Ah, thank you, senior. Tom replied, rising to his feet as he held the two dogs circling around him in place to prevent any mischief. I thought they had run away. I really appreciate it. Not at all. The Slytherin senior waved his hand dismissively and departed. Thus, the notion circulating outside that Slytherin students are aloof and cold proved to be utterly false. They were all of a similar age, all human. Perhaps they were not intimately acquainted, but how could they possibly refrain from speaking altogether? This is how rumors are perpetuated, through deliberate maligning, it seems. Once the senior had left, Tom lowered his gaze to the two little dogs wagging their tails at his feet. What is going on? Tom reached out to stroke Honeycomb's head. You're absolutely filthy, my dear. Chapter 85. Honeycomb finds a true friend. Honeycomb seemed to understand, gently nudging Tom's palm with his nose and wagging his tail, appearing somewhat bashful. However, the other dog trailing behind Honeycomb was far less courteous. It boldly nudged up against Tom's leg and began to lick him vigorously. Tom. Then recognition dawned upon him. This dog looked eerily familiar. It seemed to be the same black dog he had fed dog biscuits to in the yard on the Muggle Street, which had vanished after the arrival of Fudge, though now it resembled a muddy creature. Stay away from me, Tom said, giving a gentle kick to create some distance. You're a bit too dirty. I could overlook why you've appeared at Hogwarts at this moment, and your dubious intentions towards my Honeycomb, but first and foremost, you ought to take a bath. Woof woof. The black dog barked twice. No, don't come near me. Tom's disdain was palpable. I will not bathe you. My only dog is Honeycomb. And you are not to give me that look. I truly will kick you. Tom maintained a stern expression, unwavering. I know dogs can swim, he stated. Why don't you take a dip in the Black Lake to clean yourself up before returning? He positioned himself as a barrier, preventing the black dog from inching closer to Honeycomb, steadfast, as though he were the very stone walls of the Slytherin common room. Off you go. Tom was not particularly patient. He had resolved that if this suspicious black dog refused to leave and insisted on lingering near his sweet, soft, and obedient Honeycomb, the most intelligent creature in all of Hogwarts, he would take the dog outside, cast an Avada Kedavra, and dispose of it in the Black Lake. Honeycomb might feel sorrowful at losing a friend, but that was hardly a significant issue. If Honeycomb needed companions, Tom could certainly procure more clean friends. Certainly not one who appeared to frolic in muddy puddles. It was akin to a parent who would not allow their precious daughter to associate with a scruffy boy. The black dog hesitated momentarily, as if pondering, but ultimately, it reluctantly ambled out of the Slytherin common room. Tom's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. I shall return to sleep shortly. Tom addressed the black dog from the doorway. Tonight, I will not bring you back. If you can understand me, clean yourself up and wait here. If I see you when I leave for class tomorrow morning, I will arrange for you a place to stay, so you will no longer wander. Do you understand? Tom felt he had exhibited considerable patience. He was earnestly negotiating with a dog at the entrance. Indeed, he mused, he was not cut out for parenthood. If it were truly his child, there would be even more concerns to manage. 80% of his child's friends would be human, far too complicated to simply dispose of. How troublesome, Tom thought, feeling a headache coming on. The child he had once cared for had been utterly adorable, charming, and worry-free. Had he known, he would have kept that child by his side all along. His thoughts began to drift, and then the black dog appeared to understand, as it turned and left. While Tom closed the door behind him, Tom watched the black dog depart, then turned to gaze at Honeycomb, who remained obediently by his side. Your friend has gone to bathe. Now it is time for you to have a bath as well. Tom scooped Honeycomb into his arms, weighing him lightly. Next time, you mustn't wander off. Honeycomb emitted a soft bark, seemingly aware he had caused trouble, and affectionately licked Tom's face. Tom could never be angry with his little dog. He bent down to nuzzle Honeycomb's nose gently. Are you in need of friends? Tom asked with a warm smile. If that black dog truly returns clean, I shall allow him to stay as your companion. If he fails to comprehend, I shall take you to the pet store this weekend to choose a friend to bring home. Honeycomb let out a soft bark and nestled into Tom's embrace. Tom returned to the dormitory, diligently washing Honeycomb until he was pristine. By the time he finished and fluffed him dry, Tom was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto his bed, fatigue overwhelming him. The next morning, when Tom awoke, his hair was somewhat disheveled. He had risen earlier than usual, roused by Honeycomb's nudges, who seemed quite eager for a friend. All right, Tom yawned. I'll head downstairs to take a look. Honeycomb scampered down the stairs alongside Tom, following closely as he opened the stone door to the common room. To his surprise, the black dog was indeed lying obediently by the entrance of the Slytherin common room, curled up into a small, compliant ball. He had cleaned himself, though he remained slightly damp, his fur looking a bit bedraggled and leaving a small patch of wetness beneath him. He appeared rather pitiful. Honeycomb barked excitedly a few times and took a few steps toward the black dog, but then paused, instead choosing to circle back and nuzzle against Tom's leg. Good boy. Tom patted Honeycomb's head, understanding the need for restraint. He approached the black dog, surveying him from above. Very well, since you comprehend my words, I shall keep you. Tom sighed, but I cannot house you in the dormitory. I will first take a leave of absence to bring you to the vet, and then find you a proper place to stay. On the very first day of school, Tom had extravagantly requested leave to take the new animal who had latched onto him for a checkup. Fortunately, being in his third year, he was now able to visit Hogsmeade unaccompanied, making the task far more manageable. Just a scruffy black dog, Draco muttered, somewhat disgruntled. He regarded the black dog with even more disdain than Tom had shown. Is this really what Honeycomb likes? I could easily find him a better companion. It suddenly struck Tom that Honeycomb had initially come to him via a check. He chuckled softly, recalling, though I never cashed your check. It seems Honeycomb has now found himself a new friend to spend on. He borrowed a cart from the Hogwarts kitchen, pulling along a rather listless black dog as he set forth on the road to Hogsmeade. Tom's actions bore a striking resemblance to someone intent on dragging the black dog off to slaughter. Could that even be articulated? Daphne observed Tom's retreating figure with a whirlwind of emotions. Chapter 86, Madame Rosmerta. Tom steadily wheeled the cart toward Hogsmeade. Requesting a day off on the very first day of school for a pet dog might seem somewhat ludicrous, yet Tom had always been an exemplary student, considerate and a source of ease for all his professors. Thus, a day or two away from classes was hardly a significant issue, although he was quite familiar with Hogsmeade. The village had transformed over the years, leaving him a tad unacquainted. He ambled slowly, peering curiously at his surroundings, inquiring about the whereabouts of the pet shop, though he already possessed knowledge of its location. To his surprise, upon asking, he discovered that Hogsmeade no longer had a pet shop. No longer? Tom was taken aback. Was there truly no pet shop? Was it his fault? Had no one at Hogwarts taken to keeping pets? His pupils dilated in disbelief. Why was there no pet shop here? Tom asked, bewildered. Because Hogwarts had later amended its regulations, permitting only the keeping of cats, owls, and toads. Chuckled the witch he questioned. At the time, she recounted, it was declared that Rosmerta would never treat a toad, leading her to vacate her premises, which were subsequently purchased by a Muggle clothing store. 6 months after her departure, Hogwarts rendered that rule non-mandatory. The witch laughed gaily. Rosmerta had contemplated returning, but the Muggle shop thrived, and she found it impossible to relocate back, nor could she afford to rent near the Shrieking Shack, so she was left fuming and frustrated. The mirth in her voice was unmistakably tinged with schadenfreude, and Tom, listening intently, found it difficult to formulate a response. It is your first time in Hogsmeade, isn't it? The witch, noticing Tom's silence, cast him a flirtatious glance. I am Madame Rosmerta, the proprietress of the Three Broomsticks. Let us be acquainted. Should you visit the Three Broomsticks in the future, I shall grant you a discount, young man. Madame Rosmerta's smile was mischievous, and Tom, in turn, exhibited a youthful blush and a hint of awkwardness. Thank you, madam, Tom replied dutifully, but what shall I do about my dog? His voice was tinged with desperation, embodying a worried owner eager to seek medical attention for his beloved pet. I can't be of much assistance, young man, Madame Rosmerta replied, her smile enchanting. I merely stepped out for a breath of fresh air and to procure some sweets from Honeydukes. Recently, due to the situation with Sirius, the entire Hogsmeade is on high alert. Venturing out has proven quite taxing. You could take your dog to Hagrid at the hunting lodge. He often visits my pub for a drink and is quite fond of animals. I'm sure he will know how to help your dog, she suggested, her tone softening as she observed Tom's worried expression, offering gentle reassurance. Do not fret too much. Everything will be all right. Tom nodded gratefully. I had thought that only Hogwarts was under lockdown. It seems Hogsmeade is also on edge regarding Sirius, he remarked, his expression tightening. Thank you, madam. I shall return with my dog at once. He rummaged through his pockets and retrieved a piece of toffee, a gift from Draco, who, concerned that Tom might faint from low blood sugar, had filled his pockets with sweets. Daphne sometimes teased Draco for treating Tom like a child. At that moment, Tom decided to share the toffee, placing it into Madame Rosmerta's hand. Thank you, he said, his smile brightening. It was a pleasure meeting you. He waved goodbye and dragged the cart away, leaving Madame Rosmerta holding the piece of toffee, her expression one of pleasant surprise. Oh, what a delightful young lad. Madame Rosmerta chuckled, clearly charmed by him. Receiving her suggestion, Tom turned back, slowly retracing his steps with the cart and the black dog. The journey felt lengthy, and after several to and fro trips, he glanced at the black dog, curled up pitifully with its head buried in its paws. Tom sighed deeply. You win this round, he muttered, removing his Slytherin green scarf to wrap around the black dog. The dog, seemingly lacking energy, lazily kicked its legs before extending its tongue to gently lick Tom's hand. Tom remained silent for a few moments, not flinching from the gesture. He sighed again, reaching out to stroke the dog's head, counting the pants you licked. And now this scarf, you've spoiled 2 of my garments, and that pair of trousers was quite costly, courtesy of Draco. If I sold you, you wouldn't be able to repay me, he lamented, ruffling the dog's fur, feeling rather helpless. Please don't die, while I wouldn't feel guilty. The Honeyduke's toffee would probably be quite saddened. He arrived at Hagrid's hut, only to find that a class was in session. Tom chose to remain hidden in the thicket. Observing the scene before him, Hagrid, the somewhat clumsy giant, was earnestly teaching his students, his sincerity evident despite his awkward demeanor. From a distance, Tom could not discern the effectiveness of Hagrid's lesson, but he found it absurd. I remember that in this world, I once wished to remain at school, only to be rejected, and now, this half-giant is teaching at Hogwarts? Tom pondered, his mind swirling with confusion. What gives? Who is truly unwell? He scrutinized Hagrid from afar, and as soon as class concluded, he hurried over with the cart to seek assistance. Hagrid, indeed fond of small creatures, cradled the black dog as if it were a mere toy, its frailness starkly apparent. Oh, what is this little fellow's name? Hagrid inquired, noticing the dog's poor condition. I don't know. I found him as a stray, Tom replied earnestly. My Honeyduke's toffee loves him, which is why I wish to care for him.